Chapter 1. The Collapse of the End Times, Inheriting the Umbrella Corporation. Warning: the temporary access to the Umbrella Corporation headquarters has been activated. Location of the temporary access. First building, 101, Julong Manor, Lehigh City, basement level 2. Position: Chief Executive Officer, current authority level. Pending unlock biological mother nest phase 1. Unlock completed. Underground research facility commences operation. Tyrant gene sequence recombination complete. What does that sound? A dim light illuminated Qin Feng's face, and he instinctively raised his hand to shield it. My head hurts. As he sat up, he felt as if his skull had been struck by a hammer, throbbing painfully. He attempted to stretch his arms to support his body, but inadvertently brushed against a peculiar glass injection container filled with an eerie red and blue concoction. What is this? Qin Feng furrowed his brow and looked around the chaotic surgical room. Several rusted medical instruments lay scattered, and the walls were heavily moldy. A hospital? Qin Feng rubbed his slightly dizzy head. He recalled that he had gone out drinking with some friends and had become quite inebriated, eventually succumbing to a haze after several episodes of vomiting. So, did I drink myself into a hospital? Qin Feng took a deep breath, flexing his sore arms, and cast another perplexed glance around the room. However, why does this hospital appear to have been ransacked? Moreover, why does it feel so lifeless here? Red Queen, White Queen on standby, a chilling voice suddenly echoed in his mind. As the words faded, Qin Feng froze in place. A moment of daze clouded his gaze, and a redand white, umbrella-shaped emblem suddenly reflected in his once black pupils. Initiating data transfer from the Umbrella Corporation database. Real-time panel loading complete. Current host body to virus capacity limit. 10. With a crackle, the umbrella-shaped emblem vanished, and Qin Feng's unfocused eyes gradually returned to normal. Umbrella? Chief Executive Officer? Have I been transported to another world? A flicker of astonishment crossed Qin Feng's eyes. Besides the information relayed by the Red Queen, he also absorbed the memories of his original self. Coincidentally, his original self was also named Qin Feng. Born in the year 023 of the Dark Era, a local of Lehigh City, he was the son of the vice commander of the Lehigh War Zone at Shelter Number 72. In this apocalyptic wasteland, such a lineage was indeed enviable. His father commanded a formidable armed force within Shelter Number 72, while his mother served as the head of the Biological Research Division. Logically, no one should dare to harm him. Yet his current predicament was undeniably dire. Goodness, did my original self get betrayed while on a hunting mission? Qin Feng shrugged, casually removing the tubes attached to him and unsteadily supporting himself on the bed frame as he descended from the bed. His entrance mirrored that of the female protagonist awakening in the Raccoon City Hospital in Resident Evil 2. The same pallid sheets, the same body punctured by monitoring tubes, and the same harrowing awakening on the brink of death. In a similarly vulnerable state of undress, Qin Feng gazed at the chaotic, pixelated objects swirling beneath him, a twitch of discomfort crossing his lips. Beside the operating table lay a neatly arranged set of garments, which he swiftly donned. He then began to recollect the location of Julong Manor, the temporary passage to the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters. The Umbrella Corporation, renowned as a nefarious entity within the famed Resident Evil series, was a familiar adversary to Qin Feng. On the surface, Umbrella presented itself as a formidable multinational monopoly. However, its depths concealed many clandestine high-tech military innovations, life sciences, and biological weaponry, alongside a multitude of confidential projects that could not be disclosed to the public. In the world of Resident Evil, the globally rampant T-virus was a product of their deliberate release. Its power and influence were so immense that it rivaled that of entire nations. At present, Qin Feng needed to make haste to the Umbrella underground base to ensure his safety. The first step was to turn and retrieve the pre-prepared injection device from the bedside. After taking a deep breath, he resolutely plunged the syringe into his neck. A sharp gasp escaped him as the acute pain surged through his mind. Yet, he swiftly injected the red and blue serum into his body. In an instant, a searing energy akin to molten lava erupted from his heart, rapidly coursing through his veins. The T-virus began to assimilate and consume his cells. In less than half a minute, all fatigue dissipated from his body, and even the gruesome wounds he bore healed at a visibly astonishing rate, leaving no trace of scars behind. Injection of the enhanced T-virus serum successful. First phase, Gene Chain unlocked. Qin Feng wiped the sweat from his brow, his entire being drenched. His earlier clothing felt wasted. Approaching the bathroom, he leaned over the sink, momentarily lost in reflection as he beheld his image in the mirror. Clad in a pure white t-shirt, his handsome features carried a hint of ferocity, with a ruthless glint in his brow. This was a stark contrast to the refined and effortless demeanor of his past life. It was evident that he hailed from a lineage steeped in military prowess. After a brief moment of contemplation, he commanded the Red Queen, "Open my personal information panel." "Understood." Chief came the emotionless voice of the Red Queen. Name: Qin Feng. Corporate position: Chief Executive Officer of Umbrella Corporation. Current authority: Maximum authority S. Hive technology: Phase 1 ability: Perfect carrier of the T-virus. Phase 1 unlocked areas: Underground research facility, primary combat laboratory, biocultivation chamber. D1. Locked areas: Cloning gene sequence database, Mimetic biological virus experiment, zone capable of simulating viral outbreaks, elite armed forces training base featuring Weskier, Ada Wong, Jill, Claire, Hank, etc., space-based weaponry strikes God's rod, microwave pulse, swarm other nest StarCraft 2. Biochemical forces, ordinary biochemical entities. 05, special biochemical entities. 01 types of biohazards. T-virus infected organisms unlocked, Hellhound locked, Liquor locked, Tyrant locked, Executioner locked, Chaser locked, Butcher locked, Death Knight locked, Titan locked. Acquisition of cultivation qualification for a Sentinel Tyrant Type 1 Stage 4. Red Queen, am I now able to deploy biohazard for combat? Qin Feng inquired eagerly, gazing at the biohazard troop section. If he could dispatch biohazards now, particularly the Sentinel Tyrant, to escort him back to the Umbrella underground base, it would undoubtedly enhance his safety. After all, the area he currently occupied was in a state of collapse. Given that he had only recently unlocked the first stage of the gene chain, he could not guarantee that he would not encounter dangers along the way. Qin Feng certainly did not wish to meet an untimely demise in the wilderness, mere moments after traversing into this world and before even stepping through the gates of the Umbrella Corporation. As he pondered, the forthcoming response from the Red Queen brought him a sense of reassurance. Affirmative, Chief. According to the data from the Biohazard Cultivation Chamber in Zone D1, a Sentinel Tyrant Type 1 can be awakened, along with 5 T-virus infected organisms. Qin Feng paid little heed to the T-virus infected individuals. For one who had been injected with the T-virus serum, their strength was likely inferior to his own. His true concern lay with the Sentinel Tyrant at Stage 4. With this thought in mind, he promptly commanded, "Red Queen, awaken the Sentinel Tyrant Type 1 and have it proceed to assist me immediately." Acknowledged. Data transmission in progress. Awakening procedure activated. Meanwhile, in Haicheng, beneath Julong Manor, on the 3rd underground level of the Umbrella headquarters, the expansive biohazard cultivation facility sprawled before him, stretching across an area equivalent to over a dozen football fields. Warning! 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 Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the chamber. Subsequently, the circular lights embedded in both the floor and ceiling began flashing a startling red. The biohazard cultivation chamber will soon be activated. All unauthorized personnel must evacuate the area immediately. Barely a minute had passed since the announcement when a ghostly green mist began to seep through the crevices of the ground, and a colossal cultivation chamber slowly ascended from the circular nexus of the surface. Once the chamber stabilized, the door creaked open, releasing a powerful gust of air that surged outward. In the next moment, a massive, dark boot pierced through the green mist hovering within the chamber. A giant humanoid figure emerged, towering over 4 meters, resembling a small mountain. Beneath its ashen visage, bulging veins writhed like serpents, pulsating with each breath. The energy restraint apparatus on its black coat flickered with a blinding red light, each pulse accompanied by a deep, resonant hum of electricity. Any fan of the Biohazard series present would instantly recognize this as the cursed tyrant that had once graced the CGI of the franchise. However, this time, it was a modified version, possessing enhanced strength, speed, and individual combat capabilities. Biochemical weapon model, Guardian Tyrant Type 1 Special. Development stage, Phase 4. Height, 4.5 meters. Weight, 1.5 tons. Information. The Umbrella Corporation's Phase 4 biochemical weapon boasts superior execution capabilities and stability compared to other Tyrant models. Upon releasing energy restraints, it can enter a berserk state. Mission types: Fortress Assault, Heavy Troop Suppression, Command Node Elimination. Chapter 2. The Grand Emergence of the Guardian Tyrant. Qin Feng realized that his entrance was markedly different from that of the female protagonist in the Resident Evil films. At the very least, Alice had safely exited the hospital. Yet, the moment he stepped out of the operating room, he found himself fixated upon by a ravenous beast. Is this really my luck? Qin Feng gritted his teeth, bracing his body against the precariously swaying iron door outside the preparation room. The relentless sounds of impact, coupled with the jarring, scratching noises, intensified his already frayed nerves. He was incredulous. How many days had he been unconscious without being discovered by the beast? What was the deal? He had barely awakened for half an hour, and without making any noise, he was already the target of a creature? Bang, bang, bang. The impacts grew more ferocious. The commotion would inevitably attract more beasts. He needed to escape swiftly. Red Queen, how long until the Guardian Tyrant arrives? Qin Feng inquired, swiftly turning to flee in the opposite direction. Guardian Tyrant Type 1 is currently in full sprint. Estimated time of arrival, 8 minutes and 40 seconds. Crack. The iron door behind him shattered. Qin Feng instinctively glanced back, his pupils narrowing slightly. At the entrance stood a grayish-brown, crawling creature, its scarlet eyes glistening, drooling as it greedily fixated on Qin Feng's form. It stood over a meter tall, with its tail bifurcating into 3 scorpion-like barbed appendages, gleaming menacingly. For Qin Feng, who was currently unarmed, a direct confrontation was far from prudent, especially with the uncertainty of other beasts lurking nearby. In any case, fleeing was the only option. Aware of the approaching beast, Qin Feng hurled every object within reach that could obstruct its pursuit behind him, utilizing the hospital's obstacles to maintain a safe distance. What a relentless pest, he muttered internally. Had he desired to avoid injury and bloodshed in this place, the creature would hardly have been his match. After all, sustaining injuries in the wild could prove fatal. According to the original owner's memories, the scent of human blood was an irresistible lure for these beasts, capable of being detected from afar. Time remaining, 2 minutes. Having dashed down 4 floors, several roars echoed around him. Qin Feng's gaze darkened. It appeared that the other beasts had also taken notice of him. Remaining in the confines of the hospital now posed a risk of being surrounded. As he pondered, Qin Feng fixed his gaze on a glass window ahead, crossing his arms to shield his face, and propelled himself directly into it. Crack! The glass shattered. Qin Feng leaped from the 4th-floor window, casting a glance downward, where he spotted another beast scaling the wall, its crimson eyes locked onto him. Time remaining, 59 seconds. In an instant, a slender, black-tailed spine lunged toward Qin Feng. Damn! His expression shifted slightly. In the midst of freefall, he had no choice but to raise his arm, using his flesh and blood to deflect the impending attack. Thud! The sharp spike pierced into his right arm, droplets of blood splattering onto his face. A wave of dizziness washed over him. This tail spine was laced with venom, inducing paralysis as well. Enduring the searing pain, Qin Feng steeled himself and yanked the spike from his arm. He then rolled upon landing. Thankfully, having injected the virus serum had significantly enhanced his physical capabilities. Otherwise, a jump from the 4th floor would have left him either dead or severely injured. With no time to tend to his wound, Qin Feng sensed the approaching beasts around him. Clutching his injured arm, he swiftly fled in the direction from which the tyrant was charging. Time remaining, 10 seconds. Boom. The thunderous sound of collapsing structures reverberated, growing closer. A smirk crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he executed a sharp stop at the corner of a nearby wall. Reinforcements had arrived. Since his arrival in this realm, he had been in a constant state of flight, truly a disheveled state. 5.4.3.2.1.5 beasts roared menacingly, advancing in a fan formation, encircling Qin Feng as if he were a lamb awaiting slaughter. The leading beast bent its forepaws, launching itself off the ground and pouncing towards Qin Feng. 0. The Guardian Tyrant Type 1 has arrived on the battlefield. No sooner had the announcement concluded than the right wall crumbled with a resounding crash. Concrete debris cascading down like a torrential downpour. As the dust lingered, a shadow over 4 meters tall loomed beside Qin Feng, resembling an iron tower. Cough, cough. Qin Feng waved away the choking dust and looked up to see the Guardian Tyrant move with swift decisiveness. Its massive paw, covered in a carbonized layer, accurately targeting the approaching beast. Its fingers, like steel cables, instantly penetrated the beast's scales. Crack! The sound of shattering bones mingled with the muffled explosion of biological tissue. The beast, now lifted, flailed helplessly in midair. The Guardian Tyrant lowered its head slightly, its crimson gaze sweeping the surroundings, the restraints on its body flashing with red light. Command transmission. Eliminate all unidentified biological threats to protect Umbrella Corporation assets as the order was issued. The beast clutched in the alloyed fingers emitted a high-frequency shriek. In the next moment, the tyrant's fingers closed with crushing force. The beast's skull exploding like a watermelon crushed by a truck, gray-green cerebrospinal fluid mingling with dark red blood, splattering everywhere. Recovery task. Detected ordinary genetic sequences. Immediate priority. Recovery. Recommended recovery task. Detected biological materials required for biochemical weapon cultivation. Recovery execution advised. Observing the sudden emergence of 2 tasks, Qin Feng's eyes flickered with interest. It appears that a mission has been activated for the Umbrella Corporation. According to the information stored in his mind, the organization under his command is required to fulfill a series of intricate task objectives in order to unlock access to the more critical areas. These objectives encompass major directions such as expansion, suppression, research and development, and purification. Among these, the recovery task falls under the research and development category. A piercing scream abruptly interrupted Qin Feng's contemplation. He lifted his gaze to see a formidable sentry, the Tyrant, swiftly intercepting an escaping mutant beast, its fist aimed directly at the creature's terrified visage. The speed of the punch was so rapid that the beast had no time to react. Under the force of a fist measuring half a meter in diameter, it was instantly reduced to a cloud of crimson mist. The battle unfolded swiftly and concluded even more rapidly. The 5 mutant beasts exhibited no resistance whatsoever, all falling victim to the Tyrant's lethal prowess. So this is what a Tier 4 bioweapon looks like. Qin Feng could not help but utter in awe. This was merely the Tyrant without its energy restraints lifted. Should it be activated into its berserk form, its strength would likely rival that of a Tier 5 bioweapon. There is no hurry for the recovery task. Qin Feng gazed at the bodies of the mutant beasts, either transformed into pools of blood or mushy remnants, and shook his head in resignation. At this moment, safety was paramount. Allowing the Tyrant, this formidable weapon, to carry the remnants with it would be a grave misstep. After all, he had yet to return to the Umbrella base. Let us depart, big guy, Qin Feng commanded, beginning to retrace the Tyrant's path. The Tyrant, following closely behind, made no reply. It merely shook off the remnants of flesh clinging to its palm, its expression remaining rigid and cold. One cannot deny its prowess as a bodyguard, though it certainly possessed a rather taciturn disposition. What a pity. As dusk approached at Building 1, Room 101 of the Julong Manor, the temporary entrance to the Umbrella underground base lay beneath the villa's second basement level. Qin Feng cast a glance at the villa's entrance, refraining from stepping inside immediately. After waiting for over a minute, several humanoid figures emerged from within. Bioweapon model, T-virus infected. Development stage, prototype testing. Height, 1.8 meters. Weight, 80 kilograms. Information. The Umbrella Corporation's first-stage bioweapon, an initial research product, a defective clone capable of self-infection with the T-virus, able to execute simple commands. Task type, low-risk area clearance, bait diversion, obstacle destruction. Indeed, to ensure a flawless entry into the Umbrella base, Qin Feng had specifically awakened these 5 T-virus-infected entities to emerge from the temporary passage and meticulously inspect every corner of the villa. The 6th is ever-present. It is wise to exercise caution. Before entering the villa, Qin Feng looked up at the Tyrant beside him and issued a command. Stand down from alert status and returned to the Umbrella underground base. The size of the entrance to the temporary passage had been confirmed with Red Queen. It resembled a standard elevator shaft. The Tyrant's massive form would not fit. When it had rushed from the Umbrella base to rescue Qin Feng, it had utilized a specialized combat lift designed for bioentities. Not far from the villa, just beneath a serene lake, the Imperial Guard, despite receiving orders, maintained a stoic demeanor as he turned to leave the villa complex. It is time to explore the capabilities of the Umbrella's underground base. A flicker of anticipation stirred within Qin Feng's heart. Chapter 3. The Umbrella underground base signal connection established. Welcome, Chief. I am at your service, White Queen. As Qin Feng stepped into the elevator, descending to the basement of the villa, a spectral figure materialized beside him. It was a young girl clad in a white dress, her sweet smile illuminating her delicate features. With her hands gracefully folded in front of her skirt, she offered a gentle bow to Qin Feng, the White Queen from Biohazard. Qin Feng instinctively paused in his tracks. According to the information stored in his mind, he was assisted by two highly advanced AI entities, the Red Queen and the White Queen. The Red Queen primarily managed external affairs, including combat, suppression, and the deployment of bioorganic weapons. In contrast, the White Queen focused on internal matters, overseeing the development of bioorganic entities, the operational integrity of the Umbrella Corporation, and attending to Qin Feng's myriad administrative tasks, much like a personal secretary, albeit one who appeared to be underage. What are my current privileges? Qin Feng inquired. The White Queen responded with a melodious voice. Chief, your current privilege level is E. According to the privilege display, you have access to the Umbrella Corporation's basement levels 1 through 5. Level 1 serves as a buffer corridor. Level 2 is the employee's primary living area. Level 3 houses the biocultivation chambers in Zone D1. Level 4 comprises the underground research facility, and Level 5 is the primary combat laboratory. Current supply reserves 365 days, sufficient for 1,000 individuals. As he absorbed the White Queen's introduction, Qin Feng arrived at the first basement level of the Umbrella base. The elevator doors slid open to reveal a vast white corridor, safeguarded by 3 layers of security measures, a purification zone near the elevator shaft, a biological scanning area in the center, and a passageway at the end. Quite stringent. He mused quietly as he approached the purification area, stepping into a transparent glass chamber. With a whoosh, nozzles above released a torrent of fine mist. After approximately half a minute, a voice emanated from the intercom on the right side of the glass chamber. Purification complete. Passage permitted. The alloy door of the purification area swung open. Qin Feng adjusted his tousled hair and exited the transparent chamber, advancing toward the central biological scanning area. Upon entering the scanning zone, several green beams of light shot forth from the interior of the white walls, sweeping across Qin Feng's form. Scan successful. Scanned entity information as follows. Species, human ability, stage 1, T-virus. Position, Umbrella Corporation employee, Chief Executive Officer. Characteristics, perfect fusion of T-virus. No adverse bodily reactions. Rating, S. What does an S rating signify? Qin Feng pondered, a hint of confusion crossing his face. This is an internal capability metric established by the Umbrella Corporation. The higher the rating, the greater the potential for growth. The White Queen summoned a panel to display the information. According to available data, the rating of the Imperial Guard Tyrant Type 1 is classified as A, while the majority of other Tyrant models in the database are rated C, with a minority of B. In terms of combat capability, the Imperial Guard Tyrant is significantly more formidable. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. Does this imply that once the T-virus within me evolves to the 4th stage, the Imperial Guard Tyrant will be unable to defeat me? This interpretation is not unfounded. Yet it must be noted that rank does not equate to combat prowess. The Imperial Guard Tyrant still possesses the potential to eliminate you. As if discerning Qin Feng's thoughts, Bai Ho added a cautionary note. For your own safety, Chief, please act with prudence. This was something Qin Feng was already aware of. He shrugged slightly. Who would dare to withstand the enormous fists of the Imperial Guard Tyrant? He still vividly recalled how the previous beast had been reduced to a mist of blood. Moreover, he had already entered the Umbrella Corporation's underground base, rendering further risks unnecessary. He could easily deploy his bioweapon troops to fulfill the corporation's myriad objectives. He valued his life greatly. Exiting the biological scanning area, Qin Feng arrived at the final passage zone, which lacked the complexity of previous checks, merely scanning his iris for identity verification. Subsequently, the last alloy door swiftly opened. Stepping out of the buffer corridor, Qin Feng officially entered the interior of the Umbrella Corporation. The underground headquarters was far larger than he had anticipated. The first underground level was well equipped. In addition to the buffer corridors that branched out like tree trunks, there were numerous work areas. Even within this single level, hundreds of personnel could work normally, not to mention the various zones gradually expanding deeper underground. Qin Feng did not linger on this level. After treating the wound on his arm, he proceeded directly to an elevator, verified his identity, and pressed the button for the 5th basement level. He was eager to explore the functionalities of the primary combat laboratory, a crucial site for completing the Umbrella Corporation's objectives and also a monitoring room for the bioweapon troops' external operations. Upon reaching the 5th basement level, guided by B.O.W, Qin Feng arrived at the circular corridor at its center. Before him stood a battle room resembling a fortress, accessible only to employees with B-level clearance within the Umbrella Corporation. Of course, on the surface, Qin Feng's current clearance was merely E, but that was only in relation to unlocking access to various floors of the Umbrella Corporation. In reality, he held the highest authority within the entire corporation. Even the yet-to-be-deployed Special Operations Unit, US, would be subject to his orders. Approaching a passage entry, he scanned his identity, and the alloy gate opened, allowing him to enter the primary combat laboratory. The laboratory was spacious, equipped with an array of high-end devices. Unfortunately, not a single employee was in sight. Sighing internally, Qin Feng made his way to the central command hall. In the early days of establishment, it was just him and 2 intelligent AIs. For such a vast headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation, this did seem rather meager, but there was little that could be done. He can only gradually gather resources and complete the designated tasks to unlock the cloning gene sequence repository located on the 10th level. By that time, he may have clone personnel to command. For now, Qin Feng needs to manage everything alone. B.O.W, initiate the basic program. Qin Feng approached the central command platform in the operations hall and issued a command. All right, Chief. The operational synchronizer is online, and the displays in all work areas are activated. Base defense measures have been initiated. As his voice fell, multiple distinct images appeared on the enormous screen before Qin Feng. One of the areas displayed a real-time feed of the Guardian Tyrant Type 1 returning to the cultivation pod in Zone D1, exceptionally clear. This high-definition footage originated from a miniature surveillance device implanted in the Tyrant's eye, which was the aspect Qin Feng found most satisfying. In the subsequent operational endeavors, as the chief executive officer of the Umbrella Corporation, he certainly could not venture out personally. Yet, he desired to comprehend the external circumstances. This synchronizing device greatly facilitated the transmission of information. As night approached, deploying the Tyrant outside became rather unsuitable. Staring at the screen, Qin Feng stroked his chin thoughtfully. Throughout the entire Dark Era, if one were to identify the most troublesome and repulsive creature, it would undoubtedly be the light-averse Night Demon. The Night Demon, a peculiar beast that forages solely at night, typically operates in groups ranging from a mere 10 to over 100. Although most of them are not particularly large, they possess incredible speed, especially their sharp claws, capable of effortlessly severing a human body. While the Guardian Tyrant is formidable, it would likely struggle against such a swarm of night demons. Qin Feng understands better than anyone the value of the Guardian Tyrant. He would not risk its safety for a recycling task that could be completed at any time. That would be utterly foolish, resulting in both the loss of personnel and resources. Tomorrow morning, he could task the Guardian Tyrant with hunting the nearby anomalous beasts. After exploring the operational functions and finalizing the battle plan for the next day, Qin Feng exited the operations laboratory, having just recovered from his injuries. He needed to rest well. The next day, as dawn broke, in the primary operations laboratory, Qin Feng stared intently at the screen and spoke. Dezhuang could be released. and let its 5 companions follow closely behind, responsible for cleaning up the battlefield. Understood, Chief, responded Hong Ho in a cold voice. Operation Code 1 Drag 5 is officially initiated, and the Neural Awakening program is activated. Meanwhile, in the underground level, in the biochemical cultivation pod of Zone D1, a pair of cold eyes slowly opened, and the hissing sound of the hydraulic valve releasing pressure immediately echoed. Chapter 4. The Retrieval Mission beside the Jiulong Villa District. The placid surface of the lake suddenly convulses violently, drawing inward towards its center. A large lift platform ascends slowly, adorned with a striking red and white parasol emblem at its center. Environmental conditions are normal. Retrieval mission can commence. Once the platform stabilizes, the Sentinel Tyrant swivels its head, scanning its surroundings, before striding purposefully in a particular direction. Following closely behind are 5 diminutive figures, reminiscent of infants compared to it. Within the primary combat laboratory, Qin Feng savors his first breakfast after traversing into this realm. One hand cradling a warm cup of coffee and the other soft, fluffy bread. The sun has risen, casting a leaden gray sky over the ruins. Deep within the clouds, a sickly crimson churns, resembling the viscous juices of shattered organs staining a shroud. In the stratosphere above, vague silhouettes can be discerned, trailing grayish-red streaks as they glide languidly. These are the sky polluters, colossal beasts that are exceedingly difficult to eradicate. According to the memories embedded in the original host's mind, these monstrous entities bear a striking resemblance to the Leviathans from StarCraft. They possess formidable defenses and terrifying regenerative capabilities. And within them lies a mechanism akin to biological orbital drop. The emergence of such titanic creatures often heralds the downfall of a shelter. Qin Feng's gaze sharpens. Clearly, this type of beast is beyond his current capacity to confront. Fortunately, the underground base of the Umbrella Corporation is constructed from specialized materials and equipped with a concealment system, allowing it to evade external detection and avoid the fate of other shelters besieged by beastly hordes. For now, he merely needs to focus on his own development. Upon reaching the Jiulong Villa District, the Sentinel Tyrant's primary task today is to cleanse the area of any lurking beasts, despite the surrounding stillness, which suggests a lack of monstrous presence. Thermal sensing system activated, biological reconnaissance system activated. With the issuance of the Red Queen's command, the Tyrant's crimson eyes flicker momentarily. Instantly, on the combat room screen, clusters of pulsating heat sources and outlined biological forms emerge. Why are they still lounging about so early in the morning? Qin Feng muses, observing the lethargic beasts. Being too lazy won't do. Let the Sentinel Tyrant rouse you and stretch those muscles. With that, the Tyrant, its veins prominently bulging, strides toward the nearest beast. Inside a villa, several black and red-skinned beasts huddle together, blissfully resting. Upon closer inspection, one might notice a dozen grayish-white eggs nestled alongside them. Just then, one of the beasts slowly lifts its head, a look of confusion crossing its face, as if sensing something amiss. Boom! Before it can react, the walls of the villa collapse thunderously. The beasts are jolted awake in an instant. The Sentinel Tyrant, with ruthless precision, bursts through the breach, seizing the neck of a drowsy beast with an iron grip. With a decisive crack, the confrontation begins. The first victim has emerged. Whether it was due to drowsiness or some peculiarity in the minds of these aberrant beasts is unclear. Instead of fleeing in terror at the sight of their fallen kin, this group of creatures brazenly launched an assault on the Imperial Guard Tyrant. Observing their reckless audacity, Qin Feng couldn't help but smile. Their defiance certainly expedited the Tyrant's task of dispatching them. One beast, baring its teeth at the Tyrant, was swiftly brought down with a single strike, convulsing upon impact. The skirmish concluded rapidly, and the creature departed this realm in a rather tranquil manner. On this occasion, adhering to Qin Feng's prior admonition, the Imperial Guard Tyrant refrained from shattering the beast's skulls or obliterating their bodies with a punch, as was done previously. Just as the Tyrant prepared to crush an egg beside it, Qin Feng hastily swallowed his coffee, exclaiming, "Cease all actions." At the sound of his voice, the Tyrant's massive form froze, its crimson eyes narrowing in response. A sigh of relief escaped Qin Feng. Moments ago, the Red Queen had informed him that these beastly eggs were vital genetic resources, and they had nearly been crushed underfoot like mere insects. It must be an issue of biological recognition. In the Tyrant's eyes, these eggs likely appeared as targets to be eliminated. It was time for the cleaning crew to make their entrance. Qin Feng instructed the 5-member team concealed nearby. Amidst a rustling commotion, several T-virus-infected individuals, donning skewed hard hats, wheeled a cart through the breach into the villa. To ensure the successful retrieval of the beast bodies, Qin Feng had thoughtfully provided them with the necessary tools. Remarkably, the results were quite effective. Soon, the carcasses of the aberrant beasts and their eggs were loaded onto the cart in succession. It was time to return and examine the outcomes. Qin Feng promptly issued orders for the Imperial Guard Tyrant to lead the way, with the infected individuals following closely behind, retracing their steps. In the early stages, the workforce was scarce, and these T-virus-infected beings were only marginally stronger than average adult men, making them ill-suited for combat. He could not allow them to return to the base unaccompanied. The thought of them being ambushed by a horde of beasts along the way, meeting their demise outside, was indeed disheartening. Thus, he opted for the Tyrant's accompaniment, which afforded him peace of mind. Although this decision might consume some time, it was ultimately a prudent choice. In the Umbrella underground base, within the subterranean research facility, a voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind. "Chief, a special genetic sequence has been detected." "What is it?" Qin Feng inquired eagerly. Without hesitation, B.O.W began her analysis. Based on the unique genes within this beast, they can be fused with our existing canine genetic stock. Fusion success rate, 77. Required biomass energy for the experiment, 100 points. Current biomass energy, 128 points, 28 points. Canine genes? Qin Feng paused momentarily. If his conjecture held true, the resultant bioorganism would likely be referred to as the Hellhound. Taking a deep breath, Qin Feng prepared himself for what lay ahead. With a probability of 77%, rounding it off yields nearly 100%. Integration. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng initiated the process. Gene chain disassembly and integration commencing. Remaining time, 12 hours. Qin Feng calculated the time. It was currently 9 a.m. He would know the results by evening. The initial integration experiment required 100 units of biomass energy. As the apex of Umbrella's biological research, it would inevitably demand a substantial amount of biomass energy in the later stages. It was time to send the Imperial Guard Tyrant out to work again. Thus, Qin Feng issued his command. Red Queen, according to my established protocol, dispatch the Imperial Guard Tyrant and the infected to recover biomass energy. Pausing for a moment, he added, "By the way, if they encounter an overwhelming beast, do not engage directly. Ensure their own safety." "Understood, Chief." Hunting program and transmission. Consciousness transfer successful. Half a day passed swiftly. Approaching 5 p.m., the Imperial Guard Tyrant emerged, dragging a humanoid creature with purple-black skin, traversing toward the underground base against the backdrop of the setting sun. Fortune smiled upon them. In addition to hunting ordinary beasts, the Tyrant had also captured a lurking night demon hidden in the shadows of a villa. It seemed another gene fusion was imminent. Qin Feng, stationed in the monitoring area, grew bored and began examining the locations of various crucial hubs within the Umbrella underground base. For instance, the cloning gene sequence repository on the 10th floor. Once activated, he could harvest his own gene sequence, creating a clone that mirrored him perfectly. At that point, Qin Feng could remain in his original form while sending the clone out to explore. The mere thought filled him with excitement. Just then, a voice from Red Queen interrupted his reverie. "Chief, signs of human activity detected. Data suggests they are likely nearby survivors. Their hiding place seems to have been discovered by a beast, and they are on the brink of demise." "Oh?" Qin Feng's eyes lit up, and he straightened his posture. Would he finally encounter the first living human since arriving in this world? He promptly dispatched the Imperial Guard Tyrant for rescue. Chapter 5. Survivors. The sun gradually descended. In the concealed cellar of a villa, several individuals, their bodies caked in mud and their garments tattered, huddled together, men and women alike, including 2 children. Each one of them bore an expression of terror, fixated on the precariously swaying cellar door, too fearful to utter a sound. "Uncle Sure, what should we do now?" asked a disheveled woman, clutching a girl tightly in her arms, her voice trembling. They were utterly defenseless. If the monstrous beasts outside truly breached their sanctuary, it would undoubtedly result in a massacre. The man known as Uncle Sure, a middle-aged figure with a muscular build and a resolute countenance, clearly a veteran of the military, flickered his gaze before seizing a nearby shovel. With a grave tone, he declared, "I will open the cellar door alone and hold off the beasts outside. You must take advantage of the chaos to flee without hesitation." As he spoke, a shadow of despair crossed his eyes. If one of us can survive, it is better than none." Tiang-yi, another middle-aged man, interjected, his jaw clenched tightly. "Our safe haven has been compromised. Where else can we escape to? We might as well confront the beasts." As he spoke, a horrific thought seemed to dawn upon him. "You know as well as I do, dying at the hands of these creatures is far preferable to being captured and tormented by those nightmarish fiends." Nightfall was imminent. Upon hearing this, the few who had been wavering in their resolve fell silent. Indeed, the nightmarish creatures would relish in torturing the living. They would rather perish at the claws of the beasts than be taken alive as playthings by the horrors of the night. Alas, Sure Tianyi understood his comrade's sentiment. Yet, after having hidden for so long, the thought of two innocent children meeting their demise alongside them left him with an unshakable bitterness. However, what his comrade proposed was indeed the best course of action. Bang! 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 The cellar door of the stairway was on the verge of being breached. Silence enveloped the group, save for their trembling bodies, which betrayed the despair brewing within. At that moment, a deafening crash resonated, the sound of bricks and mortar shattering, echoing in their ears. Then came a chilling scream from outside, followed by an eerie silence. What just happened?" The disheveled woman swallowed hard. Before her words could fully escape her lips, the cellar door, which had withstood the relentless battering of the beasts, was suddenly torn asunder by an overwhelming force from without. In the next instant, a massive, ash-gray hand reached through the opening. It was over. As Sure Tianyi beheld the terrifying owner of that hand, a heavy despair settled in his heart. How could they possibly resist? That single hand could likely crush him to the point where even his deceased mother would not recognize him. The group held their breath, their pupils dilating with escalating fear. The tyrannical guardian did not breach the cellar ceiling directly, a precautionary measure advised by Qin Feng. They could not afford to fail in their rescue attempt, only to have the entire structure collapse and suffocate them all. It was indeed a case of good intentions gone awry. The tyrant guardian extended his colossal hand, halting at a distance from the crowd. His bronze-hued arm gradually rotated, revealing a palm adorned with a circular emblem at its center. Connection in progress. With a crackling sound, the space distorted momentarily. From the palm of the tyrant guardian emerged a small girl clad in a white dress, her lips curling into a sweet smile. "Greetings, survivors. I am an artificial intelligence under the Umbrella Corporation, and you may call me White Queen. For your safety, please follow our security personnel to the safe zone." The sight of this bizarre occurrence left Sure Tianyi, the backbone of the group, somewhat at a loss. En a manifestation. Nurturing colossal beasts for security. What manner of force was the Umbrella Corporation? Despite years of military service in this apocalyptic world, he had never encountered such an entity. With a smile, White Queen spoke again. "Countdown to sunset. 35 minutes." The crowd, initially hesitant, changed their expressions upon hearing her words. The unknown could harbor danger. Yet the brutality of the night demons had long instilled fear. Taking a deep breath, Sure Tianyi decisively made a choice for everyone. "Thank you, White Queen, for leading the way. Thank you for your understanding." White Queen smiled gently, adopting a courteous demeanor as she gestured for them to proceed. "Please follow our security personnel closely to avoid being attacked by external creatures." As she spoke, her apparition gradually faded from view. The tyrant guardian retracted his robust arm, rising silently to stride towards the exterior of the villa. "Hurry, everyone, keep up." Seeing this, Sure Tianyi grasped his shovel and urged the group to exit the cellar. As the sun slowly dipped below the horizon, the sky was gradually suffused with shades of gray and crimson. The Ghost Lake, near the villa area, concealed the descent platform of the Umbrella's biological unit. The Tyrant Guardian led the group to this location before dusk. Hurry, everyone, the night demons will soon emerge. As the last vestiges of light vanished from the horizon, Tianyi felt a pang of anxiety. Did not White Queen promise to guide them to safety? Yet the sun was setting, and there was not a single hiding spot nearby. What were they to do? The crowd grew restless. In the next moment, the water's surface rippled, and with the sound of mechanical gears, a massive lift platform slowly emerged from beneath the water. It was hidden beneath the surface? Tianyi's face registered astonishment. Warning, a swarm of night demons is rapidly approaching. White Queen's figure reappeared in the palm of the Tyrant Guardian. All personnel, please urgently transfer to the lift platform. Time remaining until the first wave of night demon strikes. 1 minute and 22 seconds. Upon hearing this, the group, disregarding their physical frailty, sprinted toward the lift platform. The night demons truly possess an uncanny sense, akin to that of a dog's nose. Within the confines of the operational laboratory, Qin Feng gazed at the holographic map of biological detection, observing as the red dots surrounding the location of the lift platform multiplied at an alarming rate. Each cluster of crimson represented at least 30 life forms hastily approaching. As he watched the survivors ascend onto the lift platform, a figure draped in white appeared to his left. Chief, it is anticipated that a swarm of night demons will breach the lift platform before it closes, a voice reported. Based on the data model, the Imperial Guardian can engage to rescue the survivors. The estimated survival probability for the survivors is 100. Then let the Imperial Guardian enter before the lift platform shuts. To intercept this throng of night demons, Qin Feng remarked, his gaze fixed on the survivors, a flicker of determination in his eyes. And remember to have the Imperial Guardian dispose of the eliminated night demons by casting them into the lift platform. Let nothing go to waste. Understood, Chief. Above the lift platform, the gears of the alloy doors emitted a profound, grinding sound as they turned under the pressure of the hydraulic system. The two panels, each weighing 10 tons, resembled the formidable fangs of a colossal beast, their serrated edges gradually interlocking. The roars from outside grew ever closer. The night demons were nearly upon them. Among the crowd, a young man trembled as he adjusted his glasses with a quivering hand. The closure of the massive door above was far slower than they had anticipated. Please remain silent and proceed into the control room on the right to ensure your safety, a figure clad in white instructed, gesturing towards a metal shelter at the edge of the lift platform. Without hesitation, the group swiftly entered the shelter and secured the iron door behind them. Before them stood a spacious wall of bulletproof glass, affording a clear view of the situation outside the lift platform. At that moment, a sudden thud echoed through the air as a purple-black figure plummeted from above the lift platform. The crowd gasped in shock. Upon closer inspection, it was revealed to be the corpse of a night demon. Before the onlookers could comprehend the unfolding events, one after another, the lifeless bodies of night demons descended from the heavens, crashing onto the platform with a series of resounding thuds. Chapter 6. Gene enhancers. This group of night demons is indeed troublesome, Qin Feng silently lamented. On the surveillance screen, several night demons had already climbed onto the body of the Guardian Tyrant, employing various means of scratching and biting in a concerted assault. One cannot deny that this strategy proved somewhat effective. The Guardian Tyrant's black coat had been torn apart, revealing the pale blue skin and muscle beneath. There were even several marks on its chest, inflicted by the claws of the night demons. Although the wounds were shallow, they had indeed caused harm to the Guardian Tyrant. Oof. The Guardian Tyrant snorted coldly, its crimson pupils swirling with impatience and malice. It seized one of the night demons, clamping its sides with both hands, and with a surge of strength, tore the creature in half, splattering dark green blood like rain. Outside the lift platform, an increasing number of night demons rushed towards the sound. Faced with this situation, Qin Feng inquired, "Have my team's supplies not yet arrived?" "They have reached the lift platform, and the ultraviolet mobile light source is prepared." "Good." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately commanded, "Allow the tyrant to withdraw. Direct the ultraviolet light source at the breach of the alloy gate to obstruct the night demon's entry." Understood. beside the breach of the alloy gate. The Guardian Tyrant's eyes flickered. After receiving the order, it disregarded the night demons clinging to it and leapt directly towards the lift platform below. Subsequently, beams of ultraviolet light shot out from the breach. The night demons, poised to leap down, were struck by the light, their skin instantly emitting a grayish smoke as they recoiled with a hissing sound. Crack! The alloy gate finally closed. The Guardian Tyrant descended from above, its legs landing steadily on the lift platform. Meanwhile, the few isolated night demons did not share such fortune. With a sweeping motion, the Guardian Tyrant tore off the struggling night demons, its fingers gripping their necks like iron claws, snapping them with a crisp crack. One night demon attempted to escape amidst the chaos, but was swiftly pursued by the Guardian Tyrant, which crushed its skull underfoot. Impressive. The personnel in the control room observed this scene, rendered speechless by shock. Just moments ago, they witnessed the bodies of the night demons raining down upon the lift platform. The next moment, the Guardian Tyrant descended like a harbinger of death, effortlessly slaughtering the very creatures that instilled fear in their hearts. The impact of this spectacle profoundly shook them. What were they witnessing? This was no mere security personnel. It was a walking human meat grinder, a biological weapon. Sure, Tianyi murmured, his gaze sweeping over the T-virus-infected individuals, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. What was Umbrella's true intention in rescuing them? From this towering humanoid monstrosity, over 4 meters in height, to those 5 peculiar beings that were neither human nor ghost. It was evident that Umbrella's research projects likely delved into some forbidden domains. It may even relate to human modification. He was filled with trepidation, fearing the peril of emerging from the tiger's den only to fall into the wolf's lair. The figure of the White Queen reappears, announcing, "Welcome to the underground headquarters of Umbrella Corporation, located in Linhai City. Here, we are dedicated to providing survivors with ample sustenance, comfortable living conditions, and a secure working environment." The resonating sound of massive mechanical gears turning fills the air as the lift descends slowly. A parasol emblem, aglow with red and white patterns, gradually materializes upon the surface of the alloy door overhead. The individuals stepping out of the control room gaze apprehensively at their surroundings. After a few moments, the lift reaches the subterranean base's first level with a gentle halt. The alloy doors, accompanied by the thunderous roar of the hydraulic system, slide open to reveal a corridor towering at least 20 to 30 meters high. Xenon lights cast an ethereal blue glow upon the white metallic walls, illuminating the path that stretches into the depths. "How magnificent!" exclaimed a little girl, her dirty face lit with awe as her wide eyes and slightly parted lips conveyed her astonishment. "Is this the underground castle of Prince Charming?" Upon hearing this, the girl's mother tenderly stroked her hair, her expression grave as she replied, "Dear, there is no Prince Charming here. And when we encounter strangers, you mustn't speak out of turn, or I will have to discipline you." With that, she cast an apologetic glance at the White Queen beside her, acutely aware of the unpredictable temperament of the Umbrella personnel, concerned about inciting unnecessary trouble. "All right," the girl pouted. The White Queen, maintaining her serene smile, addressed the group, "Ladies and gentlemen, the lift currently holds a substantial number of night demon corpses that require transportation to the biorecycling facility for processing. Your assistance in this task would be greatly appreciated." She gestured toward the flatbed trolley set aside. The Umbrella underground base, in truth, housed specialized vehicles for transporting goods, though the floor containing them had yet to be unlocked. Given the circumstances, they had no choice but to rely on manpower to carry the night demon's remains. This directive had been specifically instructed by Qin Feng, for his choice to rescue this group of survivors stemmed not from mere altruism, but from a necessity for their capabilities in daily tasks, the most crucial of which was the transportation of the corpses of exotic beasts. Upon hearing this request, the group harbored no complaints. Surviving was already a stroke of fortune. They felt a sense of obligation to assist those who had saved them from the clutches of the monstrous beasts. "Understood, my Lady White Queen," Stone Tianyi responded, taking the lead. Observing this, the others followed suit, pushing the flatbed trolley to begin the grim task of moving the night demons' bodies. Even the two children eagerly participated, though their flushed faces revealed the effort they exerted to lift a single night demon's arm together. How heavy! The girl gritted her small teeth. For survivors accustomed to life in the dark epoch, handling the remains of various beasts was a common occurrence. Even the youngest among them, upon witnessing the somewhat gruesome scene, did not succumb to tears or cries of fright. After all, the aberrant beasts feast upon human flesh, and humans, in turn, also consume the flesh of these creatures to fortify their own physical forms. It is merely a cycle of the strong preying upon the weak. With each round of laborious transport, time swiftly slipped away. Within the biochemical decomposition and recycling workshop, the task was finally complete. Tianyi wiped the sweat from his brow, while the others gasped for breath, utterly exhausted. "I am so hungry." Wan could no longer endure. Her legs buckled, and she collapsed onto the filthy ground. This group had been hiding in the cellar, and their food supplies were scarce. Anxious over the lack of provisions and their own safety, their spirits had already been stretched to the limit. Coupled with the physical exertion, they felt as though their bodies were on the verge of collapse. Just as they began to savor the hard-earned respite, the figure of B.O.W gradually emerged before them. "Thank you all for your hard work. I have prepared a resting area and a sumptuous dinner for everyone. Please follow me," she announced, her form hovering gracefully in the air as she led them toward a buffer corridor. It appeared that among this group, there were no troublemakers. In the monitoring room, Qin Feng rested his chin upon his interlocked fingers, unconsciously rubbing his jaw as he murmured softly to himself. "Having no foolish individuals is ideal. If there are any, it matters not. I shall ensure they understand." The function of the biochemical decomposition workshop extended far beyond merely dismantling the bodies of aberrant beasts. The Umbrella Corporation had never been a charitable institution, neither in the past nor in the present. What he required was a cadre of obedient employees, capable of upholding the interests of the Umbrella Corporation. Within the buffer corridor, before entering the inner sanctum of the Umbrella Corporation, everyone was required to undergo comprehensive disinfection and examination. "The technology here is truly advanced," a bespectacled young man spread his arms wide, allowing the light-wave scanner to sweep over him from head to toe, his tone imbued with a hint of astonishment. His name was Yu, a trainee from the 72nd Shelter Research Institute, primarily tasked with assisting in the handling and study of the mysteries within aberrant beasts. He was still a novice. A few days prior, he had ventured out with his team for a research assignment, only to encounter an unfortunate incident, from which he was rescued by Tianyi from a nearby safe zone. "Indeed," Tianyi replied, furrowing his brow. "This place is likely far larger than we anticipated. An enormous, unknown force lurking beneath the city of Lehigh has gone unnoticed by anyone, leaving no trace whatsoever. It is simply astonishing." Simultaneously, a character profile was transmitted to Qin Feng. Name: Tianyi. Species: human. Ability: Gene Enhancer, Stage 1. Position: none. Characteristics: gene mutation within the body, significantly enhanced physical strength. But excessive impurities hinder further genetic evolution. Rating: threat level: none. Chapter 7. Umbrella Corporation Employee Welfare System. To Qin Feng's astonishment, among this group of survivors was a genetic enhancer. He gazed intently at the documents before him, suddenly intrigued. Once he had been a second-tier enhancer. However, after the injection of the modified T-virus serum, this enhancement had vanished. Clearly, the potency of the T-virus was overwhelming, forcibly expelling the residual enhancement serum from his body while devouring the mutated cells. Although his strength had diminished, the potential for genetic growth had increased exponentially. One represented cellular evolution, characterized by stability and reliability. The other, cellular mutation, often harbored the risk of uncontrollable outcomes. In his heart, Qin Feng had already formulated a clear judgment of which was superior. The S-rank classification achieved by the T-virus alone sufficed to substantiate this conclusion. Reflecting on the effects of the enhancement serum, Qin Feng lightly tapped the tabletop with his fingertips and suddenly spoke. "B.O.W, given that the enhancement serum possesses the ability to alter cells, could we utilize the bioorganisms as samples to conduct genetic experiments, thereby enhancing their physical capabilities?" After all, bioorganisms are inherently products of genetic mutation. It would not be unfeasible to further modify and optimize their genes. The Chief. This genetic experiment plan has already been synchronized with the database. B.O.W's virtual image rippled with streams of data. However, according to extensive data simulations, this genetic experiment necessitates a substantial amount of biomass energy and experimental subjects, presenting certain risks of uncontrollability. It may even lead to the permanent loss of elite bioorganisms, including the Tyrant model. Considering the current scale of the biodivision, I recommend prioritizing the enhancement of biomass energy recovery efficiency to ensure a stable resource supply, thus providing necessary support for high-risk experiments. Very well, Qin Feng thought, shaking his head in resignation. Ultimately, there was still an acute shortage of biomass energy to support the biochemical experiments. Umbrella Base. At the entrance of the underground level -2 elevator. With a soft ding, the elevator doors opened. Before everyone lay a spacious hall. Gentle overhead lighting cascaded over neatly arranged sofas, while a water dispenser in the corner emanated a soft blue glow, clearly intended as a resting area for personnel. Wow, it's so clean here. Wan's eyes sparkled, her voice filled with childlike wonder. The others, observing the immaculate ceramic floor and the pristine facilities, silently shared her sentiment. It appeared as though this place had been newly constructed. B.O.W's ethereal image floated in midair, commencing an introduction. This floor serves as the living area for Umbrella Corporation employees, equipped with rest areas, a cafeteria, a gym, and various recreational facilities. The Umbrella Corporation implements a point-based welfare system. Besides the basic free facilities, the use of all other amenities and services requires the consumption of personal points for redemption. As she spoke, B.O.W projected a panel into view. As you embark on your journey within the Umbrella Corporation, you find yourselves classified as external personnel. The hierarchy is delineated as follows: external personnel, E-level, official employees, D-level employees, C-level employees, B-level employees, A-level employees, supervisors, department heads, board members, and the chief executive officer. Upon completing the employee evaluation tasks, one may ascend to official employee status, thereby enjoying the fundamental rights afforded by the Umbrella Corporation. These basic rights entail that most facilities will be accessible free of charge to official employees. In simpler terms, external personnel must bear the cost for all their needs within the corporation, including even the most basic necessity, drinking water, which must be purchased using personal account points. This predicament cannot be attributed to Qin Feng, as the corporation's evaluation system is notoriously stringent. Only by advancing to official employee status can one expect a significant enhancement in benefits and compensation. I trust you're all quite famished. After completing your showers and changing, I shall escort everyone to the employee cafeteria for a meal. I smiled warmly and led the group toward the employee break area. This time, despite the limited internal supplies of the Umbrella Corporation, Qin Feng did not impose stringent restrictions on the food provided to the group. Inside the spacious employee cafeteria, the environment rivaled the grandeur of a banquet hall, soaring to 3 stories high. A massive circular LED screen at the top cast a gentle sunlight, mimicking the warmth of natural daylight. "Mom, I want this and that," exclaimed the refreshed child, standing on a stool with her rosy little hands eagerly tapping the ordering screen. The screen displayed a dazzling array of culinary delights, from Cantonese shrimp dumplings to tender French steaks, and even military-grade emergency nutritional paste was available for purchase. Though the group felt the pangs of hunger, they refrained from extravagant ordering, as none were aware of the supply rules and consumption standards in other areas of the Umbrella Corporation. Qin Feng observed that most individuals intentionally avoided the high-priced items marked as special supply, instead focusing on hearty meals that would quickly replenish their energy. The only exception was the rosy-cheeked child, who, clinging to her mother's clothing and looking up with innocent charm, had her eyes set on the blueberry cheesecake in the dessert section. The young mother bit her lip, ultimately succumbing to her soft heart and pressing the confirmation button on the ordering screen. "Haha, children always have a fondness for sweets," remarked Shirtiani, a rare smile gracing his face. This hard-won atmosphere of ease allowed the group's long-strained nerves to finally relax for a moment. With no employees in the Umbrella Corporation's catering department, all meals within the cafeteria were prepared by high-tech machinery. While the flavor may not quite match that of a human chef's handiwork, in this era of scarcity, the Umbrella Corporation, with its comprehensive supply system, offered a culinary standard that was incomparable to that of the outside world. The occasional sounds of admiration from the group clearly indicated their satisfaction. Observing this scene from the monitoring room, Qin Feng, sipping on mushroom cream soup, couldn't he help but smile. Human beings are inherently social creatures. It is inconceivable for one to preside over such a vast umbrella organization while completely severing ties with the outside world. In due course, the management will be succeeded by advanced clones of the protective umbrella. However, the ordinary employees beneath them are not so easily replicated in bulk. One reason is the lack of resources, and the other reason is undoubtedly the current scarcity of personnel, a dire shortage indeed. Chief, the initial results of the gene recombination and fusion experiment at the underground research facility have been successful. The genetic chain of the new biochemical entity has stabilized. Oh, Qin Feng glanced at the time. It was indeed past 9 in the evening. A 77% success probability. Fortunately, nothing went awry. After all, he was not plagued by the misfortunes of a non-lucky individual. Qin Feng drained his bowl of mushroom soup, rose to his feet, and made his way to the exclusive elevator of the command hall, heading towards the underground research facility. The underground research facility was shrouded in the cold, white glow of shadowless lamps. The metallic floor mirrored the eerie green fluorescence of the cultivation pods, while intertwined pipelines clung to the ceiling like mechanical serpents. The entire space was permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectants mingled with ozone, creating an atmosphere that was both frigid and oppressive. Upon returning to this place, Qin Feng could not help but express his disdain. What is with the ominous ambience here? Every time I come, I feel as though I have entered morgue. As he spoke, he raised his gaze towards the cultivation pod before him. The embryo of a canine biochemical entity curled within, emanating an uncanny green luminescence. Biochemical weapon model. Hellhound Type 1, development stage. Phase 1, unformed. Height, 1-2 meters. Length, including tail 2-0 meters. Weight, 100 kilograms. Information. The first phase biochemical weapon of the Umbrella Corporation, possessing numerous unique canine gene sequences, a powerful olfactory network, and the capability of synchronized group action through brainwave resonance. Mission type: reconnaissance tracking, field hunting, critical target interception. Collective action. Upon witnessing the combat methodology of the Hellhound, Qin Feng's interest was piqued. Chapter 8. The release of Hellhounds. The resonance of brainwaves facilitates synchronized group action, enabling the Hellhound swarm to execute tactical commands with millisecond precision. Formations of 3 or more can establish ascent grid spanning several square kilometers. This is no ordinary patrol squad. It is a mobile, living radar station, a reconnaissance combat cluster capable of transforming the very air into a web of surveillance. Indeed, these are the enhanced Hellhounds. Qin Feng stroked his chin, contemplating the capacity to convert biological instincts into warfare algorithms, a threat level that far surpasses traditional military forces. By tearing through the enemy's information barriers with the Hellhound swarm, followed by the Imperial Guard Tyrant shattering the enemy's defenses, and ultimately dispatching the Butcher to harvest the remnants of the battlefield, the enemy forces would emerge not merely defeated but decimated. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng gazed at the Hellhound embryo before him and inquired, "Bi-Ho, how long does it take to cultivate a fully formed Hellhound?" Beside him, Bi-Ho summoned a string of data. According to experimental data, under conditions of sufficient biomass energy, cultivating an adult form of Hellhound Type 1 requires 10 hours. Biomass energy consumed, 100 points. Required gene sequence of specified exotic beast, 1. Research task progress updated. Biochemical troop capacity increased. Current biochemical troops, ordinary, 520. Imperial Guard, 1-2. The increase in capacity brought immediate joy to Qin Feng. At last, his forces would no longer be reliant on the Imperial Guard Tyrant at a 5-to-1 ratio. The 5 lesser units could now be temporarily sidelined. Bi-Ho, Aside from the routine maintenance costs of the biochemical troops, allocate all remaining biomass energy to the Hellhound production line. After issuing his command, Qin Feng made his way toward the gym, although he refrained from venturing into the field. Daily physical training was essential to expedite the integration of the T-virus with his genes. The following day, at noon, warning, Hellhounds have been released. On the surveillance screen, a pack of creatures with black-red skin surged from their incubation pods, racing at astonishing speed toward the lift platform. At the forefront, a creature distinctly larger than its counterparts was simultaneously displayed before Qin Feng. Biochemical weapon model. Imperial Guard Hellhound Type 1, Special. Development stage, second stage. Height, 1, 5 meters. Length, including tail, 2, 8 meters. Weight, 250 kilograms. Information. A second-stage biochemical weapon by Umbrella, possessing exceptional intelligence and a well-developed neural network, capable of swiftly commanding the entire Hellhound swarm under its control. Task type, swarm command operations, tactical breakthroughs, area control. Following the completion of the first-stage recovery task, Qin Feng's command over the biochemical troop count successfully escalated to 22 units. With the supply of the initial batch of biomass energy, he decided to completely reforge the 5 T-virus infected individuals, allocating all slots to the production of Hellhounds. Thus, it stands that he now commands a formidable force. In addition to the 4th-tier Sentinel Tyrant, a 2nd-tier Sentinel Hellhound has now appeared, along with 21st-tier ordinary Hellhounds. It is time to commence the peripheral reconnaissance and hunting operation. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella base at the lift platform, sure. Uncle Sure, isn't it suicidal to go out like this? Among the group, Yi Yu, gripping the handle of a small cart, inquired with a trembling voice. Despite the temperate weather, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead, striking the metallic frame of the cart. I'm not entirely sure of the situation either. Sure Tianyi furrowed his brow. He too found it perplexing that the Umbrella Corporation saved them, yet sent them out to face death. Although B.O.W. stated that their task was merely to retrieve the corpses of the aberrant beasts with no need for combat, the dangers lurking outside far surpassed their expectations. Who could guarantee that an aberrant beast wouldn't suddenly emerge from the ruins? If they were to encounter an attack, they would have no means of escape, being utterly defenseless. Perhaps we should wait a little longer? Yi Yu swallowed hard, his gaze fixed intently on the empty bioorganic passage ahead. Perhaps that large figure would protect us later. Sure, Tianyi sighed. That large figure had already gone out. Our task is to recover the corpses of the aberrant beasts it has slain. Before he could finish his thought, from around the corner of the bioorganic passage, a swarm of Hellhounds surged forth like a black tide, accompanied by the grating sound of metallic claws scraping against the ground. Over 20 dark figures, reeking of decay, charged towards them. Though these creatures were not the aberrant beasts from the outside, the chilling aura they exuded sent shivers down the spines of the group. A new species? Sure, Tianyi murmured. The Sentinel Hellhounds approached the group, their height nearly level with that of an adult, truly a terrifying sight. Their exposed tendons writhed and twitched like living entities. 3 pairs of blood-red compound eyes swept back and forth over the anxious faces of the onlookers. The intelligence of the Sentinel Hellhound surpassed that of the Sentinel Tyrant, recognizing that these survivors before them were now the private property of the Umbrella Corporation. At this moment, B.O.W.'s figure appeared just in time. Greetings, Umbrella employees. The mission has been updated and synchronized to your electronic wristbands. This bioorganic squad, in addition to hunting aberrant beasts, will also assist you in your first recovery mission. Should any special circumstances arise requiring assistance, you may call for the nearest Hellhound support through your wristbands. End of communication. B.O.W.'s figure gradually faded away. Immediately following, with a crack, the lift platform began to ascend slowly. Except for the 2 children who remained within the confines of the Umbrella base, the others had been dispatched by Qin Feng to carry out the recovery mission. A total of 6 individuals, 6 flatbed carts. As for how many basic welfare points they could earn before sunset, it would depend solely on their recovery results. Outside the villa area, at the entrance of a dilapidated house, the 2 individuals assigned to recover the bodies of aberrant beasts stood rigidly beside a flatbed cart. The sound of heavy objects dragging echoing within the room. Turning towards the noise, They sighed in relief upon recognizing a familiar silhouette. A hellhound emerged, exuding a chilling aura, its jaws firmly clamped onto the mangled corpse of an aberrant beast. Without hesitation, the duo hurried to the cart, working together to lift the beast's remains and place them upon the flatbed. They then transported the carcass back to the vicinity of the lift platform, completing the recovery task. Compared to the days spent huddled in the frigid cellar, this mission to reclaim the bodies of aberrant beasts felt remarkably effortless, far preferable to being ensnared in darkness, awaiting an unknown demise. As they stood by, anticipating the hellhound's next hunting foray, they noticed it suddenly freeze, letting out a howl before darting away, vanishing before their eyes. What was happening? The pair exchanged bewildered glances. Just then, a notification synchronized with their wristbands. Recovery mission terminated. Evacuate immediately via the designated safe route to the underground base. Note: recovery tools, flatbed cart, and recovered materials, aberrant beast corpses, are to be temporarily left at the current location. Safe route has been successfully loaded. What transpired? The two remained momentarily stunned, but soon cast aside their hesitation, abandoning the cart to sprint towards the base. Bereft of the hellhound's protection, they dare not linger in the open. Meanwhile, in the operations monitoring room, Qin Feng let out a cold snort at the sight of the suddenly deceased hellhound, slamming his fist heavily against the control panel. I did not provoke you. How dare you kill one of my dogs without cause? You shall not escape my wrath. Beside him, Hong Ho stood, her gaze equally frigid. Chief, the Hellhound pack has entered hunting mode, and the Guardian Tyrant is en route to the scene. Target biological signal confirmed. Unknown survivor team located in the southwestern area of the Villa District. Mission directive: eliminate the target. Ha! It's my first encounter with a beast that doesn't bite, jeered the man in the green jacket, kicking the Hellhound's corpse away with disdain. He turned to the woman accompanying him, arching an eyebrow, seemingly unaware of his own hubris. Observing the striking red and white umbrella pattern on the Hellhound's body, the young woman felt a twinge of unease. Isn't this a bit inappropriate? What is inappropriate? The jacketed man replied, licking his dry lips. I'm itching for a challenge, and here's a perfect target to test my new abilities. This beast, however, has been as unresponsive as a block of wood, not even baring its teeth. What a letdown. With that, he spat onto the ground below. Another man in their company frowned at the number 17 etched into the Hellhound's body. How peculiar it is that this creature does not resemble a mythical beast. It bears a striking semblance to a hound bred by humans. Historically, mythical beasts have always attacked and hunted upon encountering humans, without exception. Yet this creature, clearly aware of their presence, continues to drag the lifeless body of another mythical beast and strides purposefully towards the exit. Such behavior is indeed exceedingly strange. TCH, the man in the jacket scoffed disdainfully. Stop scaring yourself and finish searching this area quickly. I am still waiting to exchange the crystal core for enhancement potions, so quit your incessant chatter. With that, he hefted the 30-kilogram bone cleaver with one hand, and with a swift motion, he sliced open the belly of the hound. Subsequently, he bent down, extended his arm, and delved into the creature's abdomen. After approximately half a minute, he paused, a bewildered expression crossing his face. Why is there nothing? He rose, muttering to himself, how strange. This mythical beast has no crystal core. Just then, a rustling sound echoed around them. The group turned towards the noise, their expressions shifting dramatically. Look what you've done, a young woman accompanying him exclaimed, hastily retrieving her weapon from behind. From the ruins emerged a dozen shadows, the very kin of the beast the man in the jacket had just slain. These creatures emitted a low, suppressed growl from deep within their throats, tightening the encirclement around them. And from the depths of the shadows, a hound, twice the size of an ordinary specimen, emerged with measured steps. Its amber eyes glinted coldly in the twilight, fixated intently upon the group. Chapter 9. The Hellhound Assault. Damn your reckless hands, exclaimed the young woman, brandishing a long gun as she observed the unfamiliar species before her. They're social creatures, you fool. But what of it? Zhao Meng contemplated a retort. Gripping his cleaver, he wiped the dust from his nose and aimed the blade at the formidable hellhound guarding the path ahead, exuding a brazen demeanor. What is the worst that could happen? It would merely take a little extra time to deal with them all. The other four exchanged helpless glances, shaking their heads in resignation. Such arrogance was absurd. They felt utterly exasperated, embodying the essence of a hindrance. Leave the leading beast to me. You handle the others, the man in black, their leader, stated without further elaboration, grasping his obsidian blade as he disembarked from the jeep. Since becoming a genetic enhancer, his most pronounced enhancements manifested in his strength and neural response speed. Typically, weapons forged from the bones or shells of aberrant creatures proved more effective. Firearms were often limited in their utility. They not only attracted the attention of other beasts with their noise, but were also cumbersome for prolonged engagements. Of course, if one possessed heavy weaponry or an ample supply of ammunition, a bit of indulgence might be permissible. After all, in the face of a 12.7mm armor-piercing round, even the fiercest of beasts could be reduced to a bloody mess. Another significant factor was that even in this dark epoch, most sanctuaries maintained strict regulations regarding firearms. Qin Feng recalled that within Sanctuary 72, only the military was authorized to wield heavy weaponry, while most genetic enhancers were unable to legally possess firearms. Those who did were typically aligned with the lawful factions. 5 individuals dare to act so brazenly? Qin Feng's gaze narrowed at the synchronized images in the surveillance room, a chill creeping into his eyes. Eliminate them. Standing beside him, Hong Ho conjured a stream of azure data flowing around her. Chief, the gene scanner indicates 5 adversaries in the second stage of genetic enhancement, 1 at a profound level. Current success rate of the Hellhound Pack's hunt, 72. 5. Some Hellhounds may be lost in the process of engagement. Incorporating the Tyrant I-type into the operation will elevate the success rate to 100. Then we shall not rush, Qin Feng remarked with a frown. Let the Hellhounds surround them without striking. Once the Tyrant arrives, these intruders will be nothing more than lambs to the slaughter. What are these creatures doing? Murmured the young woman, her brow furrowing. Something felt amiss. The man in black's gaze flickered. The intelligence of these creatures might surpass their expectations, and a sense of unease surged within him. As the man clad in black took a step forward, gripping his obsidian long blade firmly, he charged towards the formidable Hellhounds ahead. There was no time to waste. He aimed to eliminate their leader first. His hands had been itching for action. Zhao Meng let out a sinister laugh, his voice echoing through the air. The others, witnessing this, quickly followed suit. However, lurking in the shadows, the Hellhounds observed the oncoming group with glimmering eyes. Instead of engaging in direct conflict, they leisurely retreated into the nearby building. Xian, dressed in black, narrowed his gaze. There was something amiss with these creatures. The remaining Hellhounds seemed to receive some sort of command, synchronously turning to retreat into the structures behind them, vanishing from sight. What on earth is happening? The group was momentarily taken aback. Were these beasts suffering from some sort of madness? Just moments ago, they attempted to surround and attack them, and now they were fleeing without hesitation? What kind of game was this? Do not pursue, Xian commanded, his expression grave as he surveyed the surroundings. The rusted pipes on the beams emitted faint vibrations, and debris trickled down from the cracks in the ceiling. Xian furrowed his brow. Did you hear anything unusual? Hear anything? Zhao Meng replied with a puzzled expression. The others instantly fell silent, one individual even dropping to the ground, pressing his ear to the floor to listen intently. After a brief moment, the person's ears twitched slightly. Boss, he suddenly sprang up, his throat bobbing with rapid breaths. Something is approaching us with incredible speed. It's massive, estimated to be no less than a third-tier creature. The faces of the group changed dramatically. The vibrations from the beams intensified. Let us move. Xian dared not hesitate and led the way in retreat, the others closely following. Even a usually brash Zhao Meng pressed his lips together, sprinting towards the jeep. A creature exceeding the third tier was beyond what his meager blade could contend with. Apart from the genetic enhancement tier system, the ranks of these beasts were often directly correlated with their size, strength, and defense. The higher the tier, the more pronounced the advantages in size, overwhelming power, and formidable defenses capable of withstanding conventional weaponry. Such a being was best left to the military to handle. TSK, trying to escape? Qin Feng observed the scene with a sly grin. I'll dismantle your vehicle entirely. Let us see where you can run. Several Hellhounds had been waiting patiently. As the group pursued the Hellhounds, these creatures stealthily approached the Jeep. At that moment, one of them shouted, "Boss, look at our car," pointing at the Jeep that remained stationary. The once quiet vehicle parked by the roadside was now being viciously attacked by the Hellhounds, who were tearing at the tires and dismantling the interior components. Even the spare tire at the back was not spared from their wrath. With the vehicle on the verge of destruction, Xian's expression darkened tremendously upon witnessing the scene. These beasts, after years of battling monstrous beasts, he had never encountered such an astute creature. It felt surreal. Xian inhaled deeply, a hint of reluctance lacing his voice as he commanded, "Send up the purple and red signal flares." "Understood," the young woman promptly replied. She touched the signal pistol at her waist, swiftly loading 2 rounds before firing them skyward. Whoosh! The purple and red tracer rounds soared, leaving fiery trails in their wake. Damn it! Zhao Meng spat, realizing that this month's efforts would be in vain. Is this a call for help? Qin Feng scoffed, unable to suppress a derisive snort. Now you think of calling for help? Is it even timely? A notification chimed, proclaiming, "The Imperial Guard Tyrant has arrived on the battlefield." A thunderous crash resonated as the wall behind them crumbled. Instinctively, everyone turned to look. Debris swirled with dust, revealing the imposing figure of the 4-meter-tall Imperial Guard Tyrant. What in the world is that? The young woman gulped, her gaze drawn to the indifferent crimson eyes of the beast, a shiver coursing through her. Even Xian, who was not a perceptive genetic enhancer, could sense the intense energy radiating from behind him. Damn, this is beyond the 3rd tier. Even the 4th-tier beasts encountered during military operations did not exude such an oppressive presence. How could such a creature emerge in a low-risk zone? What should we do, boss? Zhao Meng asked awkwardly. What can I do with a monster like that trailing us? Xian cursed inwardly. From Zhao Meng's reckless slaughter of a hellhound to attracting a swarm that besieged them, culminating in the sudden appearance of the Imperial Guard Tyrant. This sequence of events was alarming. If he did not know the violent nature of the beast genetics, he might suspect they were being manipulated by some unseen force. This was too bizarre. After a moment of contemplation, Xian sighed. Let us split up. Our survival depends on luck. Without waiting for a response, he surged forward, darting like an arrow into the ruins on his right. In this post-apocalyptic world, human nature was inherently unreliable. The group was merely a hastily assembled hunting team. When true danger struck, who would care for the lives of others? Damn it! Zhao Meng said nothing further, swiftly retreating into the shadows of another building. What a bunch of unreliable fools, he muttered, gripping his bone-slicing knife as he maneuvered quickly between structures. But in the next instant, a dark, beastly paw, thick with the stench of blood, lunged at him from around the corner. Shit! Zhao Meng hastily raised his knife to block, but the blade vibrated ominously under the immense force. Before he could withdraw, a wave of putrid heat washed over him, and the gaping maw of the beast, lined with serrated fangs, descended upon his arm. Chapter 10. The Invader. With a piercing scream, Zhao Meng's arm was severed by the Hellhound of the guards. Blood gushed from the severed artery, spraying forth like a fountain. Before he could utter a second cry of despair, a bony spur from the creature's tail lashed out like an iron whip, sending him crashing into the wall 3 meters away. His spine collided with the reinforced concrete, causing his weapon to slip from his grasp. Zhao Meng spat out a mouthful of blood. Meanwhile, the Hellhound leisurely picked up the severed arm, chewing on its macabre meal with a deliberate slowness. Intriguingly, this scene caused Qin Feng to raise an eyebrow, a flicker of interest dancing in his eyes. The man, who had just slain one of the Hellhound's subordinates, was now staggering backward. What was even more intriguing was that the Hellhound, capable of delivering a fatal blow, chose instead to inflict only non-lethal wounds, akin to a cat toying with a mouse. It seemed intent on savoring the torment of its prey. As Qin Feng shifted his gaze, Zhao Meng's agonized screams mingled with the sounds of flesh being torn apart, reverberating through the monitoring room. He casually switched screens, noting the absence of the Jeep. Only a few individuals with enhanced abilities remained, utterly incapable of outrunning the Tyrant of the guards. In the ambush of the pack of Hellhounds, their fates were sealed as they scattered in different directions. Two among them were swiftly overwhelmed and killed by the onslaught of the Hellhounds, while another was casually crushed beneath the Tyrant's foot, silenced before a single cry could escape his lips. In the end, only Xian remained, futilely struggling like a trapped beast in the grasp of the Tyrant. "You monster, bring out your elusive master." Xian spat a mouthful of blood. Observing the Tyrant's coat and the unique insignia on its shoulder from such close proximity, he realized that this was no mere beast. It was a creature artificially engineered. How fascinating, indeed, thought Qin Feng. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. It was clear that he would not be leaving the Umbrella Corporation's base anytime soon. If this individual was part of the hunting team from Shelter 72, perhaps he could be spared. Some matters that were inconvenient for Qin Feng to handle personally might be executed through him. "Red Queen, convey my thoughts." "Understood." Xian continued to struggle, even attempting to bite the Tyrant's hand, which was as unyielding as steel. Yet, he could not inflict even the slightest wound. The Tyrant's left hand loosened just enough for him to catch his breath, while the right hand slowly opened. A cascade of azure light flickered, and the holographic projection of the Red Queen materialized before Xian. She looked down at him, expressionless, as he remained ensnared. "Survivor, greetings. I am the artificial intelligence under the Umbrella Corporation. You may call me Red Queen." Xian appeared momentarily stunned, clearly taken aback by this unexpected dialogue. After a brief pause, he found his voice cough. "What is it that you wish for me to do?" Years of survival in the desolate wasteland had sharpened his instincts. The fact that his formidable adversary had not immediately taken his life suggested ulterior motives. He was not a man given to sentimentality, in a world ravaged by chaos, who would willingly embrace death when life remained a possibility. The Red Queen maintained her icy demeanor. "First question. Are you a member of the personnel from Shelter Number 72 in Haicheng?" "Yes," Xian replied candidly. "Second question. Are you willing to become an employee under the Umbrella Corporation?" Xian inhaled deeply, having anticipated this crucial inquiry. "What must I sacrifice to become one of your employees? Will I become a test subject or a participant in human experiments? Provided that we do not infringe upon the interests of the Umbrella Corporation, we prioritize the safety of our employees' lives. Your concerns will not materialize." "Understood," Xian nodded. "I have no objections. What do you require of me now?" He was inherently solitary, and his taciturn nature meant he had few close friends in the shelter. A new environment held little significance for him, as long as he could survive. "Third question. What special significance does the signal flare you just launched hold?" Xian answered truthfully. The red signal flare denotes a distress call, while the purple flare is specifically for reporting the discovery of new species. Launching both flares concurrently significantly reduces the military's response time. He paused briefly to add, "The military is currently advancing eastward, preparing to reclaim the coastal military base. The main forces are stationed just a few kilometers away, so support is likely to arrive swiftly." Meanwhile, on the surveillance screen before Qin Feng, three dark shapes approached the Umbrella Base's air defense identification zone at an alarming speed. "Chief, we have detected 3 armed helicopters in the northern airspace. Thermal imaging reveals the cabins are filled with armed personnel." "Oh." Qin Feng pondered for a moment before speaking. "Have a Cerberus inject this guest with the T-virus serum. Once that is done, I need him to assist me in investigating the personnel lists of the various squads and teams involved in the last military-organized hunt." "Understood." The Cerberus slowly placed Xian on the ground. Xian stumbled to his knees, having been firmly restrained by that colossal hand, his bones nearly shattered. The Red Queen fixed her gaze upon him and spoke again. "The final step of the contract requires you to accept the injection of the T-virus serum." As her words fell, the Cerberus emerged from the shadows, the stench of blood mingled with the odor of decay wafting toward him. It halted beside Xian, baring its razor-sharp teeth, saliva dripping from its throat. Instinctively, Xian retreated a step. "Extend your arm. Do not resist," the Red Queen commanded, her voice brooking no dissent. Xian's brow twitched. The method of administering the serum was indeed unusual. Gritting his teeth, he extended his arm, only to find that the Cerberus did not close its maw around him. Instead, with a relatively clean fong, it pierced his skin, injecting a trace of green venom into his body. Hong Ho simultaneously conveyed the mission information to him. The commander of the 3rd Mechanized Legion, Qin Feng. Upon hearing this familiar name, Xian could not help but feel a stir of astonishment within. Qin Feng, a 5th-tier gene enhancer, deputy commander of the coastal war zone, possessing formidable strength and significant authority. It was truly astonishing that the high-ranking officials of the refuge were connected to this force controlling biochemical weapons. Remember, the T-virus solution injected into your body is not yet perfected. You must inject another vial of serum within 10 days to ensure your survival. Return here within 10 days, and Umbrella personnel will be there to escort you to the Umbrella base. As the armed helicopter approached from the horizon, Hong Ho uttered her final words and vanished from the grasp of the Guardian Tyrant. Immediately thereafter, the Guardian Tyrant rose, disappearing alongside the Guardian Hellhound before Xian's eyes. Umbrella. Xian's gaze flickered slightly. Today's hunt had indeed been fraught with misfortune. With all squad members gone and no new species carcasses to show, he needed to devise a suitable excuse to cover his tracks. He raised his head to look at the armed helicopter that was rapidly approaching. On the other side, in the Umbrella underground base, within the subterranean research facility, extraction of night demon genes completed. A new branch of mutations in Hellhounds has emerged. Nightmare. After merging with night demon genes, Hellhounds experience significant enhancements in smell, hearing, sensitivity, and strength, but they develop a fatal weakness to ultraviolet light. The fusion consumes biomass, equating to twice that of an ordinary Hellhound. Chapter 11. Hellhounds, Nightmares, Fearing Ultraviolet Rays. Qin Feng lightly tapped his fingers against the alloy control panel, lost in thought. Since the night demons are repelled by ultraviolet light, why not exploit this characteristic to lure them to the lift platform and create a trap with artificial light? A close-the-door and beat-the-dog operation would be far more efficient than the sporadic hunts conducted in daylight. After all, this area is near Shelter Number 72, a low-risk zone regularly cleared by the military, where surface creatures are nearly extinct. However, the night demons are a different breed. They do not venture out during the day and remain restless at night. They, like rodents, prefer to nest in subterranean realms and dark corners, burrowing through concrete walls, making them exceedingly difficult to eradicate. Conventional military firepower proves ineffective against them, often resulting in structural collapses from frequent explosions, which inadvertently enlarges their underground layers. Qin Feng stroked his chin, realizing that this plan could indeed be executed. Even the smartest night demons would inevitably fall for the trap. Capturing even one would be a success. Nighttime was the most leisurely period for him, making it the perfect opportunity to harvest a wave of nightmare genes. Once the number of Hellhounds reached a certain threshold, he could establish a specialized bioweapon battalion dedicated to hunting night demons, thoroughly cleansing the parasites that plague the vicinity of the Umbrella headquarters. This would enhance the safety of Umbrella employees during surface operations, both day and night. In the biochemical decomposition and recycling workshop, the installation of ultraviolet light sources commenced. Upon hearing Bai Ho's directive, Shi Tianyi paused momentarily while lifting the carcass of a mutant creature onto the conveyor belt. To his knowledge, ultraviolet light sources were specifically designed as weaponry against night demons. Was Umbrella's upper management preparing to launch a cleansing campaign against them? No matter, he responded promptly, understood Bai Ho. Time is of the essence. I appreciate everyone's efforts to work overtime tonight, Bai Ho stated with a gentle smile. Shi Tianyi managed to smile in return, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the Hellhound, dragging a mutant carcass into the workshop. Curiosity piqued within him. In recent days, aside from these biochemical entities, he had not encountered a single other Umbrella employee. In fact, apart from their small group, he had not seen another human face. At times, he felt a surreal notion that this vast Umbrella base might consist of merely the few of them. However, he dared not voice such thoughts. Keeping his mouth shut and performing his duties remained the foremost rule of survival. Curiosity often heralds a fatal beginning. The initial installation of the ultraviolet light sources continued until noon the following day, to guarantee absolute certainty. Even the Tyrants and Hellhounds suspended their hunting activities to join the effort. Two restless children, unable to endure the boredom, also ventured into the lift platform. "Why is this big dog hairless?" one of the children inquired, tiptoeing and gently pressing her chubby little hand against the Hellhound's blood-red scales. Were it not for the presence of the little girl, the monstrous figure would have sent any onlooker into a frenzy of terror. Yet the child, with her head tilted inquisitively, gently prodded the viscous droplet hanging from its jaw. Witnessing this, the girl's mother felt her heart leap into her throat. In a flurry of panic, she reached out to pull her daughter back, the cold sweat from her palm soaking into the child's sleeve. "Do not touch it, darling," she exclaimed, her peripheral vision catching the Hellhound turning its head. Those glowing eyes lazily scanned the duo, a rumbling growl emanating from its throat. "Very well." The girl widened her round, cherubic eyes. At that moment, B.O.W revealed a spectral form. "Please, do not be alarmed. This Hellhound is emitting a friendly signal. Under the protection of our umbrella, the bioorganisms are our comrades in arms, much like specially trained hunting dogs that can identify their allies' scent." Upon hearing these words, the mother let out a sigh of relief. "Thank you, Lord B.O.W, I understand. Nevertheless, for the sake of safety," she insisted that her daughter refrain from wandering and touching indiscriminately. As dusk approached, the installation of the ultraviolet light source neared completion. Although everyone was fatigued, their bodies aching and spirits low, the promise of substantial rewards from B.O.W sustained their efficient work pace. In the monitoring room, Qin Feng glanced at the clock. It was already 5:40 p.m. The sky was being engulfed by twilight, and the night demons would soon emerge to hunt. Rubbing the stiffness from his neck, Qin Feng instructed B.O.W to clear the personnel from the lift platform in preparation for setting traps. Of course, the primary requirement was bait. This was not a challenge, as recent hunting data indicated that the aberrant beasts harbored considerable hostility towards bioorganisms. These organic life forms, modified by viruses, seemed to share the same fate as humans in the eyes of the beasts. However, this time, it remained uncertain who would be the hunter and who would be the hunted. As night fell, the metallic framework of the lift platform glimmered with a cold, silvery sheen under the moonlight. Several creatures of diverse forms slowly patrolled the area. They had shed the usual mottled, decayed red skin of hellhounds, replaced instead by a glistening, metallic, purplish-black hide. Their streamlined bodies epitomized the essence of predatory instinct. Bioweapon model, Hellhound, Nightmare, development stage, phase 1 height, 125 meters, length including tail 2, 5 meters, weight, 150 kilograms. Information, Hellhound type 1 aberrant species, possessing enhanced strength, speed, and visual acuity. However, it exhibits a critical weakness to ultraviolet light. Mission type, nighttime hunting, nocturnal infiltration, reconnaissance tracking. Development notes. Due to the integration of nightmare genes, it is exceedingly sensitive to ultraviolet radiation. Continuous exposure for 1 minute may lead to motor nerve overload and paralysis, with prolonged exposure presenting a lethal risk. Development recommendations. Due to the genetic fusion characteristics, a high demand for ultraviolet protection is required. During combat, it is imperative to avoid exposure to light or to be equipped with protective devices to prevent prolonged exposure to ultraviolet environments. Currently, the stock of nightmare genes in the gene bank is limited. Calculating every detail, Qin Feng could only transform a limited number of hellhounds. However, as long as tonight's hunting operation proceeded smoothly, acquiring the night demon genes would cease to pose a challenge. The lift platform continued its ascent, and the heavy alloy gates emitted a dull metallic grinding sound as they slowly slid into the side grooves, sealing shut. It was time to commence. Qin Feng fixed his gaze on the surveillance screen and commanded, "Commence." Acknowledged. Red responded, her voice imbued with an icy, electronic resonance. In an instant, the broadcast system within the lift erupted with a piercing alarm. The shrill electronic beeping reverberated at maximum volume throughout the confined space, penetrating the thick metal walls and echoing outward. Simultaneously, several nightmare hellhounds suddenly descended into a frenzied state, viciously tearing at one another. Their purplish-black blood splattered across the walls and floor, exuding a sickly sweet aroma. The cacophony of noise and the allure of blood formed a potent temptation. Qin Feng was skeptical that the night demon would remain unaffected. His fingers lightly tapped the edge of the control console as his eyes remained fixated on the external surveillance feed. They are coming. Approximately 3 minutes later, shadowy figures surged toward him from all directions with astonishing speed. Their movements were grotesque, limbs contorted as they crawled like phantoms. It seemed he had noticed something. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Among the multitude of night demons, one anomalous entity captured his attention. It was a creature significantly larger than the others. Its size nearly 2 to 3 times greater. Its body was elongated, and its grayish-white skin exhibited a sickly bluish-purple hue under infrared imaging. Most unsettling were its limbs. Its forearms and shins were alarmingly slender, extending into black bony claws nearly 30 to 40 centimeters long, scraping against the ground and producing blinding sparks. A new species, perhaps. Qin Feng murmured. Chapter 12. The Night Demon Leader, hunting the night demons to ensure a greater influx of night demons onto the lift platform. Qin Feng left only a handful of injured nightmare hellhounds as bait within the confines of the platform. The remaining hellhounds, along with the guardian tyrants, stood by in the bioengineered buffer corridor, awaiting the moment when the number of night demons on the platform reached an adequate threshold to close the outer alloy gate and implement their encirclement hunt. At that moment, the first batch of night demons had already approached the lakeside adjacent to the lift platform. Just as their forepaws were about to step onto the metallic base, a peculiar white, unidentified creature suddenly emitted a piercing shriek. The sound penetrated the night, resonating with a certain bioelectric tremor frequency. The surrounding night demons seemed to respond to an unspoken command, collectively halting in their tracks, their luminous eyes fixated on the white silhouette. What is that? Qin Feng squinted, realizing that the original memories bore no record of this creature's existence. The white figure prowled at the edge of the lift platform, its inky black eyes scrutinizing the nightmare hellhound below. Suddenly, it threw back its head and howled once more, the frequency of its vocalization sharply escalating. As more night demons congregated, the eerie creature's shriek grew increasingly strident. At that juncture, Red Queen interjected, "Chief, an unknown frequency fluctuation has been detected. This fluctuation aligns closely with the heart rate of the nightmare hellhounds and may trigger a resonance effect." Heart rate resonance? Qin Feng's gaze sharpened as he swiftly switched screens. Indeed, he beheld the nightmare hellhounds on the platform trembling violently, as if manipulated by an unseen force. Even their feigned biting antics faltering. More alarmingly, the biological chips embedded in their napes were flashing red lights frantically. Neural link connection interrupted. Nightmare hellhounds number 3 and no. 5 have detached from the main control system. The nightmare hellhounds are breaking free from Red Queen's control. A jolt of alarm surged through Qin Feng. What species is this? If this creature's sound waves can resonate with the frequency of the human heart, that would be utterly terrifying. After a moment's contemplation, Qin Feng decisively commanded, "Red Queen, abandon the nightmare hellhounds and let the lift platform descend at a uniform speed, reducing to the lowest velocity." He was unconvinced that this white creature would relinquish its prey so easily. By increasing the distance between them, he would test whether this entity, neither human nor ghost, would dare to approach. Understood, Red Queen promptly executed the command. The gears whirred as the lift platform began to descend slowly. Amidst the high-pitched wails, several nightmare hellhounds collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath. The movement of the lift platform also drew the attention of what appeared to be the night demon leader. It ceased its shrieking, its obsidian pupils locking onto the struggling nightmare hellhounds on the platform, its sickly pale body flushing with an eerie excitement. Seeing this, Qin Feng let out a cold sneer from his throat. Even if he did not hunt the night demon horde tonight, he would first eliminate this source of trouble. This white creature not only commanded the night demon swarm, but its intelligence must far surpass that of ordinary night demons. Should it be allowed to comprehend this baiting tactic and escape, any future ambush would be exceedingly difficult to execute. The speed at which this creature had crawled moments ago was enough to indicate that its power should not be underestimated. Even the Tyrant of the Imperial Guards might struggle to capture it in an open space. One must strike decisively. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the screen, his eyes as cold as ice. The Red Queen extracted 1,000 cubic centimeters of active blood from the Tyrant of the Imperial Guards and, via a nebulizing nozzle, sprinkled it upon the center of the lifting platform, transmitting instructions simultaneously within the biochemical buffer channel. The dormant Tyrant of the Imperial Guards suddenly opened its frost-white eyes. The restraints on its black coat flickered with crimson light, accompanied by a burst of steam, causing the coat to fall away from the Tyrant's surface. The surrounding Hellhounds seemed to receive instructions as well, each one immediately climbing onto the Tyrant. The Tyrant extended its robust arms, deliberately softening the hardened skin to reveal the bulging veins beneath. Several Hellhounds bit through the veins, crimson blood mixed with the T-virus splattering into their throats. The Tyrant bore the loss of blood with an impassive expression. Shortly thereafter, the Hellhounds, having consumed sufficient blood, hastened to the central processor of the lifting platform, regurgitating the blood into the reservoir. Instructions completed. Nebulizing nozzle of the lifting platform activated. As the words fell, a fine mist of blood erupted from the nozzles surrounding the platform. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng could not help but let out a cold snort, wondering how the Tyrant would withstand this temptation. In the shadows outside the platform, the Night Demon leader, already restless, opened its grotesque maw, transparent saliva dropping like rain. Its dark pupils fixated on the blood mist enveloping the platform. In the next moment, disregarding any danger, it leaped directly down from the lifting platform, followed closely by the other night demons like dumplings cascading into a pot. Just as he suspected, observing this scenario, a smirk crept onto Qin Feng's lips. It seemed he had anticipated correctly. The ancestral virus fragments contained within the blood of the Tyrant acted like a drug to these mutated night demons. A swarm of night demons entered the lifting platform. The Red Queen began data calculations. Hunting plan completion. 5-12-26. The night demon leader, landing first, positioned itself on all fours upon the platform. Its deformed maw clung to the metallic ground like a suction cup, greedily licking the blood mixed with the genes of the Tyrant. As the subsequent night demons surged forward to partake, they were repelled by its piercing roar. Quite protective of its meal, Qin Feng noted with a raised eyebrow. The amount consumed now would later be expelled along with the genetic material. Of course, the wasted viral blood could not be re-injected into the Tyrant. It would merely be repurposed in another form. Hunting plan completion. 100. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately instructed the Red Queen to accelerate the descent of the lifting platform to its maximum speed, while simultaneously sealing the alloy doors above. The mechanical gears began to turn slowly. Logically, this immense noise should have attracted the attention of the Night Demon leader. Yet, Qin Feng observed that the creature remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in licking the blood from the ground. It appears that it is not as intelligent as one might have imagined. When the last vestiges of moonlight were completely severed by the colossal metallic doors, the leader of the Night Demons finally raised its noble triangular head, recognizing the disarray before it. A high-pitched hiss resonated once more throughout the lift platform. Damn it! Qin Feng commanded with a sweeping motion of his hand. Action. Lighting crew. Take your positions. Acknowledged. Suddenly, beams of ethereal blue ultraviolet light converged like a spider's web from the walls and ceiling of the lift platform towards its center. In an instant, the sound of sizzling flesh filled the air, mingling with the ominous crackling of carbonized bones. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the entire lift platform. Whether ordinary night demons or their leader, their skin melted and smoked as if exposed to a potent acid. Detecting special gene sequence at that moment, B.O.W manifested a spectral form beside Qin Feng. Chapter 13. A surge of abundance detected special clone gene sequence. Upon successful collection of this gene sequence, a homologous clone of the host's original self can be unlocked. What? Upon hearing the prompt from B.O.W, Qin Feng's heart jolted with excitement. He had long awaited the unlocking of the 10th layer of the gene repository to dispatch his own clone into the world. The mere thought had tantalized him immensely. To think he could now create a clone ahead of time? There was no doubt this was the work of the Night Demon leader. Chief, if you wish to collect the cloning gene, it is advisable to immediately deactivate the ultraviolet radiation. The cloning genes within the Night Demon leader will begin to decompose under ultraviolet light. Note, active cloning gene sequences are more complete, B.O.W reminded him. Casting his gaze toward the monitor displaying the thrashing Night Demon leader, Qin Feng quickly grasped the situation. He commanded the deactivation of the ultraviolet searchlights, allowing the bioweapon to handle the task. Understood. Hong Ho promptly executed the command. The ultraviolet beams, converging at the center of the lift platform, extinguished in an instant, leaving only the basic illumination. The bioweapon's access door slowly opened. The antagonist Tyrant, who had been waiting, stepped forth first. Hiss! Upon seeing the imposing figure of the antagonist Tyrant, still emanating heat, the Night Demon leader immediately assumed a defensive stance, emitting a sharp, piercing shriek. However, this time, the surrounding Night Demons did not rush to its aid as before. Instead, they lay scattered across the platform, resembling fish out of water, barely clinging to life. It appeared that the Night Demon leader had developed a preliminary resistance to ultraviolet light. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The Night Demon horde was already formidable, and now, with this unique entity among them, the situation for humanity had grown increasingly perilous. On the lift platform, the Night Demon leader suddenly kicked off with its hind legs, extending its glinting claws towards the antagonist Tyrant in a reckless attack. Such hubris! Qin Feng chuckled at the sight. The antagonist Tyrant was not merely a behemoth. Its place as a fourth-stage bioweapon was not solely due to its size. Underestimating it would lead to dire consequences. The antagonist Tyrant stood immovable, and as the Night Demon leader lunged forward, its massive arm, encased in alloy armor, swung out with an almost imperceptible speed. Bang! Accompanied by the sound of shattering bones. The Night Demon leader was sent sprawling backward, crashing against the railing of the lift platform. Struggling to rise, it found its rib cage severely caved in. The antagonist Tyrant approached slowly, its metallic footfalls crushing the dying Night Demons beneath, reducing them to a blurred mass of flesh. Reaching the Night Demon leader's side, the antagonist Tyrant extended its colossal hand, grasping the Night Demon leader by the neck and lifting it effortlessly. The Night Demon leader clawed frantically at the Tyrant's arm, but its claws only sparked feebly against the alloy armor. Recycling program initiated. The Tyrant's pupil flickered momentarily, dragging the Night Demon leader as though it were a mere sack of refuse. It slowly made its way toward the biochemical buffer corridor, heading toward the recycling workshop. The remaining ordinary Night Demons had already lost their combat capabilities. A dozen Hellhounds, resembling famished wolves entering a sheepfold, savagely slaughtered the Night Demons. It was a veritable feast. Observing the bloody scene before him, Qin Feng couldn't help but chuckle. This was certainly a swifter endeavor than his arduous search for exotic beasts during the day. Were it not for the lift platform already piled high with the corpses of Night Demons, he would have been tempted to reopen the alloy gate above him, allowing the Night Demons unable to enter to experience a wave of ultraviolet enthusiasm. The ensuing task was considerably simplified. It merely involved having the Hellhounds work overtime that night, transporting the Night Demons' remains back and forth to the recycling workshop. This time, Qin Feng refrained from summoning Tianyi and the others. Firstly, after spending over 10 hours setting up the ultraviolet equipment yesterday, they were already mentally and physically exhausted. Qin Feng was not so cruel as to rouse them from their slumber in the dead of night. Secondly, the Night Demon skin was still in a state of burn, and a mere touch could cause a layer of skin to peel off for an ordinary person. This task was far more suited for the pain-resistant biochemical weapons. By the early hours of the following day, only half of the work was completed. After all, the Hellhounds were biochemical weapons, not humans. And many intricate tasks in the recycling workshop still required human effort. As dawn broke, Tianyi and his companions were left dumbfounded upon arriving for their shift. The decomposition preparation pool was heaped with corpses of night demons. Severed limbs and dismembered arms were clumsily carried by the Hellhounds to the conveyor belt. The metallic floor stained with dark purple blood. Had they raided the night demon's lair? Yu adjusted his glasses, his previously languid eyes now wide with astonishment. He could hardly fathom how the Umbrella Corporation had managed to hunt down so many night demons. He recalled that the military had previously employed similar ultraviolet traps, even recruiting a batch of volunteers 2 years prior to lure and exterminate the night demons. However, for reasons unknown, the night demons had seen through the scheme, resulting in the loss of all volunteers and heavy casualties for the troops. It later emerged that there had been a malfunction with the ultraviolet equipment, causing quite a stir within the shelter at the time, and the military was roundly criticized. Yi shook his head helplessly. There was work to be done today. "Brother Yi, don't be so glum." Wan's mother gently patted Yi's shoulder, smiling as she spoke. "Compared to hiding and fleeing outside, this work, though tiring, is safe, and we have no worries about food, drink, sleep, or clothing. Are you not satisfied?" "Haha, just venting a little." Yi scratched his head, chuckling. Upon reflection, he realized the truth in her words. Indeed, compared to the conditions outside, this place was akin to paradise. The environment was clean, food was abundant, and there was no need to live in fear while sleeping. Even within the inner city of Shelter 72, such favorable conditions were absent. In the outer city, the lower class lived like rats, although the military maintained order. Eliminating the fear of beasts appearing by one's bedside, oppression and bullying were still daily occurrences. One can never predict when calamity might descend upon oneself, and the prospect of inexplicably meeting a tragic end in the streets is entirely plausible. Consider a single, beautiful mother, like Nanan's mother, who bears the burden of raising her child alone. If she were still out there, she would undoubtedly endure considerable hardships. Meanwhile, in the depths of a research facility located 5 floors underground, Qin Feng has spent the entire night in a state of exhilaration, devoid of sleep. Before him stands a cerulean cultivation chamber, intricately connected by countless transparent conduits through which various colored liquids flow languidly. Peering through the thick glass of the chamber door reveals a hazy silhouette suspended within the nutrient solution. It is a completely naked human figure, quietly floating and ensconced in the liquid in a state of slumber. Biochemical weapon model. First-generation clone replica. Development stage. Phase 2. T-virus carrier. Height 1.85 meters. Weight 75 kilograms. Information. Umbrella Corporation's Phase 2 biochemical weapon, equipped with quantum cognitive replication technology. The replica not only inherits the complete physiological functions of the original, but also achieves complete mimicry of memories and behavioral patterns through consciousness uploading. Mission type, covert operations. Intelligence gathering, decoy combat. Development notes. First-generation clone based on the genetic template of the original, Qin Feng, with a neural memory synchronization rate of 98.7, implanted with an enhanced strain of the T-virus, and equipped with a pain modulation system that enhances recovery capabilities 5-fold. Chapter 14. The Cloning Replica, Qin Feng. What does it feel like to gaze upon another self? Absurdity, horror, or perhaps an indescribable sense of cognitive dissonance. Qin Feng's breath caught imperceptibly for a moment. Under the cold glow of the cultivation chamber, a body, identical in every aspect to his own, stood silently. Every curve of its eyelashes, the faint brown mole beneath its collarbone, even the peculiar appendage between its legs. Every detail was an exact replica, akin to a reflection in a mirror. The sole distinction lay in its eyes. Vacant, devoid of spirit, the empty pupils reflected not a single glimmer of light. This clone, nurtured by B.O.W, had yet to undergo consciousness upload. At this moment, it was merely a sophisticated human vessel, awaiting the instant it would be infused with a soul. Cultivation fluid dripped from the clone's damp hair tips. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. "Let us begin." Suppressing his racing heart, he followed B.O.W's instructions. Disrobing completely and lying supine in the consciousness upload chamber adjacent to the cultivation pod, the liquid neural interface coiled around his entire body like a living entity. As the icy tendrils pierced the nape of his neck, he could almost hear the sound of his teeth clashing together. Neural link established. A pale blue anesthetic gas seeped from the chamber walls. Qin Feng's eyelids began to flutter, his vision blurring. Just before closing his eyes, he faintly heard Bai Ho's prompt. Consciousness transcription program initiated. Bai Ho's voice resonated as if from the depths of the ocean, its gentle tones gradually receding from his ears. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. A violent gasp echoed through the underground research facility. The clone, standing motionless, suddenly focused its gaze, inhaling the fresh air deeply. Qin Feng blinked, his eyes slightly dry, his mind still in a haze. Is this me? Qin Feng lowered his gaze to observe his trembling hands. He then turned to look at his own body, dormant within the consciousness upload chamber, coming to a startling realization. It was as if awakening from century-long slumber. How peculiar. Qin Feng gathered the scattered garments beside him and donned them completely. With the clone now at his disposal, he no longer needed to operate from the shadows of the Umbrella Corporation's underground base. Often, personal experience is the only path to growth. Take, for instance, the fusion process of the T-virus within him. Only by relentlessly honing his body, tearing apart the recombinant cells in the heat of battle, could he break through the bottleneck of viral integration. Currently, the fusion progress of the T-virus within him stood at 12%. There remained considerable distance to ascend to the second tier. He could fully control the clone's physique to expedite the T-virus fusion process. However, one must tread carefully in mastering this body. Qin Feng flexed his somewhat stiff neck. Bai Ho had mentioned that to transfer the T-virus experimental data from the clone to his original body, it was imperative that the clone remain alive. Otherwise, all efforts would be in vain. At present, his identity as the chief of Umbrella must remain concealed. What identity should he create for himself? Qin Feng pondered, stroking his chin. Umbrella Special Forces? Umbrella Researcher? Or perhaps a worker from Umbrella? Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He would undoubtedly need to engage in combat outside in the future, possibly coordinating with bioorganic entities in battle. Excluding the latter two options, only Umbrella's specialized forces remained. Contemplating this, Qin Feng inquired, Red, can you implant me with the operational experiences of the U.S.S. unit? The full name of U.S.S. is Umbrella Special Security Forces. They are outfitted with military-grade equipment, including black combat boots, pure black tactical uniforms, combat vests, Kevlar helmets, and SF-10 gas masks. The members are well-trained professional mercenaries, adept at following commands and executing them effectively. They excel in dealing with bioorganic weapons, which are not vastly different from the aberrations. This aligns perfectly with Qin Feng's desire to hone his skills outside. Affirmative, the combat experience can be implanted into the clone without damaging the central nervous system of the original body. Qin Feng's heart soared with joy. Well then, by the way, does Umbrella currently have combat suits and weapons? None, Red replied succinctly. The armament depot is located on the 7th underground level of the Umbrella base. A bucket of cold water extinguished Qin Feng's excitement. All right then. If not, he could always procure a few sets from the shelter later. After all, his father was a significant figure within the military of Shelter 72, so they had some resources. Qin Feng also inquired about the other clones, gaining a comprehensive understanding. Following White's instructions, he approached the neural link memory transfer device, ready to absorb the operational experiences of the U.S.S. unit. Simultaneously, the new identity of this clone was updated in the Umbrella Group database. Name: Qin Feng Clone. Authority: Class A Affiliated Unit. Umbrella Group Headquarters. Position: Commander of Alpha Tactical Team. Administrative level: Ability: T-Virus Carrier, Stage 2 Clone. Tactical qualifications: Mastery in Close Combat. Specialization in all weaponry. Proficient in Vehicle Tactical Operations. B.O.W. Control Protocol Executor. This felt absolutely exhilarating. Having just absorbed the combat experience, Qin Feng could hardly contain his eagerness to demonstrate his newfound prowess. Indeed, this was one of the strongest combat units within Umbrella. Manipulating this clone, which could withstand pain, Qin Feng delivered a punch that left a dent in the steel plate beside him. It was time to return to the shelter. Qin Feng murmured to himself, having already determined his next course of action. Currently, Shelter 72 was dispatching troops to reclaim the coastal base. Although the initial Umbrella base was not on the military's path, it was possible that the troops might later traverse through. This time, Qin Feng planned to consult with his father. Beyond requesting his father to exercise certain privileges to include this low-risk area within the regular purging operations of his elite troops, he also intended to procure some corpses of the aberrations that the shelter had eradicated. To accelerate the growth of the protective umbrella, there remains a matter of paramount importance to address. A cold smile crept upon Qin Feng's lips. He had not forgotten the betrayal of his subordinates during a hunting expedition that was meant to enhance his practical experience. With the existence of clones as his trump card for resurrection, he no longer felt the need to tread cautiously. The thought of not extracting that group of traitors and casting them into the biochemical recycling furnace as refuse would render him unable to eat or sleep peacefully. The departure was set for tomorrow morning. In addition to the Imperial Guards who would escort him, Qin Feng planned to deploy a contingent of Hellhounds to lurk in the vicinity for intelligence gathering. Suddenly, a growl of hunger echoed within him. He pondered the flavor of sustenance for the clones. Rubbing his empty stomach, Qin Feng tidied himself briefly before taking the exclusive elevator down to the employee cafeteria on the basement level. It was precisely lunchtime, and he felt it was time to meet the survivors he had rescued a few days prior. After spending days conversing with two cold, intelligent AI projections, he found himself yearning for the warm presence of humanity. Chapter 15. The journey to the sanctuary. It is truly astonishing that the sense of taste remains so intact. In the staff cafeteria, Qin Feng scooped a spoonful of black pepper mashed potatoes with a silver spoon and savored it delicately with his tongue. This body felt like a second soul to him. Were it not for his awareness that this was merely a replica, he would have almost believed it was his original self indulging in the meal. At that moment, voices echoed from outside the cafeteria as several individuals entered. HM, Tianyi, and the others were momentarily taken aback. Strangers? Having been with Umbrella for quite some time, this was their first encounter with humans outside their circle. Qin Feng smiled and waved, initiating a greeting. Hello. Greetings. Tianyi stepped forward to shake Qin Feng's hand. After taking a sip of water, Qin Feng inquired with a smile, Is the food here to your liking? Absolutely satisfying. Tianyi replied with a genuine smile. It is our honor to be welcomed by Umbrella Corporation. The others nodded in agreement, and upon Qin Feng's gesture, they settled around him. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I am Qin Feng. He set down his utensils and instructed to send his new identity to the electronic passes of the group. As they pulled out their electronic cards, they were greeted by a detailed display of Qin Feng's personal information. A class, a supervisory level. Yi's eyes widened in astonishment. As external personnel of Umbrella, they had unexpectedly encountered a high-ranking official of the corporation, and one so young at that, a commander of the Special Tactical Unit. Upon seeing Qin Feng's true identity, the group grew somewhat reserved, aware that they were within an organization focused on the research of biochemical weaponry, and uncertain of the temperament of this high-ranking officer. Fearing they might say something amiss, Qin Feng chuckled. No need to be nervous. He ordered a meal for each of them and added with a smile, I am quite easygoing. Feel free to ask me anything. Hearing this, Tianyi took a deep breath and posed a question that had long lingered in his mind. Director Qin, may I inquire about the mission of the Umbrella Corporation? HM, the corporation's mission? Qin Feng was slightly taken aback, not anticipating that Tianyi's first question would pertain to this. Noticing the hint of concern in his eyes, it was likely due to the sight of the bioorganics under Umbrella's command, fearing that the corporation would stand against other human factions. After all, the monstrous creatures had already severely encroached upon humanity's living space. The emergence of another group of bioorganic monsters hunting humans would only exacerbate the situation. Without dwelling too long on the matter, Qin Feng smiled and responded, I shall dispense with pleasantries. Currently, our corporation's task is to eliminate threatening creatures on the surface, expand our influence in the surrounding areas, and establish a community of shared human destiny. He glanced at Shi Tianyi and added, of course, should any obstinate forces obstruct the Umbrella Corporation, our special bioorganic unit will be responsible for removing all obstacles. Shi Tianyi quietly exhaled, feeling a sense of relief. At least the Umbrella Corporation did not consider external humans as their primary targets for extermination. The reason for this, he reflected, was that those infected with the T-virus bore an uncanny resemblance to humans, appearing as mere shells of their former selves, a sight that lingered vividly in his memory. Turning his gaze towards Yu, Qin Feng inquired, I heard you were a member of the Research Institute at Shelter Number 72? Yu paused for a moment, then nodded vigorously. Yes, half a month ago, my companions and I ventured out for research experiments and encountered some unforeseen circumstances. Thankfully, Uncle Shi saved my life. Do you know Zheng Wanqing from the biological laboratory? You mean Team Leader Zheng? Yiyu's eyes lit up, his tone brimming with admiration. She is our institute's leading researcher. Immensely experienced. I happen to be her intern. What a coincidence, Qin Feng remarked, raising an eyebrow. After contemplating for a moment, he organized his thoughts and continued. Would you be interested in joining the research organization under Umbrella? The Zheng Wanqing you mentioned is my mother, and she will soon become part of the Umbrella family. Before he could finish, Qin Feng added, moreover, Umbrella researchers are classified at a minimum of D level, with benefits and compensation significantly superior to those of external personnel. Yiyu's expression shifted to one of astonishment. He did not respond immediately, but took time to ponder. Given his slender frame, he had always excelled in biological research, and the laborious tasks of recent days had left him utterly exhausted. Furthermore, the research environment here was far superior to that of Shelter Number 72. Now, being offered a direct promotion to D-level researcher without the need for assessment was an enticing prospect. If he remained indecisive now, he would have truly squandered his life. Amidst the envious gazes of those around him, Yiyu swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he replied, I am interested. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's lips curled into a smile. Very well, pack your belongings tonight, and tomorrow morning, accompany me back to the shelter. We have important matters to attend to. Before Yiyu could fully comprehend the situation, he watched as Qin Feng swiftly finished his mashed potatoes and left the cafeteria with his tray. The following morning, in the underground buffer passage of Jiolong Manor, Yiyu hesitantly asked, Supervisor Qin, shouldn't we bring some weapons for self-defense? He glanced at the sleek black firearm slung over Qin Feng's shoulder, nervously rubbing his hands. Weapons? Qin Feng patted his back. Isn't this right here with me? Yiyu swallowed hard. I meant firearms, Supervisor Qin. Given your corporation's advanced technology and your position as a Special Forces commander, you must have some formidable handheld weapons at your disposal, right? He started listing examples with his fingers like electronic pulse guns, Gauss rifles, or specialized weapons for dealing with aberrant creatures. We can't rely solely on melee weapons, can we? At those words, Qin Feng felt acutely embarrassed. He wished he could pass these inquiries on Hong for a response. Indeed, it is rather astonishing that such a formidable high-tech conglomerate possesses not even a single decent weapon. Furthermore, one must unlock the corresponding levels to obtain them. Is this not sheer nonsense? If such advanced weaponry truly existed, who would willingly traverse the world burdened by a freshly polished spear? Is life so insufferably long? While this may be the case, Qin Feng certainly cannot divulge the true reason to Yiyu. With a somewhat forced chuckle, Qin Feng patted Yiyu on the shoulder and remarked, I am unlike the average individual. Cold weapons suit me far better in hand, rendering me more efficient in slaying otherworldly beasts. Is that so? Yiyu nodded, somewhat understanding yet bewildered. It appeared that most of the gene enhancers he had encountered indeed favored cold weapons as their primary armament, reserving firearms merely for self-defense. Let us proceed, Qin Feng said as he stepped into the elevator, turning to add, there are companions awaiting us outside. Companions? Yiyu paused, taken aback. Could they be members of Supervisor Qin's Special Operations Unit? Chapter 16. The Colossal Reptile, is this the companion you mentioned? Beneath the shadow of the villa, upon encountering the companion described by Qin Feng, Yiyu's eyes widened in astonishment. Standing beside him, the Tyrant guardian loomed like an iron tower, its metallic black coat glimmering with a chilling sheen. When those crimson eyes languidly swept over him, it felt as though ice shards pierced through to his very marrow. On the opposite side, 21 hellhounds revealed their blood-veined crimson skin, their throaty growls resonating with a deep, guttural breath as they crouched in a poised stance upon the ground. Although they made no overt movements, the surrounding air was suffused with a bone-chilling coldness. Good heavens! This ensemble is far superior to an ordinary hunting party. However, Yi Yu scanned the vicinity, a puzzled expression crossing his face. Director Qin, what about our means of transportation? Right here, came the reply. Where? At this. Yi Yu was momentarily taken aback. He observed as Qin Feng strode directly towards a hellhound that distinctly differed from the others. Upon closer inspection, he discovered that a sleek, streamlined seat was embedded along the creature's spine, perfectly accommodating one rider. What are you standing there for? Qin Feng gestured behind him. Your mount is waiting. Hiss. You want me to ride on such a monstrous creature? Yi Yu's body jolted at the thought. Make haste. We are set to depart. Qin Feng's tone brooked no argument. All right. Yi Yu took a deep breath, suppressing the trepidation within him, and quickly approached the designated hellhound. After a few moments of hesitation, he finally mounted the warm beast, and as his fingertips brushed against its coarse skin, he could not help but shudder. Truly, this is quite the predicament. The No. 72 shelter is located northwest of the Umbrella Corporation, approximately 20 kilometers in a straight line. The Umbrella underground base lies in a remote suburb of Linghai City. Due to its isolated geographical setting, the density of anomalous creatures is relatively low, designating the shelter as a low-risk area. In stark contrast, the number of these creatures in the city center is overwhelmingly high. Once the core habitat of humanity, even with ongoing military extermination efforts. The potent biological presence has enabled these creatures to proliferate at an astonishing rate, establishing an insurmountable stronghold. Simply put, the more humans present, the greater the number of anomalous creatures. At this moment, Qin Feng and Yi Yu were traversing from a low-risk area towards a high-risk zone. By the way, how did you find yourself in such dire straits? Qin Feng inquired casually while seated sideways upon the beast's back, as the hellhound leaped between the remnants of crumbled structures. The Tyrant Guardian forged ahead, its formidable aura radiating outward in a fan-like spread, causing the lurking creatures in the shadows of the ruins to hesitate in their movements, let alone contemplate an attack. With the urgency of their journey at hand, Qin Feng had little inclination to experiment with the capabilities of this new form. Slow down. Yi Yu clutched the reins tightly, his heart racing to his throat as the jarring motion threatened to rattle his very brain. Upon hearing Qin Feng's inquiry, Yi Yu candidly replied, We were ensnared by a local faction of survivors. He gasped for breath as he continued. Our superiors received intelligence that a peculiar exotic beast had been captured and abandoned hospital to the southeast of the shelter, prompting us to investigate. At this point, his eyes flared with indignation. It turns out that these natives venerate this bizarre creature as their guardian deity. The notion of a special exotic beast was merely a ruse. We fell into an ambush upon our arrival, and all the brothers from the escorting unit perished while covering my escape. As he swallowed hard, his voice grew somber. Even more absurdly, they regularly feed living beings to that beast. It is utterly monstrous. Special exotic beast? Qin Feng furrowed his brow. Are they not concerned about retribution from the shelter? Yi Yu shook his head. That is also a point of my confusion. Logically, external factions would seek to curry favor with the shelter, yet they chose to directly eliminate the military personnel and researchers of the shelter. It is quite perplexing. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. A special exotic beast implies unique genetics, possibly a species that even this researcher had never encountered before. Perhaps it truly possesses extraordinary traits. Contemplating this, Qin Feng promptly probed further. How does that creature's power compare to that of the Umbrella Corporation's Tyrant? Yi Yu paused momentarily, as if realizing Qin Feng's intentions. After a moment of contemplation, he cautiously responded, I was present when that creature attacked. It is a massive reptilian beast that primarily assaults with its formidable claws. He hesitated, seemingly recalling something, and added, Moreover, it has an extraordinarily long, barbed tongue. Each time it strikes with its tongue, it can ensnare one of our soldiers and swallow them whole. As for its size, Yu compared it to the Tyrant's outline. It should be smaller than the Tyrant, conservatively estimated at no more than a fourth-tier creature, possibly even less. Having absorbed this description, Qin Feng immediately inquired, "Where's its location?" Recognizing that he had guessed Qin Feng's intent, Yiyu's interest was piqued. "Not far from here. Shall we go take a look?" "Lead the way." An abandoned hospital loomed before them. All the windows were sealed shut with steel plates, and a hastily constructed wall encircled the perimeter, interspersed with barbed spikes, earth, and metallic debris. The 3-meter-high wall was adorned with rust and dry bloodstains. At this moment, the area was eerily silent, devoid of even a trace of the exotic beast's foraging. "This is the place you mentioned?" Qin Feng crouched behind a derelict vehicle on the nearby street, furrowing his brow as he inquired. "Indeed, this is the spot." Yiyu fixed his gaze on the vine-covered hospital building, his teeth clenched in determination. "There is no doubt. This wretched gang's stronghold lies within, but not on the surface. It has been transformed into a base in the hospital's morgue." Qin Feng nodded slightly. To establish a foothold in the wasteland beyond the shelter indicates that this group possesses considerable prowess. Patience is essential. Haste will not yield fruitful results. First, let the Hellhounds probe the surroundings before proceeding. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly sensed something amiss. The Hellhounds on perimeter watch seemed to have detected a party approaching in a vehicle. "The hospital personnel?" Qin Feng murmured under his breath. "What's wrong, Supervisor Qin?" Yiyu inquired softly, noticing the confusion on Qin Feng's face. Qin Feng sidestepped into the shadow of the nearby ruins. "A group is approaching, judging by their attire. They are likely the hospital's people. It would be opportune to capture one alive and inquire about the situation. As this body is a clone, embedded within the skull are biological chipsets, including a visual synchronization module and tactical command center, among other intricate components." Qin Feng could share in real time the visuals from the Hellhound's perspective, an extraordinary ability to gather information, vividly projecting the scene hundreds of meters away onto his retina. The group was clad in mismatched leather armor, their weapons a haphazard assortment. They had several trembling hostages bound in their vehicle, perfectly aligning with the bandit image Yiyu had described. On a street a few hundred meters away, 2 modified vehicles adorned with strange totems were driving in tandem. In the passenger seat of the lead vehicle, a robust man, muscles rippling, laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, we caught a few more sacrifices. This time, Mother will surely reward us." His voice was gravelly, tinged with a wild, bestial roar. Should one observe closely, they would be horrified to discover that beneath his skin lay a mass of black, thread-like entities, writhing within him like ironworms. Some even crept up to the corners of his eyes, weaving dark patterns resembling spider webs at the edges of his pupils. Just then, a towering shadow unexpectedly emerged at the end of the alleyway, abruptly silencing the man's raucous laughter. "Damn, something is obstructing our offering to Mother. Charge and crush it." Meanwhile, on the other side of the road, the tyrant of the guard stepped forth from the shadows, his hands clenching slowly at his sides, his expression indifferent as he strode purposefully forward. "Combat orders have been issued. Target count: 6 individuals. Chapter 17. The parasite humans modified vehicles, engineered for maximum horsepower. Charge towards the tyrant of the Imperial Guard." Concealed in the shadows, Qin Feng witnessed the scene unfold, his lips twitching in bemusement. His gaze resembled that of an observer watching fools attempting to shift a mountain with mere pebbles. It is crucial to recognize that the strength of the tyrant of the Imperial Guard already surpassed that of any creature of similar stature, augmented further by a hydraulic power system integrated into its mechanical musculature. It possessed the capacity to unleash force many times greater than its own weight. To state it plainly, the tyrant could effortlessly overturn a main battle tank weighing 50 to 60 tons with its bare hands. In stark contrast, the modified vehicle before him appeared as fragile as paper. As anticipated, the ensuing events unfolded as Qin Feng had predicted. The tyrant suddenly spread its legs apart, its torso descending like an iron tower, palms outstretched with a resounding crash. The modified vehicle, emitting a piercing shriek as it tore through the air, collided with its palms. The impact resonated like that of a crash against a moving blast wall. The metallic frame emitted a tortured sound, buckling under the strain, while the tires scorched two dark trails upon the ground. The Tyrant merely slid back half a step due to inertia. The burly man atop the vehicle, his face contorted with madness, leapt onto the engine hood, wielding a steel bar as he aimed for the Tyrant's head. Yet, mere inches from his target, he abruptly halted. A massive hand, clad in obsidian armor, grasped the steel bar mid-air, fingers constricting until the metal twisted into a grotesque spiral. A shrill scream erupted, as the man's entire arm, along with his hand and the steel bar, was reduced to a pulp. The vehicles that followed attempted to ram the Tyrant, but were effortlessly kicked aside, tumbling through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Such power, Yu, hidden behind the crumbling walls, felt his pupils constrict in shock. This is astounding. Qin Feng extracted a sleek black spear from behind, tapping Yeyu's shoulder before stepping forward. It was time to confront this rabble. The remaining task would be straightforward: intense interrogation to extract information from the hospital. Let us get to work, my loyal hounds. Qin Feng raised his right arm, his fingertips flicking lightly. As his words fell, the Hellhounds, long concealed in the rubble, emerged one by one. This time, there was no need for intermediary commands through the Red Queen. With merely a thought, the biological chip set transmitted tactical directives at high frequency to each Hellhound's neural center. The moment the targets were locked, the Hellhounds surged forth, swiftly pouncing upon the bewildered enemies. The scene turned grotesquely bloody, yet the Hellhounds adeptly avoided the vital points of their foes, leaving them gasping for breath upon the ground. Qin Feng ambled over, curious. What is this? He noticed something amiss and used his spear to lift the blood-soaked collar of the burly man beneath him. Beneath the torn fabric, strange black markings appeared at the man's collarbone, as if parasitic organisms resembling iron wire worms writhed beneath the skin. Beside them, Yu evidently noticed the situation as well, exclaiming in astonishment, "Is this a case of parasitism? Parasitism?" Supervisor Qin, unaware of the details, listened intently. Yu, drawing upon his expertise, elucidated. 6 months ago, the research team at the shelter encountered several similar cases. Some survivors were infested by unidentified organisms, plunging them into a state of madness and bloodlust. Like the Walking Dead, Qin Feng interjected, precisely akin to that abomination. Yiyu's eyes lit up, continuing, at that time, several soldiers were unexpectedly scratched by the infected, and by the next day, they had completely lost their sanity, unable even to utter a word. With no treatment available, we ultimately had no choice but to dispose of them without contamination. He sighed, shaking his head ruefully. Now we must guard not only against the aberrant beasts outside, but also these mutated monsters. They're essentially the same as zombies. Qin Feng's gaze darkened. It appeared that the world beyond the shelter was far more complex than he had initially imagined. First, they encountered the night demon leader with intellect akin to that of a human. And now, this parasitic creature emerged. These were life forms he had never before encountered. However, Yu suddenly furrowed his brow, pointing at the writhing individuals on the ground with curiosity. These people seem to retain some degree of rationality. They even exhibit fear of pain. I have reviewed the research files, and those previous infected were completely mindless, akin to the living dead. Why do these few still possess logical thought? Why not inquire directly? Qin Feng replied indifferently, seizing his long gun and thrusting it forcefully into the thigh of a burly man. Blood erupted as the man arched his back in agony. His eyes, obscured by blood, glared fiercely, and from his throat emerged a primal growl. "You seek death? My mother will not spare you." Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng refrained from further dialogue. It would be more effective to let the Hellhound, adept at tormenting, confront this resilient adversary. A Hellhound advanced directly before the burly man, opening its maw, dripping with viscous saliva, slowly extending its barbed crimson tongue. It licked from the jawline all the way to the bloodied earlobe. Each stroke provoked violent spasms from the black parasites writhing beneath the man's skin, causing goosebumps to erupt across his body, with anguished whimpers spilling forth from his throat. The other individuals received similar treatment, the question lingering as to who would succumb first. At that moment, The individuals on the ground suddenly convulsed violently. "Mother, do not abandon me." The burly man's eyes widened in terror. Before he could finish his sentence, his robust form collapsed like a deflated balloon. A swarm of parasites erupted from his eyes, ears, mouth, and nostrils, his slick body twisting into a writhing black mass on the ground, all surging towards Qin Feng. "Disgusting," Qin Feng muttered under his breath. Gripping Yu by the nape of his neck, he propelled them both backward onto the roof of an abandoned shed. Almost simultaneously, a hellhound received its command and lunged toward the swarm of insects. The barbed tongue swept across the ground like a dark rag, engulfing hundreds of writhing parasites into its maw. The hellhound, a natural carrier of the T-virus, possessed a gastric pouch that secreted potent acids capable of corroding alloy armor. As those parasites slid down its throat, they emitted a hissing sound of dissolution, swallowed along with frothy blood. Qin Feng gazed intently at this bizarre spectacle. It appeared that the underlying parasite was intent on concealing its precise location from us. But was it of any consequence? Qin Feng scoffed. With the hunting instincts of his pack of hellhounds, he would unearth this repulsive entity, even if it meant digging to the depths of the earth. Whether for the sake of acquiring new special genes, or simply because this creature was utterly revolting, it nearly made him retch. Having contemplated his next course of action, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the trembling hostage in the nearby vehicle. It seemed he would soon have another batch of employees. Chapter 18. Another parasitic entity, Yu meticulously untied each of the hostages huddled together. "Goodness, why did you wet yourself?" he exclaimed, wrinkling his nose at the pungent odor of urine that assaulted his senses, taking a step back in distaste. "Hurry up," Qin Feng urged. "We have pressing matters to attend to." Upon hearing this, Yu stifled his revulsion at the overwhelming stench, bending slightly as he begrudgingly freed the elder sister before him from her restraints. Aside from one hostage who was mistakenly harmed by the tyrannical guards, 6 out of the 7 hostages ultimately survived. As the hostages stood in a line, expressions of fear etched across their faces, Qin Feng approached them slowly. His first words nearly caused Yu, who stood nearby, to double over in surprise. "I am not a good person either." Qin Feng spoke with a neutral countenance, continuing, "I shall dispense with unnecessary chatter. If you wish to live, follow my pet to the base, where you'll find safety and provisions aplenty." He gestured towards the hellhound seated beside him. "Of course, if you prefer to leave now, you may." Upon seeing the hellhound's fearsome visage, the group shuddered collectively. Observing their trepidation, Qin Feng chose not to elaborate further. They were soon to head to shelter number 72, where he intended to recruit a cadre of specialists for the Umbrella Corporation's underground base. The ragtag group of survivors could choose to follow or not. He would not impose. Yu, possessing a naturally benevolent disposition, felt compelled to interject. "This is our department's leader. Do not be afraid. You may regard these creatures as friendly dogs. They will not attack you unprovoked." "Not attack humans?" A few of the hostages questioned, skepticism evident in their expressions. Had they not just witnessed the hellhound tear apart a parasitic entity in a gruesome display, they might have been inclined to believe him. Qin Feng was not interested in engaging them further. "All right, those willing to accompany this hellhound to the base should follow. Remember not to lag behind. There will be someone to assist you at the base." With that, he waved his hand, signaling Yu to turn and leave the area. The tyrannical guards and several hellhounds followed closely behind, leaving 4 hellhounds quietly seated by the roadside. The hostages exchanged glances, uncertainty palpable among them. One individual swallowed hard, his voice trembling as he spoke. What do we do? My mind is a bit foggy." The bald man beside him, his hands smeared with dried blood, rubbed his temples. "Yet one thing is clear. Had we not been rescued by those creatures under that man's command, our fate would likely have been dire." Several others nodded in agreement. Indeed, remaining with these relatively calm canine entities was far preferable to becoming sacrificial offerings for the grotesque beings that had tormented them. However, that individual has been nurturing this group of monsters. The woman, still reeking of urine, clutched the tattered hem of her garment, her pupils trembling with lingering fear. Rather than following these creatures, it would be wiser to stealthily trail those 2 individuals. After all, they are our kind, Surely they wouldn't resort to lethal measures against us. Meanwhile, another woman, adorned with cracked glasses, adjusted her slipping lenses and nodded in agreement. She was right. If that person cannot control these monsters, we may soon be devoured to the last bone. A heavy silence descended upon the group. Suddenly, the urine-stained woman screamed, "Why are you all standing there? Those two are getting away. Soon we will be consumed by these beasts." With that, she stumbled towards the direction in which Qin Feng had vanished. The bespectacled woman hesitated for a moment, gritting her teeth, but ultimately lifted her tattered skirt and pursued her. Among those remaining, the youngest boy grasped the sleeve of the bald man, his throat quivering as he asked, "What shall we do now?" Hearing this, the bald man fixed his gaze on the departing figures, his eyes glinting with contemplation. Just then, a hellhound rose, shaking off the droplets of blood from its skin, and began to stride purposefully towards a certain direction, while 3 others seeped into the shadows of the ruins. This caused a visible unease among the group. "Damn it!" The bald man spat out the blood foam from his mouth. Ignoring the others, he followed the hellhound, which was evidently leading the way. After a moment of hesitation, the others chose to follow suit. Ahead, on the street, danger loomed. Sensing the two following them not far behind, Qin Feng's expression turned cold. "What's wrong, Manager Qin?" Yi Yu inquired, noticing the sudden shift in Qin Feng's demeanor. Qin Feng did not respond, his irises flickering with intensity. In a corner, unnoticed, a hellhound abruptly turned and dashed back along the path they had come from. He loathed being hindered by inexplicable individuals. These two had chosen to trail them, risking exposure of their whereabouts, which could lead to a cascade of complications. If gentle admonitions fell on deaf ears, he would not hesitate to send these two on their way. "Everything is fine," Qin Feng replied casually, shaking his head. "There are 2 pests that need to be dealt with." "Pests?" Yi was momentarily taken aback. "Let us go. That massive crawling creature you mentioned is still waiting for us to deal with it." Qin Feng whistled, and 2 shadowy figures leapt from the ruins, kneeling at their feet. Upon seeing the harness on the hellhound, Yi Yu's face contorted with dread. The tumultuous churn in his stomach had barely subsided, and now it was set to begin anew. Not far from the abandoned hospital, deep within a fetid thicket, a vast cave lay concealed by vines, its entrance draped with black fungal filaments woven like a spider's web, sprawling along the rock walls. Just then, an eerie hissing sound emanated from within the cave. Gigantic spiders, resembling colossal grinding wheels, burst through the mycelial curtain, emerging from the cave's entrance. In the shadowy recess of the cave, a hellhound lay in wait like a crimson statue, quietly observing the happenings at the cave's mouth. Spiders? A slight frown creased Qin Feng's brow as he contemplated the situation from several hundred meters away. This did not align with the description of the immense crawling creature that Yi Yu had provided. Could it be that, besides the aforementioned creature, another aberrant being lurked in the vicinity of this forsaken hospital? The writhing black mycelium at the cave's entrance suggested that a parasitic mutant capable of spawning black parasites was likely concealed within. Clearly, the gargantuan crawling creature within the abandoned hospital was another entity altogether. Qin Feng signaled for the hellhound beneath him to slow its pace, pondering the implications carefully. There was another possibility he considered. He turned to the swaying Yi Yu and inquired, "Did the crawling creature you encountered have any black substances writhing upon its surface?" At this question, Yi Yu adjusted his slipping glasses, reflecting deeply. It seemed there were none. However, when that beast extended its tongue, it was indeed covered by a layer of writhing black membrane, bubbling like living asphalt, quite repulsive. Understanding dawned on Qin Feng as he focused intently. It appeared that the creature in the abandoned hospital was similarly afflicted by parasitism, with the mastermind being the one lurking within the cave. Fortuitously, a hellhound had discreetly uncovered this concealed spider lair just moments ago, nearly allowing the creature to escape undetected. "Let us depart. We shall not proceed to the hospital," he declared, pulling on the reins and redirecting their course. "Not going to the hospital?" Yi Yu scratched his head in bewilderment, following closely behind. Chapter 19. The reconnaissance spider swarm. It appears that the master behind this swarm of spiders is also searching for our location. Through the eyes of the hellhound, Qin Feng observed the spiders incessantly pouring out from the cave, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Clearly, the creature within the cave has sensed the presence of the guardian tyrant through its parasitic minions. As a product of Umbrella Corporation's fourth stage perfected bioweaponry, the guardian tyrant is formidable. Apart from beasts of the fourth tier or above, others stand before it as fragile as fledglings. It is no wonder that the creature within the cave is so cautious, seemingly fearful that the guardian tyrant might discover its concealed lair. However, this excessive caution only reinforces Qin Feng's belief that the creature's strength is likely not as formidable as he initially estimated. Glancing at the binding device on the guardian tyrant, which glimmered with a red light, Qin Feng shook his head in disinterest. Director Qin, where are we headed? Noticing that even the guardian tyrant was moving stealthily, Yu instinctively inquired in a hushed tone. They had completely deviated from the direction of the hospital. This was not the route to shelter number 72, and it was no wonder he felt a tinge of curiosity. To capture a big fellow. A glint of sharpness flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. Sensing several spiders approaching for reconnaissance, he swiftly turned, guiding Yu to once again meld into the intricate maze of alleys. Meanwhile, the guardian tyrant hunched its towering form, crouching in the shadows of the ruins. Seeing this, Yu dared not ask further questions, sealing his lips and standing motionless beside Qin Feng, his expression tense. After approximately half a minute, accompanied by a rustling sound, two purple-skinned spiders slowly emerged from the end of the road, their 8 slender legs moving in a bizarre, interwoven rhythm. Their dense compound eyes incessantly scanned the surroundings, seemingly searching for something. Yu caught a glimpse of this scene from the corner of his eye and quickly held his breath. The figures of the two purple spiders soon vanished down the street. We can come out now. Qin Feng stepped slowly from the alley. Upon hearing him speak, Yu emerged from his hiding place as if liberated, greedily inhaling the slightly murky air. Cough, cough. Director Qin, what were those spiders? Just the scouts of that parasitic creature. Qin Feng replied succinctly. He then narrowed his pupils slightly, a barely perceptible blue light flickering across his irises. Based on the scattered locations of the spiders in his mind, he rapidly deduced the optimal route to the lair. Route synchronization completed. A smile tugged at the corners of Qin Feng's mouth. One must admit, the clone replicant is indeed remarkably useful. Equipped with Umbrella Corporation's latest neuroenhancement biological module, his cognition has transformed into a finely tuned quantum computer. In contrast, his original human brain, hampered by limitations, felt akin to an antiquated mechanical clock. At times, he pondered whether he would experience significant discomfort upon returning to his original body. Fortunately, he had received guidance from B.O.W. As long as he re-uploads the operational consciousness of the clone back to the main body, the efficiency of thought processing will be permanently synchronized and updated. This revelation brought a sigh of relief to Qin Feng. After a laborious detour, he, along with the concealed presence of the Imperial Guard, finally arrived at the entrance of the underground lair. Simultaneously, 10 ordinary Hellhounds and 1 elite Hellhound had gathered, fixated on the vast mouth of the lair before them. Yu swallowed hard, unexpectedly unsettled. He had not anticipated the presence of such a monstrous lair in proximity to the abandoned hospital. Logically, this area was classified as a low-risk zone, regularly surveyed and purged by the military stationed at the shelter. How could such a glaring oversight occur? Were the troops assigned here merely idle? Yu felt a surge of indignation. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shrugged slightly and succinctly replied, "Is it not strange that your precious researcher was nearly killed by local forces allied with parasitic creatures?" Yi was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, he recalled that the team escorting him had sent a distress signal to the station troops. Yet, why had there been no response? Even then, those traitors siding with the monsters had shown no fear of retribution, remaining indifferent to the distress signal. Could it be? A sudden realization darkened Yiyu's gaze. Reacting quickly but maintaining a composed demeanor, Qin Feng observed as Yiyu slowly closed his eyes, seemingly in disbelief of his own conjecture. Unless the station troops had also been infected by the parasites. Feeling a wave of despondency, Yiyu wryly shook his head. Yet the reports had clearly stated that the situation outside the shelter was improving. and that the military had hope of reclaiming the city center from the monsters. The revelation was disheartening. It appeared that all of it was a deception. As one of the exceedingly rare researchers in the shelter, he had embarked on his first investigation with high hopes, only to encounter so many unforeseen dangers. It was rather ironic. The external conditions were far from the safety one might imagine. Qin Feng spoke softly, gesturing behind him. Apart from the elite Hellhound, the other Hellhounds did not hesitate to leap into the lair. Do your job well. The Umbrella Corporation will not neglect you. Do not dwell on irrelevant thoughts. After the Hellhounds had safely landed within the lair, he commanded the elite to jump in directly, following closely behind. Are we not going in? Yiyu, still in a daze, unconsciously voiced his thoughts. Qin Feng, moving aside, suddenly halted, turning to stare at Yiyu as if he were a fool. Do you wish to offer that monster a meal? With that, he walked over to the shadowy corner of the opposite building and beckoned to Yiyu. Recognizing his earlier slip of the tongue, Yiyu's face flushed with embarrassment. He hurriedly sprinted forward, entering the lair. The interior was coated with a viscous, indeterminate liquid, intertwined with writhing black mycelial matter. As 10 Hellhounds landed, their crimson eyes flickered momentarily before vanishing into the labyrinthine depths of the passage. Meanwhile, the Sentinel Tyrant stood immobile amidst the fungal carpet, its gaze indifferent, as if patiently awaiting the issuance of commands. Hunting protocol activated, searching for coordinates of special parasite. Hellhound pack location execution of Sentinel Tyrant. TSK, it seems they have been detected. Outside the lair, sensing other reconnaissance, spiders hastily retreating towards the cave. Qin Feng disdainfully rolled his neck. He had intentionally left 1 Sentinel Hellhound behind, along with 6 others to guard the entrance of the lair. Disturbing the hunt of the Sentinel Tyrant within would not be an easy feat. The reconnaissance spiders outside were of mediocre strength. Faced with the peculiar parasitic creature within the cave, they might exercise caution, refraining from entering the lair. However, these minions were another matter entirely. He was eager to hone his skills. Qin Feng deftly withdrew the dark spear from his back, gripping it firmly as he quietly awaited the returning swarm of spiders. Chapter 20. Breaking the shackles. Unveiling the second form. Remain here quietly, and do not make a sound. Qin Feng instructed as he polished the obsidian spear forged from the bones of a monstrous beast. Understood, Supervisor Qin. Yiyu nodded eagerly, like a chick pecking at grains. I shall observe your remarkable prowess without causing any disturbance. Qin Feng cast him a peculiar glance, but chose not to respond. Detected specific coordinates of a unique parasitic organism. So swift, Qin Feng was instantly jolted back to focus, switching to the shared vision of the Hellhound. In the eerie green of the night vision, a grotesque giant creature was madly burrowing deep within the cavern. Its purple-black exoskeleton glistened with slime, and its towering 5-meter frame caused rocks to tumble from the cave's ceiling. The creature bore a resemblance to a spider, yet was distinctly different. Its lower body sported 4 scythe-like limbs akin to a mantis, while its upper half bizarrely exhibited human torso characteristics, with a pair of crab-like pincers swiftly digging. Echinat? Crab? The term suddenly flickered in Qin Feng's mind, causing him to raise an eyebrow. Was this abomination attempting to tunnel its way to escape? Seemingly aware of the Hellhound's presence behind it, the parasitic creature pivoted and unleashed a torrent of purple-black slime. The Hellhound deftly dodged, only to be abruptly severed in half by the pursuing pincers. Almost immediately, the parasitic monster consumed it whole. The shared vision abruptly vanished. A human face? In the final glimpse of the Hellhound's vision, Qin Feng keenly discerned this image. Had this creature mutated to such an extent? It was utterly astonishing. The Guardian Tyrant is now in position. Shortly after the parasitic creature dispatched the Hellhound, a towering Guardian Tyrant, over 4 meters high, emerged from the dark passageway. Confronting the parasitic entity, Qin Feng found himself somewhat astonished by the design of this underground lair. It remained unclear whether the parasitic creature was too lethargic to excavate the internal corridors or if there were other reasons. Despite the labyrinthine nature of the underground passages, their overall length was not extensive. The Guardian Tyrant navigated only a few forks before reaching the core area of the lair, where the parasitic organism lingered. Combat protocole initiated. Without affording the parasitic creature a moment to react, the Guardian Tyrant launched the first strike. High-pressure steam erupted from the gaps in its shoulder armor, as its colossal armored fist tore through the viscous air, targeting the creature's distorted human face. Before the fist could land, the violent gusts of wind had already sent debris scattering in all directions. Crack! The pincers attempted to block the attack, but were met with the armor-clad fist that smashed a fissure through them. The parasitic monster let out a piercing scream, staggering backward toward a makeshift escape tunnel. This, it seems, may not suffice. Observing the unfolding scene, Qin Feng idly scratched his nose. He had initially believed that the Guardian Tyrant required liberation from its constraints to unveil its second form. Yet, this single punch had nearly incapacitated the crab-like creature. Hissus! At that moment, the swarm of spiders that had been scouting outside surged back to the entrance of their lair. It was time for me to spring into action. With a sudden tremor of his wrist, Qin Feng's ebony spear emitted a clear metallic resonance. Surrounding him, 7 hellhounds arranged themselves in a flawless tactical formation, their crimson eyes fixated on the encroaching spiders. This scene left Yu, who was hiding amidst the ruins, utterly captivated. His original aspiration had been to become a formidable gene enhancer, gallivanting across battlefields and hunting exotic beasts. Alas, his frail physique could barely withstand the most basic gene enhancements. With a heavy heart, he redirected his pursuits towards biological research, only to discover his exceptional talent in experimental studies. Ultimately, he was exceptionally admitted into the Research Institute of the shelter, becoming an intern researcher in one of the most distinguished research teams. He couldn't help but feel envious as he watched Qin Feng's striking stance, longing for the day he too could exude such commanding presence. Unbeknownst to him, in the near future, he would be among the first to receive the modified T-virus serum as an Umbrella employee. Although he would hold the esteemed title of a researcher, he would still venture out to hunt exotic beasts, completing his experimental projects. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with cold light as he pierced a spider attempting a sneak attack. These mutated spiders were indeed formidable. While the elite hellhounds slaughtered the spiders, the remaining hellhounds found themselves engaged in a fierce struggle with the swarm. The sheer number of bioweapons was still insufficient. Shaking his head, Qin Feng sent another spider flying. There were dozens of spiders before him, and with the help of the elite hellhounds and 15 first-tier ordinary hellhounds, successfully preventing this swarm from returning to their lair was already commendable. The hellhounds that had gone down to scout the lair had all returned to join the fray, leaving only the elite Tyrant to contend with the crab-like monstrosity below. At that moment, the ground beneath his feet suddenly trembled violently. 30 meters away, the earth erupted, and amidst the swirling dust, a 5-meter-tall crab-like creature emerged from the soil. What on earth was happening? Qin Feng's brow furrowed at the sight. The crab creature turned its grotesque human face towards him, its pair of eerie green eyes sending a chill down his spine. This creature was hideous beyond belief. It would certainly qualify for a bizarre channel. Qin Feng averted his gaze, unwilling to behold the unsettling visage of the monstrosity. "You, obstruct, evolution," the crab creature hissed, its green eyes filled with malice. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. This crab creature could speak human language? With such intelligence, combined with its bizarre, parasitic abilities and the capacity for human conversation, it must be eradicated today. With these thoughts racing through his mind, Qin Feng's pupils flickered with intensity. Command issued. Binding device released, the Guardian Tyrant enters its second form, as the crab monster prepared to swing its massive claw towards Qin Feng. The ground beneath it suddenly heaved like turbulent waves. In the next moment, a grayish-white colossal claw erupted from the earth, with a roar powerful enough to shatter glass. The Guardian Tyrant emerged, showcasing a form entirely distinct from its previous state. At this moment, the binding devices that had adorned the Guardian Tyrant's body vanished without a trace. In their stead, sinewy muscle fibers writhed and restructured upon its surface as if they were living entities. Most astonishing was its left arm, which had completely transformed into a biological claw exceeding 3 meters in length. Is this the Guardian Tyrant? Witnessing this scene, Yu, hidden amidst the rubble, could not conceal his astonishment. The intensity of this pressure was even more formidable than that of some leader-level aberrations he had previously encountered attacking the shelter. The crab monster's reaction further corroborated this notion. This creature, which had just moments ago harbored murderous intent towards Qin Feng, now bore a distorted visage reflecting sheer terror. Before the guardian tyrant could fully right itself, it hastily retracted its four somewhat trembling crab legs and turned to flee in the opposite direction. Can it escape? Qin Feng observed the unfolding events with indifference. Suddenly, the muscular hind legs of the guardian bulged, adopting a running posture as it lunged forward with remarkable speed. Chapter 21. Recovery of Special Parasitic Gene Sequences. As the Imperial Guard Tyrant charged forth, the crab monster was instantly thrown into a state of panic. In a desperate attempt to halt the advance of the tyrant, it expelled a noxious, purplish-black slime. The tyrant, however, reacted with remarkable swiftness, raising its massive bony claw to block the assault. A hissing sound erupted, and acrid white smoke enveloped the surface of the claw. Yet from a distance, Qin Feng observed this scene without a hint of concern. Indeed, in the very next moment, countless ethereal green mycelia emerged from the damaged area of the claw, writhing like living entities as they frantically repaired the injury. Within just a few breaths, the claw's surface returned to its pristine condition. Seeing this, a subtle smile crept across Qin Feng's lips. As the pinnacle of the biochemical weapons developed by the Umbrella Corporation, the Imperial Guard Tyrant possessed dual combat forms. In its initial form, the Tyrant donned a black constricting coat, equipped with an array of auxiliary mechanical apparatuses that conferred formidable defensive capabilities and strength. However, once the restraints of the coat were released, the Tyrant transitioned into its second form, colloquially known as the Berserk state. In this state, its self-healing ability would multiply exponentially, while its speed and explosive power would breach all limits. This explosive force, Yu crouched at the edge of the eaves, wide-eyed as he beheld the one-sided slaughter unfolding before him. The tyrant's massive claw glinted ominously, effortlessly tearing apart the crab monster's hardened pincers as if they were mere paper. This surpassed the realm of ordinary commander-level aberrations. If these could be mass-produced, his fingertips trembled involuntarily, and his throat tightened. Such a caliber of biochemical weaponry was more terrifying than conventional strategic arms. Unlike the cold steel of traditional weaponry, this living biomechanical weapon exuded a dreadful biological pressure. Previously, merely the aura released by the Imperial Guard Tyrant had caused the lurking aberrations amidst the ruins to cower collectively, frozen as if they were lambs facing a predator. While firearms wield considerable lethality, aberrations remain indifferent to such matters. It was not uncommon for waves of aberrations to surge forth, propelled by the leadership of those higher-tier beasts. Yu fixated intently on the battlefield not far away, his nails digging deeply into his palms. A wave of aberrations? In the face of such overwhelming bloodline suppression, those aberrations reliant on sheer numbers would likely lose all courage to approach. Lost in thought, are we? Qin Feng remarked casually, wiping the blood from his face as he approached Yu. Thanks to the terrifying pressure exerted by the Imperial Guard Tyrant, the previously engaged purple skin spider swarm had completely lost their will to fight. In no time at all, he had collaborated with the Hellhounds to eradicate the insidious spider horde. The distant battle was also nearing its conclusion. Under the relentless onslaught of the berserk state of the Imperial Guard Tyrant, the crab monster found itself increasingly overwhelmed. Meanwhile, the tyrant continued its assault with the vigor of a creature invigorated by adrenaline. A moment of miscalculation in defense allowed a grayish-white claw to pierce directly through the thorax of the crab monster. It emitted a heart-wrenching wail. In the next instant, the tyrant guardian's right hand had already seized its head. With a sickening crunch, the crab monster's head was brutally wrenched off. Dark purple blood erupted like a fountain, staining the tyrant guardian's cold visage a grotesque shade of violet. The severed nerve clusters of the crab monster continued to twitch, while its headless body collapsed with a thunderous thud. It was over. Qin Feng grasped Yu by the collar and leapt from the rooftop. Just then, a voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind. Detecting special parasitic gene sequence. Immediate biological sample retrieval recommended. Combat report updated. Successfully vanquished a Tier 4 special mutated parasitic organism. Biochemical unit composition updated. Basic biochemical entities. 1340. Special biochemical entities. 25. Acquired breeding qualification for a Tyrant Hellhound. Seeing the expansion of the biochemical forces, Qin Feng's expression brightened. He had been worried about the insufficient number of biochemical entities, and this was indeed a welcome boon. Without hesitation, he issued a command. Prioritize the breeding of one Tyrant Hellhound and allocate all remaining slots to the production of Hellhounds. Once completed, gather at my location. Command confirmed. Activating biochemical incubation chamber sequence. Meanwhile, in the Umbrella's underground base, the biochemical incubation chamber in Zone D1 illuminated with an eerie green glow as dozens of transparent incubation pods activated, revealing twisted embryonic outlines within the nutrient solution. This venture had proven fruitful. Gazing at the severed remains of the colossal crab monster, Qin Feng felt remarkably pleased. Not only had he obtained a rare special parasitic gene, but he had also fortuitously completed a purification task for Umbrella, thereby augmenting the number of biochemical entities. It was indeed a double victory. However, the current circumstances were not conducive to proceeding to Shelter 72. Observing the scattered remains around him, Qin Feng shook his head with resignation. Aside from the 4 hellhounds that had returned, he was accompanied only by 9 ordinary hellhounds for protection. Furthermore, he required the hellhounds to transport the crab monster's body back to the Umbrella underground base. It seemed he would need to delay here for a day until the newly bred hellhound arrived before continuing his journey. Well then, Supervisor Qin. As Qin Feng pondered deeply, Yu timidly inquired, do we still need to go to that abandoned hospital and eliminate the crawling monster? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng waved his hand, signaling 2 hellhound mounts to crouch before them. Of course we must go. After saying this, he mounted one of the hellhounds and instructed the Tyrant Hellhound to keep the 4 hellhounds stationed at their original position. He then set off for the abandoned hospital with Yu, closely followed by the rampaging Tyrant Guardian. In the depths of the Forsaken Hospital, within its subterranean 4th level, the makeshift refuge of the morgue has devolved into a gruesome hellscape. A horrifying roar reverberates through the air as the creature known as the Guardian Beast once again rends another fugitive to shreds, its maw dripping with a macabre mixture of saliva and flesh. Guardian Beast, what has happened to you? Stammers an elderly man clad in a gray robe. Staggering backward, his age-spotted hand pressed tightly against his chest. The once vibrant symbiotic entities that had coursed beneath his skin now writhe and curl like dying worms, detaching from him. The body that was once filled with vigor visibly withers at an alarming pace. What on earth has transpired? A look of terror spreads across the old man's face. Everything was perfectly fine. Why has it suddenly transformed into this nightmarish scene? Regrettably, no one remains to provide him with answers. For the colossal crawling monster has extended its grotesque, barbed tongue and ensnared him, drawing him into its gaping maw. Meanwhile, in the dim confines of the cell where the offerings are held, a group of survivors huddles together, their faces ashen and lifeless. It seems that Beast has gone berserk, murmurs a young woman in a white coat, her complexion pale and weak. Beside her, another young man in a white coat shakes his head with a bitter smile. Zhuang Jia, do you really expect that monster to show us any mercy? We can't even open this door. How can we possibly confront a creature of such formidable power? Upon hearing these words, the group falls into a heavy silence. Suddenly, a thunderous crash shakes the entire load-bearing wall along with the iron door, causing a jolt of fear to seize their hearts. Chapter 22. The Genes of Crawling Creatures. The liquor cough, I nearly choked to death. Qin Feng waved his hand to disperse the swirling dust before him. To be frank, he truly had no idea that the strength of the Berserk Guardian Tyrant could reach such an outrageous level. Beneath the collapsed wall, a colossal crawling monster was currently gnawing on human corpses, its lower half pinned down by tons of steel and concrete. Goodness, how is this any different from a humanoid bulldozer? Yu spat out the sand from his mouth. lifting his head in shock as he gazed at the vertical passage that pierced from the ground to the fourth underground level. This was an astonishing display of violence. Before the giant crawling monster could rise, the guardian tyrant clenched its right fist and struck directly at its head. The creature's skull burst open like a watermelon. Simultaneously, Qin Feng received his second piece of good news for the day. Detected special crawling creature gene sequence. Immediate biological sample recovery recommended. Combat report updated. Successfully defeated a Tier 3 crawling creature mutant. Second stage biochemical gene sequence has been activated. Liquor awaiting unlock. Acquired breeding qualification for guardian liquor. Indeed, it was the little liquor. Qin Feng's eyes brightened. In truth, when Yu described this colossal crawling monster, he had an inkling that it would unlock the gene sequence for the liquor. As expected, his intuition was spot on. This trip had proven to be incredibly worthwhile. Yu stumbled down from the back of the Hellhound, anxiously scanning the ravaged ruins. What's wrong? Qin Feng's voice came from behind. Yu's throat bobbed as he stammered. There was also a senior accompanying me. I have no idea what happened to them. Qin Feng pointed toward a corner room. There's still survivors inside. You might want to check. Yu's pupils dilated suddenly. Ignoring the uneven rubble beneath his feet, he hurriedly ran over. He pounded his fists against the rusted iron door, calling out loudly, Senior Zhuang Yin, Senior Yifan, are you in there? Inside the cell, Zhuang Yin's bloodstained fingers suddenly froze in midair. Yifan. Her cracked lips trembled as she thought, am I imagining things? Did I just hear the voice of Junior Yu? You did not mishear. It is indeed the voice of Yu. Su Yifan's expression turned serious. Struggling to support his weary body, he painfully made his way to the iron door, pressing against it and shouting, Is it Junior Yu? Hearing the response from within, Yu's heart soared with joy. They're still alive. With this thought in mind, he quickly picked up a chunk of debris and struck the chain on the iron door with all his might. Yet, after a prolonged effort, it remained unmoved. Perhaps it would be best to let the guardian tyrant handle it. Qin Feng remarked quietly from his side. By the way, please remind everyone inside to keep their distance from the iron gate to avoid any accidental harm. After cautioning the survivors in the cell to steer clear of the wall adjacent to the iron door, Qin Feng waved his hand at the Imperial Guard tyrant. Responding to the command, the tyrant crouched down and approached the iron door, its grayish-white claws gripping the thick iron chain. With a powerful tug, there was a creaking sound followed by a thunderous crash. The entire concrete wall, along with the iron door, was uprooted within the violently torn opening. Over 20 survivors huddled in the corner, their terrified eyes reflecting the imposing and monstrous figure of the Imperial Guard tyrant. A commander-level aberration? Su Yifan managed to maintain his composure, yet his gaze was filled with trepidation. What exactly was happening? The fact that this humanoid creature did not immediately attack them clearly indicated its alliance with Yu. However, given Yu's character, betrayal was out of the question. Thus, only one possibility remained. Su Yifan glanced towards Yu, who stood behind him. At that moment, Qin Feng was standing with his arms crossed. His expression calm as he nodded at him. Su Yifan seemed to have deduced something, his heart filled with astonishment. Could it truly be that someone was capable of taming such a formidable aberration? It was simply unbelievable. Sister Zhuang, Senior Yifan, are you all right? Yu hurriedly entered, a look of concern etched on his face. We're still alive. Su Yifan came to his senses, forcing a smile onto his pale face. Fortunately, you and your friend came to our rescue. Otherwise, we might have ended up as the monster's next meal tonight. As he spoke, he gestured towards the colossal, lifeless creature that lay beneath the rubble. Impressive, Su Yifan thought to himself as he glanced at the pool of brain matter and blood surrounding the crawling monstrosity. If he was not mistaken, this gigantic crawling creature had been dispatched in a single blow by the towering humanoid before him. It was at least a fourth-tier creature, perhaps even higher. Based on his past research on commander-level aberrations, he estimated that this humanoid giant had reached at least the 5th tier. Junior Yu, Zhuang Yin, weakly supporting herself against the wall, approached and curiously inquired, Who is this gentleman? Yu suddenly remembered something and quickly introduced, Oh, this is our group's biowarfare department head, Supervisor Qin, known as Qin Feng. As he spoke, He pointed to the Imperial Guard Tyrant beside him, and then to the Hellhounds stationed at the entrance of the passage. All these bio units belong to Supervisor Qin, and they were the ones who just saved you. Unknown group? Bio Warfare Department? Bio units? Upon hearing these unfamiliar terms, Su Yifen's brow furrowed slightly. A force capable of commanding such powerful creatures was entirely unknown to him. Moreover, you had also joined this organization? Numerous questions swirled in his mind. However, this was not the time for inquiries. Enduring the excruciating pain from his fractured right arm, Su Yifen solemnly bowed to Qin Feng. Gratitude is owed to Supervisor Qin for his life-saving intervention, as well as for rescuing that young man, Yiyu. It is but a trifling matter, no need for formality. Qin Feng nodded slightly. This is not the appropriate venue for conversation. Darkness approaches, and we must seek a safe haven within the hospital for the night. Upon hearing this, Su Yifen raised his gaze towards the collapsed dome. The sky outside was gradually dimming, indicating the sun's imminent descent. Contemplating this, Su Yifen's expression grew grave as he hurriedly organized the survivors to exit the confines of their prison. However, some individuals, having gone without nourishment for an extended period, lacked even the strength to stand. Observing this, Qin Feng casually whistled. In the next moment, a hellhound laden with supplies ambled over, nearly startling several people. Let us first provide everyone with sustenance to replenish their strength. Thank you, Supervisor Qin. Su Yifen inhaled deeply, forgoing any pretense of politeness. They had been starving for nearly a week. Without replenishing their energy soon, they risked losing consciousness. As the crowd bowed their heads and devoured the food voraciously, Qin Feng turned away, gazing up at the alarming gash in the ceiling. At this moment, he was mentally cursing the Imperial Guard Tyrant. Truly, is a savage weapon prone to uncontrollable outbursts. His earlier command had merely instructed the Imperial Guard Tyrant to search for a specified target and eliminate the massive lurking creature within the hospital. Yet what transpired? Before Qin Feng could react, the Imperial Guard Tyrant had crushed the floor beneath its feet, rampaging down to the 4th underground level. Now, his plan to securely store the 2 special mutated corpses acquired today in the hospital and safely endure the night was thwarted by this gaping hole above. To prevent these precious corpses from being seized by the nocturnal demons, an arduous battle awaited them tonight. The crux of the matter lay in whether the Imperial Guard Tyrant could defend this critical breach. However, the current situation was not as dire as Qin Feng had anticipated. Thanks to the successful completion of several key objectives today, the efficiency of the bioweapon incubation chamber had significantly improved. A new batch of Hellhounds was expected to arrive before nightfall. With 40 Hellhounds, 2 Imperial Guard Hellhounds, and the primary combatant, the Imperial Guard Tyrant. This constituted the entirety of Qin Feng's forces to stave off the nocturnal demons this evening. Chapter 23. Emergencies and Recruitment. Qin Feng vowed that his original intention was indeed to journey to shelter number 72. However, the path thus far had been fraught with skirmishes, or the imminent threat of them. As fate would have it, even before nightfall, a colossal worm-like creature inexplicably emerged from beneath the surface. The situation spiraled out of control. The chasm from the surface to the 4th underground level was not particularly large, yet this burrowing monster wreaked havoc, nearly dismantling the entire hospital. Such an abomination. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng could only sigh in resignation. Fortunately, although the burrowing creature appeared massive, its offensive capabilities were rather limited. Under the relentless assault of the Guardian Tyrant, the creature thrashed about in the hospital for a while before retreating, painfully burrowing back into the hole from whence it came, vanishing from sight in an instant. Cough, cough. Are you all right, seniors? Yiyu shouted, his face smeared with dirt. As the tremors from below gradually receded, the group shakily rose to their feet, their pallid faces still bearing the remnants of terror. Damn monster! Su Yifen stifled the rising bile, beginning to tally the number of survivors. 8 people are gone. His voice was hoarse. Qin Feng slowly approached the edge of the gaping chasm, his expression grim. The spot where the burrowing creature had suddenly erupted was directly beneath the 20 or so survivors. Qin Feng had sensed something amiss at the time, but the situation unfolded far too abruptly. The ground had caved in without warning, splitting open a chasm several meters wide. Immediately thereafter, a massive mob brimming with serrated teeth appeared, swiftly consuming several lives. To be candid, had he been standing in that very spot, it was likely that this clone's fate would have mirrored those unfortunate souls. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. Perhaps the recent string of victories had led him to forget that this was a post-apocalyptic wasteland where any unforeseen circumstance could claim his life in an instant. The Guardian Tyrant was no exception. It seemed to have regarded Qin Feng as its linchpin. Yu, his face etched with concern, surveyed the ravaged hospital before turning to ask, "Supervisor Qin, what shall we do now?" "What to do?" Staring at the mess before him, Qin Feng furrowed his brow and shook his head. Night was approaching. They needed to quickly seek a relatively safe spot within the hospital, for that was all they could do. "Understood," Yi responded, his expression heavy. It was indeed the only option. The entire hospital was riddled with vulnerabilities, and the Guardian Tyrant could not defend so many breaches. In contrast, consolidating the remaining survivors along with the two precious mutated specimen samples was the best course of action. The group immediately sprang into action. In this life-or-death moment, no one dared to toy with their lives. Qin Feng, too, remained busy, mentally inquiring of Hong Ho. How long until the newly cultivated Hellhound arrive? As he cast a glance at his watch, it read 5:25. There remained at least half an hour until nightfall enveloped the surroundings. Time was barely sufficient. After an extensive search, the group finally discovered a relatively secure refuge atop the 5th floor of the hospital. This area was the sole part of the building that had not been ravaged by the colossal worms. Observing this somewhat shabby sanctuary, Qin Feng felt a twinge of embarrassment. To be candid, had he known it would come to this, he would not have permitted the tyrant of the royal guards to dismantle the prison's front wall. That reinforced concrete cell might have served as the optimal refuge. The sun descended slowly, and the reinforcements in the form of hellhounds had assembled. In the twilight, 2 sentinel hellhounds stood guard in front of the hospital, accompanied by 40 others. The pairs of crimson eyes sent a shiver down Zhuang Yan's spine. Yet, in Su Yifan's eyes, a peculiar glint shimmered as he lowered his voice to inquire, "What are these creatures called?" "Hellhounds," came the response. Seeing such a multitude of hellhounds protecting them, Yu felt a sense of reassurance wash over him. They were natural hunters. "Hellhounds," Su Yifan echoed softly. The name certainly suited these beasts, with their grotesque crimson hides, haunting eyes, and an aura reminiscent of something straight from the depths of hell. It appeared that Senior Yifan was quite intrigued by these creatures. Yu perceptively noticed the eagerness flickering in Su Yifan's gaze, and a sly smile crept onto his lips. "Why not, senior and senior sister, forego the refuge and join our Umbrella Corporation instead?" He intentionally lowered his voice. The biological research technology possessed by the Umbrella Corporation was on an entirely different level compared to that of Shelter 72. Upon hearing these words, Zhuang Yan's brows furrowed in confusion. Was this an attempt to undermine their position? She observed Su Yifan's contemplative expression as he stroked his chin, but before she could speak, Yu launched into a fervent discourse. Of course, the remuneration for researchers is unparalleled. Unlimited experimental materials, fully enclosed sterile laboratories, and super AI providing computational support. Even experimental errors can be simulated in advance. As he spoke, he approached and patted the robust thigh of the Tyrant of the Royal Guards. The Tyrant cast him a sidelong glance, but remained silent. "Do you see? This is the 4th stage bioweapon from the Umbrella Corporation, within the Umbrella base. Such high-caliber research material is abundant." Furthermore, Yiyu's excitement escalated, nearly spitting saliva on his Su Yifan's face. Completely oblivious to the fact that Qin Feng's expression had transformed from a deep shade of blue to a dark hue akin to a burnt pot. "Enough!" Qin Feng exclaimed, yanking Yu by the collar as though he were a chick, pulling him away. "Immediately escort the survivors to the 5th floor and ensure silence." He shot a fierce glare at Yu, who seemed poised to speak again. He merely suggested that Yu attempt to recruit these 2 individuals while divulging some information about the Umbrella Corporation. How audacious is this fellow to exaggerate so brazenly? He is peddling the Imperial Guard Tyrant as if it were a common vegetable in the market. This is, after all, the sole fourth-stage bioweapon under his command. If these novices were to mishandle it, to whom could he turn for redress? Qin Feng massaged his throbbing temples. I am willing to join your esteemed organization. At that moment, Su Yifan turned to Qin Feng with a serious expression. Thank you, Supervisor Qin, for this opportunity. Yifan Yu. Zhuang Yin furrowed her brow nearby. Yu interjected again. Senior, do not hesitate. Professor Zheng will also be joining the Umbrella Corporation in the future. Professor Zheng? This time, Zhuang Yin appeared visibly taken aback. It is indeed Professor Zheng Wanqing. Yu clapped his hands and seized a moment. Our journey to Shelter 72 is, in fact, to formally invite Professor Zheng to join the Umbrella Corporation. Upon hearing this, Zhuang Yin regarded Yu with skepticism. You agree, don't you, Zhuang Yin? Su Yifan patted Zhuang Yin on the shoulder, gazing intently at Qin Feng's chiseled features. Do you not see the resemblance between Supervisor Qin and someone else? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. My apologies, Supervisor Qin. Su Yifan smiled and nodded. We actually met once at the Research Institute. You may not have noticed me at that time. I see. Qin Feng acknowledged, choosing not to elaborate further. Chapter 24. Fierce battle at the abandoned hospital. The last vestiges of twilight gradually faded into obscurity. For the sake of personal safety, Qin Feng opted to join his companions in fortifying the 5th floor of the derelict hospital. Aside from the windows, which were completely sealed with steel plates, 3 of the 4 staircases leading to the 5th floor had been entirely blocked by concrete debris and twisted steel frameworks. Qin Feng deliberately left the eastern staircase as a channel for diversion. He understood the nature of the night demons all too well, without a clear path indicated for them. These frenzied creatures might recklessly hurl themselves against the steel plates outside, thereby concentrating their assault in a singular direction. This was certainly preferable to allowing these beasts to gouge holes into the barriers. A piercing shriek, sharp as metal scraping against metal, shattered the eerie silence. The first night demon, drawn by the scent of blood, had evidently reached the vicinity of the hospital. It was no surprise that these monsters could easily pinpoint their location. After the rampage of the colossal crawling beast, the interior and exterior of the hospital lay in ruins, blood saturating every crevice. More critically, the top floors still harbored the corpses of 2 specially mutated entities. This temptation was enough to drive any night demon into a frenzy. At that moment, the iron door of the makeshift shelter was pushed open from within. Qin Feng frowned. Were they not meant to remain quiet inside? The first to emerge was Su Yifan, followed closely by 2 slender men, evidently military personnel who had undergone formal training. Lastly, Yu emerged, his neck hunched in apprehension. Let us join the fray, Su Yifan declared, presenting a modified automatic rifle to Qin Feng. If even Supervisor Qin and your biochemical troops cannot hold the staircase, we would only await our demise. We fortuitously discovered some weapons left behind by our unit in the room, which could indeed prove useful. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng grasped their intentions. He nodded slightly. Very well, but remember to aim for the night demons when firing. Do not mistakenly harm the Hellhounds. Understood, Su Yifan replied with a smile. Sensing an ominous presence, Qin Feng's expression suddenly turned grave. They are coming. No sooner had he spoken than the sound of scuttling echoed from outside the hospital, followed by a cacophony of roars surging forth like a tidal wave from all directions. At the hospital's main entrance, the frenzied enforcer Tyrant let out a deafening roar, its grayish-white claws sweeping through the air, reducing several night demons to a pulpy mess. Despite exuding a suffocating aura of oppression, these night demons appeared utterly oblivious to fear, continuing their relentless assault. Their sharp claws left spiderweb-like scratches upon the enforcer Tyrant-S form. Strange. Switching perspectives among the biochemical entities, Qin Feng murmured, this time, there is no sign of the night demon leader. Just as he pondered this, a dozen night demons seized the opportunity presented by the enforcer Tyrant-S distraction, slipping into the hospital lobby like phantoms. Despite the formidable strength of the Imperial Guard Tyrant, it ultimately remained but a solitary sentinel at the entrance of the hospital. Observing the unfolding scene, Qin Feng's pupils glimmered with a spark as he issued commands to the lurking hellhounds below. Almost instantaneously, the night demons that had just breached the central hall of the hospital found themselves besieged from 3 directions by the hellhounds. 2 Imperial Guard hellhounds were the first to charge, crashing into the throng of night demons, their serrated fangs swiftly claiming the lives of several. The surrounding hellhounds followed suit, encircling their foes and engaging in a brutal melee against the dozen or so night demons. This tactic of overwhelming through sheer numbers was a favored strategy of the Umbrella Corporation. In a matter of moments, the first wave of intruding night demons lay lifeless in the hospital's central hall. This skirmish, lasting less than 30 seconds, was merely the prologue to a night of bloodshed. Sooner or later, an ever-growing tide of night demons would surge into the hospital's interior. Qin Feng's original plan was straightforward: to have the Imperial Guard Tyrant slay a few night demon leaders, using their carcasses as a grim declaration to the surrounding horde that this hospital was not a place for them. However, the circumstances had shifted. The absence of any night demon leaders signified a lack of opportunity to instill fear among the rest. Thus, he resolved to eliminate every night demon that dared to invade the hospital. Naturally, should he ultimately fail in his defense, the loss would merely be that of this clone body. After all, he had the entire Umbrella Corporation backing him, capable of cultivating a new body in due time. As for the Imperial Guard Tyrant, even though the number of night demons was considerable, it was unlikely they could truly dismantle a 5th-stage bioweapon in a berserk state. Yet, Qin Feng inhaled deeply. It was a pity that those 2 precious mutated samples would fall into the hands of the night demons. If only he had a batch of ultraviolet mobile light sources. He shook his head in resignation, recalling that he had indeed contemplated dispatching a cluster of hellhounds equipped with ultraviolet light sources for reinforcement. However, the calculations from Red Queen had swiftly dashed that thought. The time it would take to equip the hellhounds with the necessary apparatus, and for them to reach the hospital, would be sufficient for the night demons to claim their dead. A series of shrill cries echoed from the stairwell below as several night demons breached the hellhounds' defenses, rapidly advancing towards the 5th floor. The night demons were coming. Qin Feng instinctively drew his dark spear, fixing his gaze on the dimly lit stairway. A few hellhounds stood guard at his side, emitting low growls. Meanwhile, Su Yifan, who had been resting against the wall, nimbly rolled over, having already chambered his assault rifle. He lowered his voice to remember, aim for the neck of the night demons. That is their most vulnerable spot. Understood, replied Yi Yu and the other 2 team members in unison, their weapons clicking as the safeties were disengaged. At that moment, as if sensing something, Qin Feng's expression shifted. A helicopter? How could the military personnel possibly appear in this cursed place? Through the vigilant eyes of the outside guards, he keenly discerned several armed helicopters flashing their lights in the distance. Almost simultaneously, the grotesque silhouette of the first night demon materialized at the corner of the staircase. Open fire, commanded Su Yifan, his directive escaping his lips before Qin Feng could react. Instantly, a torrent of bullets erupted, transforming the foremost night demon into a mere sieve. This was not a moment to conserve ammunition. The night demons were exceedingly agile, and it was imperative to suppress them beneath the staircase for safety. Qin Feng, standing nearby, seized the opportunity to speak. There are several armed helicopters in the vicinity. They must be military personnel. Military? Su Yifan paused momentarily, a realization dawning upon him. He hurriedly retrieved several signal flares from within the room and earnestly explained to Qin Feng. These are the signal flares we reserved for our research team. The simultaneous ignition of red, yellow, and blue signifies that there are researchers trapped and in need of assistance. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, sensing the rising casualties among the hellhounds below. Without further hesitation, he grasped a few signal flares. I will ignite the signal. You all hold this position. He patted the head of the leading hellhound and, shielded by a few of them, made his way toward the staircase. Before departing, he cast a solemn glance back at the group. Do not descend recklessly. Merely remain vigilant. Chapter 25. The rescue of the armed helicopter. With a deft flick of his weapon, Qin Feng sent a night demon, which had attempted a surprise attack. Hurtling through the air. Accompanied by 4 hellhounds, he navigated effortlessly to the ground floor of the hospital. At this moment, chaos reigned supreme. Dozens of hellhounds were locked in a fierce struggle against a relentless tide of night demons. A few of these fiends, sensing the presence of the living, recklessly lunged at Qin Feng, only to be torn to shreds by the hellhounds guarding him. Although the hellhounds boasted superior individual combat prowess, their numbers paled in comparison to the overwhelming swarm of night demons. The ground was already strewn with the corpses of more than 10 hellhounds, and the collapse of their defensive line seemed inevitable. Qin Feng skillfully evaded the assault of a night demon, urging several hellhounds toward the central plaza of the hospital. He nimbly pulled the pins from 3 signal flares and aimed them at the night sky, pulling the trigger. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 colorful flares sliced through the darkness, their blinding light momentarily stunning the pursuing night demons. Meanwhile, several kilometers away, 5 Nightingale-armed helicopters flew in a wedge formation, progressing toward the northwest. The heavy weaponry mounted on their fuselages glimmered coldly under the moonlight. Each helicopter was equipped with a heavy Gatling gun, dual-mounted cannons on the sides, and air-to-ground incendiary missiles affixed beneath their bellies. Inside the cabins, fully armed Special Forces operatives scanned the terrain through the windows. Just then, a voice of astonishment rang out from the front cabin. "Captain Zhao, 9 o'clock." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji's keen gaze instantly locked onto the tricolor signal flares illuminating the sky. The red, green, and blue flares have been fired simultaneously, an urgent distress signal from the highest echelon of research personnel within the shelter. All units, redirect to the coordinates of the signal. He decisively pressed the communication button. Activate the ultraviolet searchlight, maintain a safe altitude, and do not give those beasts any opportunity. Understood, came a synchronized reply over the radio. The 5 armed helicopters carved sharp arcs in the sky, their engines roaring as they raced toward the hospital. On the ground, observing the helicopters altering their course, Qin Feng's lips curved into a slight smile. First, he would address the immediate crisis. As for the military's reaction to the presence of his biochemical troops, he had already devised a strategy. If necessary, these reinforcements would become the private property of his protective umbrella, along with their helicopters. Suddenly, 2 warning sounds echoed in Qin Feng's mind. Countdown to the deactivation of the Guardian Tyrant. Second form, 2 hours. Cellular recombination cooldown period for the Guardian Tyrant. Second form, 7 days, 2 hours. The inevitable had arrived. A flicker of seriousness crossed Qin Feng's eyes. The second form of the Guardian Tyrant was not without its flaws. The rampant viral cells within it proliferated and consumed energy in proportion to the intensity of battle, burning rapidly like a candle. When the second form was deactivated, this biochemical weapon would inevitably enter a phase of weakness, although its power could still be maintained at the 4th stage. However, its combat effectiveness would significantly diminish, rendering it difficult to undertake high-intensity military operations in the short term. This was also the reason why Qin Feng had yet to activate the second form of the Imperial Guard Tyrant. There were simply too many of those damn night demons. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Qin Feng found himself slightly out of breath. Thanks to the neural memory implantation by the U.S. Special Operations Forces, his mastery of cold weapons was already unparalleled. His speed in eliminating night demons was on par with that of the Imperial Guard Hellhounds. Alas, he had yet to unlock the Umbrella Corporation's specialized weapons designed specifically for monsters. Otherwise, he would not be as exhausted as he was now. The sound of rotors grew increasingly closer, followed by a sudden barrage of gunfire. Reinforcements had finally arrived. A faint smile appeared on Qin Feng's weary face. Soon after, a military voice echoed from outside. "This is Patrol Team 72 of Shelter Number 72. Please indicate your location immediately. Repeat, please indicate your location." A deep, powerful male voice emanated from the helicopter's loudspeaker. Recognizing the somewhat familiar tone, Qin Feng couldn't help but murmur to himself, "Why does that voice sound so much like Uncle Zhao's? Could it really be him?" Without further hesitation, Qin Feng produced another signal flare, pulled the fuse, and raised it above his head, waving it towards the sky. Instantly, a plume of thick smoke billowed upward, Captain, over there. A team member in the helicopter pointed out the location. Zhao Wujing evidently spotted it as well, commanding one of the armed helicopters to swiftly approach. Meanwhile, the other 4 helicopters assumed a ground attack posture, unleashing firepower upon the night demons surrounding the hospital. The cluster night demons suffered heavy casualties in an instant. It truly was the caliber that represented justice. Witnessing this scene through the eyes of the Imperial Guard Tyrant, Qin Feng couldn't help but sigh. At this stage, the combat strength under his command was still too feeble. With just 2 Imperial Guard Hellhounds and 40 ordinary Hellhounds comprising a single combat unit, they would likely struggle to withstand even a single round of saturation fire from this armed helicopter formation. Nonetheless, there was no hint of despair in Qin Feng's eyes. The operational philosophy of the Umbrella Corporation had always been clear: to employ mechanized armed forces as the spear and bioengineered troops as the blade, delivering unexpected strikes to the enemy. These genetically enhanced killing machines were born for special operations. Moreover, armed helicopters like the one above were not insurmountable foes. He simply had yet to unlock the aerial bio-units. For instance, the 2nd stage Gorgon and the 3rd stage Twin-Wing Dragon were both adept at countering airborne units. The roar of the rotors echoed above. Qin Feng looked up to see an armed helicopter hovering over the central square of the hospital, its blinding searchlight illuminating him. Inside the cabin, Zhao Wujing suddenly leaned forward, his tactical gloves gripping the doorframe tightly. Qin Feng. This name detonated within the cabin like a shockwave. Several team members simultaneously lunged towards the hatch, gazing down at Qin Feng, their faces beneath the helmets etched with disbelief. Good heavens, it truly is that rascal Qin Feng. What on earth? Was he not supposed to have perished in the ambush of the otherworldly beast? Enough of the idle chatter. Kai, swiftly lower the descent ropes. By heavens, if this lad were to perish before our eyes, the commander would surely flay us alive. The originally meticulous rescue protocol was instantly cast aside by the group. Like invigorated warriors, several descent ropes were hurled towards the ground almost simultaneously. As the captain, Zhao Wuji did not intervene. Rather, his expression was animated as he slung his weapon across his chest and was the first to glide down. It truly is Uncle Zhao. Upon witnessing Zhao Wuji descending, Qin Feng smiled. He had never anticipated encountering his father's elite unit in such a desolate region. Such is fate. As soon as Zhao Wuji touched down, he rushed forward to envelop Qin Feng in a bear hug. Following that, a hearty laughter resonated, making Qin Feng's eardrums tingle. Ha ha ha! I knew it. A little troublemaker like you is not someone the King of Hell would dare to claim. The other team members swiftly followed suit, descending from the armed helicopter and forming a perimeter around the two. Chapter 26. Elite Forces, What on Earth? Canine Mutation? One of the team members, spotting a Hellhound not far away, had his finger poised on the trigger. Li, don't shoot. Qin Feng broke free from Zhao Wuji's bear hug, swiftly advancing to press down on Li Yang's assault rifle. They are allies. At this declaration, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. This grotesque creature was indeed an ally? Surely, this must be a jest. I will explain later. Qin Feng turned, his expression grave as he addressed Zhao Wujia. Uncle Zhao, we may need to commandeer your helicopter squad to help me track down Monster. Zhao Wujia asked no further questions. He efficiently yanked the fast rope down and promptly handed over a tactical vest and safety buckle. Let us go. We'll discuss it in the helicopter. All right. Qin Feng deftly secured the buckle mechanism. In no time, they had returned to the helicopter's cabin. By the way, Uncle Zhao, Qin Feng wasted no time, taking the co-pilot's seat. When you provided support earlier, did you happen to see any white-skinned creatures below? Given that the Tyrant Guard was stationed at the hospital entrance, and the Hellhound pack could not act independently under the onslaught of the night demons, his visibility of the outside world was severely limited. Logically, the night demons, possessing a reasonably high intelligence, should have retreated after losing so many comrades at the hospital. This was entirely contrary to their instinct to avoid danger. Clearly, there must be a night demon leader indirectly orchestrating these assaults from beyond his line of sight. A white figure? Zhao Wujia's rugged brows knitted together. Just then, the hesitant voice of the pilot came from the cockpit. Qin Feng, are you referring to a tall, pale humanoid creature? Yes. Qin Feng's pupils constricted suddenly. Huang, where did you see it? His voice rose slightly with urgency. Huang Qiming pointed southwest. On the roof of an abandoned distribution room over there. The spotlight inadvertently swept over that creature, and I caught a glimpse. Good eye, Huang. Qin Feng clapped Huang Qiming on the shoulder. Please lead us there. To resolve the siege at the hospital, we must eliminate that monster. Hearing this, Zhao Wujie also turned his gaze toward the periphery of the hospital. The night demon horde continued to converge upon the hospital relentlessly. This was indeed inconsistent with their expected reaction of retreat in the face of heavy firepower. Even with numerous survivors inside the hospital, such an anomalous situation should not arise. Something was amiss. Sensing Zhao Wujie's confusion, Qin Feng succinctly stated, "A special creature is influencing this group of night demons, the very white being I mentioned. Once we slay it, the besieging night demons will falter." A new species? Zhao Wujie's expression tightened. This exceptional circumstance must be reported in due time. Once the target was locked, the armed helicopter immediately adjusted its course. Simultaneously, a directive resonated within Qin Feng's mind. A thunderous roar erupted from the hospital's main entrance, reverberating through the night sky. The muscles of the Imperial Guard Tyrant suddenly swelled with ferocity, exuding a terrifying pressure that rendered the surrounding night demons momentarily paralyzed. What on earth is that creature? Several crew members inside the helicopters turned their gazes toward it. With a powerful stomp, the Imperial Guard Tyrant unleashed a sweeping blow with its massive, grayish claws, sending severed limbs flying like raindrops. Following this, the tyrant abruptly crouched, gathering strength, and charged towards the helicopter where Qin Feng was located. Why is that beast suddenly fixated on us? Li Yang pondered, bewildered. The others in the cabin shared his confusion. Could this humanoid monster possibly dislodge their armed helicopter from the ground? Cough, cough, cough. Qin Feng touched his nose and awkwardly spoke. Allied forces, allied forces. The humanoid creature below is also on our side. Please, Uncle Zhao, remind the other helicopter crews to avoid mistakenly attacking this being. Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone collectively gasped. That humanoid creature must possess at least fourth-tier strength. What has this young man been up to during his disappearance? How could he tame such a creature? Were it not for the familiar features and demeanor of Qin Feng remaining unchanged, they would almost suspect that he was a monster donning human skin. Have you been training as a beast tamer during your absence? In the rear, Liang playfully nudged Qin Feng with his elbow. This Nightingale helicopter squadron is a direct unit under Qin Feng's father. Over the years, while Qin Feng honed his skills in the military, he had faced life and death alongside these seasoned veterans, forging an extraordinary bond. Let's deliberate further. Qin Feng awkwardly scratched his head as he directed the Imperial Guard Tyrant to pursue the helicopter. A few minutes later, look, is that the beast? The helicopter pilot, a member of the elite unit, exhibited remarkable insight. Before anyone else could discern what was happening, he shone the searchlight in that direction. In the next moment, from the illuminated area, a piercing high-frequency blast emanated from the creature's mouth. Qin Feng covered his slightly throbbing ears and squinted towards the light. The size of this night demon leader is enormous. This was Qin Feng's immediate reaction. Roughly estimating, this leader's size was even larger than that of the Imperial Guard Tyrant, far surpassing the insignificant creature encountered on the lift platform. Furthermore, when the ultraviolet searchlight from the helicopter enveloped that pale figure, the expected burning effect was remarkably minimal. Qin Feng's eyes darkened slightly. Could it be that this creature has evolved to the point of being immune to ultraviolet light? Without needing Zhao Wujie to issue a command, the armed helicopter unleashed a torrent of fire upon the white monstrosity below. In that fleeting moment, flickering flames danced against the night sky. Good heavens! The creature's agility was utterly absurd. As Li Yang reloaded the Gatling gun, he stared in disbelief at the leaping white beast. 100 bullets had been unleashed upon it. Even the side-mounted cannons were employed, yet the majority of the projectiles merely grazed the target. Occasionally, the creature would tilt its head back and emit a high-pitched wail, as if mocking them. My temper is flaring. Witnessing this spectacle, Liang rolled up his sleeves, ready to unleash another barrage. Brotherly, do not squander ammunition. Qin Feng timely intervened, advising, use crossfire to block its retreat and lure it towards that humanoid entity. Since conventional weapons yield minimal effect against this creature, rather than depleting all our bullets, we should allow the Tyrant Guardian to personally eradicate it. Time remaining for Tyrant Guardian. Second form, 1 hour 25 minutes. Qin Feng decided to take a gamble. By overclocking and restructuring the cells, he aimed to push the Tyrant's potential to its theoretical limits. If this failed to subdue the white monstrosity, he would truly be at a loss. Emergency status. Tyrant Guardian, extreme overload mode activated. Remaining duration, 10 minutes. Peering down, Qin Feng observed the sinewy muscle fibers of the Tyrant Guardian writhing, as if alive. With a crackling sound, its bones splintered, and its form surged to over 5 meters in height. The aura of brutality it exuded rendered the night creatures within 100 meters paralyzed, akin to frogs ensnared by a serpent's gaze. At this juncture, the Tyrant Guardian had completely entered a state of semi-uncontrollable fury. Its crimson pupils glowed fiercely, and it emitted a deep, rumbling growl. In this moment, it had but one target: to annihilate and obliterate the white creature at all costs. Even Qin Feng, the controller, risked being struck without reason should he approach recklessly. In this form, the Tyrant Guardian had transformed entirely into a humanoid machine of slaughter. Chapter 27. Special white phosphorus incendiary shells. The armed helicopter unleashed a torrent of fire from its tri-barreled Gatling gun and cannon, the sound echoing like a relentless drumbeat. Qin Feng observed a notable detail. The colossal night demon leader seemed to have allocated all its attributes to agility and perception. Despite its almost precognitive ability to evade most projectiles, the bullets that did find their mark still exploded upon its pale form, splattering dark purple blood. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Qin Feng, indicating that this formidable creature was not invincible after all, and could indeed be slain. The crossfire network effectively sealed off the areas flanking the giant night demon leader, compelling it to dodge along a predetermined path. In the next moment, a nearby 3-story building collapsed with a thunderous crash, revealing the towering figure of the Tyrant Guardian amidst the swirling dust. At that moment, it was enveloped in scalding steam, locking onto its target with its crimson compound eyes fixed intently on the giant night demon leader. What a fascinating scene, Liang remarked. Releasing the trigger of the Gatling gun, his interest piqued by the unfolding spectacle below. The others nodded in agreement. After years of battling such creatures, they were fortunate to witness a genuine confrontation between monsters, one of which was, astonishingly, an ally. Xiao Feng, Zhao Wujie said, patting Qin Feng on the shoulder with a serious expression. Since your disappearance, the commander has dispatched reconnaissance teams to search for you. What exactly happened? Upon hearing this, Qin Feng shook his head coldly. I was betrayed by my own. He vividly recalled the chaotic scene during the joint hunting operation organized by the shelter. 3 special operations units dispatched by the military, 2 hunting teams composed of civilian gene enhancers, and several armed factions he did not recognize were all present. With so many factions involved, Qin Feng had paid them little mind, focusing solely on leading his team to hone their hunting and survival skills in the designated area. However, just as they were preparing to evacuate, disaster struck. A horde of aberrant beasts attacked the extraction point without warning. More critically, several armed factions turned on them, and even his own deputy aimed their weapon at him. The scene descended into chaos, and the last image Qin Feng recalled was a dagger plunging into his heart, followed by being carried away unconscious in the jaws of a monstrous beast. My own, Zhao Wujie's brows knitted together in confusion. But no hunting team returned to the shelter from that joint operation. We presumed you all had met with misfortune. At this revelation, Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. What was the situation? Before he could ponder further, the battle below had commenced. The Tyrant Guardian let out a deafening roar, its massive form hurtling towards the night demon leader like a cannonball, its gray-white claws slicing through the air, aimed directly at the colossal creature's head. The mutated being, however, exhibited agility that was nearly uncanny. A swift roll effortlessly evaded the attack. Simultaneously, a tail spike lashed out from behind like a venomous scorpion, leaving a gruesome crimson mark on the arm of the Guardian Tyrant. Witnessing this, Liang skillfully loaded the Gatling gun and pulled the trigger once more. "Big guy, I'm here to assist you." The three barrels of the gun whirled frantically, unleashing tongues of flame. Under the relentless onslaught, the space for movement of the colossal Night Demon leader significantly diminished. At that moment, Qin Feng's retina was suddenly flooded with a scarlet countdown. Time remaining until the Guardian Tyrant enters Berserk mode. 2 minutes. His gaze sharpened. Time was running short. He promptly issued commands through the neural interface. The Guardian Tyrant, receiving the order, experienced a contraction of its previously bulging muscles, with the vapor emanating from its surface dissipating as if entering a peculiar state. When the colossal Night Demon leader's tail spike lunged again, the Guardian Tyrant deliberately adjusted its angle, allowing the blade to pierce its chest cavity. As green blood splattered, the grayish-white bone claws firmly grasped the tail vertebra of the colossal Night Demon leader. Observing this scene, a faint smile curled at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. "You've fallen for it." This creature was indeed still too young. The tyrant's hydraulic muscles surged once more, forcefully pulling the stunned colossal Night Demon leader into its embrace. The titanium-like arm completed the final step of the tactical directive, Death Grip. Qin Feng's eyes suddenly turned icy. "Brother Huang, aim for it and fire 2 incendiary bombs." "Understood." Huang Qiming pressed the launch button. In the next instant, whoosh, the side of the armed helicopter unleashed 2 specially designed white phosphorus incendiary bombs, trailing fiery tails as they shot straight towards the 2 colossal beings below. Boom! A blinding white light akin to the midday sun erupted first. Immediately following, a blue-white phosphorescent flame at 3,000 expanded in a spherical shape, scorching the entire terrain. "Let us see if you can survive this time." Qin Feng's gaze flickered. Since the ultraviolet spotlight on the helicopter proved ineffective, he would allow the colossal Night Demon leader to experience the true power of a photosensitive weapon up close. He was well acquainted with the armaments aboard the armed helicopter. The guided weapon mounted on the helicopter's wings was known as the Frost Special Incendiary Missile, infused with a phosphorus aluminum nanocomposite fuel that amplified ultraviolet output several times, accompanied by high-frequency radiation effects. Qin Feng was resolute under the assault of such specialized weaponry. The colossal Night Demon leader could hardly remain unscathed. Indeed, within mere seconds, a piercing wail emanated from the epicenter of the explosion. As the glow dissipated, Qin Feng fixed his gaze downward. There, the once mighty colossal Night Demon leader knelt upon the molten ground, its skin rolling off like boiling tar, while muscle fibers underwent visible photolytic reactions under the incessant ultraviolet exposure. Even its internal organs and tissues oozed forth. Warning: degree of viral cell loss in the Imperial Guardian Tyrant. 67. Neural signal link system anomaly. Initiating defense protocol. Backup biological AI taking over. Main control authority offline. Time remaining for control authority recovery. 3 days before Qin Feng. The retinal projection displayed the physiological data of the Imperial Guardian Tyrant, flashing erratically. The 2 white phosphorus shells inflicted considerable damage on the Tyrant. However, due to its current berserk state, the proliferation rate of active cells within its body slightly exceeded that of the destroyed cells. Thus, even when struck by the white phosphorus shells, it would not perish. This was also the reason Qin Feng dared to gamble with the white phosphorus shells. He had already calculated the feasibility of this plan through the quantum computing chip in his mind. Calculation complete. Cell proliferation rate advantage, 23. 7. This precise probability to the decimal point was the foundation of Qin Feng's audacious wager. Otherwise, even if this colossal Night Demon leader were to escape, he would never have staked the Imperial Guardian Tyrant in such a deadly gamble. Good heavens! On the armed helicopter, upon witnessing the still-standing Imperial Guardian Tyrant, Liang widened his eyes in astonishment. What manner of creature is this? It shows no fear even of specially designed white phosphorus shells. Truly impressive. He then turned his fervent gaze toward Qin Feng, his voice tinged with barely contained excitement. "You've struck gold, my friend. Could we perhaps enlist its cooperation in our next battle?" I wish to experience the might of this behemoth up close. Chapter 28. Transporting Special Mutants, Not a Problem. Brotherly, Qin Feng replied with a smile, having anticipated this remark. Upon returning to the shelter, he intended to request his father to reposition the helicopter squadron to the perimeter of the Umbrella base. These familiar old comrades provided him with a sense of security far superior to that of other elite units. As he cast a glance around the cabin at the well-known faces, warmth filled his heart. This rugged group of men did not question the origins of the Imperial Guardian. Instead, they casually smoked while inspecting their weapons. Such unreserved trust is a rare treasure in the desolate world of the apocalypse. At that moment, as they observed the Imperial Guardian striding purposefully away, Li Yang expressed his confusion. What is that hulking figure up to? Shouldn't he be recuperating? Qin Feng offered no further explanation. Once the defensive protocols within the Imperial Guardian were activated, he lost command authority. According to Red's explanation, this battle-worn war machine would follow a predetermined route back to the Umbrella underground base for comprehensive data archiving, including the restoration of various bodily functions. The night demons are beginning to withdraw, came Huang Qiming's voice from the cockpit. Qin Feng peered through the bulletproof glass, and indeed, saw the remnants of the night demons retreating like a receding tide near the hospital. Most of them would instinctively flee towards the city's outskirts, seeking refuge in drainage systems or underground layers. After a quick assessment, Qin Feng noted that during this defensive stalemate, the Imperial Guardian had entirely lost its combat capability. Of the 40 ordinary Hellhounds, 26 had perished, and 3 were severely wounded. Even 2 of the Imperial Hellhounds had sustained varying degrees of bite injuries and needed to return to the underground base for repairs. However, this was inconsequential. As long as the Imperial Guardian was not completely destroyed and the 2 special mutants on the 5th floor remained intact, Qin Feng would feel no sorrow over the loss of the Hellhound pack. After all, Hellhounds are mass-produced bioweapons, given sufficient biomass and time. He could easily cultivate a new batch of enforcers. With the battle finally concluded, Qin Feng allowed his taut nerves to relax slightly. There was still one final task to attend to before he could confidently accompany the helicopter squadron to Shelter 72. At the entrance of the hospital, Li Yang exclaimed, "Goodness. It seems you've become quite adept at giving orders during our half-month separation." He grumbled as he tightened the special fiber rope, sweat dripping from his forehead. He kicked the cocoon mutant, and the rope creaked under the strain. Indeed, with an armed helicopter readily available, why not have them transport these 2 special mutant corpses back to the Umbrella base? It would spare them the trouble of utilizing the Hellhounds for transport, which would likely result in dismemberment. What Qin Feng needed most was to preserve the intact bodies of the special mutants, as their research value would be considerably higher. "Thank you for your hard work, brotherly." Qin Feng chuckled softly, casually tossing a can of Umbrella Corporation's specially formulated energy drink. The scientific value of these specimens is immeasurable. We cannot afford to be careless, can we? Liang swiftly caught the drink, pulled the tab, and tilted his head back to take a sip. Suddenly, his eyes brightened. He scrutinized the can's surface for information, but to his dismay, it bore no conventional markings. There was no product specification, no production date, and not even an expiration date. Only on the front was an octagonal pattern in red and white, emblazoned beside the words "functional beverage" in bold black. Which shelter produced this anonymous product? Liang pondered, smacking his lips as he savored the unique flavor. Nonetheless, it was quite invigorating. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng smiled slightly. "Brotherly, would you like me to bring you some more next time?" As an exclusive supply within Umbrella, all items adhere to a black box principle, stripping away any traceable information while retaining the iconic octagonal red and white Umbrella emblem. This was also a precaution to prevent the leakage of Umbrella's true information. "All right, it's time to depart." Just then, Zhao Wuji approached Qin Feng, saying, "Wait until we finish transporting the goods. Don't you dare go missing again. The commander has been quite worried about your safety these days." Qin Feng nodded earnestly. "Understood, Uncle Zhao." As the propeller spun rapidly against the night sky, several armed helicopters slowly ascended. One cannot deny the efficiency of aerial transport. It's simply swift. Gazing at the familiar lake beside Jiulong Manor, Qin Feng mused internally. After all, he still had no idea when he would unlock the mechanized forces under Umbrella's command. When he returned to Shelter 72, he would certainly have a heartfelt plea for his commanding father, seeking a way to borrow a few machines for some experimentation. The chief executive officer of Umbrella was indeed in a rather disheveled state. Snapping back to reality, Qin Feng began directing the armed helicopters to unload the remains of the 3 special mutated bodies near the lakeshore, not far from the landing platform. As for why he did not transport them directly above the platform, Qin Feng had his deeper considerations. Although he was intimately familiar and trusted the members of this helicopter squadron, the cabin also housed several survivors from the hospital. In this morally decayed apocalypse, human intentions are inscrutable. No one could guarantee that among these seemingly frail survivors, there wouldn't be someone plotting to sell Umbrella's base information to other factions in exchange for resources for survival. For the sake of caution, Qin Feng decided against revealing the exact location of Umbrella's underground base in front of everyone. Moreover, with the military's rescue efforts in play, these survivors would undoubtedly choose to accompany the military back to Shelter 72. He had little faith in their ability to keep secrets. Are we landing here? Zhao Wuji gazed at the desolate scenery by the lakeside, his brow slightly furrowed as he felt compelled to reaffirm his observations. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, then turned to the few individuals at the rear of the cabin. Yi, what are your plans? His tone was calm, his gaze drifting among them. I intend to return to the shelter with Team Zhao. After a brief pause, he added, of course, the choice is yours. Once we reach the shelter, there will be ample opportunities to gather personnel. He would not impose his will upon them. Before Yi Yu could respond, Su Yifan spoke up decisively, his voice crisp and clear. I am accustomed to going solo, so I will remain here. Upon hearing this, Yi Yu nodded in agreement. So shall I. I am grateful for Qin Ji's care these past days, but I shall not continue to burden you. You have your own matters to attend to. His tone was sincere, tinged with self-awareness. The recent tumult had granted him a clearer perspective on reality. Lacking extraordinary prowess, he had often required Qin Feng's attention to look after him. The reason Qin Feng had initially included him was merely to utilize his identity as a cover for their covert entry into the shelter, though the reasons remained obscure. With familiar military forces escorting them now, such a disguise was no longer necessary. He would follow Senior Su into familiar territory, which felt considerably safer. Moreover, the benefits provided by the Umbrella Corporation were indeed commendable. Frankly, Yi Yu found himself reminiscing about the sumptuous meals at the employee cafeteria. Rest assured, there will be individuals to assist you once the time comes, Qin Feng affirmed, his gaze inadvertently brushing over Zhuang Yan's apologetic expression, yet he made no further comment. During the recruitment of the two, it was Yi Yu who had shared certain information regarding the Umbrella Corporation exclusively with them. Their reluctance was evident, and he did not press them. However, should he catch wind of any mention of the Umbrella Corporation within Shelter 72, he would not hesitate to act with ruthless resolve. Chapter 29. Unlocking 2 bioforms, can they truly proceed like this without any concerns? Zhao Wuji's gaze was fixed upon Yi Yu and his companion, who stood beside 3 mutated corpses below, his brow furrowed in worry. As a second-tier gene enhancer, he possessed a modicum of self-preservation capability. Yet, the 2 individuals below were merely ordinary people. The emergence of a single aberrant beast could easily claim their lives. Uncle Zhao, rest assured, there will be someone to assist them, Qin Feng replied with a resigned wave of his hand. At this very moment, under the meticulous coordination of the Red Queen, a squad of Hellhounds lay in ambush near the lift platform, ready for action. These Hellhounds had been meticulously bred anew since the battle in the hospital. For every one lost, Qin Feng promptly nurtured a replacement. Now, the entire Hellhound pack had fully replenished, awaiting the departure of the armed helicopter. Once that occurred, the Hellhounds would immediately emerge to provide support. Besides, the entire lake area was under the stringent surveillance of the Umbrella Corporation. What unforeseen event could possibly arise? Considering this, Qin Feng urged, "Let us go, Uncle Zhao. My father should still be waiting for me." Upon hearing this, Zhao Wuji ceased his internal conflict and promptly issued commands to the crew for takeoff, returning to Shelter 72. Uncharacteristically, Qin Feng did not bring any bioform guards this time. as the Imperial Guardian was still in a state of disengagement, and most of the Hellhounds were stationed near the Umbrella underground base. During the flight, Qin Feng seized the opportunity to inquire about the peculiar joint hunting operation. Uncle Zhao, you previously mentioned that not a single member of the entire joint hunting team returned to shelter? Indeed, Zhao Wuji replied, gravely nodding. Even the 3 special operations teams dispatched by the military vanished without a trace. He paused, lowering his voice. During our subsequent search, we found only signs of battle at the scene, yet not a single body was recovered. Even the whereabouts of those 3 special forces teams have completely disappeared. When we investigated, aside from the evidence of the struggle, there were no human remains. Qin Feng's brow knitted in concern as he unconsciously tapped his fingers against the armrest of his seat. This was illogical. He recalled the scene vividly, his voice laced with confusion. I distinctly saw someone defect during the battle. The precise circumstances remain unclear to me. Zhao Wuji sighed heavily, the lines on his forehead deepening. The shelter had been under immense pressure lately. In addition to the higher-ups issuing stringent orders to reclaim the coastline base, many perplexing situations had arisen surrounding the shelter. He rubbed his temples and continued, just like this hunting operation and the inexplicable collective death of the troops stationed in the hospital area. Our reconnaissance teams are swamped and unable to keep up. Qin Feng listened intently, concealing his thoughts. He was already well aware of the truth behind the deaths of the hospital garrison. That unit had long since become a puppet force controlled by that peculiar parasitic entity. When the Tyrant of the Imperial Guard struck down the mother body, all but a few fervent devotees, akin to those found in hospitals, swiftly succumbed to exhaustion and demise. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight flashed in Qin Feng's eyes as a dreadful thought coursed through his mind. Given that this particular parasitic creature could stealthily invade humanity, was there a possibility that during that joint hunting operation, some form of psychic entity was covertly manipulating events, inciting the entire hunting team to turn upon one another? Although the likelihood of such a scenario was slim, Qin Feng, having endured several battles, understood better than anyone that the monsters from the outside world had long surpassed the primitive images etched in the original memories. They were evolving at an astonishing rate, with their evolutionary paths increasingly enigmatic. With a sudden sharpened gaze, Qin Feng murmured to himself in a hushed tone, I must report this situation to my father immediately. Otherwise, it is uncertain how many military forces may fall victim to the unknown outside. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed in his mind. Recovery of special parasitic gene sequences, research task completed. Recovery of special crawling mutant gene sequences, research task completed. Recovery of special nightmare biological gene sequences. Research task completed. Research report updated. Unlocking the liquor, Stage 2, Basic. Unlocking the Parasite Dominator, Stage 3, Special. Biochemical Unit Composition updated. Basic Biochemical Entities, 4100. Special Biochemical Entities, 310. Upon seeing these messages, a smile involuntarily crept across Qin Feng's lips. This was indeed a lucrative endeavor. As expected, one must venture out more often. These special mutated creatures outside were, in essence, a mobile repository of genetic treasures. He was familiar with the liquor, a hallmark of the Biohazard series, which appeared in nearly every installment, endearingly referred to by some players as Little Lick. However, the other entity, the Parasite Dominator, puzzled him. This unfamiliar name likely referred to a new species developed by the Umbrella Corporation, he mused. With curiosity piqued, he summoned the holographic projection interface. Bioweapon model, Parasite Dominator, Special, Development Stage, Third Stage, Height, 2.0 meters, Length, 3.5 meters, Weight, 2.0 tons. Information. The latest third-stage bioweapon developed by the Umbrella Corporation, possessing formidable infection capabilities, constructing a collective consciousness network of its parasitic biological minions. Task type. Collective consciousness manipulation, parasitic enhancement, neurotoxin secretion, good heavens. A bioweapon weighing 2 tons. Even more extravagant than the Tyrant of the Imperial Guard. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, suddenly intrigued. With the inclusion of the Parasite Dominator, it meant that he would officially possess a parasitic combat unit. After swiftly reviewing the information, Qin Feng immediately set about allocating breeding quotas, starting with 40 ordinary hellhounds. He retained their original composition and even cultivated an additional 20. A hellhound of the Imperial Guard commands 30 ordinary individuals, thereby establishing a formidable reconnaissance bioarmy. As for the remaining 40 slots, due to the fact that the lickers belong to the second stage of bioweapons, their daily consumption of bodily functions and basic maintenance costs have doubled. Consequently, the originally available capacity for breeding 2 hellhounds now permits the cultivation of merely 1 licker. Qin Feng harbors no dissatisfaction regarding this outcome. After all, he can still cultivate 20 units. This significantly enhances the combat capabilities of his bioarmy. Simultaneously, within the Umbrella Corporation's underground base, in the biocultivation chamber of Zone D1, under Qin Feng's command, the holographic projection of Red Queen illuminated the central control room, with a mechanical female voice coldly announcing, "Biomass Energy Transport Protocol initiated." In an instant, alongside the control room, dozens of cylindrical cultivation tanks simultaneously activated crimson warning lights. The hydraulic system groaned as it injected a phosphorescent green nutrient solution into the chambers, with countless bubbles surging forth from the conduits. Estimated deployment completion, 4 hours. Chapter 30. Shelter number 72. Shelter number 72 is situated in the northwest of Coastal City. This steel fortress, transformed from the underground strategic reserve base of the Eastern Theater, has undergone 3 major expansions since the catastrophic event. The military established multiple defensive fortifications on the surface, centered around the original base, ultimately creating a survival bastion capable of accommodating hundreds of thousands. "Wake up, Qin Feng, we have arrived." The sensation of an elbow nudging him stirred Qin Feng from his light slumber. Outside the window, the night remained as dark as ink. Yet the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions were unmistakable. The booming of automatic defense turrets and the roar of concentrated barges echoed through the air. Upon hearing this familiar cacophony, Qin Feng's drowsy mind instantly awakened. Finally, they had reached their destination. In stark contrast to the portrayal of shelters as safe havens in other apocalyptic narratives, the living conditions here were exceedingly complicated. Within a 20-kilometer radius of shelter number 72, the density of monsters increased exponentially. These beasts, lured by the scent of humanity, surged forth like sharks drawn to blood. Ironically, the outskirts, where the Umbrella base was located, were designated as low-risk areas by the military. Yet, this bastion of human civilization perpetually bore the ominous crimson warning sign of high risk. In this shattered world, the most perilous places often coincided with the densest concentrations of people. The armed helicopter squadron safely navigated past the outpost, thanks to the military's extensive deployment of ground-to-air defensive matrix weapons in the area. Remarkably few flying monsters roamed nearby. Peering through the bulletproof window, Qin Feng observed the intertwining web of fire reflected in his pupils. The chain guns mounted on the automated sentry towers unleashed torrents of deadly fire. Amidst the explosive flames, the tide of incoming beasts fell like waves of wheat before the scythe. Such was the lethality of modern weaponry. Compared to shelter number 72, the Umbrella Corporation still seemed rather feeble. "Finally, home at last," remarked Liang behind him, stifling a yawn and stretching his limbs. He squinted at the dark mass of beasts outside the outpost, then chuckled derisively. "Damn, these monsters just keep coming, wave after wave. It feels like we can never kill them all." Qin Feng nodded in agreement. The beast tide presented the most daunting challenge for the shelter. Despite the military's actions to repeatedly clear the monsters from the periphery, within less than half a month, or perhaps even less than a week, the creatures would once again swarm from all directions. As Liang had observed, the reproductive capacity of these beasts was terrifying. It was as though for every one eliminated during the day, 3 more could miraculously appear by nightfall, catching one off guard. Even more alarming was the fact that they seemed to be evolving into special mutations targeting humanity. Having traversed the outpost, the helicopter squadron successfully arrived at the steel fortress below. The entire sanctuary resembled a mechanical, cybernetic city, constructed from dense composite armor plates. The helicopter carrying Qin Feng gradually came to a halt on the rooftop helipad. "You certainly have an impressive presence," remarked Li Yong, jostling Qin Feng with his elbow. His voice lowered with a teasing tone. "Even the commander himself has come to greet you at the helipad." He gestured ahead with his chin. As Qin Feng regained his focus, he noticed a tall figure standing under the spotlight outside. Upon recognizing the individual, his throat involuntarily tightened. It was the commander of the 3rd Mechanized Corps, General Qin Ziming, a major general and a 5th-tier gene enhancer, who also happened to be his father. Qin Feng steadily descended the boarding ladder and saluted the imposing figure with a standard military greeting. "Dad." Qin Ziming nodded slightly. The 50-year-old general, still possessing the physique of a 30-year-old due to gene enhancement, had sharp eyes akin to those of a hawk beneath his dark, short hair. He placed a firm hand on his son's shoulder, the stars of his military uniform glimmering under the lights. "It's good to have you back." Those simple 4 words allowed the tension in Qin Feng's back to ease slightly. It was evident that his father remained oblivious to the fact that the person before him was actually a clone of his son. "Come, let's go home. Your mother and sister are waiting for you." Qin Feng nodded slightly. After exchanging greetings with Zhao Wuji and the others, he followed his father to the military family residential complex. As soon as they entered, a young woman clad in gray-green military attire rushed forward. "Brother." Qin Feng smiled and welcomed her embrace. "I'm so relieved you're safe. You have no idea how worried Mother and I have been." "Well, here I am, safe and sound," Qin Feng replied gently, ruffling the hair of the young woman before him, his younger sister, Qin Yuru. Like Qin Feng, she was also a 2nd-tier gene enhancer. She inherited her father's chiseled features, her porcelain skin complementing her dark, arched brows, and her almond-shaped eyes radiated a spirited confidence. Her unadorned face bore the fierce determination characteristic of a military person, resembling a modern-day Hua Mulan. Releasing Qin Yuru, Qin Feng turned his gaze to the woman behind her. There stood a gentle lady wearing an apron and glasses, beaming with warmth. It was his mother, Zheng Wanqing. "Mom." Qin Feng opened his arms and embraced her. "You dear child." Zheng Wanqing's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she playfully struck his shoulder, reproaching him. "Your father is the deputy commander of the war zone. Couldn't you stay put in the sanctuary? Must you follow in the footsteps of those enhancers, risking your life outdoors?" Mom, hearing that familiar tone, Qin Feng wore a resigned smile. "But I've returned unscathed, haven't I?" Suddenly lowering his voice and glancing at his silent father beside him, he added, "I have many important matters to discuss with you. Let us talk in the study later." As his gaze inadvertently swept over the steaming hometown dishes laid out before him, Qin Feng could not help but swallow hard. Nevertheless, he stepped forward and picked up a pair of chopsticks to grasp a piece of sweet and sour ribs. Even momentous matters must wait until one's hunger is satiated. In the early hours of the morning, within the study, Qin Ziming's eyes darkened slightly upon hearing Qin Feng's recount of a series of extraordinary encounters with peculiar monsters. "Father." Qin Feng seized the opportunity of his father's contemplation to present a prepared list. "I require the deployment order for Uncle Zhao's Nightingale Armed Helicopter Squadron to eliminate this peculiar monster threat." Furthermore, he approached the coastal city map on the opposite wall and, with a serious expression, added, "I need you to assign the defense here to your elite 3rd Special Operations Group for reconnaissance and patrol." The location Qin Feng referenced was precisely where the Umbrella's underground base was situated. Before his father could respond, Qin Feng turned once more to his mother, softening his tone. "Mother, could you possibly use your internal connections to assist me in recruiting a team of biological researchers?" At this strange request, Zheng Wanqing was momentarily taken aback. "What do you require them for?" Chapter 31. The Unknown Mist. Gaining strong support during the ensuing conversation, Qin Feng, either intentionally or inadvertently, disclosed fragments of information regarding the Umbrella Corporation to the 3 individuals present. When the term mass-produced bioweapons was mentioned, he keenly observed a flicker of surprise in his father's pupils, accompanied by a sudden pause in his breath. Given their familial bond, he had no intention of concealing too much, especially at this critical juncture before the Umbrella's ascendance. His father's military mobilization authority and his mother's connections within the scientific community would undoubtedly serve as vital sustenance for this nascent organization. As Qin Ziming closed his eyes in contemplation, his fingers rhythmically tapped against the solid wooden table, producing a somber cadence. "Xiao Feng," interjected Zheng Wanqing, her delicate brow furrowing with concern. "While this umbrella organization may indeed offer assistance, what if their true intention is to exploit you to unleash these biomonsters for some more sinister scheme? Utilizing bioweapons against aberrant beasts could be akin to playing with fire." In response, Qin Feng's lips twitched ever so slightly. A sudden realization struck him. He had always viewed the umbrella from the divine perspective of a time traveler, and yet he was also the covert ruler behind the organization. However, at this moment, he found himself unable to disclose the entire truth to his family. After all, he was no longer the original Qin Feng of this world, but rather a soul imbued with the memories of the entire Biohazard series. Had the original Qin Feng been seated here, perhaps he would have been swayed by his mother's probing doubts. Yet, the one who commanded this body was ultimately he himself. At that moment, Qin Ziming slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of determination glimmering within their depths. He inhaled deeply. "Xiao Feng, we can fully support what you have proposed. If possible, I can also leverage certain special connections within the military to pave the way for the umbrella forces you mentioned." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng's expression brightened. However, Qin Ziming abruptly retrieved a military map from the depths of his drawer, his tone shifting to one of grave seriousness. "If these bio-creatures are truly as formidable as you assert, we will require the assistance of the umbrella to address a situation that even the shelter is at a loss to resolve." Qin Feng's countenance momentarily froze. What predicament could possibly elude the heavily armored divisions of the shelter? He directed his gaze toward the military map before him. Within the confines of Linhai City, the coastal base was encircled by a glaring red circle, while the densely packed blue arrows indicated the advance routes of 3 mechanized units. As he shifted his gaze to the northwest, his breath hitched. At the boundary between Linhai City and Suhuai City, a vast expanse of purple mist was marked in a fan shape, poised to engulf Base 72. Although there remained a considerable distance, the accompanying notes indicated that this mist was expanding towards Shelter 72 at a relentless speed of 1.5 to 2 kilometers per day. In the legend bar, a scarlet exclamation mark loomed. "Unknown fog, black zone." This was a map module that Qin Feng had never encountered during his time in the military. "Do you understand why we suddenly mobilized a significant force to reclaim the coastal base?" Qin Ziming slowly rose, approaching the window, gazing up at the night sky, torn asunder by shades of gray-red and deep black. The root of everything lay within that strange fog. Qin Feng sat in silence, attentively listening. "Approximately 3 months ago, our reconnaissance units first discovered it on the outskirts of Suhuai City." Qin Ziming's voice suddenly became hoarse as he began to explain. "Initially, we believed it to be merely a common radiation dust fog and did not pay it much mind." Qin Feng, his countenance grave, nodded in acknowledgement. He was aware of the tragic plight of Suhuai City. At that time, under the assault of a colossal titan creature, all major shelters within the city were on the brink of collapse. Its fall was merely a matter of time. To alleviate the pressure on surrounding cities, the military of Suhuai City was compelled to make a harrowing decision to initiate a nuclear strike. During that period, the immense mushroom cloud not only engulfed countless aberrant beasts, but also transformed the entire city into a death zone shrouded in radiation. Thus, the military deduced that this bizarre fog was a result of radiation dust formed post-nuclear explosion, a conclusion that appeared to be quite reasonable. Qin Ziming continued solemnly. "However, when civilian hunting teams wandering around the fog began to lose contact one after another, we realized the gravity of the situation. To uncover the truth, several shelters united to form a special advance team, comprised of top scientific experts and special operations personnel, equipped with the most advanced detection devices of the time. But tragically, Qin Ziming's voice fell somber. The entire task force vanished without a trace after entering the fog, and even more peculiarly, all electronic devices inexplicably malfunctioned shortly after breaching the fog's boundary. A glimmer of sharp insight flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He seemed to grasp his father's true intent. His father sought to leverage the bioengineering troops under his command to explore the secrets hidden within that enigmatic fog. After all, although the bioengineered entities were implanted with conventional biological chips, akin to how he once commanded them remotely via neural link chips, their true value lay in the rarely utilized biological wave communication system. Each bioengineered entity's cerebral cortex could emit unique biological electric waves, intertwining to form a completely independent encrypted communication network, wholly detached from electronic devices. More crucially, even his current clone body could release biological electric pulse signals through specific neural frequencies, enabling tactical control over his bioengineering troops. However, this method was far more primitive compared to the precise and efficient biological chips. Yet, if he were to command the bioengineering troops to delve into that fog capable of consuming all electromagnetic signals, this is perhaps the only viable combat strategy. Contemplating this, Qin Feng regarded his father with a serious expression. It is also within my capacity to handle this matter. I still possess a degree of influence within the Umbrella Corporation, provided that you offer me ample support. The establishment of a biochemical reconnaissance unit to investigate the foggy regions is entirely feasible. Qin Ziming nodded slightly, a rare flicker of satisfaction gracing his otherwise solemn countenance. Excellent. He fixed his profound gaze upon Qin Feng. I shall refrain from inquiring further into the events of recent days. However, one point you must bear in mind. We are, above all, human beings, creatures endowed with emotions. Qin Feng nodded subtly, his gaze tranquil. He comprehended the deeper meaning behind his father's words. It was a concern for him that in coexisting with these bioweapons born for slaughter, he might gradually blur the lines of humanity. This apprehension, Qin Feng understood deeply. He was acutely aware that to expand the Umbrella's domain without scruples, even directing a blade against those struggling for survival in this apocalyptic world, would render him no different from the bloodthirsty monsters outside the sanctuary. Whether it was the former Qin Feng or the soul now inhabiting this vessel, neither was a cold-hearted individual. Certain boundaries are never meant to be crossed. Qin Feng stayed at the sanctuary for merely 2 days. The encroaching fog outside continued to spread, and time was of the essence. He returned to the sanctuary solely to assure his family of his safety. To his surprise, his father had already utilized some connections within the military, granting him the exceptional status of a temporary commander, leading a newly formed special infantry battalion. His mother, equally indefatigable, had in just 2 days gathered a group of elite researchers from the sanctuary for him. Standing beside the howling helipad, Qin Feng felt an extraordinary sense of ease, softly exclaiming, "The feeling of having connections is truly delightful." Yet, paramount to this was his father's attitude. Even without having seen what the bioweapons resembled, he unhesitatingly mobilized military resources, wholeheartedly supporting his plan. His father, known for his stern demeanor, always bore an air of undeniable authority. Yet, when confronted with the unknown, his thoughts and ideas were sharper and more open than those of many young officers. This unwavering support left Qin Feng somewhat dazed. Chapter 32. Preparations, Special Infantry Battalion Brother. I'm here. Qin Feng was lost in contemplation, admiring his father's open-mindedness, when a bright voice suddenly pierced his thoughts, causing his expression to falter. Isn't it better for you to stay at home, little girl? He turned to find Qin Yuruo, who had appeared beside him unannounced, and he sighed helplessly. This situation had arisen rather abruptly. Earlier that morning, his mother had insisted that he take Qin Yuruo along to witness the workings of the Umbrella Corporation. Qin Feng understood her intentions all too well. It was not merely about broadening his sister's horizons. She was clearly concerned about him encountering difficulties outside, and had deliberately sent an observer to keep an eye on him. At heart, his mother remained anxious about the reliability of the Umbrella Corporation as he had described it. Oomph. Qin Yuruo huffed, her lips curling slightly. You take my squad away without a word, and I, as the squad leader, can't come along to supervise? Of course you can, my esteemed lady, Qin Feng replied, exasperation evident in his gesture, but a hint of amusement glimmering in his eyes. He actually had other considerations in mind. Introducing his sister to the Umbrella Corporation was not without merit. When the time was ripe, he intended to bring their parents to the underground base of the Umbrella Corporation as well. However, discussing such matters now seemed premature. Currently, their father served as the deputy commander of the 72nd Shelter's combat zone, while their mother led significant research projects at the Biological Research Institute. Both were burdened with important responsibilities. It was evidently unrealistic to expect them to abandon their work and relocate the entire family. Commander Qin, all troops have arrived at the airport. Please provide instructions. At that moment, a middle-aged man clad in a black combat uniform approached, saluting crisply. Qin Feng looked up, a resigned smile gracing his features. He quickly advanced and gently pressed down the man's salute. Uncle Li, you flatter me. Just call me Xiao Feng. The man before him was named Li Ziyuan, the captain of the Special Guard Company under his father's command, and he himself was a third-tier gene enhancer. This Special Guard Company had extensive experience dealing with exotic beasts. Though his father had not explicitly stated it, he had incorporated the most elite units, those with whom he shared camaraderie and the instructors who had once taught him combat and shooting, into the newly formed Special Infantry Battalion. Li Ziyuan shook his head solemnly. One thing at a time, regarding operational matters. The superiors have informed us that you are now the highest commander of our Special Operations Battalion. Very well, Qin Feng replied, waving his hand in resignation. He glanced below, where several hundred personnel were busily transporting weapons and ammunition, while heavy transport helicopters waited nearby. Qin Feng observed it all quietly. These elite units would no longer return to the shelter, operating solely under his command. Naturally, the supply of weapons and ammunition would still come from the 72nd Shelter, as the Umbrella Corporation had yet to unlock its underground arms depot and manufacturing facilities, remaining in a state of impoverished beginnings. As for whether anyone in the military district opposed this unilateral decision, Qin Feng surmised that there must have been dissent. However, his father evidently employed some means to resolve these troubles. Approximately half an hour later, the entire Special Operations Battalion was fully assembled, comprising 3 reinforced Special Operations companies and totaling 450 personnel. The commander was none other than Qin Feng himself, with Li Ziyuan serving as the deputy commander. Despite the absence of heavy equipment such as tanks and helicopters, the firepower configuration was formidable, including an array of general-purpose machine guns, grenade launchers, and light mortars in ample supply. As the troops completed their full assembly, Qin Feng let out a long breath and turned to his father, who stood nearby, solemnly stating, Father, you row, and I shall take our leave now. Qin Ziming nodded slightly. I entrust this Special Operations Battalion to you. You must take responsibility for their lives and not betray their trust in you. Understood, Qin Feng replied. After bidding farewell to his parents, he boarded a heavily armed helicopter, which took off directly. This Special Operations Battalion would accompany him to the Umbrella underground base. Meanwhile, a few kilometers away from the Umbrella base, in a dilapidated school eroded by time, Su Yifan leaned against a rusted iron railing, his eyes sparkling with fervor. It is truly astonishing. These creatures can flawlessly execute human commands. Below the teaching building, dozens of grotesque, crawling creatures moved with astonishing efficiency between the ruins of the hospital. Their sharp, bony claws scraped against the concrete floor, producing a sound that could make one's teeth ache. Biochemical weapon model, Liquor Eye, development stage. Phase 2, crawling height, 0. 8 meters, crawling length, 2. 5 meters, weight, 250 kilograms. Information, a Phase 2 biochemical weapon developed by the Umbrella Corporation, a special organism modified by the T-virus, sacrificing sight and dermal tissue in exchange for extraordinary hearing and agility. Mission type, rapid extermination, group deterrence, adaptive tasks, indeed. These fearsome-looking crawling creatures were Qin Feng's latest unlocked biochemical weapon, the Liquor. The Liquor before him resembled a giant, skinless humanoid monster, its muscular fibers fully exposed to the air, glistening with a viscous sheen. Its exaggerated limb proportions allowed it to maintain a bizarre crawling posture, while its crimson tongue, capable of extending over 3 meters in an instant, dripped with thick digestive fluid. At that moment, Yu approached, curiosity etched on his face. "This is the first time I've seen these creatures. I just inquired with Hong Ho, and she said this is the Umbrella Corporation's Phase 2 biochemical weapon, called the Liquor." "The Liquor?" Su Yifan silently echoed, his gaze following the tongue capable of severing an adult man in half. The name indeed suited this biochemical monstrosity. Just then, a sudden crash of breaking glass erupted from the second floor of the teaching building as a saber-toothed tiger-like beast burst through the window in a frantic escape. Its amber eyes filled with terror. Before it could even touch the ground, a serpent-like crimson tongue shot through the air, precisely coiling around its neck. Accompanied by a chilling creak, the half-ton beast was suddenly yanked back into the darkness. Almost immediately, before the astonished gaze of the two, a colossal liquor, several times larger than the ordinary variant, tore through the wall and landed violently on the lawn before them. Its slimy tongue writhed as if savoring the moment. Biochemical weapon model, colossal liquor, special, development stage, stage 3, crawling height, 2.0 meters, crawling length, 5.0 meters, weight, 1.5 tons, information, Umbrella Corporation Stage 3 biochemical weapon, created through the genetic mutation of the ordinary liquor, exhibiting a massive physique and significantly enhanced bloodlust. Mission type, area clearance. Psychological intimidation, heavy hunting. Upon witnessing this extraordinary biochemical entity, Su Yifan's breath quickened, his eyes reflecting a morbid fervor. What a captivating creature. Hearing this, Yi could only shake his head in resignation. Let us not forget the warning from B.O.W. All deployments and research concerning biochemical weapons must receive approval from Supervisor Qin, particularly regarding such specialized entities. Chapter 33. Return to the Umbrella Underground Base. A fleet of heavy transport helicopters successfully arrived above the Umbrella Base in the afternoon. This location lies within a low-risk area of the coastal city, where traces of anomalous creatures are rare and survivors are few. Inside the cabin, the soldiers of the Special Operations Battalion peered through the bulletproof glass, surveying the unfamiliar surroundings. These elite troops, under the command of Qin Feng, exhibited a complex gleam in their eyes, embodying both curiosity about the impending mission and the weight of the confidentiality agreement they had signed. Fully aware of the implications and assurances of that agreement, the cost was clear from the moment they entered the Special Operations Battalion. Each soldier was bound to unconditionally obey Commander Qin Feng's orders, even if those commands defied common sense. In return for this sacrifice, their families would be relocated to military-constructed residences, enjoying rare sustenance and medical facilities amidst the apocalypse. This method mirrors the ancient practices of courtiers, with Qin Feng weaving a gilded cage of generous treatment while forging invisible shackles with familial ties. The efficacy of this strategy was undeniable. Everyone understood their purpose in being here. Li Zuan raised his eyes to the silent assembly in the cabin, his tone grave. Our lives, along with those of our parents and families, are now entwined with Commander Qin's command. Should anyone defy his orders or allow their tongues to betray secrets, they should not expect mercy from me. At that moment, a towering figure rose from the back row. The robust man grinned, revealing a gap where a tooth once was. "If anyone dares to break the rules, you need to lift a finger, Commander. I'll be the first to turn them into mincemeat." So their mother even recognized them. The cabin erupted in coarse laughter, as the soldiers clearly understood the gravity of their situation. In this precarious world, the ability to secure survival for their families through loyalty was a temptation many would beg for on their knees. Even if they were to perish on this mission, Qin Feng had promised to provide for their families, which was the true reason they wholeheartedly committed themselves to the Special Operations Battalion. Meanwhile, within the armed helicopter occupied by Zhao Wuji, Qin Feng was instructing B.O.W. to activate the large lift platform located at the bottom of the lake. Command confirmed. The umbrella platform is now operational. B.O.W.'s gentle electronic voice resonated. As her words faded, the tranquil surface of the lake began to roil violently. The water swirled at an astonishing speed, forming a massive vortex. To the astonished gazes of those aboard the helicopter, A hexagonal metallic lift platform slowly emerged from the depths. Its surface, equipped with drainage vents, expelled high-pressure air, swiftly dispersing the remnants of the water curtain. Unlike conventional biochemical lifting platforms, this hidden helipad was of grand scale. The area is ample enough to encompass several football fields, entirely sufficient for the takeoff and landing of a heavy transport helicopter squadron. To my astonishment, a landing platform lies concealed at the lake's bottom. Leon clutched the edge of the cabin door, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed below. This is truly remarkable. Zhao Wuji shared in the spectacle, his heart already stirred by waves of intrigue. After all, constructing such a military-grade facility in such a desolate location could not be the endeavor of an ordinary organization. He turned to Qin Feng and inquired, Xiao Feng, is this what you refer to as the Umbrella Corporation's underground base? Qin Feng's gaze was calm and resolute as he replied, indeed. In the future, you will be stationed at the Umbrella underground base alongside the Special Forces. Should you have further inquiries, feel free to consult B.O.W. It will provide you with clarity. Zhao Wuji nodded, albeit with a hint of confusion. At that moment, a sudden exclamation erupted from the cockpit. What on earth are those things? Everyone turned in unison. Following his gaze, not far from the landing platform, two figures were racing towards them atop massive canine creatures. Behind them, throngs of hellhounds surged from all directions. Even more unsettling, dozens of crimson, crawling creatures advanced in an eerie manner around them. The sight of their exposed muscular fibers elicited a visceral discomfort. Zhao Wuji and the others quickly realized these monsters were likely the terrifying bioweapon unit that had once attempted to rescue Qin Feng from the hospital. Yet, the soldiers of the Special Forces had never encountered such a spectacle. One by one, they raised their weapons, preparing for combat. Suddenly, the communicator at Qin Feng's waist emitted a rapid beeping. Report, Commander Qin. We have detected a large number of unidentified creatures below, posing a threat to the landing of the aircraft. Request immediate clearance. Qin Feng calmly pressed the communication button. No need for concern. They are allies. What? The voice on the other end faltered. Are you saying these monsters are allies? Clearly, the speaker thought they had misheard and cautiously sought clarification. Indeed, Qin Feng's tone was steady and unequivocal. Instruct all crews to land as per the plan. I repeat, these are allied units responsible for perimeter security. No firing is permitted. There was a brief silence on the other end before a terse acknowledgement followed. Understood. Observing the scene outside, Qin Feng noted that under the Red Command, the bioweapon unit had swiftly established a defensive position along the shore. Several strange aquatic beasts, drawn by the commotion, had just emerged from the lake, only to be swiftly obliterated by a lurking giant slasher, its claws smashing through their forms and sending dark red splashes across the murky water. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, the Special Forces soldiers exchanged glances. Though their weapons remained pointed downward, their fingers had gradually drifted away from the triggers. At the edge of the helipad, dozens of heavy transport helicopters thundered down, their rotors whipping up gusts of dust. Yiyu squinted, gazing at the scene before him, his expression tinged with astonishment. He had not anticipated that Supervisor Qin would possess such a military network at Shelter Number 72. He murmured to himself, contemplating the scale of the operation, fearing that a complete modern armed force was about to be deployed here. However, beside him, Su Yifan appeared oblivious to the armed forces. He gracefully leapt from the back of the Hellhound and strode towards the waiting liquor. Incredibly, he reached out to caress the exposed muscle tissue of the licker's grotesque head, utterly unafraid, even his eyes shimmering with obsession. A perfect killing machine. Su Yifan's voice quivered with excitement. Every physiological structure had evolved for the purpose of slaughter. Compared to those beasts that indiscriminately attacked humans, this was a true work of art. Upon hearing this, Yiyu could not help but sigh deeply. Here we go again. Ever since recruiting the senior to the Umbrella Corporation, he often questioned whether that decision had been wise. Su Yifan's fervor for biological research had long surpassed normal bounds, teetering on the edge of madness. For the past few days, with Qin Feng absent, Su Yifan had been relentlessly pestering B.O.W. I promised not to damage the core structure of just one liquor specimen. Or perhaps, I could persuade that Praetorian to assist me with a few minor experiments? The look of obsession in his eyes resembled that of an addict yearning for their next fix. Meanwhile, Qin Feng's figure appeared on the stairway of the first armed helicopter. He calmly surveyed the entire helipad, his gaze eventually landing on the two men nearby. Su Yifan's eyes lit up, and he immediately adjusted his disheveled collar, rushing forward in a frenzy, akin to a fervent fan encountering his idol. Supervisor Qin, you have finally returned. Yi Yu watched from behind, his temples twitching, unable to suppress another sigh. This fellow, just moments ago, he had been caressing the liquor like a deranged scientist, and now he was putting on a facade of normalcy. He shook his head, resigned, and quickened his pace to follow. Chapter 34. The Bioentity Command System. Upon witnessing the fervent expression on Su Yifan's face, Qin Feng was acutely aware of his sentiments. Although he was situated far from shelter number 72, he remained well informed about the movements of the Umbrella Corporation. I have comprehended your request. Qin Feng interjected before Su Yifan could voice his thoughts. I have brought a contingent of scientific talents from shelter number 72, some of whom may be familiar to you. Today, you're responsible for arranging their accommodations. Should any issues arise, please do not hesitate to contact Bai for resolution. As he spoke, his gaze shifted to Su Yifan, his expression composed. Regarding your request for specimens, I regret to inform you that I am currently unable to fulfill it. Noticing the flicker of disappointment in Su Yifan's eyes, Qin Feng swiftly continued, however, next week, I will orchestrate a joint exercise between the Bio Unit and the Special Operations Battalion at the abandoned industrial park to the southwest of the base. He paused meaningfully. If you can demonstrate your ability to adeptly control these bioweapons, allowing them to unleash their inherent traits to hunt the aberrant beasts, I may be able to provide you with some research samples. Qin Feng deliberately slowed his speech, emphasizing each word, complete living specimens. Lastly, he cast a glance at Yi Yu beside him. You two, you both will need to cooperate seamlessly during this endeavor. What? Yi Yu exclaimed, momentarily taken aback. Qin Feng chose not to engage further with the two, instead turning to the Special Operations Battalion, which was busy preparing their equipment. His pronouncement was not a mere whim. It was the result of careful consideration. As the influence of the Umbrella Corporation continued to expand, it was evident that commanding an ever-growing bio-army single-handedly would soon become untenable. Therefore, Qin Feng needed to establish a more efficient and scalable command system. During his brief stay at shelter number 72, he had not been idle. He had already arranged for the development of a biological neural control system by the AI known as Red Queen. By implanting specially designed biological chips, key members under the Umbrella's banner would be able to directly control various bioweapons. The crux of this initiative lay in cultivating qualified commanders for the bio units. What surprised Qin Feng was that, within just a few days of interaction, Su Yifan could accurately analyze the tactical characteristics of bioentities such as hellhounds and lickers. This talent was indeed rare. Perhaps, in a short time, Su Yifan could become a suitable commander to lead a bio unit. However, Su Yifan's temperament was somewhat overly aggressive, while Yi was characterized by a kind-hearted, yet more cautious approach. Should these two become partners, their complementary natures might balance each other, enabling their bio unit to possess formidable combat capabilities without spiraling out of control. In the center of the landing pad, as Qin Feng took a few steps forward, he was abruptly seized by the arm by Qin Yuru, who had rushed out. "Brother," the girl exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Despite a hint of trepidation in her demeanor, she eagerly pointed toward the nearby pack of hellhounds. "Hearing from Li Gu that you have personally tamed these fierce beasts? I truly did not expect that." She deliberately elongated her tone, her cunning eyes twinkling. "Does our Commander Qin have a penchant for being a monster nanny? Come now, confess honestly, did you secretly nurse them with your own milk?" As she spoke, she attempted to lift Qin Feng's shirt to inspect him. A vein throbbed at Qin Feng's temple. This girl, he discreetly glanced at the soldiers nearby, busy organizing their equipment, suppressing the urge to flick her forehead. This little miss must be itching for trouble. How dare she, in front of so many, refer to him, the esteemed chief executive of the Protection Umbrella, as a monster's nanny? Get lost. Qin Feng disdainfully pressed against Qin Yuru's forehead, unceremoniously pushing her away. With a hint of irritation, he remarked, "If you truly have such idle time, you might as well assist your squad in transporting weapons and ammunition, rather than concocting stories about your brother. Or I could simply arrange for you to return to the shelter right now." Qin Yuru stumbled back a step, but managed to steady herself, still grinning as she muttered under her breath, "Tisich," angered out of shame. "Ha ha, you two siblings are still so close." At that moment, Zhao Wuji's hearty laughter echoed from nearby. As he approached, his gaze bounced between the two before settling on Qin Feng. "Little Feng, do not be deceived by this girl's current antics. She has genuinely earned her position as the commander of the Special Operations Unit through her own merit. If you send her back now, how disappointed she would be." Qin Feng chuckled in response. "Uncle Zhao, you jest. We are merely playing around." He was well aware of his sister's capabilities. The last time he inspected the unit, seeing those burly Special Forces soldiers straighten up instinctively at the sight of Qin Yuru still brought a smile to his face. This girl was indeed a demon during training, leading the pack in weighted cross-country runs, always choosing the strongest opponents for combat training, and her night raid exercises could turn the entire unit upside down. Yet, it was this almost stringent demand that forged the renowned Special Operations Unit of the entire army. Qin Feng cast a glance at his sister, who was making faces, and sighed in resignation. Ah, the trials of family. Could he truly send her back the same way she came? "Commander!" Just as Qin Feng was lost in thought, a resounding voice called out. He turned to see the deputy commander of the Special Operations Battalion, Li Ziyuan, standing at attention in standard military posture. His voice firm. "All weapons and ammunition have been successfully unloaded. Please indicate the next course of action." Qin Feng nodded in acknowledgement. "Very well. Instruct everyone to secure the ammunition boxes onto the B.O.Ws for transport back to the underground base. Additionally, the heavy transport helicopters may return now." With that, he focused his thoughts. Except for the massive liquor standing still, the other B.O.Bs received their orders and swiftly turned, converging towards the center of the helipad. In light of this unusual situation, the Special Forces members instinctively tensed their muscles. In the front line, the soldier gripped his assault rifle tightly, his knuckles turning white. Even though he was aware that these creatures were allied units, the proximity of their menacing maws triggered a primal instinct, causing cold sweat to bead on his back. "What are you afraid of?" At that moment, Qin Yuru suddenly leaped to the front of the line. "Look, they are far more obedient than the military dogs you keep." After saying this, she reached out to pat a passing Hellhound, which surprisingly lowered its head in a docile manner. This elicited curious glances among the surrounding soldiers. Qin Feng, witnessing this scene, couldn't he help but twitch his lips. This girl's audacity was growing by the day. What left him even more speechless was the fact that the artificial intelligence, Hong Ho, had learned to cooperate in this performance. The Hellhound, which Qin Yuru had just stroked, not only obediently lowered its head, but also emitted a low, rumbling sound from its throat, its robust tail wagging in a manner reminiscent of a large dog eager to please its owner. "Damn it, Qin," Feng silently cursed. "Hong Ho, your persona has collapsed. What happened to the ruthless and decisive demeanor that was promised?" Chapter 35. The Parasitic Dominator. Parasitic enhancement. When the Special Forces members first stepped into the cafeteria of Umbrella Corporation, nearly everyone froze at the food counter. The fully automated culinary unit and intelligent robotic arms collaborated seamlessly, processing ingredients with precision and speed. The tantalizing aroma of the dishes wafted through the air, causing several rugged men present to swallow hard. My goodness, is this truly the era of darkness beset by monsters? One individual instinctively pinched themselves. Qin Feng leaned against the alloy door frame of the cafeteria, a subtle smile playing on his lips. Since this Special Operations Battalion had become the first human unit under his command, they were naturally entitled to the privileges of official Umbrella employees. As for the sudden increase in the number of mouths to feed, there was no need for concern regarding the logistical supplies within the Umbrella Corporation. Qin Feng was already well informed about this and had inquired with Bai Ho about the specific solutions. As long as he completed a certain number of mission objectives before the logistical supplies were exhausted, he would unlock access to the artificial ecosystem located on the 8th level of the Umbrella underground base. This area housed hundreds of acres of vertical automated farms, tens of thousands of cold storage units for animal and plant embryos, and various facilities such as hydroponic workshops. There was even an automated slaughter line capable of cultivating thousands of pigs, cattle, and sheep, along with an array of vegetables and fruits within a specific time frame. According to B.O.W, unlocking this level would suffice to sustain the daily per capita consumption of the entire Umbrella Corporation's workforce, which was a rather staggering figure. It is noteworthy that, including the personnel of the current Special Operations Battalion, the total number of individuals within the Umbrella Corporation was still under 1,000, alleviating any concerns regarding logistical reserves. "Brother, what is this white card for?" At that moment, Qin Yuru, standing beside him, waved the silver white card in her hand. With a serious expression, Qin Feng replied, "This is the identity card of Umbrella Corporation. Within the corporation, this card is your lifeline. It is required for everything from access control systems to weapon permissions, as well as medical quotas and meal provisions. You, young lady, must not lose it. Keep it on you at all times. If you misplace it, I will not assist you in obtaining a replacement." All right. Qin Yuru stuck out her tongue. Observing his sister's somewhat dismissive attitude, Qin Feng earnestly reiterated his admonition several times until she finally grasped the card's significance. Watching her seriousness return, Qin Feng let out a sigh of relief. In truth, this identity card was merely an ordinary item for regular employees. Although it was necessary to swipe the card for daily tasks, forgetting it would only require B.O.W to intervene. It would never be so stringent as to deny entry to the restroom. The key point, however, was that the silver white card in Qin Yuru's possession was special. It was a customized version specifically designed for her by Qin Feng. The card body is crafted from the most advanced technology of the Umbrella Corporation, embedded with a nanoscale micromechanical chip. Its functionalities are remarkably comprehensive, capable not only of real-time tracking of the cardholder's coordinates, but also equipped with a projection of White Queen AI and a secret key for temporary command of the bioorganic troops. Concern for his sister's safety weighs heavily on Qin Feng's mind, as he fears the possibility of an unforeseen mishap. During the past week, Qin Feng has deliberately held back, canceling all conventional combat missions of the Special Operations Battalion. Instead, he implemented a unique pre-combat adaptive training regimen. Within the confines of a closed training facility, fully armed Special Forces members must observe various bioorganic entities under the Umbrella Corporation's command up close every day. From hellhounds to colossal lickers, they are not only required to document the behavioral patterns of these creatures, but also to overcome their innate human instincts and maintain tactical cohesion with these bloodthirsty monsters amidst an oppressive atmosphere. "Remember," Qin Feng said, standing with his hands clasped behind him before the observation window, his voice cold. "In next week's assault operation at the industrial park, they will be your most trusted allies." He deliberately emphasized the last two words. Qin Feng's intention was to desensitize the Special Forces, ensuring that they would not be distracted by the presence of friendly units while confronting the aberrant beasts, as this could severely diminish the entire battalion's combat effectiveness, a scenario he was unwilling to witness. Observing the gradual acclimatization of the troops to the grotesque visages of the bioorganic entities before them, Qin Feng remarked, "It seems you are becoming accustomed." A knowing smile graced his lips. As a reward, he continued, pressing the red button on the control panel beside him. The titanium alloy gate of the training ground emitted a low, hydraulic hum, slowly opening. The first sight to greet them was a towering humanoid giant, standing over 4 meters tall. Behind it, 2 colossal segmented worms, each exceeding 2 meters in diameter, slithered in behind it, their ringed mandibles continuously opening and closing. Upon the appearance of the imposing and austere figure of the Tyrant, the assembled crowd merely tensed slightly, for the Tyrant's visage was relatively normal, even somewhat cool. However, upon witnessing the grotesque and horrifying parasite master trailing behind, a chill ran down their spines. Below in the training ground, even Qin Yuru, who had long since grown accustomed to the appearance of bioorganic entities, turned pale at this moment. "Where on earth did my brother find such bizarre creatures?" she exclaimed, feeling a wave of nausea wash over her. Before she could voice further complaints, she found herself retching involuntarily at the sight before her. The creature was simply repulsive. On the parasite master, writhing tendrils revealed a multitude of parasitic spores squirming within, while its body, covered in ringed mandibles, secreted a foul, viscous slime that dripped onto the pristine floor. Observing the ashen faces of the onlookers, Qin Feng discreetly touched the tip of his nose, silently grateful to be in the control room rather than facing the grotesque spectacle in person, although he had previously encountered the true form of the parasitic dominator. Each close observation of its slimy, writhing body, densely packed tentacles, and spores still caused his stomach to churn. This creature seemed to challenge the very limits of human aesthetics. Were it not for the overwhelming power of the parasitic dominator, he would have long since returned this abomination to the cultivation chamber for reconstruction. Truly a grotesque entity. Out of sight, out of mind, Qin Feng silently took a step back, allowing the shadow of the control panel to obscure part of his view. Indeed, as long as he did not directly gaze upon the writhing mass in the training ground, the world appeared much more beautiful. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of his sister, Qin Yuru, clutching the wall and retching. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wasn't this little girl always clamoring to touch every bioweapon under the Umbrella Corporation's umbrella? Yet now, faced with genuine astonishment, she had turned so timid. As the crowd gradually recovered from a shock of the parasitic dominator's fearsome form, Qin Feng decisively pressed the broadcast button beside him, preparing to announce a significant bioengineering initiative. He intended to leverage the unique abilities of the parasitic dominator, parasitic enhancement, to comprehensively elevate the combat capabilities of the Special Operations Battalion. Although most soldiers in the battalion had completed first-stage genetic enhancements, even ranking among the best in Shelter Number 72, Qin Feng believed that such strength was still far from adequate. Contemplating this, Qin Feng surveyed the crowd below and spoke directly. The special organism before you is known as the Parasitic Dominator, the third-phase biochemical weapon of the Umbrella Corporation. Chapter 36, Special Biological Composite Agent, Biochemical Warriors, Parasite Dominators? Qin Feng's explanation left the crowd in bewilderment, clearly not fully grasping its implications. However, Qin Feng was well prepared. He turned to Su Yifan beside him and succinctly instructed, "Let the experimental team enter." Following his command, the side door of the training ground swung open. A group of researchers clad in white coats filed in, each bearing specially designed metallic storage containers. Simultaneously, the holographic projection system at the center of the training ground activated, gradually revealing the virtual image of B.O.W. B.O.W, commence the demonstration, Qin Feng commanded. Understood, Chief, B.O.W replied, as the holographic projection transitioned to a detailed animated demonstration. The visuals depicted specially treated parasitic spores and the original T-virus solution being precisely injected into the subject's body. This unique biological composite significantly enhanced various physiological functions, including but not limited to explosive muscle strength, heightened neural response speed, and improved wound healing capabilities. Most critically, the subject would gain the ability to sense biochemical entities under the Umbrella Corporation's command. Within a certain radius, a soldier injected with this agent could accurately perceive the location of biochemical units within a 100-meter radius. In extreme scenarios, they could even guide these biochemical entities in coordinated combat, although the effects might not be overtly pronounced. This marked the inaugural establishment of a real-time collaborative combat mode between humans and biochemical weapons to develop this special biological composite agent, which would greatly enhance the combat capabilities of the Special Operations Battalion. Qin Feng had personally overseen the experimental process for an entire week. Fortunately, through the tireless efforts of the research team, combined with B.O.W.'s high-precision data simulations, they ultimately broke through the technological bottleneck. This agent was based on the cellular tissues of active parasitic deer and incorporated a small amount of the original T-virus solution extracted from the Tyrant, endowing it with remarkable biological adaptability and enhancement effects. Repeated validations confirmed that the project's technical feasibility evaluation exceeded 90. As long as the physical attributes surpassed the norm, the success rate was theoretically close to 100. Coincidentally, all soldiers in the Special Operations Battalion were once the elite of their original forces. If all went according to plan, The combat prowess of the entire battalion would undergo a terrifying transformation following the injections. As the demonstration animation concluded, Qin Feng calmly surveyed the crowd in the training ground and spoke in a serene tone. You are now aware of the specifics. Our Umbrella Corporation has always adhered to a people-centered principle. The choice of whether to receive the injection lies entirely in your hands. Though he spoke these words, Qin Feng had already devised a plan in his heart. He was currently preparing to establish a specialized biochemical tactical unit, intending to integrate the elite of the Special Operations Battalion with the biochemical troops to eradicate the abandoned industrial complex outlined in the extermination task. For those willing to undergo the injection, Qin Feng would offer special privileges. Not only was he integrated into this elite tactical unit, enjoying double benefits, but even in the later stages, members of this unit were granted priority access to all newly developed weaponry by the Umbrella Corporation. Similarly, for soldiers who harbored doubts and refused to receive the injection, Qin Feng bore no ill will. They would merely be reassigned to the logistics support unit, tasked with the handling of exotic beast carcasses and basic duties such as surface patrols. Correspondingly, their benefits would be adjusted downward. In Qin Feng's view, having chosen the path of stability, one must accept all arrangements that accompany it. Opportunity exists in tandem with risk. Qin Feng acknowledged that, in his haste, he remained unaware of any potential side effects that might arise from this special biological compound. However, now was not the time for such distant considerations. He slightly tilted his head, his gaze falling upon his sister not far away, a flicker of emotion passing through his eyes. Naturally, he held a personal stake in the well-being of his beloved sister. The composite reagent specially formulated for Qin Yuru contained his own modified T-virus blood, which he had meticulously extracted from his body the previous day. Unlike the original T-virus serum extracted from the body of the Guardian Tyrant, the modified T-virus blood within him had reached a state of perfection, with virtually no risk of mutation. This precious gift was solely for his sister, as every drop of his modified T-virus blood was extraordinarily valuable. Each extraction would delay his own T-virus evolution process. Under such circumstances, Qin Feng would not be magnanimous enough to provide this special reagent to every soldier in the Special Operations Camp. At that moment, a burly man missing half a tooth suddenly smiled broadly, exclaiming, "I'm just a lone wolf, nothing to fear. Since I can become stronger, let me show you all how it's done." He called out to a nearby researcher, "Hey, you with the glasses. Yes, you. Hurry up and prepare that composite reagent for me, and be quick about it." The researcher, carrying a silver metallic case, approached swiftly. He opened the case and expertly retrieved sterilized tweezers. Carefully, he moved closer to the parasitic dominator, extracting a pulsating spore from the writhing body. With a soft plop, the spore was placed into a petri dish. The researcher then took out a vial of dark green fluorescent liquid and proceeded to crush and mix it with the spore. During the stirring process, tiny bubbles formed in the solution, emitting a faint sizzling sound. The burly man widened his eyes, captivated by this bizarre spectacle. As the mixed solution was drawn into a syringe, several team members instinctively took a half step back. Can this really be injected into a vein? A young soldier paled at the thought. Isn't this method too hasty? Will it really not kill me? Just then, Yu approached calmly, his face adorned with a reassuring smile, his tone as casual as one introducing a newly launched health supplement. Ladies and gentlemen, despite the somewhat unique manufacturing process, the results are undoubtedly worth every penny. He patted his chest, adding, if it weren't for my exceptional constitution, which can barely withstand it, I would have been the first to leap forward. He feigned regret, shaking his head, yet his eyes sparkled with just the right amount of envy. Noticing the lingering hesitation among the crowd, he shifted his tone, suddenly raising his voice an octave. All right, Supervisor Qin, your commander, specifically asked me to convey to everyone that all soldiers receiving the injection will see their salaries and benefits doubled. Furthermore, all newly developed cutting-edge equipment from the Umbrella Corporation will be prioritized for you. Yi Yu's excitement grew, his hands illustrating exaggerated arcs in the air. Since you have arrived at the Umbrella Corporation, you must understand the forefront of our technological advancements. Just imagine high-tech exoskeleton armor, intelligent tactical scopes, nanotechnology protective suits. As long as you contribute sufficiently, each of you will have your share. His words were captivating, showcasing the rarity of the potion while presenting an irresistible allure. The soldiers exchanged glances, their initial resistance gradually replaced by uncertainty. Qin Feng, standing in the control room, fixed his gaze on Yi Yu, a playful smile curling at the corners of his lips. How intriguing. This fellow is indeed a rare talent. In just a few words, he has deftly grasped the psyche of these rugged men. Fear, hesitation, under the spell of his eloquent tongue, all concerns seem to dissipate. Chapter 37. The establishment of the Biochemical Special Operations Tactical Unit. Chung Fuhu fixed his gaze upon the glinting, formidable needle, unable to suppress a gulp. Forcing a smile, he jested, "Brother, be gentle. Old Chung fears neither heaven nor earth, but this needle does appear rather intimidating." The researcher, his face obscured by a mask, revealed no expression, merely lifting his eyelids mechanically. As the cold alcohol swab brushed against the crook of his arm, Chung Fuhu's muscles tensed involuntarily. Hiss! The instant the needle pierced his skin, the burly man quivered all over. Amidst a grimace, as the last trace of the violet-green serum vanished into his bloodstream. The injection process concluded. Then, to the astonishment of all present, Chung Fuhu's body began to undergo a dramatic transformation. His skin turned a vivid crimson at a visible pace, and bulging veins snaked across his surface like coiling dragons, with waves of searing heat emanating from him. A roar, more beast than man, erupted from the depths of his throat, reverberating painfully in the ears of those nearby. He collapsed to the ground, each breath exhaling scalding white vapor. After a quarter of an hour, this terrifying metamorphosis gradually subsided. Chung Fuhu slowly rose to his feet, examining his veiny hands with a newfound intensity, and suddenly broke into a wide grin, revealing his gleaming white teeth. Exhilarating. "Old Chung, how do you feel?" A nearby brawny man inquired hastily. Chung Fuhu offered no reply, but suddenly unleashed a powerful punch. The man, caught off guard, attempted to block it. It was struck as if by a stampeding bull, soaring backward and stumbling several steps before barely regaining his balance. "Ha ha ha ha!" Chung Fuhu laughed heartily, his muscles bulging like iron. "From this day forth, who dares to underestimate me?" Chung Fuhu. Witnessing this, the other soldiers of the Special Operations Battalion breathed heavily. Their initial hesitation swiftly transformed into fervent desire. In this apocalyptic world, what could be more paramount? Even a 3-year-old would understand. Everyone present was acutely aware of Chung Fuhu's capabilities. Yet, in mere minutes, this familiar comrade, after a single injection, had undergone such a transformation, his power surging beyond comprehension. How could they not be stirred? The training ground was filled with the sounds of heavy breathing, cries erupting in succession. "Next, let me go. Inject me. Hurry. It's my turn. Damn it. I don't care, just don't cut in line." Without needing EU to further persuade them, the researchers found themselves encircled. At that moment, the grotesque visage of the parasitic overlord and the potential risks of the serum's side effects were all but forgotten. In the eyes of every soldier in the Special Operations Battalion, only an insatiable thirst for power remained, a fervor bordering on instinct. It seemed that the Biochemical Special Operations Tactical Unit could indeed be established today. Observing the enthusiastic crowd below, Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. He had not anticipated such a resounding response. Beside him, Su Yifan gazed intently at the restless crowd on the training grounds, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. "Director Qin, you may be unaware, but during the recent cleansing operation in the shelter, 80% of the fallen warriors perished in close combat. It is not that our firepower is insufficient. Rather, the aberrations have grown increasingly cunning, adept at utilizing the terrain to launch surprise attacks on us." On the training field, a soldier was fervently pounding his chest, his muscles visibly swelling. Witnessing this scene, a knowing smile graced Su Yifan's lips. When the opportunity for survival lies before you, who would concern themselves with the cost? Such fervor is entirely understandable. Qin Feng nodded slightly, acknowledging the truth of the matter. Indeed, the side effects of the serum were merely a secondary concern. Only by surviving Do we earn the right to weigh gains and losses? If one is lost, what significance remains? In reality, the weaponry of the shelter is already quite advanced. The true threat lies in the astonishing rate at which the aberrations are evolving. They have begun to understand how to use the shadows of the ruins as cover, learning to anticipate the military's tactical deployments, and even timing their ambushes with precision during ammunition exchanges. Faced with such dire circumstances, humanity finds itself in a precarious position. The entire process of administering the serum proceeded smoothly. As the majority chose to comply, the remaining hesitators ultimately did not wish to stand out as anomalies within the group. Qin Feng's gaze fell upon his sister, who was currently crouched against the wall, her chest rising and falling with rapid breaths. Remarkably, she was among the earliest to complete the injection, following Cheng Fuhu, and had not even sought his opinion as her elder brother. This little girl. A smile unconsciously crept upon Qin Feng's lips, his eyes softening with warmth. In truth, had his sister truly been reluctant to take the serum, he would never have forced her. Yet evidently, Qin Yuruo aimed to demonstrate through her actions that her identity as the commander's sister would not afford her any special treatment within the ranks. It rather made him appear overly sentimental. Qin Feng chuckled softly, shaking his head. Just then, a virtual projection of Bai appeared beside him. Chief, the latest biological scan data of your sister, Qin Yuruo. Qin Feng turned his attention to the holographic report before him. Name, Qin Yuruo. Species, human. Ability, Stage 2 carrier of the parasitic T virus. Group position, First Company Commander of the Umbrella Special Operations Battalion. Current authority. Characteristics, mutated genes predominantly consumed and enhanced by the T virus. Substantial increase in physical strength, minimal impurities present, eligible for the next stage of genetic enhancement. Rating, B overall, quite commendable. Qin Feng nodded in approval. Indeed, compared to the raw T virus extracted from the body of the Guardian Tyrant, the effects of the modified T virus serum surpassed expectations. Once the entire Special Operations Battalion had completed the serum injection and finished their rest, Qin Feng signaled to the parasite controller to withdraw. He descended the training ground with measured steps, his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze piercing as it swept over the lined-up soldiers. Congratulations to each of you for making a sagacious choice. From this day forth, you shall be the sharpest blades of the Umbrella Corporation. The Umbrella Corporation shall spare no resources in forging you into the most elite armed force. Qin Feng's voice, though soft, resonated with an undeniable authority. Furthermore, you are about to become the first bioweapon cooperative unit of the Umbrella Corporation, codenamed Biochemical Special Tactics Unit. As his words echoed, low growls suddenly reverberated around the training ground. Side doors swung open, and dozens of lickers burst forth from the shadows, their crimson muscles glistening with a sickly sheen under the lights. Hellhounds bared their gleaming white fangs, growling threateningly from their throats. Towering sentinels and massive lickers stood guard on either flank of the unit, encircling them in a protective embrace. This chilling tableau of humans intertwined with biochemical monstrosities left Su Yifan, standing in the control room, breathless with excitement and fervor. This was the future humanity deserved. This was worth my utmost effort to pursue in my research. With the addition of such formidable combat prowess to his ranks, Qin Feng felt a wave of satisfaction wash over him. He surveyed the training ground and declared, "All training is hereby cancelled. Everyone is on leave." The moment his words fell, the crowd erupted in cheers. Qin Feng said no more and turned towards the control room. "Brother, catch this." Suddenly, a sharp kick sliced through the air towards him. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow, evading with ghostly agility, and deftly seized Qin Yuru's ankle with one hand, tossing her aside effortlessly. "Ouch!" the girl exclaimed, soaring through the air before stumbling a few steps to regain her balance. "You dare provoke me right after receiving your injection?" Qin Feng crossed his arms, a teasing lilt to his voice. "You've got quite the audacity." Rubbing her ankle, Qin Yuru glared at him defiantly. "You could never defeat me before. Did you secretly inject something else?" Her eyes narrowed, and she leaned in closer. "Don't care. You must share any good stuff with me." Qin Feng shook his head in exasperation. Did this girl truly believe herself invincible? Just this special biological composite serum alone was enough for the entire unit to digest for months. To inject anything else would likely lead to serious health complications. Chapter 38. Departure for the assault on the abandoned industrial park. The Biochemical Special Operations Tactical Unit is an elite combat force comprising 450 personnel, organized in a tiered tactical configuration. The first company serves as the Reconnaissance Assault Company, primarily composed of operatives with enhanced auditory capabilities. This unit is equipped with 2 Hellhound Sentinels and 60 ordinary Hellhounds. This highly mobile reconnaissance force excels in wartime intelligence gathering and threat assessment, performing critical frontline operations. Though its overall combat effectiveness may be limited, its role is of utmost importance, providing vital tactical intelligence support to the entire unit through its extensive reconnaissance network. The second company is designated as the Rapid Response Company, comprised of operatives with an average rating of C. Following the administration of a biological composite agent, most personnel have achieved a second stage enhancement. This company is supported by 22nd stage Devourer bioweapons. This rapid strike force specializes in the extermination of conventional aberrations, with a balanced configuration of firepower complemented by the exceptional mobility of the Devourers, making it an ideal unit for addressing medium-threat targets. As for the third company, it is known as the Heavy Assault Company, serving as the spearhead of the unit. All members of this company are elite operatives who have attained a second stage enhancement level. They are supported by 1 giant Devourer and 1 Sentinel Tyrant. This Heavy Assault Company is tasked with high-value target elimination and the eradication of high-risk aberrations, engaging in specialized operations with a formidable arsenal that largely includes grenade launchers and heavy sniper rifles. Regarding parasitic dominators, a type of third-stage biochemical weapon, Qin Feng has chosen not to incorporate them into operational considerations. The reasoning is straightforward. While parasitic dominators are classified as third-stage biochemical entities and possess a massive size, their individual combat capabilities are surprisingly weak, to the extent that a single ordinary Hellhound could easily vanquish one. Additionally, their sluggishness would hinder the overall mobility of the Biochemical Special Operations Tactical Unit if forcibly integrated into the operational ranks. The strategic value of these specialized biochemical weapons lies primarily in their unique parasitic abilities, allowing them to clandestinely control injured or weak-willed aberrations and transform them into subservient puppet forces. Their true tactical role should be to lurk in the shadows of the battlefield for remote command rather than to engage in direct confrontation at the front lines. Given the current absence of aberrations available for domination, Qin Feng has decided to keep the 2 parasitic dominators on standby. Biochemical Unit. Basic Biochemical Entities 100-100. Special Biochemical Entities 610. Biochemical Entity Units 60 Hellhounds, Stage 1, Basic, 20 Devourers, Stage 2, Basic, 2 Sentinel Hellhounds, Stage 2, Special, 1 Giant Devourer, Stage 3, Special, 1 Sentinel Tyrant, Stage 4, Special, 2 Parasitic Dominators, Stage 3, Special. As dawn broke within the Umbrella Corporation's underground base at the operational lift platform, the soldiers of the 1st Recon Assault Company are engaged in their final preparations before the battle. Qin Yuru stands at the forefront of the formation, her camouflage combat uniform accentuating her upright stature, while the crimson emblem of the Umbrella Corporation on her left chest gleams strikingly under the cold light. This appointment was specifically arranged by Qin Feng. Leading the reconnaissance company on their mission is evidently far safer than the responsibilities of the other 2 companies tasked with the main offensive. Attention! Synchronize your watches. Qin Yuru's crisp voice reverberates within the enclosed space, her bright eyes scanning each team member. They must arrive at the abandoned industrial zone before noon and complete their reconnaissance of enemy activity. 150 fully armed soldiers quickly form ranks, each group of 5 accompanied by a fierce Hellhound. As for the remaining Hellhounds, they had been dispatched earlier, led by the elite Hellhound Vanguard, radiating outward in a fan shape to commence their reconnaissance operation at the first light of dawn. At that moment, Qin Feng sauntered over, stretching lazily, with remnants of sleep still lingering in his eyes. "Why are you up so early today, little girl? Shouldn't you rest a bit more?" He glanced at his watch. The hour hand had just passed 6 o'clock. The journey from the Umbrella Base to the abandoned industrial park would take at most 2.5 hours. When did this girl become so proactive? It is now combat time. Commander Qin Yuru, snapped to attention, saluting sharply, her camouflage attire enhancing her spirited demeanor. During work hours, please address me by my rank. Do not presume familiarity. Every minute we depart earlier means one more minute for reconnaissance, reducing the threats within the abandoned industrial park by that much. If even our esteemed Commander Qin does not comprehend this, she waved her hand dismissively. You may continue your slumber. We shall not disturb you. All units move out. Qin Feng's mouth, which had been halfway open, froze in place. Goodness, they were waiting for him. The previous night, as combat training had seen him thrown over her shoulder numerous times. It seemed she was holding a grudge. Instantly, he regained his focus, the earlier languor dissipating. Noticing his sister had finished preparing and was ready to set off, he discreetly adjusted his sleeve. A flash of blue light flickering in his eyes. Elite Guardian Tyrant activation protocol initiated. Giant Elixir activation protocol initiated. She was his only sister after all. With nothing pressing at the moment, he decided to accompany her for safety and arrange for the Giant Elixir and Elite Guardian Tyrant to join their journey. The abandoned industrial park lies to the southeast of the Umbrella Base. Before the apocalypse, it was one of the largest industrial areas in Linghai City, sprawling with factories. But now it remains a desolate wasteland of steel ruins, potentially serving as a lair for aberrant creatures. Given the enhanced physical capabilities and marching speed of the 1st Assault Recon Company, they could traverse the distance in approximately half an hour if they marched at a brisk pace. However, they could not afford a rush. Dangers lurked in every corner of the outside world. Every step must be taken with vigilance against lurking threats. Scouting the route and evading risks are their paramount tasks. This concern not only pertains to the safety of the entire unit, but also aims to forge a secure shortcut for the subsequent 2 companies. Why are you following me? On the rooftop of an abandoned house, Qin Yuru knelt on one knee, peering through binoculars with unwavering focus. Yet her voice was relentless. Now you care about your sister. Do you? Were you yesterday? Qin Feng's lips involuntarily twitched. He had come to understand the tenacity of a woman's grievances. To trace back to the previous day, Qin Yuru had eagerly sought him out for combat training. At that moment, Qin Feng was entirely absorbed in the exhilarating strength bestowed by this clone body. That instinctual combat prowess ignited within him a fervor to engage. Ultimately, he admitted that he had indeed lost himself in the thrill. Had he not restrained himself in time, he seriously doubted he could have refrained from inflicting harm upon his sister. It was purely an accident. Gazing at the bruise swelling on his sister's right cheek, Qin Feng felt an acute embarrassment. Qin Yuru scoffed lightly, choosing not to dwell on the matter further. With a graceful motion of her hand, she unfurled the operational map upon the ground, her fingertip precisely landing on a specific coordinate. Our current position is strategically situated on the critical route leading to the coastal base of Shelter No. 72's offensive. The corridor established by the mechanized forces aligns perfectly with our assault trajectory. Qin Feng bent down to inspect the road conditions. Indeed, the pavement bore the marks of tank treads and armored vehicles. Utilizing the military-cleared passage certainly offered convenience. Qin Feng nodded slightly. All right, Qin Yuru continued. I will proceed along this route, deploying the Hellhounds in a fan formation to eliminate the remaining solitary aberrations, thereby establishing a secure corridor within 2 hours. She glanced at her watch. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, we should reach the abandoned industrial park before 8:30. Qin Feng readily replied, You can decide on the tactical arrangements. Just then, Qin Feng seemed to sense something. A visual signal shared by a Hellhound surged through his neural link. He abruptly turned towards the northeast, his brow furrowing. What is that? Through the Hellhound's shared vision, he beheld a bizarre scene. Dozens of figures cloaked in black stood ghost-like amidst the ruins, their voluminous robes concealing their forms and faces. Even more unsettling, several aberrations lay submissively at their feet like loyal dogs. Within the central encirclement, a dozen soldiers clad in standard military uniforms formed a defensive formation back-to-back, flanked by a few derelict armored vehicles and the remnants of tanks. Under the creaking and rustling of footsteps, a colossal creature slowly emerged from the shadow of a dilapidated building. Its lower half was a mass of spiny appendages, while its upper half grotesquely contorted into a humanoid torso. Its pallid skin was riddled with writhing tumors. Upon that grotesque visage, a crimson maw gaped open, emitting a piercing wail akin to an infant's cry. Suddenly, the monster's swollen upper body twisted a full 180 degrees, its decayed countenance now facing the lair of the Hellhound. Hiss! Qin Feng felt a wave of disorientation wash over him, instantaneously severing his connection with the hellish beast. A creature that manipulates the mind? What an uncanny coincidence. Qin Feng massaged his temples, a glimmer of sharpness flickering in his eyes. Chapter 39. Establishing the firepower network. Brother, what's wrong? Qin Yuru perceptively noticed her brother's unusual demeanor. It's nothing. Qin Feng averted his gaze, subtly shaking his head. He had no intention of provoking that mind-controlling creature resembling a giant spider. The grotesque figure, towering nearly 3 stories high, sent chills down one's spine merely through the visual sharing of the Hellhound. What surprised Qin Feng the most was the creature's ability to indirectly interfere with his consciousness from such a distance. This capability was indeed terrifying. Let us proceed, Qin Feng declared as he stood up. Now is not the time for bravado, especially with his sister by his side and their main force not nearby. The monster, which could easily annihilate an armored battalion, was likely a being of 5th rank or higher. Qin Feng dared not gamble on whether the Imperial Guard Tyrant could defeat it. If they failed, not only would the Tyrant suffer losses, but their group could also fall into peril. It would be a grave mistake to lose both men and resources. As long as the creature did not seek them out, he chose to avoid confrontation. However, Qin Feng let out a deep sigh. The soldiers trapped in that predicament were likely beyond salvation. The 1st Recon Assault Company arrived punctually at the entrance of the abandoned industrial park at 8:30 in the morning. Despite the sun shining brightly, the industrial ruins on the outskirts of the city appeared particularly ominous. The rusted factories loomed like slumbering steel behemoths, silent and foreboding. Wild grass surged wildly through the cracked concrete, with some patches towering over 2 men in height, rustling softly in the breeze. Upon witnessing this scene, Qin Feng furrowed his brow slightly. The sight before him deviated significantly from his expectations. At that moment, a Hellhound from the Imperial Guard stealthily approached from the flank, its sharp paw pads allowing it to move without making a sound. It gently nudged Qin Yuru's arm, its dark red eyes shimmering with an eerie light. As their gazes met, it seemed as though some information was being conveyed. This is Qin Yuru's fingers, which had been caressing the coarse hide of the Hellhound, suddenly halted. She squinted, turning her head towards Qin Feng with a more serious tone. Brother, it seems Xiao Hong is indicating that there is something hidden beneath the grass. Before she could finish her sentence, her brow furrowed abruptly. Wait, it seems to sense some kind of high-energy reaction? Is that what it means? Upon hearing this, a glimmer of approval flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. It appeared that the compatibility of the biological composite agent was even better than anticipated, enabling his sister to establish a preliminary mental resonance with the biochemical entity and glean some critical information from the Hellhound's reconnaissance. This was a groundbreaking advancement. Indeed, Qin Feng nodded, his gaze sweeping towards the silent thicket not far away, as well as the abandoned industrial park behind them. Your assessment is correct. Beneath that patch of grass lies a group of dormant special beasts. Moreover, the industrial park is not as tranquil as it appears. Within its confines resides a group of our old acquaintances, the night demons. As he spoke, he sensed another formidable aura emanating from the Tyrant guards. As for the high-energy reaction you mentioned, it is the essence radiating from high-grade aberrations, likely lurking within the industrial park, although the exact number remains uncertain. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, sensing the complexity of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, he chose to assume command of the 1st Recon Assault Company. Issuing directives with a grave tone, Euro arranged for personnel to establish a firepower network around the perimeter of the industrial park. Each firing position must create overlapping fields of fire. Mark the locations in advance. He then turned his gaze to the company's deputy commander. who happened to be a female warrior with a sharp bob and a spirited visage, likely of a similar age to his sister. Wang Lin, I need you to lead 2 squads to support the other 2 companies. As he spoke, the image of the grotesque creature resembling a human-faced spider flickered in his mind, prompting him to reiterate his caution. Remember, if the Hellhounds suddenly alter their guiding direction. Qin Feng fixed his earnest gaze upon Wang Lin. Even if you hear the desperate cries of a comrade or the sound of gunfire, do not waver. This may be a trap set by some monstrous entity. You must strictly adhere to the Hellhound's guidance or retreat route. Disregard everything else. Do you understand? Upon hearing his words, a flicker of confusion crossed Wang Lin's eyes. Yet the instinct of a soldier straightened her posture, and she saluted. Understood. I will ensure the mission is accomplished, Commander. Beside them, Qin Euro responded affirmatively, leading a contingent to mark the firing points. After the tasks were assigned, Qin Feng glanced at his watch, his gaze silently fixed on the sprawling thicket not far away. If all proceeded smoothly, the Biochemical Special Operations Tactical Unit should be fully assembled by 10 o'clock in the morning. The intricate environment of the abandoned industrial park was ill-suited for their reckless entry. Thus, Qin Feng resolved to initially establish a firepower network around the periphery, utilizing heavy weaponry to preemptively deplete the surrounding aberrations. As for the vast thicket before him, he intended to wait for the heavy armored Annihilation Company to arrive. Once they cleared an area with their flamethrowers, he would decide on the next course of action. Failing to address this issue could lead to unpredictable losses, even with the assistance of biological entities, as the obstructed visibility would render a hasty incursion perilous. This area would inevitably be incorporated into the Umbrella Corporation's domain. A glimmer of determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. The challenge of operating across diverse territories lay in the absence of the Umbrella Group's quantum communication network in this region. Without the precognitive tactical simulations and battlefield monitoring provided by Red, every decision would rely solely on his judgment. Commanding successfully posed no issues, and the extermination objectives could be accomplished seamlessly. However, any lapse in command or misjudgment regarding the circumstances within the industrial park could lead to dire consequences. This could potentially lead to the complete annihilation of the hard-earned forces amassed thus far. Therefore, even at the expense of additional time, Qin Feng could not allow these loyal warriors to become unwitting victims of a reckless assault. After all, biochemical weapons can be recreated, but the soldiers who have recently joined the Umbrella family are indeed living, breathing humans. At precisely 11 o'clock noon, a dense network of firepower had been established around the industrial park's perimeter. The heavy infantry squad reported their status, with a calm voice of a squad leader resonating through the radio. At a vantage point, 3 snipers lay in a triangular formation, the carbon fiber barrel of their new anti-material sniper rifles glinting coldly under the sunlight. On the edge of an open balcony below, the report came in. The mortar position had been calibrated. The mortar team had completed the adjustment of firing parameters, with an ammunition handler kneeling on the ground, meticulously arranging high-explosive shells. Meanwhile, at the frontal position of the building, the machine gun team took their positions. 2 light machine guns and 1 heavy machine gun spread out in a fan formation, their barrels directed toward various angles, ensuring there were no blind spots in their coverage. The flamethrower system was operational with stable pressure. Nearby, a soldier clad in a flamethrower was checking the fuel pressure gauge. Finally, on the flanks, the alert team was in position. Several assault team members held submachine guns at the ready, their stocks against their shoulders, their eyes scanning the surroundings with steely resolve. This 15-member heavy infantry squad had established a formidable fire point in a staggered configuration, simultaneously atop the highest building at the industrial park as perimeter. Qin Feng steadied himself against the rusted metal railing, receiving operational reports from the Heavy Annihilation Company through his earpiece. He nodded slightly and spoke in a deep voice. Received. Maintain vigilance. In total, there were 3 companies. The Heavy Infantry Company, as the main force, was constructing a formidable fire net at the entrance of the industrial park. The Rapid Response Company served as a mobile force, poised in the rear to provide support at a moment's notice. As for the Reconnaissance Company, they had been dispersed to the far rear, tasked with remaining alert for potential beastly assaults from other directions. They were nearly ready. Qin Feng exhaled a breath of stale air, casually raising his fingers to signal an offensive. In the next moment, a low growl erupted suddenly. Dozens of hellhounds, like ferocious beasts breaking free from chains, erupted from the shadows behind the heavy infantry company, their target the massive thicket not far away. Chapter 40. The siege and the burrowing alligator turtle. The hellhounds were on the verge of engagement. The heavy armored squad leader tightened his grip on the walkie-talkie, his gaze fixated on the surging crimson pack ahead. "Attention, everyone," he uttered in a low, taut voice. "This is our squad's first joint operation with bioorganic entities. Remember the Commander-S words. Do not regard them as mere combat machines. From this moment forth, they shall be our comrades." As soon as he finished speaking, several responses crackled through the device. First squad acknowledges. Second squad comprehends. Third squad understands as well. In the blink of an eye, the foremost hellhounds darted into the underbrush like arrows released from a bow, their scarlet forms swiftly swallowed by the dense foliage. Then came the sounds of chaos, howls, and the sharp crack of teeth gnashing against armor. The once silent thicket erupted into a frenzy of noise. Qin Feng, through the mental link, could distinctly sense that dozens of creatures, encased in gray-brown exoskeletons, were emerging from the earth. They resembled alligator turtles, with short, stout limbs. Yet their movements were anything but sluggish. Within mere minutes, the tide of battle had turned decidedly against them. The claws of the hellhounds scraped against the exoskeletons with a piercing sound, leaving only faint white marks. Conversely, 3 hellhounds were suddenly overpowered by the emerging alligator turtles, torn to shreds in an instant. Indeed, they seemed to be at a disadvantage. Qin Feng's eyes darkened, yet he refrained from issuing a retreat order. This was intended to be a bait-and-switch tactic. The hellhound's mission was to draw out these elusive, subterranean creatures through bloodshed and death. Time slipped away, ticking down relentlessly. "Brother, the casualties among the hellhounds are increasing. Shouldn't we pull them back?" Qin Yuru's voice was tinged with compassion, clearly sensing the dwindling life force of the hellhounds within the thicket. Qin Feng remained composed, merely raising a hand slightly. "Not yet. Let us wait a little longer." Observing her brother's steadiness, Qin Yuru bit her lip, ultimately choosing silence. The violence within the underbrush intensified. The burrowing creatures, thoroughly incensed by the hellhounds, surged forth from the ground like a tidal wave. When the last of the alligator turtles, lured by the scent of blood, finally emerged, a glint of determination flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. He decisively pressed the walkie-talkie. "Heavy armored squad, all targets have been drawn out. Prepare for fire coverage." As soon as he finished, the remaining few hellhounds bolted from the brush in a panicked retreat, their bodies battered, some dragging severed hind limbs. Compared to the initial 30 or so that had charged in, their current number appeared tragically diminished. Seeing the heavy losses among the hellhounds, Qin Yuru bit her lower lip, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. More than half had been lost. Upon hearing her words, Qin Feng finally noticed the redness around her eyes. He paused, then chuckled softly. "Silly girl, I forgot to mention, these are mass-produced bioweapons from the Umbrella Corporation." Seeing his younger sister still somewhat perplexed, he patiently elucidated. "As long as there is an ample supply of biomass energy and samples of exotic beast genes, a new batch of hellhounds can be cultivated in less than half a day. Therefore," Qin Feng cast his gaze towards the beleaguered pack of hellhounds in the distance, his tone resolute. "In comparison to the lives of the special forces, these expendable creatures must be decisively relinquished when the time comes." Qin Yuru blinked her moist eyes, finally coming to a realization. No wonder her brother remained unperturbed while witnessing the hellhounds fall one after another. In his eyes, they were merely renewable tactical resources. What truly deserved reverence was the vibrant life of each Special Forces soldier. Standing at the rear, Li Zuan absorbed every word of this dialogue. The rough fingers of this iron-willed soldier unconsciously rubbed against the railing beside him, a tumult of indescribable emotions swirling in his chest. Once this battle concluded, He resolved to convey Qin Feng's words verbatim to each soldier under his command. In this world where lives are treated as mere fodder, encountering a commander who prioritizes the lives of his soldiers was indeed a divine blessing bestowed upon them. On the front lines, the remaining Hellhounds were fleeing in disarray. Behind them, colossal burrowing crocodiles emerged from the towering grass, relentlessly pursuing them with murderous intent. Noticing the battlefield dynamics, Qin Feng decisively pressed the intercom. Heavy Assault Squad 3. Open fire at will. Caution, target's weak point is at the neck. However, a hesitant voice from the squad leader echoed through the communication channel. The Hellhounds are also within range. Before Qin Feng could respond, Li Ziyuan interjected firmly. Execute the order immediately. After the battle, I will explain the rationale to you. Understood. The communication abruptly ceased, and the battlefield returned to its grim silence. The next moment, fire. With the commander's order, the heavy sniper rifle atop the building unleashed a fierce barrage. 12 7mm armor-piercing rounds tore through the air with a piercing shriek, raining down upon the advancing crocodiles in the distance. Simultaneously below, the sound of grenade launchers echoed with a series of dull thuds, as high explosive rounds traced splendid arcs through the sky. In the following instant, boom, 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 the deafening explosions erupted suddenly. Blinding fireballs blossomed in the midst of the crocodile swarm, shockwaves sending dust swirling into the air. Amidst the remnants of the explosions, a 12 7mm armor-piercing round precisely penetrated the neck of one burrowing crocodile. Dark crimson blood gushed forth as the massive creature let out a pained roar, its colossal body collapsing forward under the force of inertia, stirring up a cloud of dust. Good shot, buddy. A voice of praise rang out over the intercom. As the enraged roars of the burrowing crocodiles filled the air, the battle escalated into a fever pitch, even though this assault inadvertently inflicted damage upon the Hellhounds as well. Yet, Qin Feng did not so much as furrow his brow. Inflicting maximum damage upon the enemy within the longest range possible constitutes the optimal strategy on the battlefield. As for the sacrifice of a few Hellhounds, merely a necessary cost. The lethality of modern weaponry was showcased in all its glory at this moment. Those heavy gray shells, which even the Hellhound's sharp fangs struggled to penetrate, were obliterated under the precise strikes of anti-material rounds and the overwhelming barrage of high-explosive shells. The first wave of burrowing crocodiles had suffered devastating losses. However, the situation was rapidly evolving. An increasing number of these burrowing crocodiles surged forth from the colossal underbrush, resembling a moving tide of armored might. The firepower grid of the heavy infantry battalion was being relentlessly constricted, drawing ever closer to these armored beasts. Qin Feng observed the encroaching horde of turtles with unwavering calm. He raised his right hand and made a gentle sweeping motion forward. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, dozens of scavengers erupted from the shadows of the building beneath his feet. Since the Hellhounds were ill-equipped to contend with these armored monstrosities, he would let the scavengers of his second phase teach these retreating turtles a lesson in what it truly means to be a predator. Chapter 41. Biochemical Cooperative Combat. As the lickers made their entrance, Qin Feng swiftly recalibrated the tactical deployment, commanding with a firm voice. Mortar teams, concentrate fire on the dense foliage 50 meters ahead, while ensuring to avoid the operational radius of the lickers. Machine gun teams, cease fire immediately to conserve ammunition. Sniper teams, maintain suppression, prioritizing the elimination of the monsters in the rear. With 3 concise orders issued, the battlefield's firepower configuration was adjusted in less than half a minute. Although the overall firepower density had decreased, such precise allocation was precisely what the current situation called for. Qin Feng had previously observed that the machine gun rounds were ineffective against the highly armored burrowing crocodile turtles. Conversely, the splash damage from high explosive shells and the penetrating power of anti-material sniper rifles proved far more lethal. Hence, he resolved to immediately modify the deployment, dispatching the licker units to engage in close combat with the burrowing crocodile turtle swarm, thereby slowing their advance and granting the heavy firepower in the rear precious time to aim. The results were undeniably significant. The tide of battle shifted. The Lickers, with their exceptional agility, adeptly evaded the snapping jaws of the burrowing crocodile turtles. In the forefront of the battlefield, one burrowing crocodile turtle suddenly thrust its scaled neck forward. Its massive maw aimed directly at a nearby licker. However, the latter responded with remarkable swiftness, its sharp bone claws glinting in the air as they accurately struck the turtle's vulnerable neck. Almost instantaneously, the licker's lithe form leaped gracefully, not only evading the turtle's fatal bite, but also landing elegantly atop its shell. Despite the burrowing crocodile turtle's superior agility compared to its kin, it was utterly helpless against the uninvited guest on its back. At that moment, the lickers resembled a school of agile dragons, weaving effortlessly through the ranks of burrowing crocodile turtles. Occasionally, they would spring off surfaces in acrobatic maneuvers, occasionally raking their claws across the protruding turtle heads. Though the soldiers of the rear units had been coexisting with the lickers for a week, witnessing the battle scene before them still drew gasps of astonishment. One soldier swallowed hard, contemplating, what if these lickers were on the side of the monsters? The words hung unspoken as he caught the eye of his squad leader, who was intently observing the battlefield, murmuring, just imagine if we encountered them in urban warfare. He shook his head, realizing that one might not even comprehend how they met their demise. Though the lickers possessed a significant vulnerability in their weak defenses, their terrifying agility ensured that they maintained an irreplaceable strategic position even within the second stage of the biochemical weapon hierarchy. Just as the battle reached a stalemate, a deafening roar erupted from the massive thicket at the battlefield's edge. Qin Feng casually turned his head to glance, a flicker of eerie blue light glimmering in his eyes. In the next moment, the guardian Tyrant and a colossal licker, lurking in the shadows of the structures, emerged simultaneously. One was a fourth-tier biochemical entity, the other a third-tier. Two pairs of crimson eyes locked onto the thicket from which the sound emanated, and then there was silence. The creature lurking in the shadows evidently sensed the presence of the Imperial Guard Tyrant and the gigantic Devourer. Even the furious roars suddenly ceased. Qin Feng sneered derisively, curling his lips. Since it has come to understand fear, it should retreat to its lair and continue to play the role of a timid turtle. TSK, TSK. Qin Yuru tugged at his sleeve, her bright eyes sparkling with excitement. Brother, the creature in the thicket actually backed down? Wasn't it just roaring with such grandeur moments ago? Li Ziyuan, nearby, set down his binoculars and remarked with a smile. The mere presence of these two standing here is enough to make that lurking creature reconsider its position under the weight of biological pressure. This pure suppression of life levels is far more intriguing than blasting it with firearms. After all, he added with a meaningful glance, those creatures that have managed to survive under human firepower must possess a modicum of intelligence. As for those that cannot learn, Qin Feng interjected, their graves are likely already overgrown with grass. That defiant roar was merely a trivial interlude on the battlefield. At this moment, the dynamics of the battlefield were subtly shifting. As the coordination between the Devourer forces and the Heavy Armor Annihilation Battalion improved, the number of burrowing crocodile turtles was visibly decreasing. The once stalemated conflict was gradually transforming into a one-sided harvest. Brother, I finally understand, Qin Yuru said, glancing at the retreating, burrowing crocodile turtles, a glimmer of joy flashing in her eyes. I see the purpose behind your formation of this special mixed unit. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Yes. If you master the principles of coordinated combat during this time, there will be more than just these dozens of bioforms at your disposal in the future. Historically, human forces engaged in combat with beasts inevitably faced brutal close-quarters battles. Consequently, the military had to increase the investment in enhancement agents in an attempt to improve soldiers' physical capabilities, but with little success. Firstly, the enhancement agents often triggered severe rejection reactions, rendering them unbearable for many soldiers. Secondly, even if the injection was successful, they remained at a significant disadvantage against equally ranked beasts. After all, enhancement agents merely allow the human body to surpass its limits. They cannot transform an ordinary person into a superhuman. Qin Feng recalled that even his father, a fifth-tier genetic enhancer, had to exercise caution when dealing with beasts of the same tier. The innate size advantage of those colossal creatures was beyond human capability to contend with. Ultimately, in the Age of Darkness, firearms remained humanity's most reliable ally. Unless, of course, one were like those individuals in Shangjing, standing at the pinnacle of human genetic enhancement, who might have the potential to alter the tide of battle. Yet even they, powerful as they were not invincible. Since the dawn of the Dark Age, humanity has only produced one 7th-tier genetic enhancer, a legendary figure who ultimately fell to the corrosive venom of a special breed of beast during a surprise operation. This time, the retreating, burrowing crocodile turtles unusually abandoned their escape through the earth, instead frantically darting into the dense foliage of the giant shrubs, fleeing deep into the industrial park. The objective is to infiltrate the industrial park. Upon witnessing the situation, Qin Feng pressed the intercom and issued a command. Deploy the fire squad to advance 200 meters. I require you to establish a passage into the industrial park within half an hour. Understood, responded the heavy armor company commander. The troops immediately advanced. At the edge of a colossal thicket, 12 fire soldiers clad in orange flame-retardant suits spread out in a fan formation. They bore pressurized fuel tanks on their backs, donned gas masks, and wielded silver-gray flamethrowers. As the commander signaled, 12 streams of fire roared forth simultaneously, engulfing the thicket and transforming the entire area into a hellish inferno. Qin Feng cast a glance at his watch. The time read 11:30. At this rate of advancement, the Biochemical Special Operations Unit was poised to breach the entrance of the industrial park before noon. He also assessed the losses incurred. Apart from the loss of 19 ordinary Hellhounds and 5 Devourers, the remaining human combat forces, including the heavy armor annihilation squad on the front lines, had sustained no casualties whatsoever. This revelation brought a sense of relief to Qin Feng. The first phase of the operation concluded flawlessly. At that moment, Qin Yuru, standing beside him, seemed to receive some information. She turned to Qin Feng and said, "Brother, an armored military unit is moving towards our position, possibly drawn by the sounds of our artillery." Chapter 42. Uninvited Guests. Armored Forces. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. An armored unit? In this desolate place? The military had sent an armored force? He pondered for a moment, then knelt on one knee, unfurling a military map upon the ground to scrutinize the deployment details. This map was a gift from his father, meticulously annotated with the movements of all military units within Shelter 72 for the week. Suddenly, his gaze was drawn to a blue marker located to the north of the abandoned industrial park. Qin Feng furrowed his brow. On this military map, red markers represented the military units of Shelter 72, while the blue markers indicated the armored forces of Shelter 70. Qin Yuru slowly raised her head, a hint of disdain flickering in her eyes. It appeared to be our unruly old neighbor once again. A shadow passed through Qin Feng's gaze. He had long heard of the notorious reputation of Shelter 70. That medium-sized refuge in the northern part of Linhai City had devolved into a revelry for a pack of wolves. A few years prior, the garrison station there had suffered significant losses during several beast-tide incursions. The remaining troops were akin to a toothless tiger, and within a year, they were rendered ineffective by the allied forces of civilian enhancers. Now, it had transformed into a vast arms black market, where one could procure even main battle tanks if one could afford the crystal cores. Initially, Qin Feng had indeed contemplated trading the inconsequential crystal cores for some weaponry at Shelter 70, an area beyond the law. However, upon further reflection, he realized the risks were too great. At that time, he only had a Hellhound squad and a Guardian Tyrant at his disposal. Engaging in a transaction without exposing the existence of the umbrella would be perilous. Moreover, the black market dealings were notoriously treacherous. In the end, he had to abandon the idea. The distance from here to the regular garrison position of Shelter 70 was a full 30 kilometers, far exceeding their sphere of influence. Yet now, an armored unit had traversed such a distance, indicating that their presence was not merely a casual response to gunfire. Qin Feng's eyes flickered with thought. Unfortunately, most of the Hellhounds had been redeployed for combat here, leaving no eyes on the other side. Otherwise, he could have utilized the visual sharing system to observe the opposing armored forces. With this in mind, Qin Feng inquired, "What is their firepower configuration?" After consulting briefly, Qin Yiru responded gravely, "There are approximately 20 armored personnel carriers and several light tanks accompanying them. Their firepower configuration is quite formidable. The reconnaissance outpost reports that this armored unit is estimated to arrive at our location in half an hour." Qin Feng inhaled deeply, the air thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. He would not naively assume that this armored unit was merely passing through. In fact, he was certain that upon their encounter, the opposing forces would not offer any assistance, but rather pose a significant threat. Closing his eyes, he envisioned the tense standoff between the two armies. Before the armored forces, these flesh and blood beings would likely stand no chance, swiftly reduced to mere riddled remnants. Those steel behemoths are not mere decorations. Even with the formidable Guardian Tyrant at their disposal, they would ultimately be rendered ineffective under the artillery barrage of the king of land warfare and armored personnel carriers. The crux of the matter lies in their possession of but a single Guardian Tyrant. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, a sudden thought flashing through his mind. Could it be that this armored unit's objective is also the abandoned industrial complex? He gazed intently at the towering inferno of the massive thicket nearby. Indeed, within the assault mission list issued by the Red Queen, there exists a task aimed at unlocking deeper areas of the Umbrella Corporation's domain. A pivotal objective among these is the complete eradication and occupation of this forsaken industrial site, with the intention of establishing a dedicated quantum communication base for the Umbrella Corporation, thereby formally incorporating this region into their sphere of influence. Intriguing. Qin Feng stroked his chin, pondering what could compel an armored battalion to go to such lengths to seize this location. A crystal core? Special research materials? Or perhaps other undisclosed secrets? Nonetheless, to fully uncover the mysteries of this abandoned industrial park, it is imperative to dispatch troops for an in-depth investigation. However, within this labyrinth of unknown industrial structures, the dangers that may await are unpredictable. Contemplating this, a knowing smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips. At present, he has a ready-made ally at his disposal. They could easily masquerade as a survivor unit, remnants of a force ravaged by monstrous incursions, biding their time for the arrival of the armored battalion. When the armored forces occupy the industrial park, it would be the perfect moment to strike while they let their guard down. Though it may seem rather unscrupulous, Qin Feng remains unperturbed. The mission objectives take precedence. Yet, before proceeding, assistance from the parasite controller is essential. While the main body cannot be summoned, those spores with parasitic capabilities could prove invaluable. It is time to call upon some of them. One must admit, Qin Feng possesses a commendable sense of altruism. To assist the armored forces in their seamless entry into the industrial complex, he has invested considerable thought. At the entrance of the industrial park, the once dense thicket has been cleared to create a broad pathway, the air thick with the acrid scent of burnt vegetation. Furthermore, to enhance the credibility of his remaining unit, he has deliberately stationed around 30 special operations team members, equipping them with a selection of lightweight submachine guns, along with a couple of military rifles and sniper rifles. Some uniforms have even been intentionally distressed, stained with blood and dirt. As for the remaining elite troops, Qin Feng has already repositioned them outside this area, lying in wait alongside the biochemical entities, poised for the opportune moment. Such sincerity is bound to impress that armored battalion, is it not? After meticulously arranging all the disguises, the air was left with a haunting silence, infused with the acrid scent of charred earth and mingled blood. The area, once littered with the corpses of subterranean alligators, now bore only sparse remnants of artillery shell splatter. Minutes trickled by when suddenly a thunderous mechanical roar echoed from afar, causing the ground to tremble gently. The sound of tracks crushing gravel grew closer as the silhouettes of several steel behemoths gradually emerged in the distance. They had finally arrived. Qin Feng slowly opened his half-closed eyes, a barely perceptible smile gracing his lips. Meanwhile, the leading tank came to an abrupt halt. The hatch creaked open, revealing a bald officer with a face marred by scars, who straightened his posture. Squinting through his slanted eyes, he raised a pair of binoculars, the Black Panther tattoo on his forearm glaring under the sunlight. What on earth? Even in this godforsaken place, there were other armed forces? Chapter 43. Acting Qin Feng had to admit that he possessed quite the talent for portraying the role of the wounded captain of this defeated battalion. He deliberately hunched his back, smeared his face with blood and grime, and intentionally tore his uniform in several places, limping as he walked. An epitome of a beleaguered general. "Sir, we have finally awaited reinforcements," he shouted in a hoarse voice, his tone laced with exaggerated excitement. The special operations team members beside him twitched at the corners of their eyes, barely containing their expressions. Their usually stern and decisive new commander was, at this moment, performing with such sycophantic flair. It was truly a sight to behold. A flicker of shame stirred within Qin Feng, but it was fleeting. What was a little embarrassment to a person of ambition? As long as he could consume this armored unit whole, he would not mind such trivialities. With his gaze slightly lowered, a glint of cold light passed through his eyes. Were it not for the need to accurately gauge the positions of these armored soldiers, enabling the biological entities to strike with precision and mark their slaughter targets, he would never have stooped to play such a demeaning role. Across from him, the armored unit's commander, a scar man, snorted disdainfully before jumping down from his tank. He must be a high-ranking officer. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng lowered his head, his lips twitching involuntarily. This man had quite the sense of humor. Quickly regaining his composure, Qin Feng lifted his head again, donning an appropriately feigned expression of shock. His voice trembled slightly. "You are not the brothers from the Tiger Lion Armored Regiment sent by the higher-ups to assist us?" The Tiger Lion Armored Regiment was his father's elite unit, currently stationed at the shelter, thus posing no risk of exposure. Without responding to Qin Feng's query, Zhou Long glanced at the vast expanse of charred undergrowth. What happened here? Seizing the opportunity, Qin Feng vividly recounted the events. He purposely raised his voice, painting the reconnaissance mission as fraught with peril, embellishing the tale of how he narrowly escaped to this location. When recounting his encounter with the otherworldly beasts, he animatedly portrayed the brief skirmish as a life-and-death struggle. He even emphasized that it was his quick thinking that ignited the underbrush, temporarily repelling the ferocious beasts from the industrial park. Zhou Long smirked, a derisive curve forming at the corners of his mouth as he surveyed Qin Feng with contempt. "With your ragtag band of remnants, you dare to wander outside for reconnaissance? Is your commander a fool?" Qin Feng immediately forced a dry laugh, though his gaze inadvertently flicked over the row of steel behemoths behind Zhou Long, envy flashing in his eyes. "Which shelter do you command the armor division for, Commander Zhou? To lead such a formidable force at such a young age is truly impressive." Zhou Long did not respond. In the eyes of other shelters, the military of Shelter No. 70 had long since acquired a notorious reputation. However, this infamy was not unfounded. Zhou Long had clawed his way to this position through sheer determination. It is not the illustrious achievements that one relies upon, but rather the ruthless and merciless methods employed. As this thought crossed his mind, his sinister gaze roamed over the Special Forces team behind Qin Feng. Perhaps he could utilize these remnants as human explosives, allowing them to unleash their final moments within that entity. After all, no matter how formidable the tank's firepower, it could never penetrate the biological armor affixed to that monstrosity. With this notion, the chill on Zhou Long's face transformed into a facade of insincere smiles, altering his initial plan of eliminating witnesses. The information regarding that creature within the industrial park must never be leaked. As for the individuals before him, they could be dealt with once they had served their purpose. Since Captain Qin now found himself isolated and vulnerable, Zhou Long suddenly adopted a cordial tone, patting Qin Feng on the shoulder. "How about temporarily integrating into my armor division? It would be advantageous for us to look out for one another." What a swift change of demeanor, Qin Feng mused inwardly. Immediately thereafter, he raised his eyes, donning an expression of feigned astonishment. "Really, is that truly possible, Officer Zhou?" Zhou Long nodded with satisfaction, suddenly recalling something of significance, and inquired cautiously, "By the way, you mentioned that you called for reinforcements from the armor division. How long do you expect them to arrive?" Is he worried about encountering reinforcements when he decides to strike? Qin Feng scoffed internally, though his face displayed just the right amount of regret. He raised his hand to check his watch, offering a rueful smile. The command center only stated they would come as soon as possible. Given the current road conditions, even the nearest armor battalion would take at least 2 hours to arrive. Qin Feng deliberately paused before adding, "We sent out the distress signal less than 10 minutes ago." Upon hearing this, Zhou Long felt reassured. He quickly calculated the time in his mind. There would be ample opportunity. Once he obtained that object, he could dispose of these troublesome individuals, and perhaps even return to the base in time for a warm dinner. Haha, there's no rush. With this thought, Zhou Long suddenly broke into a grin, revealing his stark white teeth. With our armor division present, Brother Qin can rest easy. He turned to signal the armor division, which responded with a low rumble of thunderous machinery. Qin Feng appropriately displayed a look of confusion. "Officer Zhou, are you all heading into the industrial park?" "Inside. Do not inquire about what should remain unasked," Zhou Long replied sternly. He then picked up a military radio and commanded, "Platoon 3, remain at the main gate for surveillance. Report any anomalies immediately." "Understood," came a languid voice from the radio. As soon as the words left his lips, the hydraulic gates of the last 2 armored personnel carriers slowly rose. Over 30 armed soldiers emerged in an orderly fashion. Suddenly, from the rear of the formation, the sound of a woman sobbing could be heard. 2 disheveled young women were roughly pushed off the vehicle, their wrists bound tightly with ropes that dug painfully into their flesh, their pale faces streaked with tears. Qin Feng silently observed this group. Though clad in standard military attire, they bore no semblance of discipline. Some even smoked, resembling a band of brigands clad in uniforms. Indeed, they are a group of unscrupulous interlopers. Qin Feng silently scoffed, as the last remnants of his psychological burden dissipated. "Let us proceed, Brother Qin," Zhou Long said warmly, his grip on Qin Feng's shoulder surprisingly strong. "There is a minor task that requires your cooperation. Is this meant to turn us into bait for peril?" Qin Feng maintained an impassive expression, nodding in acquiescence. He was curious to discover what treasures this armored battalion had traversed such a distance for in the abandoned industrial complex. Meanwhile, not far from their location, atop a water tower, Qin Yuru lay prone behind the concrete railing, peering through binoculars to observe the situation outside the gates of the derelict industrial park. My brother is indeed brave enough to confront that band of marauding soldiers with only his reconnaissance unit. I should have slipped in alongside them. Beside her, Li Ziyuan shook his head with a wry smile. Your brother is concerned for your safety, given the nature of those wretches down there. He gestured towards the bandit soldiers who were manhandling a female captive through the lens of the binoculars. If they were to discover such a beautiful girl mingling within our ranks, he refrained from finishing his thought. But it was clear that Qin Yuru understood the implication and chose not to argue further. Chapter 44. The eerie brownish substance, Li Ziyuan, stepped aside and sat down, solemnly stating, Commander Qin's orders are quite explicit. We must swiftly and silently eliminate any reconnaissance posts that may appear on the periphery. If the Hellhounds have not detected anything else, these individuals at the entrance are likely our targets. Understood. Qin Yuru suddenly furrowed her brow. However, my brother just recalled the Hellhounds to the base, mentioning something about retrieving parasitic spores. I'm a bit confused. She tilted her head. I believe he also intended to summon that peculiar Su Yifan. Upon hearing this, Li Ziyuan's expression sharpened, and he began to elucidate. Yuru, I presume you have not perused the dossier on the unique abilities of the parasitic dominators, have you? These records are meticulously documented in the biochemical database of B.O.W. As he spoke, a complex emotion flickered in his gaze. The spores belonging to the parasitic dominators, upon contact with human skin, will burrow into the flesh as if they were living entities. They first erode the internal organs, rendering the host weak, ultimately targeting the brain. At this juncture, Li Ziyuan took a deep breath. Once the spores have completed their parasitism, the individual becomes a mindless puppet. With a mere thought, the parasitic dominator can command thousands of such soulless creatures. He had been equally astonished when he initially discovered this information. If the intelligence provided by B.O.W. is accurate, the power of the parasitic dominator is indeed terrifying. Meanwhile, Within the abandoned industrial complex, Qin Feng led 30 special operations team members, maintaining formation alongside the flanks of a tank under Zhou Long's command. The sound of the machine gun echoed as it unleashed a torrent of fire. Several beasts, lunging from the shadows of the ruins, were torn into a mist of blood before they could even land. Feigning anxiety, Qin Feng nervously inquired, "Commander Zhou, there may be beast nests hidden deep within the industrial park. What exactly are we here to do?" Zhou Long glanced at him, offering a perfunctory response. "We're going in to retrieve something. Just manage your team. I'll call for you if needed." As the armored unit ventured deeper into the densely packed factory areas, the number of ambushing beasts steadily increased. Qin Feng astutely observed the mottled exterior walls of the factory, which had become encrusted with a viscous brownish substance that slithered as if it were alive. To his astonishment, the steel structures seemed to distort and melt like wax, with several corroded pipes inexplicably bending as if reshaped by invisible hands. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. What on earth are these ghastly substances? How can they corrode steel as if they were living organisms? After delving several hundred meters into the heart of the abandoned industrial park, the brownish viscous material had accumulated to the point that it coated the ground. Qin Feng discreetly sidestepped a spreading puddle of the ominous substance. Refraining from posing any further inquiries to Zhou Long, ultimately, they were on the verge of uncovering the deepest secrets of this forsaken industrial complex. Any inquiries at this juncture would be superfluous and might even incite Zhou Long to become irate, potentially leading him to take drastic action. The armored convoy traversed the final stretch of the twisted factory road, rounding a corner. In the next moment, upon beholding the horrifying sight before them, even Qin Feng and his companions found their breaths momentarily caught in their throats. Not far away stood a colossal steel factory, utterly eroded by a grayish-brown substance. Its once silver-gray metallic exterior was now enshrouded in a writhing, viscous mass, as if enveloped by the digestive fluid secreted by some gargantuan creature. The substance pulsated rhythmically, each contraction emitting a dissonant noise from the factory's skeletal structure. Most bizarre was the factory's central gate, which, originally a 20-meter-wide alloy barrier, was now ensconced in layers of slime, leaving only a meager 2-meter square gap. The slime at the edges of the opening writhed as if alive, resembling a massive maw secreting saliva. "Stop!" Zhou Long's voice suddenly crackled through the communicator. As expected by Qin Feng, several armored vehicles and tanks swiftly turned their cannons to aim at their group. A chill coursed through Qin Feng's heart, though he feigned a look of panic. "Commander Zhou, what is the meaning of this?" Zhou Long sneered contemptuously, his entire form hunched within the tank's observation port, revealing only a half-visible head. "Did you truly believe I would be benevolent enough to save you fools? Don't be absurd. Had I not deemed you useful for the time being, I would have had you all bound already." Upon concluding his words, he picked up the intercom and issued a command. "Wang Chong, hand over all the explosives to them and let their people enter the steel factory." Approximately a minute later, static crackled from the intercom. "Boss, the C4 is ready." Following this, a group of burly men disembarked from a nearby armored vehicle, each wielding olive-green military explosives topped with a red timer. "Knock, knock, knock." Zhou Long rapped on the tank's hatch, drawing Qin Feng and the others' attention. He then gestured toward the gaping, slime-covered factory entrance. "You can either take the explosives inside and blow up the control room," he said, revealing a row of gleaming white teeth, "or I can spare you this journey right now." At that moment, without Qin Feng needing to prompt them, the special forces behind him erupted into a torrent of curses. Qin Feng, seizing the opportunity, raised his hand to silence them, exclaiming, "Everyone be quiet." He then turned to Zhou Long, his countenance regaining its composure. "If we destroy the control room inside, surely Commander Zhou would consider sparing us?" At this instant, he continued to play his part, while simultaneously issuing combat instructions to the nearby devourers and hellhounds in his mind. Indeed, it was long before they had set foot in this abandoned industrial park that such preparations were set in motion. The underlings of his legion, the devourers and hellhounds, lay silently in the surrounding shadows, trailing him like phantoms. For the sake of caution, Even the Imperial Guards and the colossal Devourers remained concealed in the dark corners of the adjacent vast factory. The formidable firepower and the thunderous sounds of this armored battalion served as an impeccable cover, eliminating the surrounding aberrations and leading Zhou Long and his companions to mistakenly believe that this area was utterly secure. Little did they know that, at this very moment, the vicinity was teeming with his prepared biochemical forces. Just then, a piercing metallic hum resonated from the depths of the enormous steel factory. Qin Feng seemed to sense something, his heart racing suddenly. Fourth tier? No, this surge of anomalous energy had transcended the realm of the Imperial Guards. Simultaneously, accompanied by the sound of viscous strands, a biological gate encrusted with a grayish-brown slime began to slowly open in the center of the colossal steel factory. Under the astonished gazes of the onlookers, several towering monsters, each standing 8 meters tall, emerged with heavy strides. Their bodies were enveloped in a continuously writhing, viscous, grayish-brown substance, resembling a living armor. Most chillingly, each monster dragged a long, thick steel pillar, scraping it against the ground and producing glaring sparks. Damn it! Zhou Long's complexion turned ashen in an instant, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow. Those cursed creatures had hatched several decayed knights. In the next moment, he nearly roared his command. Everyone, open fire immediately. Chapter 45. The Decayed Knights. The Decayed Knights? Qin Feng's gaze suddenly sharpened, fixating intently on the distant, distorted silhouettes of colossal figures. In that fleeting moment, the thunderous sound of cannon fire erupted in his ears. The main cannon of the tank unleashed a searing tongue of flame, while machine guns mounted on the armored vehicles rained down a torrent of bullets. The long corridor outside the massive steel factory was instantly enveloped in blinding light and smoke. Roaring, those gigantic entities emitted a chilling howl amidst the barrage. Zhou Long had already darted back into the tank's compartment, the heavy armored hatch slamming shut with a resounding thud. Fall back, Qin Feng decisively commanded, hastening to lead his companions in retreat. This was no time for games. The violent aura exuded by those towering decayed knights, standing at 8 meters tall, was almost palpable, saturating the air with a metallic scent of decay. At this moment, a colossal question mark loomed in Qin Feng's mind. He yearned to interrogate the Red Queen regarding the formidable strength of these creatures. Was it truly within the capabilities of his current biochemical forces to confront them? The once proud 4-meter stature of the Imperial Guardian seemed like that of an immature child in comparison to these decayed knights. The sound of gunfire persisted. Qin Feng glanced back, his pupils contracting sharply. At the instant when several tank shells struck one of the decayed knights, an eerie ripple coursed through the air. The gray-brown substance covering the creature's surface writhed and contracted as if alive. The shock waves of the explosion were absorbed in layers, and the flames of the detonation were devoured as if a cow had plunged into the sea. Energy absorption? Qin Feng's eyes widened in astonishment. These monsters had somehow evolved a unique ability to counter modern firepower? Just then, Zhou Long abruptly thrust open the tank's hatch, perhaps due to weak signals inside. He half leaned out of the turret, seizing the intercom to bellow, "Everyone reload." Quickly switched to the specialized electromagnetic pulse shells. Now, several decayed knights were tearing through the smoke, rapidly closing in. With the order given, the special shells were swiftly loaded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The first volley erupted into a sky filled with brilliant blue arcs, the projectiles disintegrating mid-air into a web-like pulse matrix. The electromagnetic pulses struck the decayed knights with precision. In the next moment, their forms froze abruptly, as if caught in a glitching image. Their previously agile strides slowed dramatically. Then, the gray-brown armor enveloping them began to soften like wax, a viscous metallic solution flowing from their decayed bodies and pooling on the ground. It was effective. Witnessing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Zhou Long and the others had no time to concern themselves with their temporary decoys. Without hesitation, Qin Feng recognized that the battlefield had escalated beyond his intervention. Thus, he swiftly led his reconnaissance team towards the perimeter of the park. Moreover, he resolutely ordered the Imperial Guardian, the massive Devourer, and other primary combat units to evacuate the area immediately. Only a few Hellhounds linger in the shadows, continuously monitoring the ebb and flow of the battle. A few moments prior, at the entrance of the industrial park, in a concealed observation point, Qin Yuru deftly wielded a military dagger, precisely slicing through the throat of an unsuspecting burly man. The 13th lookout had been neutralized. As her words fell, the Hellhound beside her stepped forward. This fearsome creature opened its gaping maw, releasing a writhing mass of purple-black spores. The viscous spores crawled like living entities towards the corpse, swiftly permeating the skin. With a chilling crackle, the lifeless man's chest began to rise and fall, and his grayish-white eyes slowly opened as he stood upright. This was utterly horrifying. Qin Yuru instinctively took a half-step back, the hair on her arms standing on end. Accompanied by retching sounds, Su Yifan staggered out from the shadows. His complexion was as pale as parchment, and the strands of hair on his forehead were drenched in cold sweat. The Hellhound had carried him at a breakneck pace, traversing a journey that should have taken half an hour in less than 10 minutes. At that moment, his stomach churned violently, threatening to expel even bile. Next time, he weakly leaned against the wall, his voice hoarse. I would rather run until my legs give out. Qin Yuru raised an eyebrow, surprised that this peculiar being was so frail. Peculiar? Su Yifan shook his head, refraining from contradicting her. He cast a sidelong glance at the undead beside him, a strange light flickering in his eyes. In truth, several days prior, B.O.W had implanted the latest biological chip developed by the Umbrella Corporation into his cerebral cortex. Furthermore, he had voluntarily applied for a special experiment to flawlessly replicate the parasitic genetic sequence of the parasitic controller within his own body through an unstable neural grafting method. This taboo human experimentation, which ordinary individuals would shun, was an opportunity he eagerly sought. Even the potential phenomena of bodily rejection or aberration during the experiment did not manifest. Remarkably, the parasitic genetic sequence exhibited astonishing compatibility within him. This development was beyond even Qin Feng's expectations. At that moment, the intercom that had fallen to the ground crackled to life, the piercing sound of electrical static accompanying a query. Lazy, what is the situation on your end? Observing this, Su Yifan gently curled his pale fingers. The rigid undead mechanically picked up the intercom, its joints emitting a disconcerting clicking sound. Everything is normal. Its voice emerged as if squeezed from a rusty metal pipe, each word punctuated with a staccato rhythm. There are currently no abnormalities. Why does your throat sound so hoarse? The other party inquired suspiciously. The undead immediately mimicked a coughing gesture. Ahem. I took a sip of water and choked slightly. After a brief silence, the intercom crackled with a perplexed murmur. What a surprise. Just a moment ago, Chong was stuttering as well. I thought you two were in some sort of trouble. With that, the conversation on the intercom ceased. A peculiar smile curled at the corners of Su Yifan's lips. Observing this scene, Qin Yuru, standing nearby, suddenly shivered, disdainfully rubbing her arms where goosebumps had risen. However, Su Yifan maintained his indifferent demeanor, not even bothering to lift his eyelids. For him, nothing could capture his attention, save for the biological research project. Meanwhile, a low, urgent voice from Li Jiyuan crackled through Qin Yuru's earpiece. Yuru, all the outer sentinels have been eliminated. However, it seems your brother is encountering an unexpected situation and is now in the process of emergency evacuation. Before the words could fully escape, a furious roar erupted from deep within the abandoned industrial park, followed by the thunderous sound of concentrated artillery fire. Su Yifan narrowed his eyes, a flicker of vigilance passing through his pupils. Thanks to the unique abilities bestowed by the parasitic dominator, his perception of presence had ascended to an entirely new realm. At this moment, even though he was situated in the outer zone, the sudden influx of oppressive force surged towards him like a tidal wave. Yet, Su Yifan's expression turned contemplative. Why did this overwhelming presence feel so utterly distinct from the aura emitted by the exotic beasts he had studied in the Shelter's Research Institute? The biological pressure emanating from those living samples often radiated a savage ferocity, a bloodthirsty brutality that sent shivers down one's spine. In contrast, The aura before him exuded an unsettling chill and an oppressive sensation akin to deathly silence. Chapter 46. Retreat before the giant steel factory. Despite the successful interference of the pulse electromagnetic projectile on the actions of the decayed knight, which visibly dimmed the gray-brown energy field enveloping it, the decayed knight still broke through the defenses with overwhelming force, advancing towards the armored units under Zhou Long's command. Retreat. Quickly retreat. Zhou Long's terrified voice echoed through the communicator. The command tank he occupied had already hastily fallen back to the rear of the formation, leaving other armored vehicles exposed to the knight's merciless onslaught. The first to suffer was a light tank. The decayed knight let out a hoarse roar, raising high its enormous steel sword, which glimmered with an eerie light. Boom! Accompanied by the piercing sound of tearing metal. The steel sword pierced through the tank's composite armor as easily as slicing through tofu. Even more horrifying, the gray-brown substance reacted violently upon contact with the armor, corroding the specialized steel into a state of utter ruin. The entire tank split in two, as if it were a wax figure melted by intense heat. How formidable! Witnessing this scene through a shared perspective, Qin Feng felt a sudden heaviness in his heart. His original plan was to wait for Zhou Long's forces and the decayed knight to inflict mutual destruction, allowing him to reap the benefits. However, the current situation utterly shattered his calculations. Once the decayed knight breached the armored formation, it was akin to a tiger among sheep, unstoppable. Each swing of the giant steel sword was accompanied by a deafening sound of metal rupture. The armored vehicles were effortlessly torn apart as if made of paper, and the heavy turret of the tank collapsed under the corrosive blade. Qin Feng was at a loss as to what Zhou Long could possibly rely on for victory. Never mind. He had originally hoped that after attacking this abandoned industrial site, he could unlock access to the core area of the Umbrella Corporation. Now, it seemed like a mere pipe dream. With the meager forces he possessed, he could scarcely provide a distraction for the decayed knight. Yet soon, a spark of inspiration flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. I may lack soldiers, but that does not mean others do not possess them. His father was a powerful figure in the military of the shelter, known for his decisiveness. The monstrous presence lurking within this abandoned steel factory, though perilous, was indicative of the immense value hidden within, as neither the bizarre gray-brown substance nor the pulse electromagnetic projectile could suppress its formidable power. If he could persuade his father to dispatch a mechanized armored unit, the outcome might be entirely different. However, given the current circumstances, it would be wise to retreat for now. Zhou Long's armored units were rapidly collapsing under the decayed knight's rampage, likely unable to hold out for even 10 minutes. Nevertheless, before leaving, there remained one final crucial task to accomplish. Hellhounds, collect samples. Qin Feng decisively issued the command. Several hellhounds immediately crouched down, meticulously gathering the somewhat wilted, gray-brown viscous substance from the ground. Baiho should find this very intriguing. Qin Feng carefully sealed the samples, a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes. Once he returned to the Umbrella Underground Research Facility, he would ensure that the biological research expert, Baiho, thoroughly analyzed the composition of these substances. Perhaps this will become a pivotal breakthrough in the fight against the decayed knights. At the entrance of the abandoned industrial park, Qin Feng led his reconnaissance company swiftly to the location. The combat boots of all personnel were caked with a brownish substance. Brother, Qin Yuru rushed up from behind cover. The resounding echoes of tumultuous sounds within the park still reverberated in their ears. What had transpired inside? And where was the armored unit from shelter number 70? Qin Feng gravely shook his head. They are all gone. The pupils of the officers who had just encircled them constricted sharply upon hearing this statement. Over 20 armored personnel carriers and nearly 10 military tanks, nearly equivalent to the composition of an armored combined battalion. How could they simply be gone? What exactly had transpired within? Qin Feng refrained from elaborating further. In truth, even he could not comprehend the bizarre biological structure of those decayed knights. Beneath the writhing, brownish substance lay what manner of life forms? Such intricate questions would have to await a thorough analysis from Baiho upon their return. With this thought, Qin Feng once again shared his visual perspective, switching to the battlefield outside the massive steel factory. The situation was far more dire than anticipated. Although the pulse electromagnetic shells had torn through substantial portions of the decayed Knight's brownish exterior, their combat prowess remained undiminished. The battlefield was strewn with the wreckage of tanks and armored vehicles. Only Commander Zhou Long's tank and 2 armored vehicles continued to fire, their muzzle flashes appearing minuscule amidst the thick smoke. Ultimately, no miracle occurred. Qin Feng shook his head. If his judgment was accurate, the terrifying strength of these decayed knights had likely crossed the threshold into the 6th stage, perhaps even higher. Qin Feng's gaze shifted slightly. After all, he had only taken charge of the Umbrella Corporation for less than a month, while the Dark Age had existed since his birth. Human civilization was akin to a candle flickering in a storm, forced to huddle within ever-shrinking shelters to survive. Encountering such incomprehensible monstrosities was entirely expected. He never naively believed that his elite guards were the pinnacle of combat strength. Yet, given time, as the Umbrella's influence expanded several-fold and biotechnological advancements surged through various levels, these creatures resembling the decayed knights would ultimately serve as stepping stones on Umbrella Corporation's ascent to supremacy. Qin Feng had no intention of lingering here. He decisively signaled to retreat. The entire biochemical tactical unit promptly organized themselves and withdrew towards the Umbrella underground base. Of course, today's expedition had not been without its gains. The Lickers, with heavy steps, dragged back the hard-shelled burrowing crocodile tortoises to the base. These beasts, possessing high defense, might very well contribute a new genetic sequence of monsters to the underground laboratory. In due time, unlocking a new type of high-defense biochemical entity could become a reality. As evening approached, in the Umbrella Corporation's underground base, within the depths of the research facility, a palpable tension enveloped the laboratory, underscoring a focus that was almost tangible. Qin Feng stood before the main control panel, arms crossed, his gaze fixed intently upon the holographic projections displaying the incessantly fluctuating data streams. Behind him, researchers including Yi Yu and Su Yifan formed a concentrated circle, their breaths held in anticipation. All eyes were riveted on the biostructural analyzer at the center, which emitted an eerie azure glow. Within the confines of the instrument, a viscous, grayish-brown substance spun slowly under the scrutiny of nanoscale probes, resembling an enigmatic life formed from an uncharted realm. 2 hours and 17 minutes had elapsed. Someone murmured softly. Just then, the apparatus came to a halt, and a silhouette materialized before the gathered individuals. Analysis complete. Qin Feng's expression sharpened with newfound seriousness. Simultaneously, information regarding the substance began to relay to the control panel. Name: corrosive steel bacteria. Tentative structure: composite biological metallic polymer. Composed of highly active organic matter cohabiting with a mutated alloy matrix. Characteristics: exhibits strong adhesion, capable of permeating biological tissues and metallic structures, inducing molecular restructuring of target substances, leading to irreversible liquefaction and mutation. Active state: dormant, extremely weak. Threat level: high vulnerabilities, effective under magnetic field constraints. High-frequency ultrasound can disrupt bacterial cohesion, and supercooling can diminish activity. Research value: extremely high. Upon perusing the fundamental data of this grayish-brown substance, Qin Feng felt his breath quicken. It must be said that the biological analysis technology of the Umbrella Corporation's underground research facility truly lived up to its reputation. This analysis succinctly delineated 3 critical weaknesses of the substance. Where there are flaws, there exists the potential for total annihilation. Qin Feng could scarcely contain his inner exhilaration, ready to leverage his network of connections. Addressing these 3 vulnerabilities would necessitate advanced special equipment, which the Umbrella Corporation currently lacked. However, that did not imply that Shelter No. 72 was similarly bereft. The first 2 items, high-frequency directional weapons and electromagnetic pulse devices, could be directly procured through his father's military connections. As for the last category, the supercooling weapon, it happened to be the latest research achievement from the Biotechnology Institute where his mother worked. Contemplating these prospects, a triumphant smile graced Qin Feng's lips. Truly, fortune favored me. Chapter 47. The Lurker Alligator Snapping Turtle, Bioweapon Model. Lurker, Alligator Snapping Turtle, Basic. Development Stage. Phase 2, Height 1, 7 meters, Length 3, 0 meters, Weight 550 kilograms. Information: the Umbrella Corporation's Phase 2 bioweapon. A groundbreaking evolution achieved by merging the genome of the burrowing alligator snapping turtle with a mutated T-virus strain, enhancing both biological defense and offensive capabilities. Mission type: Battlefield Fire Diversion, Frontline Defense Unit, Underground Stealth Assault. In Bioweapon Cultivation Chamber D1, Qin Feng gazed upon the massive alligator snapping turtle before him. Its height slightly shorter than his own, and a peculiar glimmer flickered in his eyes. This creature, a bioweapon mutated from the burrowing alligator snapping turtle, was adorned with menacing black spines that jutted ominously from its back. The name Lurker escaped his lips in a whisper, an involuntary smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Unlike ordinary burrowing alligator snapping turtles, this mutant had evolved to wield far more lethal weaponry. Those spines, seemingly stationary at first glance, could actually extend and retract at will, springing forth from its body with the swiftness of a switchblade. A vivid image danced in Qin Feng's mind, a line of lurkers silently lurking beneath the ground, ready to strike. As unsuspecting foes traversed above, countless spines would erupt from the earth, transforming the defenseless prey into a veritable hive of chaos. The thought alone was exhilarating. In the week that followed, Qin Feng dedicated all his efforts to communicating with his father. He meticulously reported on the situation regarding the abandoned industrial complex, emphasizing the urgent need to address this potential threat. This matter not only pertained to the acquisition of invaluable corrosion-resistant steel fungus resources, but also to resolving the enigmatic issues beyond the fog. Only by enhancing the overall combat capability of the Umbrella Corporation could Qin Feng dispatch a sufficient number of bioweapons into the mist, seeking solutions to this abnormal phenomenon. Moreover, Baiho revealed a crucial piece of information. The completion of this extermination task would yield an unexpected hidden reward, its worth surpassing even that of the corrosion-resistant steel fungus itself. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Qin Feng resolved to bypass the preliminary tasks and confront this pivotal challenge directly. However, he could not deny that the difficulty of this mission was nothing short of hellish. The terrifying power exhibited by the decayed knights alone was enough to instill dread. 30 kilometers northeast of the Umbrella Corporation's underground base stood a temporary operational command center established by Shelter Number 72. This forward command post, located on the site of a defunct university, had been hastily repurposed and transformed into a vital strategic hub for military operations aimed at reclaiming the coastline. An abrupt change in operational tasks? A stern and formidable middle-aged man furrowed his brow within the command center. A nearby officer approached, offering a report while explaining, "This is a combat amendment personally signed by General Qin Zimying, which has been unanimously approved by the military committee of the shelter." His tone unintentionally grew grave. According to the latest reconnaissance report, a high-risk, mutated life form has been detected within an abandoned industrial area located 15 kilometers west of our command center. Preliminary analysis indicates that the corrosive substances secreted by this life form can instantaneously devastate and alter composite armor structures. Furthermore, a mechanized armored unit was covertly dispatched by Shelter Number 70 last week to eliminate this peculiar entity, but the entire force was annihilated. As he spoke, the staff officer swiftly pulled up a blurred combat video. In the footage, the turret of a light tank was engulfed in black sludge, collapsing and disintegrating at a visibly alarming rate, ultimately reducing to a heap of rusted scrap metal. Upon witnessing this scene, Chengshai's expression transformed into one of grave seriousness. Such a capability is indeed terrifying. Should this extraordinary life form continue to proliferate unchecked, it would undoubtedly spell disaster for Shelter No. 72 and the mechanized armored forces under his command. The staff officer continued, "However, the higher-ups have already discerned a solution to this extraordinary life form. A batch of specialized weaponry will be dispatched from the shelter in the coming days to assist us in eradicating this threat." Chengshai nodded slightly. As long as there is a strategy in place, We need not recklessly sacrifice our soldiers as mere fodder for this insatiable monstrosity. Seemingly recalling something, the staff officer added, "General, a special unit will also be coordinating with us in this operation. They were the ones who first discovered the existence of this life form and successfully identified its critical weakness." He paused, moreover. "The specialized weaponry will be entirely under their purview." Cheng Shai waved his hand dismissively. "That is of no concern. It is reassuring to have professionals operating the specialized weapons." The staff officer chuckled. "You are already acquainted with this individual. It is none other than the son of General Qin, Major Qin Feng." At this revelation, Cheng Shai was momentarily taken aback. Qin Feng is still alive? Was he not previously declared dead by the military? No, the staff officer shook his head. Moreover, for reasons unknown, General Qin Ziming has managed to pressure the military council into granting Qin Feng command of a special operations battalion, operating as an independent unit detached from the conventional military structure of the shelter, specifically tasked with reconnaissance operations. At this juncture, the staff officer's gaze sharpened. He lowered his voice and articulated each word carefully. However, according to internal sources, it seems that Qin Feng possesses methods to penetrate the enigmatic fog. If not for this, the cunning old foxes of the military council would never have yielded so easily. Methods to penetrate the fog. Cheng Shai's eyes narrowed. As a senior official within Shelter No. 72's military hierarchy, he was acutely aware of the impending crisis that the shelter faced, a reality perhaps unknown to the lower-ranking soldiers. He fully comprehended the terrifying nature of that bizarre fog. Were it otherwise, his mechanized armored units would not have ventured to the far eastern reaches of Linhai City to reclaim the fallen coastal base. All of this pressure stemmed from the enigmatic mist that enveloped them. It was unexpected that Qin Feng had discovered a means to penetrate this mysterious fog. It is no wonder that the military committee found it necessary to make exceptions and reach a compromise. On one hand, the peculiar mist in the northwest direction of Shelter 72 had left the higher echelons of the military restless. On the other hand, General Qin Ziming's influence within the military was indeed formidable and instilled a sense of trepidation. Even the current Minister of City Defense was aligned with his faction, making any refusal to compromise exceedingly difficult. 2 days later, on the periphery of the abandoned industrial complex, Qin Feng led his biochemical special operations tactical team to successfully rendezvous with the advanced mechanized armored units at the edge of the rust-laden industrial zone. Several military transport helicopters roared through the overcast sky, delivering a tightly sealed cache of specialized weaponry to the frontline assembly point. The hydraulic doors opened, and a stream of cold, white nitrogen seeped from the seams of the metallic containers. Clearly, this equipment was far from ordinary armaments. This time, all units had heeded Qin Feng's counsel. Heavy tanks and other substantial vehicles were ordered to remain stationed at the perimeter of the industrial compound, forming a firepower blockade. In contrast, lighter military vehicles were permitted to penetrate the interior of the industrial site. Standing beside a heavy tank, Qin Feng gazed gravely at those around him. The decaying knights not only possessed the ability to consume missile energy, but he also rapped on the composite armor of the tank beside him. Even these specialized alloy armors would serve as sustenance for them. Thus, the attacking forces must maintain a considerable distance from the decaying knights and utilize the specialized weapons only after ensuring a safe range. Chapter 48. The Assault on Special Life Forms Understood, Major Qin. Jiang Han replied with a solemn nod. As the commander of this vanguard armored unit, he was acutely aware of the significance of the young officer before him, despite his own higher rank. Prior to deployment, General Cheng had summoned him personally, his tone unusually stern. Those entities cannot be confronted with conventional weaponry. Do not sacrifice the lives of soldiers. Follow every command from Qin Feng without question. This is an order. Jiang Han comprehended the gravity of the situation and dared not be the slightest bit careless. Yes, Qin Feng slightly nodded in acknowledgement. I appreciate your assistance, Colonel Jiang. The operation was scheduled for precisely noon, the moment when sunlight reached its zenith. Qin Feng raised his hand to press the communication key on his military earpiece. His deep voice resonating through the encrypted channel. Commence action. Acknowledged, came the reply from the communicator. In an instant, the entire military zone seemed to be activated. Dozens of small armed drones ascended simultaneously, their rotor blades stirring up clouds of dust. These specially modified swarm drones bore, beneath them, glimmering guided munitions. Concurrently, ground forces initiated their advance. 12 armored military vehicles roared to life, the electromagnetic cannon mounted at their rear gleaming blindingly in the sunlight. Most striking of all was the contingent at the rear, a specialized armed unit clad in fully enclosed protective suits. They bore heavy energy packs and wielded cutting-edge directed energy weapons, eschewing conventional firearms in favor of pulse electromagnetic weapons, high-frequency sonic devices, and ultra-low temperature jets, all specially designed to eradicate the unique life forms within the derelict industrial complex. Remarkably, Qin Feng did not accompany the expedition. Instead, he stood silently at the observation window of the command center, hands clasped behind his back as he issued covert directives. In the distance, the well-equipped Special Operations Team advanced into the depths of the abandoned industrial site. Unbeknownst to anyone, several dark red figures moved stealthily amidst the shadows of the factory ruins, his Hellhounds. This clandestine operation, not included in the combat briefing, was unbeknownst even to Jiang Han. Each Hellhound was equipped with high-energy composite explosives, their objective being the control room at the heart of the steel mill. This plan stemmed from a previously unfulfilled order by Zhou Long, and though Qin Feng still did not fully grasp the significance of demolishing the control room, he trusted his instincts. If obliterating the control room within the massive steel mill could weaken the combat effectiveness of those decayed knights, it might alleviate the pressure on the specialized forces during their frontal assault. Near the colossal steel mill, several Hellhounds approached the facility with astonishing speed, their crimson eyes flickering ominously in the shadows. In a stark contrast to the previously fierce battlefield, the wreckage of tanks and armored vehicles has mysteriously vanished without a trace. Even the soldiers of Zhou Long's armored division have completely disappeared. Only the deep tracks imprinted on the ground, the charred craters, and the mottled bloodstains remain as grim evidence of the brutal conflict that once raged here. Could it be that they were all consumed by the entities within the steel factory? Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng's brow furrowed with gravity. Through the perspective of the Hellhound, he could distinctly sense the eerie, brownish substances surrounding the steel factory proliferating at a visibly rapid pace. It seemed that after devouring Zhou Long's armored division, the activity of these viscous materials had escalated. Evolution, perhaps? Qin Feng murmured to himself. Without a moment's hesitation, he commanded the Hellhound to charge towards the writhing, viscous gate of the factory. The Hellhounds approached swiftly. To his surprise, the anticipated defensive mechanisms did not activate. The Hellhounds penetrated the seemingly lethal viscous barrier without obstruction. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Remarkably, the gate remained ajar. A curious hypothesis flickered in his mind. Could it be that the peculiar life forms within the steel factory misidentified the Hellhounds as their kin? Qin Feng shook his head, internally dismissing this conjecture. Although the Hellhounds were biologically enhanced weapons, they were still fundamentally living beings composed of flesh and blood. There existed a fundamental disparity between them and the decaying knights, which resembled mechanical life forms. Unable to comprehend the reason behind this anomaly, Qin Feng opted to continue observing through the Hellhound's perspective. Upon witnessing the interior of the colossal steel factory, his pupils constricted sharply. The scenes inside the factory starkly contrasted with those outside. Countless grayish-brown organic materials writhed as if alive, their surfaces undulating in nauseating waves of bulges and depressions. Even more horrifying, several tentacles adorned with blood-red eyes suddenly turned and fixated on the intruding Hellhounds. Beneath the factory's dome, over 20 decaying knights hung suspended in midair by robust grayish-brown tendrils, resembling biological mechs. Their heads drooped, and viscous black liquid seeped through the cracks in their armor, swaying gently with the pulsing of the tentacles, as if they might awaken at any moment. Qin Feng swallowed hard. He counted carefully. There were a total of 25 decaying knights. It is worth noting that Zhou Long's forces had been annihilated in an instant by merely 3 of them. Even more suffocating was the presence of special life forms surrounding the decaying knights, each exuding an aura no less formidable than that of the knights themselves. This is dire. After a brief yet intense internal struggle, Qin Feng abruptly seized his headset and declared, "Attention, everyone. Cease all operations immediately. I repeat, cease all operations." This is far beyond what the advanced team can handle. Qin Feng even harbored doubts, even with the deployment of a series of specialized restraining weapons. The odds of success against such a dense congregation of extraordinary life forms appeared dismally bleak, evoking a sense of despair. A tactical reassessment was imperative. Qin Feng inhaled deeply. However, he was somewhat astonished to observe that, despite the exposure of the Hellhound's whereabouts, the unusual entities suspended above remained utterly unresponsive. Even the grotesque, tentacled eyes bizarrely maintained their stillness. How peculiar. A flicker of doubt crossed Qin Feng's gaze, yet he chose not to dwell on it. If the Hellhounds could infiltrate unnoticed, then let them detonate the control room and ascertain the consequences. Without hesitation, he commanded several Hellhounds to make their way toward the control room. Along the way, they encountered numerous slumbering special life forms, all of whom disregarded the Hellhounds entirely. The control room was soon reached. Several Hellhounds adeptly squeezed through a narrow gap. Qin Feng focused intently and beheld a sight that left him awestruck. The entire control room had been completely eroded by a viscous, brownish substance, with the control console and instruments enveloped beneath a layer of writhing biological tissue. At the heart of the control room, a colossal, pulsating heart throbbed rhythmically. Thump! Thump! Each beat caused the viscous matter surrounding the room to quiver slightly. The Hellhounds approached cautiously. Through a semi-transparent membrane, they could discern that the heart, towering to the height of 2 men, was adorned with purple-black veins, contracting and expanding in synchrony. Countless delicate tendrils extended from the base of the heart, deeply embedding themselves into the various interfaces of the control console like roots. Faced with this uncanny spectacle, Qin Feng dared not hesitate any longer. Detonate. With the command issued, the high-energy polymer explosives on the backs of the Hellhounds emitted blinding flashes of white light. In the next moment, a thunderous explosion reverberated throughout the control room. Qin Feng instantaneously lost contact with the Hellhounds. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely. Uncertain of whether the bizarre heart had been destroyed, Qin Feng paced restlessly before the window. Just then, an unexpectedly cold electronic voice resonated from beyond the Umbrella Corporation's perimeter. Mission objective completed. Umbrella Corporation relay station established. Phase 2 permissions of Hive technology unlocked simultaneously. Deep beneath the colossal steel factory, in a dimly lit, enclosed space, the only source of illumination emanated from a central cultivation chamber bathed in a cold glow. With a hydraulic mechanism emitting a shrill cry, the chamber door slowly opened, unleashing a cascade of pale blue condensation that spread across the metallic floor. A naked man gradually opened his eyes. Within his pupils, there was no trace of awakening confusion, no emotional fluctuation, only an abyssal coldness and indifference. I am Qin Feng. Chapter 49. The Perfect Form Clone Name. Qin Feng, Perfect Form Clone. Authority, Level A, Board Member. Affiliation, Umbrella Corporation, Lehigh City Branch. Qinhao Industrial Park Relay Station. Position, Chief Executive Officer of the Subbase. Ability, Perfect Adaptation to T-Virus. Stage 3 Clone. Tactical Qualification, B.O.W, Control Protocol Executor. Biological Weapon Combat Commander, T-Virus Special Capability Operations. Upon encountering the information regarding this body, Qin Feng's footsteps abruptly halted within the command center. This is a clone possessing independent consciousness? He inhaled deeply as memories of the Alice clone army awakening from their incubation pods in the Resident Evil films surged forth. Each Alice clone bore its own consciousness, and as a result, Alice successfully dismantled the Umbrella Corporation's Tokyo branch with the assistance of her clone army. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng posed the pivotal question to Bai Ho. Bai Ho, if this clone develops autonomous awareness, is there a risk of rebellion? Absolutely not. This clone, as your avatar, has been programmed with the fundamental logic. Umbrella's interests above all, your will takes precedence. In the event of anomalies, you may execute the forced offline function at any time. Ah, I see. Qin Feng exhaled a sigh of relief. This is indeed advantageous. Having an additional ally within the Umbrella Corporation is ultimately a positive development, and this ally is none other than his own avatar clone. Consequently, numerous concerns have been alleviated, for there exists no one who understands oneself better than oneself. Simultaneously, the first phase of the operational objectives targeting the Umbrella Corporation's relay station was unexpectedly accomplished with resounding success. The results surpassed Qin Feng's expectations. As the system notifications chimed in succession, a cascade of rewards was revealed. Umbrella Corporation's first phase combat mission accomplished. Biological core formation upgrade complete. Biological unit status. Basic biological entities. 88,500. Special biological entities. 625. New combat sequences added. Royal Guard Tyrants 4. Hellhounds 8. Giant Lickers 4. Parasite Controllers 3. Successfully unlocked new facilities beneath the Umbrella Corporation headquarters. Level 6. Biological Cultivation Chamber D2 area. Level 7. Primary Exclusive Armory. Level 8. Artificial Simulation Ecosphere. Level 9. Primary Strategic Material Reserve Center. Current status of Umbrella Corporation's logistics supply. Stable. This impromptu raid operation turned out to be extraordinarily fruitful. In addition to resolving his long-standing concerns regarding food supplies, he had also successfully unlocked the Umbrella's exclusive armory. The equipment here is far from ordinary military-grade weaponry. It comprises specialized B.O.W. assault weaponry developed by the Umbrella Corporation's research department. The lethality against mutated organisms far exceeds that of conventional weapons. Furthermore, the authority of the 9th-level Strategic Material Reserve Center has been activated. A series of rudimentary vehicles are now at one's disposal, including the Umbrella Corporation's independently developed Black Hawk armored jeep, the Hellhound light tactical assault vehicle, and the Tyrant armed transport vehicle, significantly enhancing operational mobility. Regrettably, this mission may falter due to the absence of newly acquired monster gene sequences, thus failing to activate new biochemical models. Meanwhile, deep within the subterranean depths of the Qinhao Industrial Park, Qin Feng, or rather, the clone bearing an independent consciousness, slowly emerged from the biological hibernation pod. How intriguing! Qin Feng cast his gaze upon his slightly trembling hands, a flicker of complex emotion crossing his eyes. So, this is the sensation of being a clone? He lifted his indifferent gaze, surveying the dormant Umbrella Corporation relay station. Emergency lights cast a ghostly blue glow, while the control panel flickered with sporadic standby indicators. The air was permeated with an unpleasant mix of metal and disinfectant. As he moved his somewhat stiff limbs, Qin Feng made his way to the changing room. The reflection in the mirror was both familiar and alien. It bore Qin Feng's visage, yet imbued with a starkly different aura of coldness and detachment. Now that he had awakened, it was time to explore the outside world. Qin Feng donned a pre-prepared black trench coat, stretched his somewhat sore neck, and exited the Umbrella biological hibernation chamber. He took the elevator back to the surface, and, as the doors slowly opened, a mingled scent of burning and metallic rust greeted him. He looked around, taking in the environment. The entire control room was enveloped in a layer of dark red necrotic tissue, resembling some form of secretion from a deceased organism. At its center lay a once pulsating massive heart, now entirely still. Its dark red surface was marred by charred cracks, evidently the result of the high-energy polymer explosives carried by the Hellhound, rendering this bizarre life form completely inert. With disdain, Qin Feng frowned and casually kicked the repugnant brownish viscous substance at his feet into the corner. As a clone of Qin Feng, he shared a unique consciousness connection with his original self. Not only did they share the same memory repository, but they could also perceive each other's experiences in real time. This connection established a distinctive protective mechanism. When the original faced danger, other clones would immediately receive locational information and unhesitatingly initiate rescue protocols. This bond, transcending physical distance, made them, in a sense, each other's most reliable guardians. Qin Feng did not linger in this place. He deftly tore through the sticky, gelatinous barrier at the entrance and strode purposefully toward the main gate of the steel mill. Upon entering the largest forging workshop of the colossal steel mill, he was met with a scene of decay. The once dangling decayed knights and other extraordinary life forms that hung from the factory's dome now plummet like raindrops, with the cessation of the colossal heart that sustained their existence. The majority perish upon contact with the ground, transforming into lifeless heaps of decaying remnants. However, it appears that a few decayed knights, under the sustenance of the steel-devouring fungi, have not yet entirely succumbed to death. Qin Feng slightly narrows his cold gaze, fixating on the 5 decayed knights precariously suspended beneath the steelworks dome. After a brief contemplation, he speaks in a chilling tone. "B.O.W, how much energy reserve remains in this umbrella relay station?" "Current energy reserve, 5, can sustain infrastructure operation, 2.5 years, excellent." Without hesitation, Qin Feng raises his hand, his fingertip directed toward the ceiling, commanding, "Cut off all non-essential energy supplies and channel the remaining energy entirely into these 5 decayed knights." As he speaks, a slight curve graces his lips. "I wish for them to awaken once more to serve my will." Command confirmed. Underground energy matrix activated. Directional delivery system initiated. Chapter 50. The awakened decayed knights within the colossal steel factory. The ground in the central area suddenly trembled, accompanied by the thunderous roar of machinery. A circular energy transmission platform, approximately 20 meters in diameter, slowly ascended from beneath the earth. The surface of the platform was adorned with intricate energy patterns, now pulsating with a blinding blue light. In the next moment, dozens of retractable mechanical arms, as thick as a human arm, slithered forth from various interfaces on the platform like living creatures. They swiftly turned toward the 5 decayed knights suspended from the factory's dome. The long mechanical appendages shot out with astonishing speed, precisely penetrating the rusted seams of the knight's armor. With a sizzling sound, dazzling arcs of electricity erupted upon the decayed knights, as powerful currents, akin to serpents of blue, danced wildly across their battered forms. 1 minute passed, 5 minutes, 10 minutes. The first visible change occurred in the brownish-gray substance enveloping the surface of the decayed knights. This peculiar material, which had nearly desiccated, began to writhe violently, as if reanimated with life, gradually covering every exposed flaw in the brownish armor. A roar erupted, seemingly emanating from the depths of hell, as the 5 decayed knights simultaneously opened their eyes. Beneath their brownish-gray helmets burned 2 frenzied azure flames. Success. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng's stern visage finally broke into a slight smile. With a series of crisp cracks, the last few tendrils entwined around the knights snapped free. The liberated colossal forms broke their shackles and plummeted from the 30-meter-high dome. With a thunderous crash, the special bodies, weighing several tons, struck the metallic ground, sending clouds of dust swirling into the air. Countless dormant steel-eating bacteria were jolted away, some landing precisely on Qin Feng's black coat, producing faint crackling sounds. Simultaneously, information regarding the decayed knights flooded into both Qin Feng and the other Qin Feng's minds. Biochemical weapon model, decayed knight, special life form. Development stage, 6 to 7 stage, unstable energy symbiosis. Height, 8, 5 meters, weight, 25. 0 tons. Information. A mutated biochemical weapon from the Umbrella Corporation's relay station, capable of devouring metals to enhance the activity of steel-eating bacteria, possessing formidable combat capability. Capable of annihilating a modern armed force single-handedly. Mission type. Area suppression, heavy target destruction, enemy annihilation. Weaknesses. Ultra-low temperature dormancy. Pulse electromagnetic interference. Ultra-high frequency resonance waves. Precautions. This unit has formed a complete symbiotic state with the steel-eating bacteria and requires regular supplementation of high-density bioelectric capacitance to maintain activity. Threat level. Extremely high, gazing up at the 5 towering steel behemoths before him. A glint of danger flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Do they require a substantial amount of energy to sustain their functions? The energy resources of this umbrella relay station are nearly depleted. However, if one were to extract energy directly from the umbrella headquarters, he would be unwilling to do so. Perhaps there exists a more favorable alternative, the now desolate No. 70 shelter located in the northern part of Linhai City. A soft chuckle escaped Qin Feng. This shelter indeed serves as an apt arena for your initial trials post-recovery. Once a military outpost of Linhai City, this medium-sized refuge is replete with a wealth of metallic materials and energy resources. Perhaps he could escort these 5 war machines there, transforming the entire shelter into sustenance for these colossal entities. On another front, Qin Feng finally comprehended why the Hellhounds had not been assailed by these peculiar life forms. In truth, the connection point of the special life form, the massive heart, aligned precisely with the Umbrella Group's relay station beneath the ground. Monitoring data indicated that the energy reserves at the Umbrella relay station had nearly been devoured by the giant heart. Even the most classified biochemical gene database had been inadvertently compromised, becoming the blueprint for the creation of these unique life forms. Among them, the Decayed Knight exhibited a core gene sequence that closely matched that of Umbrella's 6th-stage biochemical weapon, the Death Knight. This signified that they were merely mutated variants of the prototype. Upon observing the shared genetic identification codes, Qin Feng grasped the situation. Within the perceptual network of the giant heart, both the Hellhounds and the Decayed Knights were categorized as allied units. This fatal misjudgment fortuitously allowed Qin Feng to seize a fleeting window of opportunity, leading to the destruction of the giant heart, whose core defense was notably weak, a case of turning misfortune into fortune. Qin Feng touched his nose, his fingertips brushing the communicator as he pressed the earpiece and declared, "Attention everyone, the original combat plan is hereby terminated. Immediately switch to heavy firepower equipment. The new mission entails the eradication of the remaining aberrant creatures and their nests in the Qinhao Industrial Park." What? A wave of confusion rippled through the communication channel, particularly marked by the voice of Commander Jiang Han from the forward detachment. "Major Qin, what about those special life forms? What else is there to address?" Qin Feng replied with a wry smile, shaking his head. "Aside from those special life forms that have completely lost their vitality, even the remaining 5 Decayed Knights have become our own. Should I dispatch a special unit into the park to test the true combat capabilities of the Decayed Knights? That would be a mockery of our soldiers' lives. I cannot do such a thing." Though he thought thus, he nonetheless restructured his words to explain. "Colonel Jiang Han, you may find this hard to believe, but the situation seems to have undergone some changes. I recently dispatched a special reconnaissance team to scout ahead, and they unexpectedly discovered that all those peculiar life forms have lost any signs of life. While the circumstances are somewhat unforeseen for the safety of our warriors, I recommend maintaining a state of observation for the time being." He needed to secure some time for his clones to retreat. Otherwise, should the special forces encounter the Decayed Knights head-on, the situation might become rather unmanageable. Both parties are likely to spark unnecessary conflict due to misunderstandings. Upon hearing this news, Jiang Han appeared visibly taken aback, remaining silent for an extended moment. "Well, very well." After a brief pause, the communicator finally relayed Jiang Han's somewhat hesitant response. "I will immediately dispatch an armored unit to cleanse the industrial zone of the aberrant beasts. As for those peculiar life forms..." He hesitated before entrusting Major Qin with a thorough investigation into the specifics of the situation. "No problem," Qin Feng responded with decisive clarity. After severing the communication, he swiftly established a mental connection with his clone. What do you intend to do next? Unlike his direct commands to other subordinates, he preferred to allow this independent-minded counterpart to make autonomous decisions. In such circumstances, excessive intervention seemed superfluous. Meanwhile, Qin Feng continued to maneuver 5 Decayed Knights, hastily extracting them from the industrial park. Simultaneously, a cold yet familiar voice resonated in Qin Feng's mind. "Once you tidy up the mess on your end, are you not meant to address the situation with the fog? Allow me to devise a means to appropriate the energy resources from shelter number 70, and I shall take charge of exploring solutions concerning the fog. As the original, it is prudent for you to avoid exposing yourself too much It is exceedingly perilous. After all, if my clone were to perish, it would be inconsequential. However, should you meet your demise first, my neural network could experience unpredictable malfunctions. Speaking thus, Qin Feng jested lightly. Do take care, Qin Feng number 1. Hearing these words, Qin Feng paused momentarily, astonished. Was he truly receiving concern from his own clone? How peculiar. It evoked a strange sense of dissonance. Chapter 51. Umbrella's primary exclusive B.O.W. armory, west side of Qinhao Industrial Park. Indeed, the air outside is far more refreshing. Qin Feng tilted his head back, inhaling deeply as if to expel years of accumulated impurities. He squinted, allowing the cool breeze to tousle his hair, a welcome contrast to the recycled fumes of the underground. Behind him, the faint sound of metal scraping could be heard, as 5 decrepit knights stood silently. Qin Feng did not turn around. He merely waved his hand casually, indicating for them to follow. Next, he intended to pay a visit to the lady with many legs. The lady he referred to was the mutated creature adept at mental manipulation that the Hellhounds had encountered during the Biochemical Special Operations Team's assault on the industrial park. At that time, due to limitations in combat strength, Qin Feng chose to avoid confrontation. However, with the reinforcement of these 5 decayed knights at his back, he felt confident that the creature, resembling a human-faced spider, would not withstand the might of such a formidable steel sword. Even if it were to narrowly evade the first strike, the remaining 4 colossal swords would be more than eager to extend their hospitality. Previously, the monstrous human-faced spider had shown no understanding of the etiquette of hospitality, having indiscriminately slain several reconnaissance hellhounds. Nevertheless, this time, with a clear objective in mind, Qin Feng intended to teach this aberration the true meaning of courtesy through the blade. Meanwhile, within the temporary command center, sensing the subtle thoughts of his clone, Qin Feng gently stroked his chin and murmured, "Am I truly so petty?" Well, perhaps not entirely. Ever since his encounter with the human-faced spider, he had felt unrest until it was slain. Entrusting the task to his clone seemed the most prudent course of action. At that moment, the command center's curtain was drawn aside, and a communications soldier entered, saluting respectfully. Reporting to Commander Qin, the Special Forces have completely withdrawn from the industrial park. We have regrouped a new armed force to eradicate the aberrant beasts. Please provide instructions. Yes, issue the extermination order, Qin Feng replied with a slight nod. I appreciate all your hard work. The communications soldier immediately stood at attention, proclaiming, "It is no trouble at all." The success of this extermination mission had surpassed everyone's expectations. The subsequent tasks were merely a series of concluding operations. Even the main armor divisions, which had rushed to the area at full speed, received orders to retreat midway. His father had also inquired about the events unfolding here. Qin Feng could only concoct a plausible excuse, claiming that the special life forms, primarily composed of decayed knights, had inexplicably perished en masse. He could not reveal that those exceedingly hazardous life forms were, in fact, special monsters inadvertently birthed from leaked biochemical gene sequences of Umbrella Corporation's relay station. Given the sensitivity of the current situation, it was likely that the clone would soon lead the decayed knights in an assault on Shelter Number 70. Success, for now, was a matter for another time. However, if it were to be revealed that the monsters attacking them were controlled by the Umbrella Corporation, the entire nature of the situation would be fundamentally altered. Moreover, in order to provide a reasonable explanation for the high-level resolutions of Shelter Number 72, Qin Feng instructed the accompanying research team to collect samples from the soon-to-be inert steel-eating bacteria. Simultaneously, the military reconnaissance team, delving into the ruins of the steel mill, uncovered numerous remains of unique life forms, including the decayed knights. Though these entities had lost their vital signs, the writhing, brownish-gray matter still struggling on their surfaces indicated that they had perished not long ago. At the very least, these findings offered a somewhat justifiable rationale for the large-scale mobilization of armored forces, ensuring that they returned with more than just a futile expenditure of resources, but with concrete battlefield evidence and scientific samples. The following day, in the Umbrella Corporation's underground Level 7, within the exclusive primary weapons depot, Qin Feng was awestruck upon his first descent in the elevator. Before him lay an enormous military museum, with a dome soaring to 15 meters high, from which cold white beams of light cascaded down. The entire space was divided into several sections, showcasing everything from standard firearms to experimental individual equipment. Most notably, at the entrance stood a holographic display showcasing the combat data and usage methods of each weapon. As Qin Feng approached the standard firearms section, he casually picked up an automatic rifle independently developed by Umbrella, its stock emblazoned with the corporation's striking red and white insignia. The weapon's design was sleek and streamlined, exuding a strong sense of technological advancement. The ammunition was also a proprietary model, boasting greater lethality than conventional rounds. Ding! With a crisp electronic chime, the elevator doors on level -6 slowly opened. Several officers from the Biohazard Special Operations Unit, including Qin Yuru, stepped out. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. This is a global arms monopoly, isn't it? The sight before them left everyone momentarily astonished. However, Qin Feng did not allow time for their awe to linger. He raised his hand, signaling for a few to follow. What are you all standing around for? This way. The group proceeded deeper into the armory, toward a biological research area shrouded in dim red light. The Umbrella B.O.W. Organic Weapons Series section. This area differed from the likes of Tyrants, Hellhounds, and Lickers. The weaponry here was a fusion of cutting-edge bioengineering and military technology, developed using highly active organic tissues and reinforced mechanical structures. Some of the weaponry even possessed self-repair capabilities, environmental adaptability, or evolutionary potential, far surpassing conventional weapon systems. With a mechanical whir, the silvery alloy gate before them gradually opened. Qin Feng stepped inside first, and a virtual projection appeared beside him, illuminating the space. The Chief Bioweapon Division is currently engaged in cultivation, with a complete strategic deployment expected by noon tomorrow. The Bioweapon Division reports, Basic Bioweapons, 500-500, Special Bioweapons, 25-25. Qin Feng nodded. Ever since the Umbrella Corporation initiated the second phase of Hive technology, the scale and combat prowess of his bioweapon legion have surged several-fold. The addition of 4 new elite Tyrants has significantly enhanced overall combat capability. Furthermore, thanks to yesterday's large-scale purging operation by the Vanguard Armored Division in the abandoned industrial zone, coupled with the Bioweapon Division's completion of hundreds of batches of beast carcass transport, the biomass reserves at the Umbrella Underground Base have reached a state of saturation. Brother, what is this? At that moment, Qin Yuru pointed curiously at a pitch-black protective suit. Qin Feng stepped forward slowly and pressed the display button, causing a ghostly blue holographic projection to unfold atop the cabinet. Amidst the interplay of light and shadow, the information about the equipment cascaded down like flowing water. Equipment model, B.O.W. 4-foot symbiote. Type, living protective suit. Features, composed of nanoscale biological tissue. It conforms to the wearer's skin to form a second layer of muscle system, enhancing strength and impact resistance. When damaged, it can rapidly regenerate by absorbing organic matter, such as enemy flesh and blood. Advantages: equipped with biological AI that learns the user's combat style and optimizes tactical responses. Disadvantages: this organic biological equipment poses a potential risk of consciousness erosion and requires regular neural stability assessments. Usage authorization: restricted to high-ranking agents of the Umbrella Corporation U.S., SU, B, C, S, etc., or authorized experimental subjects. Is this actually biological armor? Li Ziyuan involuntarily stepped forward. Upon witnessing the characteristics of the symbiote, he found his breath momentarily caught in his throat. Despite being psychologically prepared, the realization that the Umbrella Corporation, capable of cultivating such terrifying bioweapons, possessed formidable human enhancement technology, still left him quite astonished. Although some shelters have begun utilizing samples from exotic beasts to develop special weapons, including precedents for biological weaponry, when Li Ziyuan gazed up at the weaponry display hall, extending into the shadows ahead, he felt a tremor within. 20 years. No, perhaps even earlier. It is conceivable that these epic-making biological weaponry have been developed and deployed by the Umbrella Corporation long before the arrival of the Dark Era. Yet, for some unknown reason, this monopolistic global enterprise, wielding such terrifying technology, has never revealed itself to the public before the onset of the Dark Era. Naturally, if Li Ziyuan were to pose this question to Qin Feng now, Qin Feng would find himself at a loss for words as well. Meanwhile, Qin Feng unlocked the usage authorization for the weapon before him. As the display case opened, a uniquely designed sniper rifle lay quietly upon the black velvet lining. Qin Feng cautiously retrieved his weapon and began to introduce it. This bone erosion is no ordinary sniper rifle. He gently caressed the sleek black barrel. The barrel of this sniper rifle is composed of reinforced bone fibers and other materials, capable of automatically adjusting its ballistic trajectory in response to environmental changes. He then flipped the weapon to reveal the magazine section. Do you see the green fluorescence? Each bullet is infused with living acidic spores that can corrode the target for a continuous 24 hours, rendering both composite armor and mutated epidermis utterly ineffective. A slight smile graced Qin Feng's lips as he pondered the marvel of this weapon. Of course, the most astonishing feature lies in the neural interface located at the stock. He tapped his temple and continued. Once equipped with a biological chip, you can directly calibrate the scope with mere thought. From locking onto a target to firing the shot, it requires just a single mental command. In simpler terms, the probability of evading a bullet once targeted by this rifle is virtually zero. In fact, a few succinct words could encapsulate the prowess of this firearm. Great sniper. Lockhead. One shot. Instant kill. Chapter 52. Pursuit of the mind-controlled Spider Emperor. The gazes of several officers lingered upon the array of weaponry displayed before them. In but a moment, Qin Yuru's question shattered the brief silence. Are these armaments allocated to the Biochemical Special Operations Tactical Unit? The eyes of the other officers also sharpened with anticipation. Qin Feng gently shook his head. Not at present. He gestured towards the equipment within the display case. As you can see, these weapons require specific permissions for activation. This response left the assembly somewhat disheartened. Yet the next word from Qin Feng invigorated their spirits. However, his deliberately prolonged tone caused everyone present to hold their breath. Each battalion can accumulate contribution points by completing missions issued by the Umbrella Corporation. A subtle smile played upon Qin Feng's lips. Once the contribution points meet the required threshold, they can exchange them for the right to utilize these special weapons. This statement acted as a potent stimulant. The officers exchanged knowing glances, their eyes gleaming as they surveyed the avant-garde biological weaponry surrounding them. Despite an awareness of potential side effects that could impair bodily functions or cognitive abilities, there was no doubt that these extraordinary weapons could transform an ordinary elite soldier into a super soldier capable of altering the tide of battle. In this apocalyptic world, hesitating would only hasten one's demise. Opportunities often lingered on the cusp of a fleeting thought. As the collective gaze once again fixated upon the biological weaponry, a barely perceptible smile graced Qin Feng's lips. Activating the permissions was merely a matter of words for him. Yet, he was reluctant to proceed. Although the members of the Biochemical Special Operations Tactical Unit might be the CR de la CRME from Shelter 72, Qin Feng harbored a deeper stratagem within. He intended to sift through this elite group once more, selecting the most exceptional warriors. Those chosen would form a special operations squad directly under his command, a true umbrella force. They would not only possess the combat prowess to take on 100 foes, but also embody absolute loyalty and execution. That was all that mattered. As the crimson sun dipped low, accompanied by a deafening roar, a 3-story residential building crumbled into dust. With a thunderous crash, the colossal figure of the corrupted knight erupted from the debris, its blood-red eyes scanning the ruins like twin searchlights. Suddenly, its movements halted. With a sudden surge of power, its robust metallic limbs cracked the ground beneath the immense weight. Dragging a long, gray-brown giant sword, it surged towards its target with astonishing speed. Nearby, atop a high-rise building, stood Qin Feng, hands tucked into his pockets, facing the wind. His black trench coat billowed dramatically, producing a rustling sound. He gazed down upon the rampaging, corrupted knight, a sardonic smile curving his lips. Having many legs is quite impressive, but what good does it do? As his words echoed, the scene unfolded further. 3 decayed knights surrounded the area from various directions. Just half an hour ago, Qin Feng led 5 decayed knights to a concealed lair, where they finally discovered the presence of a monstrous creature resembling a spider with a human face. It must be noted that this mutated spider queen, towering nearly 3 stories high, was still half a head shorter than the decayed knights. However, this disparity in size was inconsequential. As unique life forms of the 6th tier, the decayed knights possessed combat prowess that approached the 7th tier. Surely, mere dimensions could not be the measure of their power. Even if the Spider Queen were to grow a few inches taller, it would ultimately be forced to flee in disarray under the relentless assault of the decayed knights. This creature, however, displayed remarkable cunning. Qin Feng narrowed his cold eyes, watching the Spider Queen retreat in panic from a distance, silently muttering to himself. Just moments ago, the decayed knights had stormed the lair of the mutated Spider Queen. Upon seeing them, the Spider Queen initially attempted a psychological attack as a test. Yet, the decayed knights were anything but carbon-based life forms. They were not even ordinary species. The Spider Queen was left utterly bewildered and turned to flee. During her escape, upon catching sight of Qin Feng atop one of the decayed knights, she did not hesitate to launch a mental strike at him. Had he not been a clone with special abilities linked to his consciousness, he would have surely been affected. Should he succumb to unconsciousness, it was highly likely that his legion of decayed knights would spiral into chaos. It seemed imperative to return to headquarters. Qin Feng cast his gaze upon the ordinary black trench coat he wore, his fingertips lightly brushing the fabric. This unremarkable garment, devoid of any protective qualities, felt painfully thin at this moment. Now that the exclusive armory of the Umbrella Corporation had been unlocked, it was time to equip himself with a new arsenal. The outlines of several unique pieces of equipment flashed through his mind. The living protective suit composed of nanoscale biological tissue, the tactical goggles equipped with an intelligent system, and the essential miniature electromagnetic ring for self-defense. At that instant, a throng of figures cloaked in black robes and ferocious beasts surged towards his position like a tidal wave. Among them were even some creatures exuding a formidable presence, seemingly intent on climbing to the rooftop to eliminate him. Qin Feng coldly surveyed the uninvited guests, letting out a derisive snort. How laughable! No sooner had he spoken than the final unseen decayed knight emerged from around the corner, its corrupted armor glistening a dull red in the sunset's glow. The sound of massive iron boots thundering down was followed by the grim fate of several black-robed figures, who were reduced to mere pools of flesh before they could even utter a scream. In quick succession, a colossal sword swept through, obliterating the enormous beast that was scaling the wall, along with its fellow creatures, turning them into a gruesome mush. Dark crimson blood splattered against the wall, leaving a grotesque trail. In that fleeting moment, Qin Feng's gaze inadvertently fell upon a black-robed figure, their hood blown away by the gust. Din Montauk, memories surged back to that treacherous hunting expedition filled with betrayal. The once loyal aide now moved among the enemy like a mere shell of a man, his eyes vacant and his movements rigid as though controlled by strings. Qin Feng's gaze deepened. In this moment, all doubts crystallized into clarity. So it was. The peculiarities of that hunt were indeed orchestrated by this vile monster lurking in the shadows. Just as Qin Feng pondered, a sudden barrage of gunfire erupted in the direction of the mutated spider monarch's escape. HM. Qin Feng furrowed his brow and lifted his gaze towards the source of the sound. What had transpired? Meanwhile, the decayed knight had effortlessly cleared away the bothersome ants surrounding them. He leaped onto the broad shoulder of the knight, advancing towards the source of the commotion. Simultaneously, on the opposite side, a soldier's voice crackled through the radio, calling the commander. This is the Advanced Reconnaissance Team 3. We have encountered an unknown high-risk mutant. Repeat. We have encountered an unknown high-risk mutant. Requesting urgent support. Gripping the radio tightly, the soldier's voice trembled with fear. He watched helplessly as artillery shells detonated against the spider monarch's armored exterior, leaving not even a crack. A piercing shriek erupted from the spider monarch. Its limbs, covered in barbed spikes, carved deep furrows into the ground as it lunged forward, flipping an armed jeep like a child's toy. Several soldiers were hurled from the vehicle, crashing heavily onto the ground. Adjust your angle. Load armor-piercing rounds. The tank turret slowly turned, its muzzle exhaling a torrent of searing flame. Yet, the Spider Monarch's speed was astonishing. With incredible agility, its massive form sidestepped the projectiles, which detonated in a burst of flames on the ruins behind it. Damn it! Such a high-risk mutant should not be here. The tank commander felt beads of cold sweat form on his forehead. The mechanical sounds of the turret's rotation still vibrated ominously. Another armor-piercing shell whistled out, only to be effortlessly evaded by the Spider Monarch in an uncanny manner. In a mere 30 seconds, the entire advance team was on the verge of collapse. Nearly 10 armed jeeps twisted and contorted under the Spider Monarch's piercing limbs. The steel frames, as fragile as cardboard, were easily pierced by the sharp spikes. In an instant, fuel leaked and flames erupted. Soldiers tumbled and rolled in a desperate bid to evade. Yet some were still lifted by the shock waves of the explosions, crashing heavily into the debris. An armored vehicle attempted to retreat, but was swept aside by the Spider Monarch's scythe-like forelimbs. The cannon snapped with a resounding crack, the cut as smooth as glass, rendering the entire vehicle inoperable. Damn it! If this continues, we will all perish here. The commander of the advance team struck the communication console with a fierce blow. At that moment, from the shadows of the crumbling structures, four colossal figures clad in decaying armor emerged. The waning light of the setting sun cast a bloody hue upon their gray-brown bodies. The writhing substances upon their forms appeared increasingly grotesque in the interplay of light and shadow. It was all over witnessing this scene. The commander of the advance team stood frozen, the military communicator falling heavily at his feet. Chapter 53. The slaying of the mutated Spider Monarch. As the figures of the four decayed knights emerged, the mutated Spider Monarch fell silent. An expression of human-like terror flickering across its grotesquely contorted face. In a panic, it narrowly evaded a whistling cannonball, its numerous appendages carving chaotic scratches into the pavement as it turned to flee into a side street. However, in the next moment, boom, a colossal gray sword suddenly thrust forth from behind a nearby building, striking the twisted visage of the Spider Monarch squarely. With a sickening crack resounding through the air, the enormous creature was sent hurtling backward like a puppet severed from its strings, crashing into and breaking several withered trees before finally coming to a halt. Truly troublesome. The fifth decayed knight stepped forth from the shadow of the crumbling structure. Perched upon the knight's shoulder was Qin Feng, arms crossed, coldly observing the writhing prey below. The reckless assault by this human force had inadvertently become the perfect bait. When all four decayed knights materialized simultaneously, the cunning mutated Spider Monarch was finally thrown into disarray. The seemingly random escape route was, in fact, a meticulously prepared path, awaiting its unwitting descent into the trap. Without needing further command from Qin Feng, the other four decayed knights swiftly advanced. Before the mutated Spider Monarch could rise, a flash of cold light pierced through the air as four massive gray swords plunged violently into its body. Almost immediately, a brownish, gelatinous substance oozed from the swords, seeping into the Spider Monarch. Amidst its agonized screams, the creature struggled briefly before its head drooped, entirely devoid of life. The monsters fought among themselves? The commander of the Vanguard team swallowed hard from a distance, his mind clouded with confusion. Even the soldiers beside him momentarily forgot to fire, the atmosphere thick with a sudden silence. The high-risk, mutated entity, which had just been reaping their lives with abandon, was now executed so effortlessly. As one of the decayed knights dragged the remains of the mutated Spider Monarch forward, the other three followed closely, advancing towards the position of the Vanguard team. The onlookers braced themselves, all alert, refraining from firing. Just then, the commander's voice crackled through the radio, each word tense and taut. Zhang Yan's gaze was fixed intently on the fifth decayed knight trailing behind. On the left shoulder of that colossal beast stood a figure clad in black. A human. A human. The realization momentarily stole his breath. However, After a brief moment of contemplation, he issued a ceasefire command. Rationality dictated that the mutated Spider Monarch had nearly annihilated their entire Vanguard team. Confronted by decayed knights capable of effortlessly dismantling the Spider Monarch, their remaining forces would likely stand no chance. Since these 5 decayed knights chose not to attack them immediately, Zhang Yin hoped for the avoidance of conflict between the two parties. Even with his headstrong nature, he bore the responsibility for the lives of his soldiers. As Zhang Yin observed the shadowy figure cloaked in black upon the decaying knight's shoulder, he discerned a faint glimpse of a human chin beneath the hood. It dawned upon him that their lives hung precariously in the balance of this enigmatic individual's whims. Lowering his firearm by 30 degrees, Zhang Yin abruptly altered his command, gritting his teeth to force out the latter half of his instruction, signaling a non-threatening posture. The breath of all soldiers momentarily stilled. This gesture implied the relinquishment of aim, the dissolution of a threatening stance, and, most significantly, a complete surrender of life and death to the other party. Yet, no one hesitated. The sound of metal scraping resonated in unison as the gun barrels slowly descended. The dark muzzles shifted away from the decaying knight's head, ultimately pointing toward the ground. Displaying a sense of awareness, the corner of Qin Feng's mouth lifted slightly in an almost imperceptible arc upon witnessing this scene. The decaying knight ambled to the center of the formation. Qin Feng cast his gaze down upon Zhang Yin in the command vehicle, his voice edged with coldness. "What is the designation of your unit? To which shelter do you belong?" At that moment, if Zhang Yin were to declare the 70 shelter, it was likely that Qin Feng would issue an order to annihilate this advance team without hesitation. For the assault on the 70 shelter was already a part of his predetermined plan. Why not weaken the enemy's fighting capacity in advance? Fortunately, Zhang Yan's response alleviated the murderous intent that lingered within Qin Feng. Shelter 72, 3rd Armor Division of the 2nd Corps, Advanced Reconnaissance Team 3, Commander Zhang Yan. Instinctively, Zhang Yan offered a military salute, only to awkwardly lower his arm upon realizing the other remained unperturbed. Qin Feng nodded slightly. The dark hood fell with his lowering head, effectively severing any probing gaze directed toward him. He would not reveal his identity before outsiders, as it could bring unnecessary complications to his original self. Qin Feng fixed his gaze upon the convoy situated behind the advance team. Pausing momentarily on several large military trucks, he thoughtfully inquired, "By the way, could you assist me in transporting this monster's carcass to the west gate of Washington Square?" This calm inquiry caused Zhang Yan's taut nerves to relax. He secretly exhaled a sigh of relief, realizing that this mysterious individual was not a bloodthirsty being. "Of course," Zhang Yan responded immediately, his voice imbued with a buoyant sense of relief. "I will arrange for personnel right away." With that, he swiftly grasped the intercom, issuing orders to the logistics team. As the engines roared, 2 heavy transport trucks gradually approached from the rear. One of the decaying knights moved toward the carcass of the mutated Spider Monarch, the enormous body appearing almost weightless in its grasp. With a vigorous shake of its arms, the mutated Spider Monarch's form was securely positioned between the 2 trucks. Its densely packed, menacing appendages dangled limply over the sides of the vehicle, dark green bodily fluids dripping down onto the steel deck. "Thank you," Qin Feng murmured softly. The west gate of Washington Square he referred to was conveniently located 500 meters northeast of the Umbrella's underground base. As a clone deeply synchronized with the consciousness of its original, he shares a complete network of memories with it. This implies that before the remains of the mutated Spider Emperor were delivered to the designated coordinates, the original was already able to deploy and dispatch a biochemical unit to secure the vicinity of the receiving point. Ultimately, this precious research specimen was safely transported back to the Umbrella underground base. "Your Excellency, you are too kind." Zhang Yin stepped forward, his tone sincere and respectful. "We owe our gratitude to you for assisting us in eliminating this high-risk mutated entity. Otherwise, our advance team would likely have perished in this dreadful place." Qin Feng responded with a faint acknowledgement, his demeanor still austere, seemingly unwilling to linger. He gestured to a few decayed knights, preparing to depart from the location. However, at that moment, Zhang Yin spoke up. Your Excellency, please wait. Noticing the other's intent to leave, Zhang Yin quickly added, It seems you have an interest in such high-risk mutated entities? Our 3rd Armored Division possesses some intelligence regarding these dangerous mutations. Perhaps we could collaborate. Upon hearing this, the originally indifferent gaze of Qin Feng flickered with a hint of intrigue. He lifted his head, a glimmer of curiosity flashing in the depths of his dark eyes. Oh, Chapter 54. Collaboration with the military. Qin Feng exhibited a keen interest. Zhang Yin, no longer concealing his intentions, addressed him directly. You are surely aware that Shelter 72 is currently mobilizing troops to reclaim the coastal base? Only vaguely. Qin Feng nodded slightly. Lowering his voice, Zhang Yin continued, To be candid, our Vanguard team carries a unique mission. We must journey to Shelter 70 to procure a specialized weapon designed to combat troublesome mutations. A specialized weapon? Qin Feng furrowed his brow, contemplating the implications. Did this team not realize that Shelter 70 was a den of rogues? With their limited manpower, they were likely to face a perilous fate. Noticing Qin Feng's silence, Zhang Yin quickly recognized that his words might have caused a misunderstanding. You may not be aware, but we have reached a special trade agreement with Shelter 70, enabling us to exchange goods for the right to use that weapon. As he spoke, a bitter smile crept across Zhang Yin's lips. In truth, he felt compelled to retain Qin Feng for this endeavor. With a sigh, Zhang Yin turned his gaze towards the smoldering transport vehicles behind him. Within the twisted metal wreckage lay the bargaining chips for their transaction with Shelter 70, a specially concocted hallucinogenic agent. This purple crystalline powder, derived from the blood of unique mutations, would have been classified as a top-tier contraband in peacetime. Yet in this post-apocalyptic world, it had become a coveted luxury among certain shelters. In recent years, there have been ongoing exchanges between the military of Shelter 72 and Shelter 70 concerning such rare materials, albeit in modest quantities. However, due to certain unforeseen circumstances, the military tasked with reclaiming the coastal base encountered a particularly troublesome mutation. Intelligence indicated that they required a specialized weapon previously stored in the military arsenal at Shelter 70 to effectively combat this threat. As a result, the Research Institute of Shelter 72 had sacrificed other endeavors to tirelessly produce the hallucinogenic agent over the course of 30 consecutive days and nights, using this material as leverage to negotiate the use of the special weapon. Yet now, with the emergence of the mutation known as the Spider King, all plans had been thwarted and the trade had collapsed. However, upon beholding the 5 decaying knights emanating a formidable aura, a bold notion blossomed within Zhang Yan's mind. Given the evident interest Qin Feng displayed towards these unique mutations, perhaps they could boldly entertain the idea of forging an unprecedented alliance. They could enlist these 5 decaying knights to vanquish the troublesome mutations, thus resolving the military's pressing dilemma while simultaneously fulfilling the other party's special needs. Why not seize the opportunity? The more he pondered, the more promising the idea appeared. Zhang Yin lifted his gaze to Qin Feng perched upon one of the decaying knights and continued, My lord, I shall speak frankly with you. Our main armored forces, while advancing towards the coastal base, have been persistently harassed by a peculiar subterranean mutant entity. These unique beings have significantly hampered the mobility of our heavy equipment by sabotaging roads and other essential infrastructure, causing considerable distress among the higher echelons. At this point, he paused briefly, then continued with a more solemn tone. In light of your esteemed interest in these special mutants, I, on behalf of the 3rd Armored Division Command, would like to formally invite you to participate in this extermination operation. Rest assured, your efforts will not be in vain. Whether it be the newly acquired subterranean species during the operation or other mutants from our reserves, you shall have the privilege of choosing first. He added, I assure you, this compensation will not disappoint you. Upon concluding his statement, Zhang Yin fell silent, awaiting Qin Feng's response. Mere seconds passed. Qin Feng silently regarded Zhang Yin below, then nodded slightly. Lead the way. Very well, my lord. A wave of joy surged within Zhang Yin. He promptly activated the communicator, urging the reinforcement troops to accelerate their advance. The current vanguard had suffered severe losses, with substantial casualties. They were now tasked with both providing urgent medical assistance to the wounded and dispatching a unit to escort the corpse of the mutated Spider Queen to the designated location. Resources were undeniably stretched thin. They could only devise a plan once the reinforcements arrived. Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yin looked up and said, "My lord, please hold on a moment. We are dispatching a dedicated transport helicopter specifically to carry the corpse of this unique mutant species." Very well. As he spoke, Qin Feng crouched down, sitting quietly atop the decaying knight, awaiting patiently. Observing this, Zhang Yin ceased further comments and hurriedly organized personnel to assist the injured and account for the remaining troops. His heart ached for the many soldiers who had died needlessly in this attack. Cursed mutants! Approximately a quarter of an hour later, the distant roar of rotors echoed from the horizon, growing steadily closer. A formation of over a dozen camouflaged armed helicopters broke through the clouds, with 2 heavy transport helicopters following closely behind. Just as the helicopter squadron entered the combat zone, a tense voice crackled through Zhang Yan's communicator. "Dragon 1 calling ground units. We detect a massive life-form response directly below you. Repeat, high-risk, unidentified biological entities detected. Request immediate confirmation of engagement status. Is air support required?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yin smacked his forehead in frustration. Damn it, I nearly forgot such a crucial matter. He quickly grabbed the communicator, his voice urgent yet clear. "No attack necessary. Repeat. The battle has concluded. No attack required. These giant life forms are our allies in the eradication of the special subterranean mutants. I repeat, they are friendly units." As soon as these words were uttered, there was a brief silence on the other end of the communicator, broken only by the crackling of static. A few seconds later, a calm masculine voice resonated. "Received. Please provide the friendly identification code and specify the secure landing area." Zhang Yin swiftly relayed a series of encrypted codes. "Instructions confirmed." Came the immediate response. "The Dragon Squadron will arrive at the designated location in 2 minutes, requesting ground guidance." "Understood," Zhang Yin replied, gesturing towards his adjutant. "Clear the eastern sector for the arrival of the helicopter squadron." Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng raised a hand and gently waved. Instantly, 4 decayed knights emerged from the ranks. They swept through obstacles with an unstoppable force. Twisted steel wreckage was effortlessly overturned, and stout trees were uprooted as if they were mere twigs flung aside. As dust billowed, the once chaotic area was cleared at a visibly rapid pace. In less than a minute, the eastern side transformed into a vast open space. As if it had never been cluttered, Zhang Yin found himself momentarily stunned. "Thank you, my lord." As the gusts stirred up by the approaching aircraft whipped up clouds of dust, a dozen helicopters began their slow descent towards the ground. The lead command aircraft landed first. The moment its hatch opened, a middle-aged officer adorned with gleaming insignia stepped out of the cabin. His gaze was as sharp as that of a hawk, instantly locking onto the decayed knights. When his eyes finally met the figure seated upon the shoulder of Qin Feng, his pupils constricted in disbelief. A human? Chapter 55. The Dread of the Decayed, Knight Major Zhang. I require an explanation. Chen Jinghe's piercing gaze swept over Qin Feng, then turned to Zhang Yin, his tone imbued with an undeniable interrogation. "How could you choose to collaborate with these monstrous beings that slaughter humanity? Are you trifling with the lives of all our soldiers?" He was utterly astonished to discover Zhang Yin had allied himself with such creatures. The absurdity of it was staggering. Upon recognizing the arrival of the reinforcements, Zhang Yin felt a tightening in his chest. He had not anticipated that the 2nd Legion Air Corps would send Vice Commander Chen Jinghe directly. This vice commander was renowned for his unwavering integrity, yet his stubborn nature often rendered him inflexible, convinced of his beliefs to an extent where nothing could sway him. In the military, he harbored a profound disdain for opportunists who sought shortcuts, allowing no room for compromise. Sending him here was nothing short of chaos. With this thought, Zhang Yin inwardly cursed but maintained a facade of composure as he explained, "Commander Chen, you jest. This gentleman is, in fact, our vanguard team's savior. Had it not been for his timely intervention, our entire unit would have perished at the hands of that high-risk mutant. He gestured towards the massive carcass of the mutant behind the truck. It was this gentleman who, at this juncture, Zhang Yin suddenly faltered, casting an awkward glance at the hovering Qin Feng. He was yet unfamiliar with how to address these terrifying creatures. Decayed Knights. Qin Feng nonchalantly uttered 4 words. Yes, the Decayed Knights. Zhang Yin exclaimed with relief, hastily continuing, were it not for their slaying of that dangerous mutant, what you see now, Commander Chun, would likely be a graveyard strewn with corpses, and I would not be here conversing with you. That does not mean, Chun Jinghe began to argue, but his words were abruptly severed by Qin Feng's icy voice. Silence. I am rather occupied and have no time for your trifles. As his words settled, the Decayed Knights beneath him surged with power, their enormous hands, shrouded in gray mist, gripping their swords with an ominous creak. The rust-covered iron limbs tightened swiftly, hoisting the heavy gray sword high, which then descended toward the ground with tremendous force. Boom! At the moment the sword plunged into the earth, the ground trembled violently, sending debris and dust soaring. The earth cracked in spiderweb-like fissures, radiating from the blade's point of impact. Immediately, a visible wave of gray energy erupted outward. The 2 closest individuals stumbled backward, nearly lifted off their feet by the force of the blast. Qin Feng cast a detached glance at Qin Jinghe. Do you require a demonstration? Witnessing this terrifying spectacle, the soldiers surrounding them instinctively held their breath. Meanwhile, the 2 individuals beneath the Decayed Knights, who had just regained their composure, turned pale, their eyes still filled with lingering dread. Zhang Yin was the first to react, quickly grasping the deeper meaning behind Qin Feng's words. He composed himself with a semblance of calm, his voice tinged with a modicum of reverence. Your Excellency, we shall promptly dispatch a transport aircraft to convey your spoils to the designated location. Once the loading is complete, the troops will depart immediately. Do you deem this arrangement satisfactory? It is, Qin Feng replied with a slight nod. Observing this, Zhang Yin swiftly grasped Qin Jinghe's arm and whispered a few words, both hastening towards the command helicopter. Given their hurried figures, it was evident they were heading to inform their superiors of this unforeseen situation. As Qin Feng watched them depart, he felt an unexpected sense of calm wash over him. Perched upon the shoulder of the Decayed Knight, he began to meticulously outline his forthcoming plans. First and foremost, regarding the operations in the fog-laden region, he resolved to delay any advances. On one hand, a new batch of biochemical troops was still gestating within their incubation chambers, and large-scale deployment necessitated meticulous planning. On the other hand, he intended to accompany this vanguard team to confront the unique mutant that had posed such a challenge to the armored division. With this thought, Qin Feng gently closed his eyes, allowing his consciousness to delve into the depths of his psyche, where he initiated a simple exchange of information with his original self. He compiled a list of specialized equipment, which would be secretly transported to the predetermined coordinates. Prior to launching an assault on the peculiar species adept at disrupting roads and other infrastructure, he wished to ensure that he was thoroughly prepared. Before long, Zhang Yin returned alongside Qin Jinghe to the foot of the Decayed Knight. Your Excellency, our superiors have approved our collaborative plan. Zhang Yin gestured respectfully, adding, your spoils have also been arranged. Might you have any further requests? If not, we can commence our journey. Qin Feng slowly opened his icy gaze and provided a coordinate, the designated location for receiving the specialized equipment. He then rose with grace, his dark cloak billowing slightly, coldly uttering a single command, depart. As for Qin Jinghe below, he could scarcely muster even a glance. A mere third-tier gene enhancer, daring to question him beneath the Decayed Knight's shadow. Had it not been for his steadfast nature and Qin Feng's disinterest in engaging the legitimate military of Shelter 72, the treacherous lot from Shelter 70 would surely have found themselves reduced to a puddle of indistinct flesh under the weight of the Decayed Knight's advance. As dusk enveloped the land, Qin Feng finally arrived at the temporary encampment of the main armored forces alongside the 3rd Vanguard team. At this moment, he had shed the enigmatic black cloak, his fully armed appearance contrasting starkly with his earlier self. A streamlined tactical helmet obscured much of his visage, while lightweight composite armor clung to his robust physique, with nanofiber woven plates forming a unique scale-like structure at the joints. Most striking was the red and white composite bow on his back, its limbs adorned with intricate patterns of energy. His quiver revealed several specialized arrows tipped with precision points. And even the blue and white tactical gloves he wore emitted a faint mechanical hum as he clenched his fists. The entire ensemble appeared deceptively lightweight, yet exuded an unmistakable aura of cutting-edge military technology. This set of equipment was meticulously allocated by Qin Feng from the Umbrella Corporation's primary exclusive armory at headquarters, specifically designed for commanding officers in combat. As the pinnacle of the Umbrella Corporation's advanced individual combat systems, such equipment is currently in scarce supply, exclusively reserved for squad leaders tasked with executing special missions. Each set has undergone precise calibration, integrating the corporation's latest biotechnologies and tactical gear. However, knowing that his clone would be utilizing it, Qin Feng, situated at the Umbrella headquarters, did not hesitate to assign the finest operational gear available to him. Zhang Yin silently trailed alongside Qin Feng, his gaze discreetly scanning the remarkable weaponry adorning his companion. With every step taken, his astonishment deepened. Initially, he had presumed that this enigmatic individual, capable of commanding colossal monsters, had merely stumbled upon some extraordinary ability by chance. After all, in a post-apocalyptic world, anything could transpire. Yet, it now appeared that the circumstances were far more intricate. The unparalleled weaponry he beheld silently contradicted his earlier judgments. Such equipment could not be acquired solely through luck. It undoubtedly stemmed from a formidable and clandestine organization. Zhang Yan's thoughts grew increasingly profound. The person before him was likely not a native survivor of Linhai City, but perhaps someone hailing from the capital. After all, whether before or after the catastrophe, the capital, as the epicenter of national power, possessed the most advanced technological capabilities in the country. Developing such high-tech equipment would not pose a significant challenge. The two men traversed the muddy encampment in silence, ultimately halting before a military tent. Chapter 56. The Swarm of Colossal Worms. The military's predicament. Zhang Yin paused before the tent, raising his hand in a gesture of acknowledgement. Your Excellency, please wait while I make an announcement. Upon receiving a nod of consent from Qin Feng, Zhang Yin lifted the heavy canvas flap and bent to enter the tent. After a brief interlude of several minutes, Qin Feng could distinctly hear the faint murmur of conversations and the static crackle of radio transmissions from within. When Zhang Yin reemerged, he beckoned softly, Your Excellency, please follow me, while discreetly exchanging a few words with the armed guards flanking them. Qin Feng observed the guard's scrutinizing gazes sweeping across his waist, yet he maintained his composure, nonchalantly unfastening his composite bow and handing it to one of the guards for safekeeping. In such a heavily fortified camp, such protocols were indeed reasonable. As Qin Feng parted the thick entrance of the camouflage tent, a damp aroma of diesel mingled with the metallic scent characteristic of electronic equipment enveloped him. Under the dim glow of emergency lights, a dozen officers clad in camouflage were gathered around an electronic sand table, engaged in hushed discussions. At the sound of movement, they all raised their heads in unison. Qin Feng's gaze momentarily halted. Among these officers, he recognized several capable subordinates from his father's armor division. However, he had no intention of revealing his identity at that moment. I am Cheng Shai, the commander of the Coastal Expeditionary Force stationed at the Haiqing base, announced a middle-aged general adorned with stars on his shoulders, stepping forward with a warm smile and extending his hand. Your Excellency, your equipment is truly remarkable. How should I address you? In the spirit of cordiality, Qin Feng promptly grasped the calloused hand of the general. You flatter me, General. I am simply Qin. He offered only his surname. Noticing the other party's reluctance to disclose his identity, Cheng Shai tactfully refrained from further inquiry, continuing with a smile. I have heard that you command 5 war beasts. For this encirclement operation, we shall undoubtedly rely on your formidable assistance. War beasts? Qin Feng's brow arched slightly. The term aptly described the devastating combat prowess of the Decayed Knights. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit, General. There is no need for such formality. Cheng Shai was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into hearty laughter, the sound resonating through the tent. Excellent. Mr. Qin, you are straightforward. Cool me. Let me elaborate on this operations deployment. As the conversation continued, Qin Feng gleaned the dire straits faced by the military's armored divisions. Approximately 30 kilometers southwest of the coastal base, not far from the temporary camp, extensive roadway ruptures and subsidence had occurred, with even reinforced concrete structures crumbling as if they were mere biscuits. The cause of this devastation was a colossal subterranean worm creature, not only immense in size, but also astonishingly numerous. They burrowed through the earth like gigantic earthworms, wreaking havoc on the surrounding environment. Upon hearing about such a monster, Qin Feng's eyes flickered with recognition. It suddenly reminded him of his previous encounter with a giant worm that had ambushed him from the ground in an abandoned hospital, which had swallowed several survivors at the time. In the recent military operation to reclaim the coastal base, the sudden emergence of these burrowing monstrosities caught the armed forces entirely off guard. The advance of the armored units was thoroughly disrupted, transforming what was once a formidable tide of steel into a serpent severed in mid-strike. Only a vanguard armored team managed to successfully traverse that treacherous region, while subsequent forces were compelled to halt and regroup in the rear. Presently, that solitary armored unit finds itself ensnared in a predicament of indecision. On one hand, the failure of the main forces to advance in a timely manner, coupled with the severance of their logistical supply line, has forced them to remain on the far side of the blockade. More troubling is the tactical acumen exhibited by these elusive giant worms, which not only precisely sabotage the military's recently repaired thoroughfares, but also continuously launch harassment operations against the isolated armored unit, proving to be a significant annoyance. Should they fail to surmount this formidable challenge promptly, not only will the reclamation of the coastal base become utterly hopeless, but the entire expeditionary force risks being gradually depleted by these colossal vermin. As the main forces attempt to push forward, they find all routes obstructed by a morass of worms. Conversely, if they retreat, the encroaching fog of despair intensifies with each passing moment. One day, the 72 shelter will inevitably be engulfed by this miasma. Without the coastal base as their final bastion, they would face an outcome far more harrowing than death itself. In truth, the military had previously devised a contingency plan involving the deployment of geological weaponry from the 70 shelter to combat these gigantic worms. Though the feasibility of this plan remains uncertain, it stands as the only viable option under the current circumstances. However, with the loss of leverage in negotiations, the associated agreements have lapsed. Should they redirect their efforts to forcibly seize the geological weaponry from the 70 shelter, it would undoubtedly be an exceedingly foolish decision. The 70 shelter, once a critical military stronghold, possesses an arsenal comparable to that of the 72 shelter. Despite the present collusion between the military and civilian enhancers leading to a diminishment of overall combat power, a rash offensive would precipitate a brutal war of attrition, ultimately resulting in mutual devastation. At this juncture, such a reckless course of action is simply untenable. Thus, Qin Feng turned his gaze towards Cheng Shai and inquired earnestly, "What do you require of me?" Cheng Shai, without hesitation, manipulated the electronic sand table, revealing a mountain marked in red. With a grave tone, he remarked, "Mr. Qin, you may not be aware, but we have endured relentless torment from these giant worms this past week. Nonetheless, we have identified a critical breakthrough. These creatures return to this mountain to rest every 12 hours. They derive energy from this place, and even more terrifyingly, Cheng Shai retrieved a blurred image, revealing countless wriggling red dots engaged in spawning. They are establishing subterranean nests." A brief silence enveloped the military tents. After a moment, Cheng Shai took a sip of water to soothe his parched throat and continued, "We have organized 2 extermination operations, yet the results have been unsatisfactory. Conventional weaponry is rendered ineffective here. Tanks and armored vehicles are constrained by the terrain, and aerial strikes fail to accurately target underground entities. Just last week, we even resorted to using bunker buster bombs." He sighed helplessly. The outcome merely destabilized the mountain's structure further, resulting in a secondary landslide. Cheng Shai raised his hand to deactivate the projection of the electronic sand table. He inhaled deeply, the air infused with the sense of diesel and metal filling his lungs, yet failing to alleviate the heaviness in his chest. During the extermination operations, 2 reinforced battalions and 976 soldiers were lost, forever entombed within that mountain. And now, we cannot even recover their remains. He did not utter the latter part of his statement. However, Qin Feng evidently understood their tragic fate. Immediately thereafter, Cheng Shai turned, his expression earnest as he regarded Qin Feng, speaking sincerely. Thus, when Zhang Yin reported that your decayed knight possesses extraordinarily terrifying combat capabilities, and likely has the ability to operate within underground nests, it felt as though we had grasped onto our last lifeline. Please state your conditions. As long as it is within the military's means, we shall accommodate. Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng fixed his gaze intently. Chapter 57. Preparations for the encirclement operation. Qin Feng has garnered a preliminary understanding of the colossal worms. These behemoths lurking beneath the earth indeed pose a significant challenge for the military. Their subterranean tunnel network is extensive and intricate, resembling an underground labyrinth, rendering large-scale eradication efforts exceedingly difficult. According to intelligence provided by the military, the combat prowess of these gigantic worms is not particularly remarkable. Even the largest specimens are estimated to be no more than 5th tier in strength. However, what makes them formidable is their sheer numbers and their adeptness at employing guerrilla tactics to exploit their underground advantage. They strike with stealth and precision, targeting the vulnerabilities of armored units, employing a harassing strategy that leaves the military at a loss. Yet, this seemingly insurmountable predicament does not instill fear in the decayed knights. As non-carbon-based entities, they require no air to breathe and are unfazed by the oppressive darkness of the subterranean realm. When a military dispatches forces underground, they must contend not only with the oppressive environment, but also with the psychological strain posed by unknown threats. In contrast, the decayed knights exist solely for the purpose of slaughter. They harbor no fear, require no illumination, and need no supplies. Merely the issuance of a command suffices. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng raised his gaze to the figure of Cheng Shai before him and spoke. I require the corpses of some special mutants. The rest is at your discretion. Furthermore, when shall we depart? Ha ha ha. Upon hearing Qin Feng's straightforwardness, Cheng Shai burst into hearty laughter. Excellent, Mr. Qin is indeed a man of decisiveness. I shall issue orders to assemble the troops at once. Qin Feng nodded slightly and, after a moment of contemplation, added, however, prior to the operation, I need your side to provide some special materials. Oh, what do you require? Cheng Shai's demeanor shifted as he regarded Qin Feng with seriousness. A substantial quantity of discarded metals, preferably military-grade alloy remnants. Discarded metals? Cheng Shai raised an eyebrow, a look of confusion crossing his rugged features. The officers in the command room exchanged bewildered glances. What purpose could scrap iron serve in warfare? Noticing the puzzled expressions, Qin Feng chose not to elaborate further, simply responding that it was related to the encirclement operation. After all, the decayed knights possess the ability to consume metal to enhance themselves, a phenomenon that defies conventional understanding and cannot be easily elucidated. After the meeting concluded, Qin Feng spent a relatively tranquil night at the temporary encampment. Over the years, amidst the chaos wrought by monsters in this dark epoch, the military has established a comprehensive defense system. They have developed effective countermeasures against nocturnal creatures like the night demons. The ultraviolet floodlights set up around the camp form an insurmountable barrier of light, complemented by meticulously arranged sound and light traps, as well as automated fire networks, transforming once dreaded nocturnal predators into mere sources of experience points to be harvested at will. In this world where monsters feast upon humanity, power is indeed the ultimate truth. For the genetic enhancers engaged in solitary combat, cold weapons indeed exhibit a distinctive advantage. A second-tier genetic enhancer often surpasses ordinary soldiers wielding firearms in terms of explosive power and agility. However, when confronted with armored divisions resembling a torrent of steel, the prowess of the individual seems rather insignificant. In the face of the thunderous roar of a 155 millimeters howitzer, even the most agile movements become mere dust dissipating in the artillery's wake. This underscores the timeless truth. Caliber equates to justice, and range embodies truth. Consequently, the military factions of the various shelters have never neglected any avenue for survival. While diligently cultivating genetic enhancers, the research and enhancement of firearms have also never ceased. On the following morning, Qin Feng was roused from his slumber by the clamor outside the tent. As a clone, he perfectly replicated all human physiological characteristics. He required regular sustenance to replenish energy, needed sleep to restore vitality, and felt fatigue after combat. Even his emotions fluctuated with encounters. These seemingly cumbersome traits ironically facilitated his integration into human society. Qin Feng stretched lazily, drew back the tent flap, and stepped outside. At the center of the camp, 5 towering, decayed knights stood like silent giants, surrounded by dozens of soldiers engaged in fervent discussion. "Is this truly ours?" a young soldier asked incredulously, gazing upward. An older soldier nearby, sporting a stubbly beard and chewing on a blade of grass, squinted at the knight's gray, colossal sword. That 3-story iron behemoth could crush you into mush with a mere step. "Best stay back, lest you soil yourself." Preposterous. The young soldier's face flushed with indignation. "I can now take on a second-tier aberration single-handedly." Suddenly, a teasing laugh echoed from the rear of the group. "Remember when someone first battled an aberration? You were so frightened you nearly dropped your weapon. If it weren't for the squad leader yanking you back by the collar, we might have ended up with an extra sister in our team." "Enough, enough. Can we let this go?" The young soldier picked up a clod of dirt and hurled it, sending the crowd scattering in laughter. Observing this scene, a hint of a smile appeared on Qin Feng's typically stoic face. At that moment, a sharp whistle pierced the air. "All personnel, assemble." Instantly, all soldiers reflexively straightened their posture and quickly formed ranks. In the next moment, a man clad in a crisp special operations uniform strode forward with purpose, his combat boots echoing crisply against the concrete. Qin Feng focused his gaze. Ah, another familiar face. The young man before him was named Fu Wei, the captain of a special operations team under his father's command. In terms of capability, he was a well-established 4th-tier genetic enhancer, even ranking highly within Shelter Number 72. "Mr. Qin, I am Fu Wei, the captain of the Wolf Feng Special Operations Team. We are entrusted with the responsibility of ensuring your safety during this encirclement operation." Fu Wei came to a halt and rendered a precise military salute. "Ensuring my safety?" A glimmer of amusement flickered in Qin Feng's eyes upon hearing these words. Can he not perceive my advanced combat gear? Or is he oblivious to the 5 war beasts, dormant in the center of the camp? Truth be told, clad in this cutting-edge individual combat equipment, coupled with the fact that my 3-stage clone body is a perfect match for the T-virus, along with the enhancement of my unique telekinetic abilities, the cumulative combat prowess I possess would allow me to silently annihilate this special operations team. While it may not be a challenge to incapacitate them outright, dispatching such a team for my protection seems rather superfluous. In fact, it is quite possible that I would have to divert my attention to look after this special operations team instead. Contemplating these thoughts, Qin Feng raised his hand and gestured. Instantly, the 5 decayed knights in the center of the camp stirred to life, slowly advancing, their profound, frigid aura beginning to emanate outward. I am accustomed to operating alone. Their presence suffices. Qin Feng's tone was cold and unequivocal. You all may carry on with your duties. Chapter 58, Devouring Alloy Energy. Unlocking special differentiation abilities, Qin Feng resolutely declined Cheng Shai's kind offer. After all, once these decayed knights entered battle mode, they would not distinguish between friend and foe, particularly when they unleashed the steel-devouring spore swarm. All living beings within 100 meters will be consumed by the corrosive metallic spore cloud. Even Qin Feng himself, as the controller, would not escape the fate of erosion if he ventured too close. However, during this encirclement operation, Qin Feng found it imperative to follow closely beside the decayed knights. The reason was simple. These war machines maintained a fluctuating connection with his nervous system. If they exceeded 100 meters, the control signals would become intermittent and highly unstable. Should the connection be entirely severed, these killing machines would devolve into uncontrollable instruments of destruction. As for the indiscriminate corrosion posed by the steel-devouring spore swarm, Qin Feng had already devised a countermeasure. With an unperturbed demeanor, he subtly moved his right hand, clad in tactical gloves, flexing his fingers slightly. An imperceptible telekinetic barrier was thus constructed around him. In the isolation zone at the periphery of the temporary camp, an alarming graveyard of war remnants loomed, a mountain of debris that was both haunting and dismal. Torn and twisted tank barrels, dented armored vehicle composite plates, and even shattered helicopter rotor blades lay strewn about. Qin Feng navigated this steel graveyard accompanied by 5 decayed knights. Due to the invasion of colossal worm swarms, although the expeditionary force did not suffer catastrophic losses, the remnants of armored units were scattered along the offensive route, a testament to the relentless onslaught of the giant worms. More worryingly, the lack of military factories and logistical facilities at the temporary camp resulted in these precious metallic remnants accumulating without hope of immediate reforging or effective recycling, presenting yet another dilemma for the expeditionary army. Engaging in a war of attrition, Qin Feng surveyed the battlefield wreckage, his gaze icy and contemplative. At his signal, the 5 decayed knights stepped forward with heavy strides. In the next moment, a resounding clang echoed as 5 colossal swords were simultaneously plunged into the ground. The decayed knights interlocked their hands atop the sword hilts, their heads bowed as if partaking in some arcane ritual. Suddenly, a sharp tearing sound pierced the air. The gray-brown substance on the surface of the decayed knights began to shed, transforming into countless tiny particles that swirled like a fine mist around them. Concurrently, the scattered armored debris across the steel graveyard, be it twisted barrels, shattered steel plates, or charred engine remnants, softened like wax, flowing into streams of liquid metal that converged towards the heads of the decayed knights. This bizarre spectacle elicited a rare reaction from the typically composed Qin Feng, causing his brow to arch in surprise. Such an extraordinary disturbance could not escape the notice of the command center. Cheng Shai and several officers, who were nearby, finalizing tactical deployments, were drawn inescapably to this anomaly. What on earth is that? The advisor beside Cheng Shai suddenly lifted his head, fixating intently on the swirling metallic vortices at the heart of the graveyard. Cheng Shai remained silent, narrowing his eyes as he silently contemplated the terrifying scene before him. It appears, the burly officer beside him suddenly spoke, his coarse voice betraying an unmistakable shock. The strength of these decaying knights is likely far more formidable than we had anticipated. He slowly rubbed the stubble on his chin and continued. It is indeed an unexpected delight. Now we can only hope these decaying knights can manage to tackle the tough nut that is the giant worm swarm. If they succeed, our main force can continue its advance and reclaim the coastal base. Otherwise, if we fail, our logistics may truly be unable to sustain themselves here. Upon hearing this, the senior officers present fell into a heavy silence, each acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. The armored units on the other side of the blockade line were already wavering under the relentless assaults of the giant worms. Personnel might still be able to retreat, but the invaluable heavy equipment would inevitably be reduced to scrap metal. An armored unit without heavy weaponry is no different from a toothless tiger. The opposing commander would rather die in battle than agree to abandon equipment and retreat. And on their side, they too were unwilling to leave without a fight. Approximately half an hour later, a sound reminiscent of tearing metal suddenly shattered the eerie silence of the steel graveyard, accompanied by a series of furious roars. A staggering spectacle unfolded. The colossal metallic vortices swirling in the air abruptly contracted with violent intensity, as if being forcibly drawn by some unseen force, and were entirely absorbed into the bodies of the 5 decaying knights. In the next instant, at the moment of energy infusion, the knights' bodies began to swell and deform at a visibly rapid pace. The originally 8-meter-high, decaying metallic forms surged upward, swiftly surpassing the 10-meter mark. How intriguing! A faint smile graced the lips of Qin Feng. He keenly sensed that these transformed decaying knights not only stabilized their power at the 7th stage, but also seemed to have developed an entirely new ability within them. To validate his hypothesis, he casually snapped his fingers. Before him, the body of the foremost decaying knight twisted violently. Its massive form collapsed, as if it were molten iron, instantly transforming into a pool of writhing metallic fluid. Subsequently, this liquid metal rapidly split and reformed on the ground, ultimately coalescing into 4 diminutive versions of decaying knights, each over 5 meters tall. Every individual radiated energy fluctuations characteristic of the 6th stage. Witnessing this astonishing transformation, a long-lost thrill surged through Qin Feng's mind. This journey has indeed proven worthwhile. Not only had he consumed the vast array of internal energy structures within the steel graveyard, elevating the strength of the decaying knights to new heights, but he also appeared to have unexpectedly unlocked an astonishing special ability. Originally, there had only been 5 6th-stage decaying knights. In this moment, under the influence of mysterious forces, a rapid differentiation akin to cellular division unfolded. In the blink of an eye, 20 decayed knights, exuding an aura of coldness, stood in a precise formation. Although their individual presence was somewhat diminished compared to before, their sheer numerical superiority more than compensated for this slight deficiency. The disturbances in the steel graveyard gradually subsided. What was once a mountain of armor debris now lay as a scattered collection of twisted scrap metal, the contours blurred, resembling soulless husks drained of vitality. The decayed knights did not consume the metallic entities themselves, but rather the energy contained within them. The metal, once drained, would swiftly decay, losing all active properties and becoming irretrievable waste. At this juncture, several senior officers, including Cheng Shai, approached. "Ha ha ha, Mr. Qin's methods are even more astonishing than we had imagined," Cheng Shai exclaimed, his laughter resonating. Yet his gaze keenly scrutinized the decayed knights standing nearby. What material are these beings composed of? To directly dismantle the activity of special metals? He narrowed his eyes, his thoughts drifting back to the report concerning the Qinhao Industrial Park. That report had mentioned a peculiar life form, accompanied by a segment of combat footage. However, the video quality had been exceedingly poor, displaying only the destruction of tanks and armored vehicles, leaving him unable to ascertain any connection between the two. Or perhaps, these decayed knights were indeed those extraordinary life forms. Nevertheless, with the troubles of the Qinhao Industrial Park now resolved, General Cheng would not indulge in idle inquiries regarding Qin Feng. "General Cheng, your sentiments are duly noted," Qin Feng replied with a slight nod, speaking directly. "Now that the decayed knights are prepared, when shall we embark?" Upon hearing this, Cheng Shai immediately suppressed his mirth, responding gravely at once. Chapter 59. Delving into the underground lair, the weather was clear, the wind direction stable, and all environmental parameters were normal. Accompanied by the thunderous roar of the propellers, a fleet of camouflage-painted transport helicopters gradually entered the vast mountain range. From above, the once lush and verdant mountains now revealed a shocking sight. The formerly thriving primeval forest lay in tatters, with towering ancient trees, capable of being embraced by several people, lying in disarray as if ravaged by an unseen giant hand. More alarmingly, the surface was pocked with enormous craters, several dozen meters in diameter, scattered densely like the surface of the moon, leaving the once green mountains riddled with gaping wounds. "Mr. Qin, this is the lair system constructed by the giant worms," an officer beside him announced, raising his voice above the din of the helicopter's rotors. Adjusting his headset, he pointed towards the undulating mountains outside the porthole. "These giant worms have a highly regimented lifestyle, returning to their lairs every 12 hours for rest." The officer glanced at his wristwatch. It was precisely the time for their return. "Look," upon hearing this, Qin Feng immediately leaned closer to the window. Through the bulletproof glass, a spine-chilling scene unfolded before him. Several giant worms, as thick as oil pipelines, were writhing on the steep mountainside. Their massive, gray-brown bodies were covered in ringed folds, with hundreds of sharp, hooked appendages protruding from each segment. Though these appendages were short, They could precisely pierce into rock crevices. At that moment, the foremost worm suddenly raised its head, revealing a ring of sharp mandibles, seemingly sensing the air around it, before burying its head once more and continuing its crawl toward the cavern halfway up the mountain. They have developed appendages. Seeing this, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The presence or absence of these appendages fundamentally delineated two vastly different levels of threat. Worms without appendages were mere prisoners of the earth, confined to crawl in the dim underground. However, the fearsome appendages before him indicated that they had evolved true surface combat capabilities. This meant these monsters could easily burrow out of the ground and use their sharp appendages to tear through tank armor. It was no wonder the military found them so troublesome. At that moment, the officer beside him reminded, "Mr. Qin, our helicopter fleet can escort you only to this point. Beyond lies not only the lair of the giant worms, but also swarms of gigantic flying insects." Swarm of flying insects? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. Yes, the officer nodded. The sheer number of these flying insects is overwhelming. Our aerial firepower is incapable of establishing an effective defense network. Just last week, several reconnaissance planes went missing there, so... I understand. Qin Feng unbuckled his safety harness, moved to the door, and stated, "Then take us to the area directly above the worm swarm. There is no need to land. Maintain our current altitude." The officer's pupils suddenly constricted. "Are you suggesting a direct airdrop?" he inquired. "Very well. Issue the command." Qin Feng's gaze was steely as he surveyed the deep chasm beneath him. Over 30 helicopters hovered 300 meters above the vast cavern, their rotors churning the air and stirring up clouds of dust. A dozen armed helicopters spread out in a protective formation, while the remaining transport aircraft dangled the slumbering, decaying knights from their undercarriages. After a moment's hesitation, the officer ultimately nodded. "Understood, Mr. Qin." He turned to the communicator and issued orders. "All units, prepare for immediate deployment. Upon completion of the mission, follow the predetermined withdrawal route." This encirclement operation was of grand scale, involving not only Qin Feng and his decaying knights, but also several special operations units dispatched deep into the mountains. Their helicopter formation still required back-and-forth coordination, and time was of the essence. With a series of mechanical clicks echoing in the air, the transport helicopters began to release their slings. The decaying knights, bound by steel cables, plummeted to the ground like dumplings. Observing this, before the nearby officer could utter a word, Qin Feng leaped down. "Mr. Qin?" The officer exclaimed in shock. "Have you forgotten your parachute?" However, witnessing Qin Feng's figure descending rapidly, he swallowed the words back. At the entrance of the deep chasm below, several gigantic worms writhed, their slimy bodies inching toward the cave. Suddenly, a sharp sound sliced through the air. The colossal worms raised their heads, adorned with circular rows of teeth, their compound eyes contracting. Yet, before they could discern the source of the disturbance, their field of vision was engulfed by a vast shadow. With a series of dull thuds, the sound of flesh bursting echoed as gray greatswords, imbued with terrifying kinetic energy, pierced through their bodies, pinning them against the damp rock wall. Almost simultaneously, 20 gray figures struck the ground. As the decaying knights knelt on one knee, the earth cracked beneath them, resembling a spider's web. Following this, the final figure descended gracefully. Qin Feng's combat boots landed firmly on a protruding rock, the cushioning effect exceeding expectations. Indeed, he murmured thoughtfully, "This time I utilized telekinesis for a vertical drop." The continuous application of opposing telekinetic force during his descent perfectly countered the acceleration of gravity. At this moment, the surface of the rock beneath him bore not a single crack, as if he had merely stepped down from a stair, pressing forward without lingering at the cave's entrance. Qin Feng waved his hand. In the next instant, the decaying knights, wielding their gray greatswords, leapt into the underground cavern one after another. Qin Feng followed closely behind. The environment within the cave was pitch black. Were it not for the decaying knights' unique perceptive abilities, they would struggle to navigate. While Qin Feng's combat helmet was equipped with night vision capabilities, I fear that in this pitch-black abyss, progress is nearly impossible. Just upon reaching the cave's depths, The decayed knights encountered dozens of colossal, writhing worms. Yet, the outcome of the battle was never in doubt. Despite the numerical superiority of the giant worms, they were unable to withstand the fierce onslaught of the decayed knights. In a mere half-minute, with flashes of gray sword light, the last of the worms was reduced to a pulpy mass amidst its agonized cries. The cave returned to an eerie silence. It would be prudent to bring some hellhounds to scout ahead. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the web-like, shadowy passages, and he couldn't help but furrow his brow. The complexity of the underground truly exceeded expectations. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Since he could not find the target, he would simply slay every giant worm encountered along the way. He was eager to see how long those voracious breeding matriarchs could hide in this dark lair. Chapter 60. The Colossal Worm Matriarch. It is unclear how much time has elapsed. Qin Feng has lost count of the number of lairs that have been drenched in blood. He cannot recall the exact number of colossal worms that have fallen beneath the massive sword of the decayed knight. They have carved a bloody path through the dark caverns, crushing one stronghold after another. In their wake, only viscous, dark green rivers of blood and shattered worm carcasses remain. Regrettably, those cunning matriarchs have yet to reveal themselves. Hiding deeply indeed, Qin Feng let out a cold chuckle, wiping his bloodied blade on a worm's corpse. He lifted his gaze. Clearly, he was in the heart of a worm lair. The air was thick with a pungent, foul odor, and the walls were adorned with translucent egg sacs, some of which still writhed slightly. Alas, they would never have the chance to hatch. The ground was littered with the remains of crushed larvae, resembling pools of decaying jelly. Surrounding him stood 20 decayed knights, statuesque in their grim presence. Beyond their formation, the severed limbs of colossal worms piled high, twitching erratically in a grotesque display. Where could this pack of rodents be hiding? Just as Qin Feng flicked the last drop of worm blood from his blade, a familiar wave of consciousness pierced his mind. Did you find it satisfying? The voice of his original self, laced with a hint of mockery, stirred ripples deep within his consciousness. It appears that the pack of hellhounds I dispatched has caught wind of a matriarch's presence. Care to pay it a visit? Original self? Qin Feng's typically stoic countenance flickered with rare astonishment. He closed his eyes, promptly dissolving the barriers of consciousness, and a tide of shared memories surged forth. It turned out that the moment he had stepped into the caverns, his original self had already mobilized a newly bred pack of hellhounds, hastening to this location. Why didn't you say so earlier? Qin Feng found himself chuckling softly. So engrossed in his slaughter, he had forgotten to keep his consciousness in sync. Nevertheless, it must be said that those hellhounds were indeed far more suited for tracking than the decayed knights. After all, while the decayed knights were formidable, even possessing remarkable sensory abilities, they ultimately could not match the innate tracking and hunting instincts of the hellhounds. Moreover, with the Umbrella Corporation's production capacity in full swing, reallocating a pack of hellhounds was a trivial matter, perfectly poised to expedite the conclusion of this purge. With these thoughts in mind, Qin Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he inquired directly, "Where is that matriarch?" "The location has been synchronized to your tactical helmet. By the way, I leave the deployment of these hellhound packs to you. I'll be logging off for now. Good luck, Qin Feng too." As he finished speaking, the display screen of Qin Feng's tactical helmet illuminated with a flurry of red dots. These represented the real-time locations of several hellhound packs racing through the underground labyrinth. However, in the next heartbeat, several of the dots extinguished without warning. Beside these vanishing red points, a glaring crimson boss marker stood out prominently, and, at this location, it appears that he is less than a few hundred meters from the rocky layer on the opposite side. Finally, he has found one, so is hiding there. A fleeting glimmer of coldness flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. In the next moment, the tactical scope outlined the shortest navigational route. "Follow," he commanded succinctly, and his figure dashed forth like an arrow released from its bow. Behind him, 20 decayed knights followed closely, the green slime clinging to their rusted armor, splattering with every vigorous movement. Meanwhile, on the other side, the sharp crack of gunfire echoed incessantly within the confined space. A special forces unit clad in fully sealed chemical protective suits was erecting a makeshift defensive line. "Maintain fire suppression. Team A, reload." The captain's hoarse shout reverberated through the cavern. Before them, countless worms surged forth from every crevice, their slimy bodies splattering foul-smelling ichor under the barrage of bullets. On the platform behind, several technicians were frantically adjusting an oddly shaped heavy weapon. Headquarters. This is the encirclement of the 24th Squad. Beside him, the communications officer's fingers, bulging with tension, nearly crushed the communicator. We have located the worm mother. Repeat, we have found the mother. Requesting. The crackling static consumed his subsequent words. Frustrated, he nearly threw the communicator down, cursing, "Damn it! What the hell is interfering with the signal in this wretched place?" In front, Captain. The mother is about to escape. I'm not blind. Sun Rue retorted harshly. He then turned and shouted, "Is the ultrasonic weapon calibrated yet? If we don't get it right, we're all done for." There is still a bit of an issue, the technician stammered from behind. What issue? The technician swallowed hard. The system. The system malfunctioned unexpectedly. It was functioning perfectly just 10 minutes ago. Damn it. Sun Rue cursed again. Forget about the mother. Team A, cover while reloading. Everyone else, retreat. Immediately. Now. Yes. The soldiers of Team A responded in unison, as Sun Rue retreated while firing. His peripheral vision caught a glimpse of a menacing figure lurking in the shadows of the corridor. It was several hellhounds. What were these canine creatures? Just moments ago, when they inadvertently stumbled into this cave, they had witnessed an unforgettable scene. A worm mother, larger than a heavy truck, was engaged in a fierce battle with these canine beasts. Despite their efforts, the hounds could not inflict any harm on the worm mother. Subsequently, the hounds suffered grievous losses, leaving only a few survivors. Their encirclement squad could not afford to remain passive. They immediately joined the fray. However, regrettably, upon discovering the intruders, the worm mother, which had been solitary, summoned a horde of massive worms to its defense after a few roars. This has resulted in the current predicament. Maintain formation. Alternate cover for retreat. Sun Rue swiftly changed his magazine and barked sternly at his surrounding comrades. Suddenly, a chilling, slithering sound emerged from behind the rocky wall. Sun Rue turned sharply, just in time to witness a colossal worm crash through the rock face, lunging towards them. Simultaneously, its maw, lined with razor-sharp teeth, bore down upon them. Sun Rue's mind momentarily froze. Captain, in this critical moment, a gray figure collided fiercely with the side of the gigantic worm at the corridor's corner, sending its massive body flying. Without allowing the giant worm a chance to recover, the decayed knight surged forward, wielding a massive sword, and delivered a powerful strike. With a sickening thud, the sword sliced precisely at the junction of the gigantic worm's head and torso. Dark green blood gushed forth like a high-pressure water jet, staining the stalactites above in an eerie, luminescent hue. "You're fortunate, lad," Qin Feng remarked, gripping his obsidian blade in reverse as he emerged from the shadows of the passage. He cast a glance at the scene within the cavern and continued, "Take your people and retreat first. This mother creature is now mine." Chapter 61. Capturing the giant mother worm alive, Mr. Qin. Sun Rue gasped in astonishment, his eyes widening before a look of pure elation spread across his face. "Oh, you recognize me?" Qin Feng raised an eyebrow slightly. "Of course," Sun Rue replied, straightening his posture with excitement. "The entire military is abuzz with your name, especially that infamous group of decayed knights under your command." His gaze was involuntarily drawn to the sleek, lightweight armor worn by Qin Feng, envy glimmering in his eyes. "Moreover, given your distinctive attire, it would be impossible for us not to know you." Suddenly recalling something, Sun Rue hastily said, "Mr. Qin, you must dispatch your decayed knights to pursue that mother worm. It is on the verge of escaping under the cover of the swarm. Our firepower is insufficient to capture it." Upon hearing this, a faint smile crept onto Qin Feng's lips as he waved his hand dismissively. "No need. It will soon present itself before us." Before he could finish speaking, a chilling, piercing shriek echoed from within the nearby cave. Sun Rue instinctively turned his gaze towards the cavern, only to be met with a shocking spectacle. The once tumultuous hive of worms had transformed into a gruesome slaughterhouse. Countless severed worm limbs lay scattered like harvested grain, and thick, green blood pooled in streams, meandering across the uneven rocky ground. At the center of the cave, two pools of dark brown liquid were eerily writhing and coalescing, swiftly morphing into two towering decayed knights, each over 10 meters tall. Incredible. Sun Rue's breath caught in his throat. He had seen decayed knights before, but never had he witnessed their ferocity in action. Faced with such a hellish scene, he finally comprehended the sheer terror of their combat prowess. What astonished him further was the emergence of a third, decayed knight from the passage on the opposite side of the cave. It stepped forward slowly, its right hand wielding a massive sword smeared with viscous slime, while its left hand dragged behind the colossal worm mother. The worm mother, grotesquely plump, left deep, bloody trails across the rocky ground, its once fearsome mandibles now feebly opening and closing, emitting pitiful whimpers of despair. You have truly made my search quite the endeavor. Qin Feng squinted, recalling the earlier search. He should have anticipated that the mother worm would not dare remain in the hatching nest, but instead, like a rat in a gutter, had sought refuge in some secluded crevice of rock. It was no wonder that, despite turning the hatching chamber upside down with his decayed knights, he had found not a trace of the mother worm. Thankfully, the Hellhounds, utilizing their innate hunting instincts, had located the hidden mother worm and even driven it out from its rocky refuge. Otherwise, he would still be wandering aimlessly. The more he pondered, the angrier he became. Qin Feng twisted his neck, his gaze turning cold, and then took decisive steps towards the cave. Sun Rue, witnessing this, promptly followed suit. As they observed the decayed knights dispatching the remaining giant worms, he immediately commanded, "All units, regroup at once, and do remember not to foolishly remove your respirators." 5 minutes later, preparations for evacuation commenced. The ultrasonic weapon had sustained irreparable damage, rendering their stay in this subterranean lair unnecessary. Finally, a moment to breathe. One team member collapsed onto the ground, his fingers trembling slightly. Although the combat had not been prolonged, each second in the pitch-black underground cavern felt interminable. The vision provided by their night vision goggles paled in comparison to the warmth of natural light. They had to remain perpetually alert, vigilant against the monstrous insects that could strike from the darkness at any moment. That sense of unknown dread tormented them far more than physical exhaustion. Sun Rue approached several technicians, glancing at the malfunctioning ultrasonic weapon. Was it truly beyond repair? A faint glimmer of hope tinged his voice. One technician shook his head. The signal relay had completely failed, and the cavern's depth exceeded the device's design limits. He pointed towards the seepage of groundwater on the rock wall. Additionally, the humidity here was excessive, causing the delicate components to become damp. Understood. Sun Rue sighed. This marked the 24th Squad's fourth incursion into the depths for extermination missions. Ironically, the squadron's survival hinged on the fact that someone returned alive from each operation, even if by sheer luck. The military database recorded a grim statistic. The survival rate for teams executing extermination missions in the subterranean caves of this mountain range was below 30%. To put it simply, out of every 10 task forces dispatched, fewer than 3 managed to return intact. He could scarcely fathom how many lives would need to be sacrificed to bring an end to this nightmare wrought by the colossal swarms of worms. Meanwhile, on the other side, the decayed knight dragged the bloated body of the mother worm to the center of the cavern. At last, it was within my grasp. Qin Feng gazed coldly, his right hand gripping a dark long sword, each step amplifying his murderous intent. He yearned to slice the mother worm into countless pieces. Just as he was about to close in on it, the ailing mother worm suddenly lashed out in desperation. Its grotesque mandibles snapped open, and a thick stream of green venom shot forth like an arrow, aimed directly at Qin Feng's face. Sun Rue turned just in time to witness this scene, his expression shifting dramatically. "Mr. Qin, watch out." Yet, Qin Feng did not even flinch. With a casual wave of his left hand, the venom abruptly halted 30 meters from him, as if it had collided with an invisible wall. The green sludge slowly slid down the barrier, and upon touching the ground, it emitted a chilling hissing sound. The rock was instantly corroded, forming countless honeycomb-like cavities, releasing a noxious green smoke. What? Sun Rue was momentarily stunned by this extraordinary sight. This was a desperate struggle. Qin Feng cast a cold glance at the mother worm, then exchanged a knowing look with the decayed knight. The knight immediately understood and stepped toward the mother worm. It extended a massive hand, covered in rust, and suddenly plunged into the still twitching maw. In the next instant, a heart-wrenching shriek erupted from the mother worm, its limbs wildly thrashing against the ground. Beside it, the decayed knight's ironclad arm suddenly tensed. With a sudden, forceful tug, a tongue as thick as a barrel was ripped from its roots. Viscous green blood cascaded from the mother worm's mouth like a waterfall. Not far away, witnesses to this brutal scene involuntarily swallowed hard. This time, observing the mother worm struggling violently in the pool of blood, Qin Feng coldly regarded it. Refraining from approaching any closer, he raised his hand, poised to issue a command for the decayed knight to finish off the mother worm completely. Just then, a familiar voice resonated within his mind. Spare the worm. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. His arm, which was about to descend, froze mid-air. The knight's blade also halted just shy of the mother worm's neck. With a puzzled expression, Qin Feng inquired, "What is it?" Qin Feng 1. Chapter 62. Resurrection of the Mutated Spider Queen. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella headquarters in the subterranean research facility, Qin Feng raised his hand to halt the impending execution order from the clone, his anxious heart finally at ease. "What is it?" Qin Feng 1. Came the slightly perplexed inquiry from the clone within his mind. Qin Feng did not respond immediately. Instead, he turned towards the enormous tempered glass observation window. Through the thick, bulletproof glass, the scene within the laboratory was chilling. A colossal creature, radiating a ghostly purple fluorescence, writhed slowly in its specially designed containment unit. It resembled a spider, yet was distinctly different. Its 8 appendages were adorned with sensor-like neural synapses, while its head was embedded with 3 pairs of compound eyes, which were currently shut tight, lost in slumber. "Do you see it?" Qin Feng's voice was laced with suppressed excitement. "The mutated spider queen?" "Indeed," Qin Feng nodded slightly. "However, we have incorporated Umbrella's most advanced biological recombination technology, and, after integrating the T-virus, we have resurrected and modified it. Now, it obeys Umbrella's commands. Bioweapon model, mutated spider queen, unique experimental subject. Development stage, stage 6, height, 9, 2 meters, weight, 12, 5 tons, information, Umbrella Corporation as stage 6 bioweapon. Based on the original mutated spider queen gene template, reconstructed through the original T-virus modification and biological neural technology, with significantly enhanced intelligence, mission type, mental resonance, consciousness control, thought link. In truth, the mutated spider queen within the containment unit was now utterly transformed from its original form. The grotesque hybrid of a human face and an unwieldy spider body had always evoked a visceral repulsion in Qin Feng. Thus, after thorough reconstruction, all humanoid features of the mutated spider queen had been precisely excised. The dense array of spider legs had also been streamlined. Qin Feng decisively removed the superfluous parts, retaining only the 8 most sensory appendages. If it is to be a monster, it ought to possess the visage of one. The appearance of the parasitic controller was already sufficiently repulsive. He would not permit such an abominable aberration to exist in his laboratory. "By the way," he said, retracting his gaze as he approached the control console, based on Red Queen's predictions. "The underground nest system beneath the mountain you are in likely harbors more than one motherworm." He paused momentarily. In fact, the number could potentially be in double digits. The clone on the other end responded swiftly, seemingly having anticipated this. "I have also suspected as much, given the scale of the worm swarm. The reproductive efficiency of a single motherworm could hardly sustain such a vast population. Therefore, Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and a slight smile graced his lips. "I am preparing to send the mutated spider queen and other special bioweapons to assist you." The clone appeared momentarily stunned. "Oh, how so?" Qin Feng continued. "Perhaps they could pry open the head of the mother insect nearby and unearth the coordinates of the other mother insects." After saying this, he seemed to have an epiphany, and then, with a rather peculiar tone, he added, "Wait, aren't we sharing thoughts?" You must know I've already considered this, right? The clone on the other end fell silent for a few moments, then suddenly responded with a slightly awkward tone. Ahem. Processing problems in a single thread is more efficient. Unless absolutely necessary, I generally do not initiate synchronization of your thoughts. After a brief pause, he added, besides, you should be the same, correct? After all, I am you, and you are me. Qin Feng found himself momentarily at a loss for words. To be fair, the clone was indeed correct. Unless it involved crucial decisions or required immediate information sharing, he would not proactively retrieve the clone's real-time memories. After all, while thought synchronization was efficient, it also imposed an additional mental burden. It was only during moments of leisure that he would casually browse through the clone's action logs to confirm progress and the latest intelligence. All right then. Qin Feng rubbed his forehead and smiled wryly. It seemed both of them had grown accustomed to slacking off. The clone chuckled softly on the other end. Efficiency was paramount, after all. Indeed, Qin Feng coughed lightly, swiftly steering the conversation away from the slightly awkward topic. In any case, I will ensure they provide support promptly. Thank you. Why thank me? Qin Feng shrugged. Am I supposed to be formal with myself? Haha, true enough. After concluding their mental exchange, Qin Feng's gaze fell upon the mutated spider queen within the special container, and he decisively pressed the red release button. Special experimental subject awakening procedure initiated. Nerve conduction control system program loading. 10:35. 70 a cold. Mechanical female voice echoed through the laboratory. Inside the container, dozens of transparent tubes embedded within the chitinous shell of the mutated spider queen suddenly glowed with a ghostly blue light. The special culture solution swiftly surged into the long-dormant body. With a hiss, the hydraulic apparatus released, causing the surface of the culture solution to slowly descend. Just as the liquid level reached the head of the mutated spider queen, her 3 pairs of tightly shut compound eyes abruptly snapped open. 6 eyes, akin to suddenly illuminated amethysts, erupted with an eerie brilliance within the sealed container. The depth of their color was almost sinister, as though they could pierce directly into the observer's consciousness. Indeed, it was a species capable of mental control. Qin Feng's breath caught, and he instinctively took a half-step back. Meanwhile, on the other side, after Qin Feng concluded the mental exchange, he promptly commanded the 4 decayed knights to hoist the bloated body of the mother insect, preparing to depart the underground nest. Since the main body had already discovered a more efficient solution, it was evidently unwise to squander time in this foul-smelling underground labyrinth. Mr. Qin, are you about to? Sun Rue approached briskly, a flicker of confusion crossing his eyes. Qin Feng had no intention of concealing anything and directly explained, assemble the troops immediately. We must evacuate the underground lair at once. I have discovered a more efficient method to pinpoint the locations of the other mother insects. This statement caused Sun Rue's pupils to constrict sharply. Without hesitation, he turned and jogged towards his comrades to relay the good news. Brothers, pack your gear and prepare to evacuate. Mr. Qin has found another way to resolve the issues here. The previously exhausted Special Operations team members suddenly felt revitalized. Some even couldn't help but cheer aloud. After battling numerous times in this dark and oppressive underground lair, each individual longed to see the light of day once more. Even more exhilarating was the realization that they would no longer have to flounder like headless flies in the labyrinthine caves while searching for the mother insect's whereabouts. No one doubted Qin Feng's words, just as no one would question the formidable strength of the 5 decaying knights exuding a terrifying aura. We're leaving. Qin Feng waved his hand, sheathing his blade in preparation to depart from this tumultuous place. Suddenly, his tactical helmet illuminated with crimson light. Warning: detected mass casualties among Hellhound units. Detecting high-energy life form response. Target distance from this location: 575 meters. His pupils constricted slightly as his vision instantly transitioned to the final frame of the dying Hellhound. Amidst the searing flames, several grotesque, giant worms erupted from the earth. They resembled a horde of distorted beetles akin to the arachnids in the film Starship Troopers. Massive in size, their exoskeletons gleamed with a metallic luster, and their appendages had evolved into sharp, digging structures. Most horrifying of all was their gaping maw, clearly designed for expelling scalding flames. Several hellhounds had been instantaneously carbonized by the fire belched from their mouths, unable to emit even a cry of despair. Most critically, they were burrowing at a terrifying speed, heading directly towards the cavern where Qin Feng stood. How intriguing. Qin Feng smirked coldly. Ah, it seems they have caught wind of their master's peril and are hastening to provide protection. Chapter 63. Eliminating threats. The sound of the excavation from the colossal beetle approached like distant thunder. Qin Feng narrowed his gaze and swiftly turned to Sun Rue, commanding, "Lead the team to evacuate immediately. Something is coming this way." "Mr. Qin, let us." Sun Rue gripped his weapon tightly. "Are you seeking death?" Qin Feng interrupted coldly. "This is an order. Do not hinder me. I will not have time to look after you." Sun Rue's expression stiffened. He clenched his teeth and nodded gravely. He turned to his team, shouting, "Attention! Emergency evacuation. Bring only essential gear. We must leave within 30 seconds." The team sprang into action. The technician cast a reluctant glance at the expensive ultrasonic device. Is it life or machinery? Sun Rue yanked the technician's tactical vest, nearly dragging him towards the passage. Just as the last team member rushed into the corridor, a thunderous crash echoed. With a deafening roar, the rock wall behind them collapsed. Amidst the billowing dust, a pair of massive, metallic mandibles slowly emerged, jagged edges still clinging to fragments of stone. As the dust settled, the true form of the creature was revealed, a gigantic beetle, over 40 meters in length, its dark shell adorned with shimmering blue patterns. With a piercing shriek, it unleashed a torrent of searing blue-white flames from its gaping maw. Qin Feng's expression shifted, a hint of perplexity crossing his face. This creature showed no regard for the life of the mother insect behind him. It attacked without hesitation. Without a moment's thought, he swiftly evaded the flames. The decayed knights also dispersed with synchronized precision. The uncontrollable flames surged toward the ailing mother insect. In the next instant, the flames struck true, causing the mother insect to emit a series of agonizing cries. Before Qin Feng could react, another colossal beetle burst through the wall, its shell aglow with pulsing blue patterns, unleashing another lethal breath of fire, again aimed at the mother insect. Qin Feng's heart sank. Damn it! They were not here to rescue the mother insect. They were here to exterminate it. Contemplating this absurd possibility, Qin Feng gritted his teeth, preparing to issue a command for the decayed knights to intercept the flames. But it was too late. The second wave of fire struck the mother insect with deadly accuracy. With a deafening explosion, the mother insect's shell shattered under the intense heat. Thick, inky green fluid and shattered innards erupting like a torrential downpour. Damn it! Qin Feng's eyes darkened as he conjured an invisible energy barrier before him. The corrosive slime splattered against the shield, sizzling ominously, and Qin Feng's expression turned ominously grim. He had never anticipated that the colossal beetle would choose to execute the mother insect so swiftly. The thought of rescue had not even crossed his mind. Without hesitation, he directed his long blade towards the colossal beetles, his voice cold as he commanded, "Eliminate them." As his words echoed, 5 decayed knights surged forth, and the battle was poised to erupt. Aware of his own limitations, he discreetly retreated into a nearby cavern as the knights engaged in fierce combat with the enormous beetles. 3 colossal beetles loomed in the arena. Despite their size and ability to emit searing flames, they faltered under the relentless assault of the decayed knights, who leapt onto their backs, wielding massive swords to shatter their armor. The beetles, however, found themselves at a loss. Meanwhile, a troubling thought crossed his mind. What was the origin of these creatures? As he surveyed the cavern's center, littered with the remains of mother beetles, his expression darkened. In less than 5 minutes, the mother beetle he had just acquired was lost. If his suspicions were correct, some entity wished to prevent the mother beetle from being discovered and escaping the subterranean lair. Contemplating this possibility, he swiftly contacted his main body to discuss the situation. "I'm already aware," came the reply. Clearly, his main body was also monitoring the developments. "Do not be concerned. We have devised an alternative plan that might reveal the locations of other mother beetles." Furthermore, the tone of his main body shifted to one of cold determination. We will trace the source of the true insect master. What is the method? He inquired, his gaze sharpening. We shall employ a pheromone bait tactic. Our plan is to recombine the genetic sequence of hellhounds with the spore characteristics of the parasitic dominator, cultivating a new variant of hellhound. Upon death, this variant's parasitic T-virus will resist degradation by digestive enzymes. His main body presented a set of data for him to review and continued. The reproduction of the mother beetles necessitates a substantial supply of worms for nutrient transport. We will dispatch a regiment of these mutated hellhounds deep into the insect nest, sacrificing their bodies to infect the worm population with the parasitic T-virus. Through the neural link of the parasitic dominator, we can establish a distributed surveillance network. By analyzing the density and activity trajectories of the worms in various regions, we can ascertain the potential hiding places of the mother beetles. This military operation has startled the mother beetles, granting them an opportunity to react. However, next time, it will not be so easy. A glimmer of hope flickered in his eyes. How long will it take? His main body chuckled softly. By tomorrow afternoon, this batch of mutated hellhounds will be ready, and I will dispatch them to you at the earliest opportunity. Understood. He nodded slightly, then redirected his attention to the battlefield in the cavern center. The battle was nearing its conclusion. Among the three colossal beetles, the most grievously wounded had its shell completely shattered, a torrent of azure and white liquid gushing forth. The remaining two were similarly battered, their severed limbs oozing luminescent blood. The exoskeletons of these beetles are astonishingly hard, impervious to mere basic attacks. Yet, the decayed knight exhibits a far more terrifying dominance. Although its abilities primarily counter mechanical constructs, it effortlessly handles these three colossal beetles. A 7th-tier combat prowess. Indeed, it lives up to its reputation. The final giant beetle, on the brink of death, meets its end at the stroke of the decayed knight's sword. Qin Feng then stepped forward, his brow furrowed as he surveyed the massive corpses of the three beetles. Clearly, these colossal beetles served as the combat units of this underground lair, akin to soldier ants in a colony. In contrast, the previously encountered swarm of worms resembled worker ants. What astonished him was that these soldier ants were ordered to execute their own queen. This behavior indicated the presence of a ruler akin to an ant king within the lair, possessing not only remarkable intelligence, but also the foresight to anticipate Qin Feng's intentions. Thus, it preferred to eliminate the fertile queen rather than allow her to fall into human hands for research. Qin Feng mused aloud. It seems you have quite the harem, carelessly slaying one without any remorse. He genuinely did not expect the queen to perish at the claws of her own kin rather than by his hand. However, such thoughts became inconsequential. Having already grasped the method to locate other queens, Qin Feng chose to move on. He inhaled deeply, gestured for the decayed knights to follow, and subsequently turned to leave the dim cavern. The carcasses of the giant beetles were too cumbersome to transport, and he deemed it unnecessary to take them. With their numbers being plentiful and not rare, he could easily gather their genetic material at a later time. Yet, as he stepped out of the underground cave, the chaotic scene outside momentarily stunned him. Above, dozens of armed helicopters whirled and thundered, their cannons spewing flames as a torrential rain of bullets poured forth. Accompanied by two screaming fighter jets soaring overhead, several missiles struck a nearby throng of dark, flying creatures. Meanwhile, at other cave exits, fully armed squads were scrambling out in disarray, firing in defense while shouting frantically as they retreated down the mountainside. The entire mountainous region had devolved into a battlefield. Chapter 64. Outpost, Tactical Team, What is Happening? Qin Feng's expression reflected a hint of bewilderment. Had he not descended merely a few hours ago? How could chaos erupt above so swiftly? Without delay, he leapt onto the shoulder of the decayed knight, poised to make his escape. Suddenly, the ground nearby began to convulse and rise. In the next moment, a colossal armored beetle, towering 3 stories high, burst forth from the earth. This was merely the beginning. The entire mountainous region seemed to awaken under some arcane influence, as the ground heaved with alarming mounds. Giant armored beetles poured forth from their subterranean lairs. Qin Feng couldn't shake the feeling that this swarm of colossal beetles had set their sights on him. And indeed, his apprehension was confirmed in the next heartbeat. The nearest beetles shook off the dirt, clinging to their exoskeletons, and pivoted in unison towards him. It was clear he was their target. Could it be that the decayed knight had slaughtered their queen? While the final blow was dealt by his own creature. It was undeniable that the decayed knight had savagely extracted the queen's tongue, subjecting her to torment. Upon witnessing this, Qin Feng's gaze sharpened. Why not? He had little to occupy his time. He might as well indulge them in a game. With that, he deftly balanced on the shoulder plate of a decayed knight. Go! He commanded softly. The remaining 4 decayed knights surged into action, encircling a solitary giant beetle in an instant. One must admit, the effectiveness of their ambush was commendable. The 4 decayed knights unleashed a torrent of blows upon the isolated giant beetle. Its thick shell crumbled under the strike of their gray blades, and blue-white energy fluid gushed forth like a torrential downpour. In a mere 30 seconds, the once menacing giant insect lay sprawled on the ground. Indeed, its size granted it certain advantages against military-grade weaponry, but for the decayed knights, it was merely a slightly more challenging quarry. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella headquarters, in the primary combat laboratory, the successful unlocking of the Strategic Material Reserve Center had led to the production of various military transport vehicles and engineering equipment. Consequently, Qin Feng intended to establish a series of outposts on the surface. These forthcoming outposts would not merely serve as rudimentary defensive structures. Each site would be equipped with quantum communication arrays, constructing an independent communication network while simultaneously becoming vital logistical hubs connecting the headquarters with the outside world. The most ingenious aspect of the design lay in the seamless integration of all outposts with the underground buffer tunnels of Umbrella headquarters. These concealed arterial networks would not only ensure an uninterrupted supply line, but also provide a secure retreat path for station personnel during times of crisis. One of the outposts Qin Feng planned to establish was situated 2 kilometers northwest of Umbrella headquarters, within the long-abandoned coastal campus of a city high school. Thanks to the allure of shelter number 72 to the monstrous creatures, the risk level of that area has been reduced to a safe threshold, making the clearance task relatively straightforward. Commander, the tactical team has arrived at the designated area. Please provide your instructions. A steady voice resonated through the communication channel. Qin Feng raised his gaze to the operational screen before him and spoke calmly. We shall proceed in accordance with the Umbrella Operations Manual, prioritizing the safety of our special operations personnel. Acknowledged. At the entrance of the school district, for armored transport vehicles, cloaked in a matte gray finish, fanned out in formation. Nearby, several armed jeeps stood at the ready, their sides adorned with the striking red umbrella emblem, gleaming under the sunlight. Groups of special operatives disembarked from the transport vehicles, swiftly organizing into combat formations. At this moment, their weaponry had all been upgraded. The heavy assault squad, for instance, consisted of 12 members clad entirely in black combat attire, with helmets and masks matching in color. However, emblazoned on their backs and chests were the iconic red and white umbrella insignias. The weapons assigned to them were all high-performance firearms developed by Umbrella itself. Take the heavy assault squad, for example. They wielded a specialized weapon known as the Defender Shotgun, featuring a unique 4-barrel design. It boasted considerable power and a wide range. Additionally, a diffuser attached to the muzzle enabled the specially crafted tungsten alloy projectiles to create a lethal spread of 5 meters in diameter, rendering it extremely effective against heavily armored beasts. Furthermore, a grenade launcher was mounted beneath it. The tactical team operating in this area was personally selected by Qin Feng, comprising a reconnaissance squad, 2 rapid response squads, and a heavy assault squad, totaling 48 elite personnel. Qin Feng did not train these individuals merely for idle leisure at Umbrella's headquarters. As the future of Umbrella emerged, it was imperative to nurture not only formidable bioorganic forces, but also the cultivation of human armed capabilities. The leader of this tactical team, Hellhound, was a second-tier enhancer who distinguished himself during the training selection. Thus, Qin Feng appointed him to command operations in this uncharted territory to cleanse the area. A group ready. B group ready. C Group ready. D Group heavy fire support prepared. The succinct reports from each squad echoed through the communication channel. With a stern expression, Gao Haodong executed a tactical gesture and spoke with gravity. Acknowledged. A group, release the Hellhounds immediately. I need you to assess the risk level of the operational area within 3 minutes. Understood. Upon receiving the order, 12 Hellhounds surged forth from their concealed positions. Simultaneously, the tactical terminals on the wrists of each reconnaissance team member illuminated, activating 12 split screens. The images flickering across the screens were real-time battlefield perspectives transmitted through neural links from each of the Hellhounds. As soon as they entered the school district, the 12 Hellhounds scattered in various directions. 2 rapid response teams and a heavy armored unit advanced steadily into the depths of the campus in a tactical formation. Behind them, 12 prowlers followed in a low crawl. Naturally, as a tactical group, Qin Feng had equipped them with a bioorganism, a guardian tyrant. At this moment, however, the guardian tyrant loomed like a mountain beside 4 armored transport vehicles, silently observing the entire campus. Despite possessing overwhelming combat prowess, it merely fulfilled its role of intimidation and silence. Qin Feng intended for these tactical teams to gain practical experience in real combat, rather than relying solely on the guardian tyrant's strength to crush everything in their path. Within the campus, there were no anomalies detected in Building A. In Building B, 3 aberrant creatures were spotted, and their coordinates were marked. The report continued. Wait, in the southeastern corner of the auditorium, a hole approximately 4 meters in diameter was discovered, with fresh claw marks on its walls, suspected to be the entrance of a creature's lair. Upon hearing this, Gao Haodong's gaze sharpened, and he immediately issued orders. Teams B and C, regroup at the auditorium and prioritize suppression. Team D, set up a perimeter fire network. However, just then, a voice interrupted his command. Captain, a significant discovery in the cafeteria area. A scout's voice quivered with urgency. Major abnormalities have emerged in the cafeteria. The entire building is completely covered by some sort of plant. As he spoke, real-time footage synced to every member's tactical terminal. In the far end of the campus, the once orange and white cafeteria was now entirely overtaken by an unknown mutated plant. Thick vines coiled around the structure like giant serpents, their dark green surfaces glistening ominously in the sunlight. The most chilling sight was the scene at the entrance. A Hellhound had just stepped into the alert zone when suddenly, a vine as thick as a bowl surged from the ground. With the precision of a striking cobra, it ensnared the Hellhound's waist. The creature had no time to struggle before being dragged at an astonishing speed into the depths of the cafeteria, disappearing into the dark entrance. Witnessing this, Gao Haodong's expression turned grim as his tactical terminal displayed a risk assessment. Risk level A. This marked the highest threat level encountered during their recent missions for the Umbrella Corporation. Meanwhile, in the operational laboratory, Qin Feng observed the eerie scene at the cafeteria entrance. Intrigued. Oh, is this a mutated plant? Chapter 65. Hellhound Equipment. Mutated Vines. Qin Feng lifted his coffee cup and took a delicate sip, his gaze sweeping across the dilapidated structure of the cafeteria before him. B.O.W, please analyze the condition of this cafeteria. Analyzing environmental data, came B.O.W's gentle voice. Based on biological feature comparison, the mutated plant appears to have originated from indigenous flora of Blue Star, but genetic sequencing indicates. Provide information that I do not already know. Qin Feng slowly set down his coffee cup. After a brief pause, B.O.W's voice resumed. The tactical team terminal has classified this area as an A-level threat. High-energy life forms have been detected in this vicinity. Tactical recommendation: deploy 2 alpha tactical teams, equipped with heavy incendiary weapons and drone support. If the situation deteriorates, a request for intervention from the Tyrant Guard unit can be made for suppressive clearance. Additionally, active spore dispersal has been detected in this area, posing a risk of personnel infection. Oh, high-energy life forms? Qin Feng's previously languid posture immediately stiffened, a glint of sharpness flaring in his eyes. How intriguing. High-energy life responses typically indicate the presence of exceptional organisms in the Umbrella Corporation's biogenetic sequence database. This usually signifies unique specimens. Alpha Tactical Teams 2 and 3. Qin Feng promptly pressed the communication button, his voice imbued with an irrefutable coldness. Proceed immediately to the secondary school area. A suspected A-level threat has emerged there. Establish a biochemical quarantine line at once. Understood. Following a brief silence, Qin Feng summoned the weapon authorization interface, marking several highlighted options in red. Hong Ho, augment the tactical authorization. Unlock the Hellhound heavy incendiary system and activate the Raven reconnaissance cluster. Inform them that this extermination mission is unlike any previous. They must maintain the highest level of vigilance. Command confirmed. A sudden projection of a hologram appeared to the left as Hong Ho's icy voice resonated. The Alpha teams are about to depart. They are expected to reach the target area in 15 minutes. Hellhound incendiary system activation complete. Raven cluster has successfully initiated. Meanwhile, on the playground of the secondary school district, team leader, we have been ordered to remain on standby. 2 tactical teams are being dispatched for reinforcement and are expected to arrive in 20 minutes. Hearing this, Gao Haodong exhaled a sigh of relief. Reinforcements are indeed welcome. The strange circumstances surrounding that cafeteria, coupled with its A-level threat classification, were evidently formidable. This likely indicated that at least third-tier organisms were lurking within that cafeteria area. It was even possible that fourth-tier or higher mutated entities, which would require heavy firepower to eliminate, were present, although the commands from the Umbrella Corporation are absolute. At this moment, he felt grateful that he did not have to lead his soldiers into that A-level threat zone. Attention, everyone! Gao Haodong abruptly raised his left fist, issuing the command. Establish a circular defense and await reinforcements. Remember, no one is permitted to act recklessly until we ascertain precisely what lies within. 15 minutes later, 2 fully armed Alpha tactical teams have successfully arrived here, distinctly different from the standard tactical team led by Gao Haodong. These reinforcements are equipped with specialized anti-biological weapon systems. The soldiers of the Vanguard unit bear the latest Hellfire flamethrowers upon their shoulders, the dark fuel tanks prominently emblazoned with a crimson umbrella insignia. Following closely behind is a group armed with 40mm incendiary grenade launchers, each tactical vest neatly fitted with 12 aluminum thermite incendiary rounds. At the rear of the formation, for soldiers clad in heavy bomb disposal suits labor together to transport the vehicle-mounted flamethrower system codenamed Wrath of the Fire God. This nearly 1-ton killing machine can unleash ultra-high temperature flames reaching up to 100 meters. With a core temperature exceeding 2000 C, sufficient to melt reinforced concrete structures in a matter of moments. In the face of these mutated plants occupying the cafeteria area, conventional ammunition has evidently lost its significance. Thus, Qin Feng intends to demonstrate to them the essence of perfect elemental restraint. Furthermore, to ensure that this extermination operation encounters no unforeseen obstacles, 3 Tyrants of the Forbidden Guard have already manifested in the area, along with the imposing presence of giant devourers. Should these 3 tactical teams fail to complete their mission, the Umbrella Corporation's personnel will intervene as necessary to quell any potential threats to their assets. Naturally, Qin Feng would prefer to see them accomplish this task with unparalleled excellence. Not far from the school cafeteria, a report came in. The flamethrower device is in position. A soldier murmured. The leader of Tactical Group 2 narrowed his eyes, fixating on the cafeteria building entirely ensnared by eerie vines. Commence the cleansing procedure, he decisively commanded. Understood. At the command's conclusion, 4 Wrath of the Fire God flamethrowers simultaneously emitted a deep rumble. In an instant, 4 crimson fire dragons roared forth from their nozzles, the searing airwaves distorting the surrounding atmosphere. Although they were at a considerable distance, the orange and blue tongues of flame splattered against the exterior walls of the cafeteria. Under the intense heat, the writhing vines emitted a chilling, eerie squeal, rapidly curling into charred remnants. Despite their mutations, they had not entirely escaped the realm of plant life. Witnessing this scene, a smile crept onto Gao Haodong's face. The flames continued to blaze, and soon, the vines on the outer walls appeared to retract in fear. Following this, a squad of special forces emerged, armed with high-explosive grenade launchers, firing pressure rounds directly at the front of the cafeteria. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Dozens of shells struck the wall in an instant. Logically, the wall should have crumbled to dust. However, the shells merely grazed the surface, causing only a layer of debris to flake off, revealing an eerie dark green network within, pulsating strangely like some form of biological tissue. Gao Haodong's pupils narrowed. Something is amiss. At that moment, a deafening buzz erupted from the tactical terminal in his hand. Gao Haodong's expression shifted dramatically. All units, remain alert. Before he could finish speaking, the ground began to tremble violently. The concrete surface shattered like fragile cookies, as thick vines burst forth from the earth. The closest team member could only emit a brief gasp before a vine-sharp spike pierced through his bulletproof vest, dragging him into the fissure like a rag doll. Bang! 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 The team members, regaining their senses, fired wildly, but it was too late. Codename member B.W, vital signs lost in this sudden assault. Even top predators like Hellhounds and Scavengers were caught off guard. What was happening? Inside the operations lab, Qin Feng furrowed his brow. There are creatures underground as well? Why didn't the biological detector alert us in advance? At the entrance of the cafeteria, more and more sections of the ground split open as thick vines emerged, seeking their prey on the surface. Chapter 66. The Everlasting Ivy. More numerous than humans? The scene descended into chaos at once. Without hesitation, Qin Feng decisively commanded the Imperial Guard Tyrant and the Imperial Guard Devourer to enter the fray. Although these well-trained tactical units were equipped with advanced weaponry, they still exhibited a lack of experience when confronted with unexpected biological threats. However, this could not be held against them, as these soldiers typically engaged with beasts. And this time, the mutated plants emerging from the earth momentarily disrupted their formation. Several special forces operatives were dragged underground. Gao Haodong spat vehemently, a glint of ferocity flashing in his eyes. Damn it! He bent down to retrieve the fallen incendiary grenade launcher, his movements crisp and decisive. Turning, he unleashed a barrage towards the fissure. As flames erupted, a searing barrage ignited within the deep crevice. It must be said, this tactic proved effective. Even after genetic mutation, these fiends remained fundamentally plants. Fire was eternally inscribed in their DNA as their nemesis. With the arrival of the Imperial Guard Tyrant and the massive Devourer, the tide of battle began to shift. The Tyrant abruptly halted, extending its colossal paw to firmly grasp the thickest vine, then with a fierce yank, it wrenched the entire vine from the ground, sending a cascade of soil flying. Meanwhile, the massive Devourer was not to be outdone. Its barbed tongue, akin to a steel cable, ensnared another vine, and with a deep, rumbling growl, its immense body exerted force, dragging out the plant's roots that were deeply buried. These two specially enhanced bioweapons, with their sheer weight, rendered the vines impotent. Attempting to move these titans, measured in tons, was akin to chasing a mirage. As the situation gradually came under control, Gao Haodong could not help but exhale deeply. Indeed, in critical moments, reliance on these brothers was indispensable. The mere presence of the Tyrant, towering over 4 meters, instilled dread. The battle began to calm, with most vines eradicated. The remaining retracted vines seemed to sense fear and no longer dared to emerge. Observing this, Gao Haodong glanced at the tactical terminal, his expression darkening considerably. This sudden ambush had cost them 16 elite soldiers. Out of a total of over 150 personnel in 3 tactical squads, they had suffered a loss exceeding 10% in an instant. However, upon tallying the casualties, he discovered an anomaly. Only one member of his direct tactical unit had perished. The attacking vines appeared to possess a recognition ability, specifically targeting soldiers equipped with flamethrowers. Qin Feng, clearly aware of this unusual situation, narrowed his eyes. Were these mutated species exhibiting self-awareness? In the past week, he had dispatched several tactical units to conduct sweep operations in the vicinity, and all had been tranquil. He never anticipated encountering mutated organisms again today, particularly of the botanical variety. Upon contemplating these matters, Qin Feng's gaze turned frigid as he issued a direct command. All Special Forces personnel, Equip yourselves with heavy weaponry. Our target is the cafeteria. Reduce that structure to rubble. Understood. The three tactical leaders replied in unison. In an instant, soldiers swiftly unloaded gleaming heavy equipment from the armored transport vehicles. Among the arsenal were the independently developed Stinger light mortars, heavy anti-material sniper rifles, equipped with armor-piercing incendiary rounds, and individual portable thermobaric rocket launchers, with ample ammunition at their disposal. Qin Feng was resolute. He doubted the tenacity of this sentient plant life. Fire. As a command was given, the air at the entrance of the cafeteria trembled violently. This time, the overwhelming firepower caused the surface walls and the extensive green veins to begin peeling away and igniting. However, at that moment, a hoarse voice unexpectedly emanated from the depths of the burning structure. "Stop, humans, we could discuss this." Hearing this slightly jarring tone, Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. It could speak? He signaled for his troops to cease fire and dispatch Gao Haodong to extract information from this mutated being. "What are you?" Gao Haodong inquired. "I am merely an IV seeking to survive. I never intended to harm any creature." "Nonsense." Gao Haodong's expression darkened instantly. "Unintentional harm? Should the lives of my 16 brothers be sacrificed in vain at your hands? It was you who disturbed my rest." The voice remained calm. "I was merely acting in self-defense." "What utter nonsense!" Gao Haodong retorted, fury lacing his words. "Self-defense? Why did you not reveal yourself to warn us initially? Moreover," he pointed at Hellhound nearby, "why were our Hellhounds dragged in by your vines the moment they approached? Is that also self-defense?" At this accusation, the mutated being fell into an eerie silence. The air seemed to congeal at that moment. Suddenly, beeping, beep beep, the tactical terminal on Gao Haodong's wrist emitted a piercing alarm. "Warning! Severe energy fluctuations detected. Threat level elevated from A to S." His expression changed drastically. Boom! The ground began to tremble violently, and large sections of the road cracked open. The crowd hurriedly retreated. Simultaneously, the cafeteria's dome swelled before exploding, with numerous thick vines bursting forth like colossal serpents, twisting and writhing in the air. Amidst the dust and debris from the collapsing walls, grotesque beings cloaked in green vegetation staggered into view, their eyes glinting with a sinister emerald glow. "What a coincidence!" The voice of the mutated creature suddenly became hoarse and distorted, as if a multitude of voices were overlapping. "My slumber has just come to an end." A multitude of green monstrosities surged forth from the depths of the cafeteria. They writhed and crawled, their numbers overwhelming, swiftly filling the entrance of the cafeteria. Just in time. "I find myself ravenous." The voice of the aberrant creatures was tinged with insatiable hunger. "You shall serve as my first meal upon awakening." Qin Feng gazed coldly at the scene before him, a smirk curling at the corners of his lips. Is this the point of no return? Outnumbered? The Umbrella Corporation has never been daunted. No sooner had he uttered these words than a piercing screech echoed, and a colossal being slowly materialized beyond the school's walls. It was a creature more than twice the height of the Tyrant. 3 pairs of compound eyes glimmered with a sinister purple hue under the sun, and with each step it took, the ground cracked beneath it. It was none other than the recently awakened mutant Spider Queen. Simultaneously, a horde of hellhounds erupted from the shadows. A swarm of lickers clung to the outer walls of the buildings. A group of lurking crocodile turtles emerged abruptly from the ground. Additionally, several tyrants and giant lickers from other regions rushed to this area. At this moment, those who had been executing tasks elsewhere were now present in this vicinity. Goodness, what on earth are those vines? Yi Yu leaped from an armed jeep, nearly stumbling in the process. Su Yifan stepped forward, remaining silent. However, when he cast his gaze upon the twisting vines flailing in midair, a peculiar glint flickered in his eyes. This time, all the bioorganic troops stood motionless as if awaiting a command. In the absence of Qin Feng, the command of this bioorganic battalion now rested entirely upon his shoulders. Chapter 67. The terrifying psychological blow. Good heavens. The energy fluctuations have surpassed level 5. Yi Yu gazed at the wildly fluctuating numbers on the detector, his expression a mixture of astonishment. He lifted his gaze toward the distance, where colossal vines, shrouding the sky, twisted and writhed as if they were alive, revealing faintly visible deep green vascular networks. This monstrous entity, it might exceed level 5. The biological detector had already registered level 5 fluctuations at the outskirts of the campus. This merely implies that the energy fluctuations in the core area could be even higher. You couldn't help but mutter, why does it feel like every monster we encounter after joining the Umbrella Corporation is increasingly absurd? It's likely due to the expansion of our operational range. Su Yifun's voice resonated with an unusual calmness. Have you not noticed? We are either on field missions or en route to them, and even in our spare moments, we are engaged in researching the genetic modifications of new species. Compared to the complacent existence of the shelter, I find this line of work far more appealing. You couldn't resist rolling his eyes. This guy, Su Yifun, was a complete research fanatic back at the shelter. Whenever a new species was discovered, he would be the first to rush in and fill out the application form. If it was approved, no matter. He would pivot and apply to audit, persistently trying to gain access to the laboratory. Everyone at the Shelter's Research Institute knew he was destined for biological research. But who could have imagined that this promising rising star would be swiftly recruited by the Umbrella Corporation? Even more absurd was the fact that he hadn't returned to the shelter, leading the researchers there to believe he had perished outside. The current taboo, monstrous creator force of the Umbrella Corporation suited him perfectly. With a commanding voice, Su Yifun ordered, and the army of bioorganisms surged toward the menacing green creatures like a relentless tide. Simultaneously, 3 tactical teams engaged in a strategic retreat, quickly converging with the 2 of them. Thankfully, you arrived just in time, gasped a tactical team leader. Otherwise, we might have found it exceedingly difficult to escape unscathed. Su Yifun's gaze remained fixed on the battlefield as he replied solemnly, "Is Supervisor Qin's order. He has commanded all nearby units on field missions to immediately converge at this coordinate." On the other side, the bioorganic troops collided with the army of green monsters. Although the individual strength of those green creatures was not formidable, their numbers surged like a tide, overwhelming the bioorganic troops in an instant. The 2 sides clashed violently. Green liquid splattered, and flesh flew in all directions. The Tyrant and the colossal liquor slaughtered the green beings, while the green creatures collectively assaulted the other bioorganisms. At that moment, a rustling sound emanated from the flank. The mutated Spider Queen, with its 8 scythe-like limbs, leisurely approached the side of the group. Its towering frame, 3 stories high, exuded an imposing presence. Gao Haodong instinctively looked up, his gaze locking onto those eerily glowing purple compound eyes. In that instant, he felt as if his consciousness was being drawn into a distorted vortex. As the world spun around him, his legs buckled. Team leader, a fellow team member, swiftly supported him. What happened? The others anxiously gathered around. Gao Haodong pressed his temples forcefully, beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Everyone, avert your gaze from the creature's eyes. They seem capable of disrupting my mental state. Just now, I nearly lost consciousness. The group immediately stirred in unrest. None of them were foolish. Instinctively, they avoided the mutated Spider Emperor's gaze. Yi Yu and Su Yifun exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware of the gravity of the situation as project leaders. This mutated Spider Emperor, having undergone clandestine modifications, had transcended the realm of traditional biochemical weapons. Its terrifying mental control abilities rendered conventional strength assessments utterly meaningless. Professor Su, why isn't this creature attacking the monsters? Observing the stillness of the mutated Spider Emperor, a tactical leader could no longer contain his curiosity and whispered the question. Su Yifun gently shook his head. It is not my concern. This unexpected response left everyone present in stunned silence. Just as doubts began to swirl among the crowd, the mutated Spider Emperor suddenly stirred. It slowly moved to the rear of the battlefield, its 8 spiny limbs firmly embedding into the ground. It then retracted its forelimbs, and its fur-covered thorax began to heave violently. Simultaneously, the previously dull surface of its exoskeleton erupted with eerie purple patterns that rapidly spread across its body. Everyone, close your eyes, block your ears. Quickly. Witnessing this scene, Yi shouted urgently. Just as the last soldier covered his ears, the mutated spider emperor abruptly opened its serrated mandibles. In the next instant, a visible purple sound wave surged forth. The sound was unlike any cry produced by earthly creatures, resembling more a soul-wrenching wail from the depths of hell. The sound waves fanned out in a cone shape, distorting the air in their wake. Ugh! In the rear line, several soldiers collapsed to the ground, some even retching their breakfast. Meanwhile, on the front lines, the sound waves rippled outward, enveloping the entire biochemical unit and the surging horde of green monsters. Those grotesque green creatures suddenly stiffened collectively, their eyes oozing thick green mucus, while their toothy maws continuously expelled the same viscous fluid. Then, a more horrifying scene unfolded. Amidst the dense throng of green monsters, dull explosions echoed. Their twisted bodies, as if overinflated, burst one after another. In an instant, the once dark mass of the enemy troops disintegrated into a pool of green mush. The entire battlefield was instantly rendered desolate. Moreover, even the frenzied green vines above the cafeteria were not spared. Affected indirectly by the sound waves, they appeared drained of life, their once glossy leaves rapidly wilting, and the stout stems oozing green sap. Indeed, it is a perilous mutated species. Within the confines of the combat laboratory, Qin Feng gazed in astonishment at the screen, displaying the devastating sonic assaults sweeping across the battlefield. This marked the inaugural real combat of the mutated Spider Emperor, and its performance had far surpassed all expectations. Wherever the sound waves traversed, the enemy forces disintegrated entirely. The sheer magnitude of this overwhelming lethality rendered him momentarily speechless. A 6-tier strength. Could the assessment have been too conservative? He recalled the previous confrontation between the mutated Spider Emperor and the Decayed Knight. Had it not been for the Decayed Knight being a unique life form, entirely immune to any form of mental control, it would have been uncertain whether sheer martial prowess alone could have brought down the mutated Spider Emperor. Such special beings, endowed with extraordinary abilities, often prove to be the most formidable adversaries. "Senior, you have a nosebleed," Yi suddenly remarked, his gaze falling upon Su Yifun's nose. Su Yifun casually wiped it away. His fingertips stained crimson, yet he merely smiled nonchalantly. "It's nothing. I was too engrossed in observing the sonic attacks of the mutated Spider Emperor and forgot to take protective measures." Meanwhile, from the direction of the cafeteria, the voice of the mutated Verdant Ivy resounded once more. However, this time, its tone was markedly weaker, imbued with an almost imperceptible tremor. "Cough, cough." This esteemed mental controller, its voice faltered intermittently, as if part of its vitality had been drained. "Perhaps we could engage in a discussion?" Chapter 68. Completion of the first phase of the assault mission. Ah, how cowardly and submissive this creature is. As it chose to beg for mercy, Qin Feng could not help but sneer inwardly. However, what the Umbrella Corporation requires is not a fickle opportunist, but rather employees of unwavering loyalty. Qin Feng promptly instructed the Red Queen to issue commands to the mutated Spider Queen. Soon after, the mandibles of the Spider Queen trembled, evidently communicating through some unique biological electromagnetic waves with the mutated evergreen vine. Approximately half a minute later, a voice emerged from the evergreen vine, tinged with a reluctant concession. "All right, I am willing to offer my seeds." Amidst the puzzled gazes of the onlookers, the mutated Spider Queen made her way towards the cafeteria. "What is she going to do?" Yi inquired with a look of confusion. Su Yifun, observing the Spider Queen's silhouette, replied calmly, "She is going to negotiate, or rather, to eliminate the mutated creature within the cafeteria. The intelligence of such beings has clearly surpassed that of normal humans. Fortunately, it stands on our side, rather than as an adversary. Otherwise, it would pose a considerable threat to us." Upon hearing this, the others nodded in agreement. Just based on that ultrasonic attack moments ago, several individuals still felt unwell. Had their tactical team been engaged in direct confrontation, they would likely have faced total annihilation in an instant. At the entrance of the cafeteria, the mutated Spider Queen wielded her sharp appendages, scaling the walls and slipping through a crack at the top. This time, The typically territorial evergreen vine exhibited no response. Its spiky tendrils hung limply, as if tacitly permitting this invasion. The group held their breath, seizing the opportunity to inspect their weaponry. The recent purging operations had been remarkably smooth, causing them to nearly forget the brutality that lay beneath this apocalyptic wasteland. It was only after the brief skirmish with the evergreen vine that they felt the chilling fear of being dominated by mutated creatures. Had it not been for Qin Feng's keen intuition, sensing something amiss within the cafeteria and deliberately instructing the Spider Queen to return and stand by, it is likely that these tactical squads would have been ensnared by the encirclement of these green monstrosities, unable to escape. In that moment of silence, a sudden, heart-wrenching scream erupted from deep within the cafeteria. The piercing wail caused the surrounding soldiers to exchange bewildered glances, their faces etched with confusion. Only Qin Feng, standing before the surveillance screen, felt a sharp jolt of realization. He gazed intently at the real-time footage from within the cafeteria, a knowing smile curling at the corners of his mouth. How intriguing. It appears I have underestimated the intelligence of this Spider Queen. In the footage, the mutated evergreen vine writhed in agony, having just released a vibrant green seed that now rolled across the floor, emanating an eerie glow. The Spider Queen had completely shed her previous facade of composure, her 8 razor-sharp limbs viciously tearing at the roots of the evergreen vine, each strike landing with deadly precision. Viscous plant sap splattered everywhere. Most remarkably, the ethereal purple eyes of the spider monarch flickered with a captivating spiritual resonance. The once restive, robust vines now lay as if ensnared by an immobilizing spell, utterly still. Qin Feng began to comprehend why this anomalous vine, which had managed to survive until now, proved so compliant. It had succumbed to a form of mental contamination, unwittingly stepping into the spider monarch's intricate psychological snare. This was reminiscent of the earlier hunting expedition, when comrades inexplicably turned on one another, striking with no forewarning. Observing the spider monarch ravenously devouring the corporeal form of the anomalous vine, Qin Feng furrowed his brow, a flicker of perplexity crossing his gaze. What was it doing? Supplementing energy. Mental attacks deplete a significant amount of energy from the mutated spider monarch. It is replenishing its energy reserves through consumption. This anomalous vine harbors a wealth of biological energy, rendering it an exceptional source of sustenance. At that moment, a series of notifications echoed within Qin Feng's mind. Progress update on the extermination mission. Special life form. Anomalous vine. Exterminated. Rare mutated species. Giant armored behemoth. Exterminated. Phase 1 of the extermination mission completed. Authorization for biochemical troop expansion granted. Umbrella Corporation's subterranean level 10 unlocked. Cloning gene sequence database now accessible. Umbrella's exclusive clone trooper unit, USS. Unlocked current captain, Hank. Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. In the next instant, he heard the labored breaths from his clone. Phew, this creature is quite the challenge, it remarked playfully. It seems you've also dealt with a special entity on your end? Our synchronization is improving, Qin Feng 1. Meanwhile, over 100 kilometers away, amidst a cacophony of artillery, a clone stood atop the carcass of a colossal beast. The creature's size far exceeded that of the ordinary, its fallen form dwarfing the nearby giant armored beetle by more than tenfold, resembling a collapsed mound of flesh. The battlefield was a scene of utter devastation. 5 decayed knights no longer exhibited their previous composure. One had its armor completely shattered, reduced to a mass of brownish-gray material that writhed and reassembled on the ground. The other 4 knights bore varying degrees of damage. Gazing at the helicopter squadron engaged in aerial combat with a swarm of flying beasts, the clone frowned. This was indeed troublesome. Chaos reigned supreme. Just moments ago, shortly after emerging from the underground cavern, he had received urgent communication from headquarters. The entire mountain range had erupted into a frenzy of monstrous revolt. Moreover, the command center, situated several kilometers away, was similarly besieged by a relentless onslaught of aberrant creatures. Despite the formidable firepower of the armored main forces, subduing these beasts was hardly an issue. Yet, This sudden uprising had thoroughly disrupted the military's meticulously crafted strategic arrangements. The once methodical operational plan had now descended into disarray. Reflecting on these thoughts, the doppelganger exhaled a deep breath, releasing the tension in his stiff cervical vertebrae, and spoke gravely. "I cannot resolve the situation here in a timely manner." His gaze was solemn as he surveyed the distant throng of monstrous beasts. "I require the assistance of the mutated Spider Emperor. This uprising is likely orchestrated by that creature lurking beneath the earth. Is this chaos merely a consequence of my having slain one of its favored consorts?" Qin Feng nodded affirmatively. "No problem. I am wrapping things up on my end and will dispatch the mutated Spider Emperor to support you shortly." As he spoke, his fingers deftly navigated the console, bringing forth a fresh interface for the cultivation of bioorganisms. At that moment, the system revealed that the cap on controllable bioorganisms had surged beyond 1,000 units. More crucially, the previous constraints that had plagued him regarding the number of cultivated bioorganisms had vanished. This signified that as long as he fulfilled any of the Umbrella Corporation's target tasks, and provided there was an ample supply of biomass and sufficient cultivation time, he could continuously cultivate bioorganisms and expand his forces. Of course, what concerned Qin Feng the most was the building located 10 levels beneath the Umbrella Corporation, where the cloning gene sequence repository had been unlocked. Furthermore, the exclusive Umbrella unit, USS, had already awakened from its subterranean slumber. The personal data of the infamous Reaper, Hank, was now displayed before him. Chapter 69, Death God Hank, USS. Alpha Team Name, Hank, Codename, Death God. Authorization, Class A, Deputy Director of Biochemical Warfare Division. Affiliation, Umbrella Corporation Headquarters. Position, Captain of USS. Alpha Team. Abilities, Perfect Host of the T-Virus, Phase 5, Stable Form. Tactical Qualifications, B.O.W. Control Expert, T-Virus Specialized Operations, High-Risk Target Elimination. Death God Hank. A mysterious soldier deemed more fearsome than bioweapons by players has finally been unlocked. As an elite operative secretly cultivated by the Umbrella Corporation, he is renowned for his nearly flawless mission completion rate, albeit often at the cost of his teammates' lives. Nonetheless, his exceptional task execution capabilities and professional tactical acumen are undeniable. Qin Feng switched the surveillance footage to the real-time images from the cloning gene sequence repository. At this moment, Hank's U.S.S. Alpha Team had fully awakened. The hatches of 9 cryogenic pods slowly lifted, and amidst the rising mist, 9 imposing figures stood in formation like drawn blades. As the captain, Hank emerged, his veins coursing with the perfect T-Virus enhancement serum derived from the same source as Qin Feng, granting him formidable strength. The enhancements of Phase 5 allowed him to achieve a dynamic visual and neural reflex speed 20 times that of an ordinary person, enabling him to predict the trajectory of bullets in close-quarters combat. "Fall in," Hank's indifferent voice commanded. The 8 team members before him stood in perfect formation, each maintaining tactical silence. These super soldiers, enhanced to Phase 4, possessed individual combat capabilities that could rival those of the elite tyrants. Red Queen. Are those weapons they are equipped with their own? Qin Feng noticed several unfamiliar weapons stacked in a corner. These armaments were coated in a sleek matte black finish, prominently bearing the Umbrella logo. "Yes," Red Queen replied. This batch of weaponry was requisitioned from the Umbrella Corporation's intermediate armory. The serial number confirms it is exclusive to Alpha Team. Once everyone donned their gear and secured their weapons, the entire squad was invigorated. Each soldier's primary weapon was a Gauss rifle, a directional energy weapon independently developed by Umbrella, utilizing electromagnetic acceleration technology. It could propel metal projectiles to supersonic speeds over short distances, boasting exceptional penetration and lethality. Hank lifted a Gauss rifle with one hand, and the charging coil immediately illuminated with an ethereal blue glow. Suddenly, a crimson flash swept across the visor of his gas mask. The voice emanating from beneath the mask was chilling, as if forged in ice. "From this moment on, your lives, consciousness, and all derivative actions belong to the Umbrella Corporation. Your first directive." He paused momentarily, the red light on his visor deepening ominously, is to unconditionally obey the commands of the chief executive officer, even at the cost of death. Understood. The 8 individuals raised their heads and replied indifferently. Inside the dilapidated cafeteria, the mutated spider emperor lay sprawled in the center of the ruins, its 8 limbs covered in purple fuzz stretching out in satisfaction. It had just concluded a gluttonous feast. The remnants of the mutated vine had been devoured entirely, leaving only a few desiccated tendrils scattered on the ground like decaying blood vessels. Alas, it has not left me any experimental material. Witnessing this scene, Qin Feng let out a helpless sigh. B.O.W explained beside him, "Chief, you may have overlooked a crucial detail. The most valuable aspect of the mutated vine is not its main body, but rather the seeds scattered around it. Hong Ho has issued explicit orders to the Spider Emperor, prohibiting it from touching these seeds. Therefore, although the scene appears somewhat chaotic, the core research materials of the mutated vine are actually preserved intact." Qin Feng was taken aback by this revelation. His gaze shifted from the Spider Emperor to the scattered greenish seeds. His brow arched slightly, and a faint smile played at the corners of his mouth. "So that is how it is. It seems Hong Ho has indeed considered everything." Meanwhile, the fully armed tactical team cautiously stepped into the cafeteria. The team leader, as he crossed the threshold, stepped onto a severed skull. "Good grief," the young soldier, trailing behind, gasped in shock. The beam of the tactical flashlight swept across the area. It was a vast display of corpses. The skeletal remains of exotic beasts were piled high, with several human bodies that had not yet fully decayed embedded among them, and even the bones of colossal creatures. Gao Haodong crouched down, using his dagger to prod a phosphorescent bone. It seems this mutated vine is quite indiscriminate in its appetite. Standing up, Gao Haodong commanded, "Everyone, focus on collecting the seeds scattered on the ground, ensuring each one is sealed for preservation." He kicked aside a charred skeleton at his feet. "Once the collection is complete, use the flamethrower to thoroughly cleanse this cursed place. I do not wish for any remnants to regrow." At the back of the team, a soldier equipped with a flamethrower was fiddling with the ignition switch, grinning at the command. "Understood, sir." Suddenly, a new mission prompt came through the communicator. Gao Haodong glanced down, his brow furrowing beneath his mask. The originally scheduled task to clear the underground nest of the reporting hall, he paused momentarily. Was it reassigned to another Alpha squad? Confusion crossed his face. When had another Alpha tactical team been formed? Moreover, this new team's information indicated it reported directly to the chief executive officer. Even more astonishing was that this unfamiliar team comprised only 9 members, yet their combat effectiveness had been rated as S by Hong Ho. 9 individuals, he murmured softly, incredulity lacing his voice. It is worth noting, 3 tactical squads, each comprising 48 members, are equipped with the most advanced weaponry. Yet, despite such a luxurious assembly, the comprehensive rating provided by the Red Queen is a mere B-. This is reminiscent of the crisis brought forth by the anomalous IV. When the tactical terminal displayed that Scarlet S rating, an instinctive shudder ran through all the tactical personnel, a visceral response to the daunting disparity in strength. This is not a task that can be accomplished merely through courage and fearlessness. Now, this 9-member team has been deemed by the Red Queen as capable of addressing an S-class crisis. A flicker of disbelief crossed Gao Haodong's eyes. He understood all too well the significance of this rating. The Umbrella Corporation's tactical assessment system is founded on millions of tactical simulations and real combat scenarios, leaving no room for deception. Meanwhile, in another location, an armored transport vehicle is in motion. Inside the compartment, 9 fully armed soldiers sit in silent repose, resembling statues. Clad entirely in matte black combat attire, the lenses of their gas masks reflect a crimson hue, obscuring all expressions and leaving only a mechanical coldness. There is no conversation, no superfluous movements, and even their breathing is barely perceptible. They appear as 9 temporarily dormant machines of death, awaiting the command to awaken. On the floor of the compartment, 9 silver-gray weapon cases are meticulously arranged, their surfaces pulsating with a ghostly blue biometric fingerprint. Clearly embossed upon them is a red and white skull insignia. Chapter 70. The Perfect T-Virus, Super Biochemical Genetic Warriors within the conference hall at the entrance of the underground cavern. Yu cautiously extended the detector into the depths of the cave, his brow furrowing with concern. The energy readings were anomalous. This did not resemble a beast's lair, but rather the den of a night demon. Su Yifan narrowed his eyes, refraining from an immediate response. Moments ago, the mental link with the Hellhound that had infiltrated the cave had abruptly severed. Due to the oppressive darkness of the underground chamber, he could only discern fleeting shadows, swift as lightning, before the Hellhound was torn apart. The entire ordeal transpired in less than a second. It was indeed the lair of the night demon. Crouching down, Su Yifan gestured at the size of the cavern's entrance. The structure of this cave was peculiar. The passage was far too narrow for large combat units to maneuver. After a moment of contemplation, Yu suggested we could deploy the Hellhound to lead a pack of Hellhounds inside. Even a multitude of night demons would likely struggle to withstand their assault. No sooner had he spoken than a message pinged on Su Yifan's tactical terminal. He swiftly scanned the holographic display, a smirk creeping onto his lips. No need. The headquarters has dispatched a special operations team to address this underground lair. Which team? Yu inquired, retracting the detector, a look of confusion crossing his face. Not entirely certain, Su Yifan replied, fixating on the scrolling data on the terminal and shaking his head. I only know that the captain's name is Hank and the team comprises. Only 9 members? 9 members? Yu exclaimed incredulously, glancing back at the dark entrance before confirming the information on the terminal once more. Could 9 individuals truly penetrate such a perilous underground lair of night demons? What kind of team was this? Su Yifan closed the terminal. If headquarters has personally dispatched them, their capabilities are likely formidable. As you are aware, the Umbrella Corporation harbors numerous secrets we remain oblivious to. It is best to focus on our own tasks. Yu nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the truth in this statement. Consider the mutated Spider Queen, for instance. Although the research team had been involved throughout the project, the core biological modification techniques were entirely reliant upon the guidance of White. Even more astonishing was the fact that they had not only successfully retrieved this high-risk species from the abyss, but through gene recombination and neural restructuring, transformed it into a biological weapon that would unconditionally obey the Umbrella Corporation. This near resurrection and consciousness reformation in biotechnology was nothing short of revolutionary. Meanwhile, at the entrance of the high school campus, an armored transport vehicle halted by the roadside, its rear door slowly swinging open. Hank emerged first from the vehicle, gripping a gleaming silver weapon case in his left hand while his right held a Gauss rifle. Following closely behind were 8 similarly equipped soldiers, all clad in black combat uniforms and donning gas masks. Each stood over 9 meters tall, their physiques imposing. Throughout the entire sequence, not a sound escaped their lips. Even the sound of their footsteps was absorbed by specially designed boot soles, leaving only the faintest sounds of breathing beneath their masks. The existence of these humanoid weapons as manifestations of humanity can still be substantiated. Hank knelt with one knee on the ground, deftly unlocking a specially designed weapons crate. Contrary to expectations, the contents were not firearms, but rather 2 uniquely shaped short blades, each approximately 30 centimeters in length, with a sleek, aerodynamic design that emitted a faint, ethereal blue glow at the edges. Most striking were the 4 vials of potions arranged neatly alongside them. Within the red and blue liquids, several scorpion-like creatures were swiftly swimming about. Hank secured the 2 blades into the quick-draw sheath at his waist with a satisfying click. He then extracted the 4 vials from the crate slots and placed them one by one into the shock-proof compartments of a side bag. Attention! We are now synchronizing combat time, coordinate positioning, and vital signs data. His words were succinct, delivered with an icy demeanor. Once underground, we will lack the luxury of mutual support. Understood. After meticulously organizing their armaments, Hank led the 8 members into the briefing room. Yu and Su Yifan formally met the first U.S. Alpha team under the Umbrella Corporation's command. Yu stepped forward, extending a greeting. Hello. I am Yu from the Biological Research Department. It's a pleasure to meet you all, although we have not crossed paths before. Hank merely nodded slightly, responding with a detached while the 8 team members behind him remained utterly still. This unexpected indifference left Yu momentarily speechless. Just as he was about to retreat, his gaze inadvertently swept over Hank's name tag, causing his pupils to constrict sharply upon reading the information displayed. Name: Hank. Position: Deputy Director of the Biochemical Warfare Department. Authorization: Level: Deputy Director of the Biochemical Warfare Department. Yu instinctively gasped, his voice betraying a tremor. He abruptly turned to Su Yifan beside him, only to find a similar expression of astonishment mirrored on his face. Level A authorization. This implied that the taciturn man before them was indeed on par with Supervisor Qin, a high-ranking figure within the Umbrella Corporation. Hank did not cast another glance at the two. He raised his hand to signal a tactical gesture. Yu instinctively wanted to caution them about the mutated entities lurking within the nest. However, in the next moment, Hank had already leaped into the cave with a decisive grace, devoid of hesitation. The other team members followed suit without a moment's pause, one after another vanishing into the cavern's mouth. Within the subterranean caves, darkness enveloped everything, rendering visibility non-existent. Advance. Hank's voice resonated through the tactical headsets, deep and composed. Just as the 9 descended to the 3rd level of the cavern, the first roar shattered the profound silence. In the blink of an eye, a shadow lunged at them with unimaginable speed. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Hank's reaction was astonishingly swift. The Gauss rifle in his hands seemed to come alive. Amid the shrieking sound of kinetic bullets tearing through the air, the shadow erupted mid-flight into countless shards of flesh and blood. And this was merely the beginning. The ensuing journey transformed into a bloody corridor of death. From the corner, the mutated night demons surged forth, emerging from above their heads and even from the very soil beneath their feet. These grotesque creatures had evidently undergone some unknown mutation. Their claws elongated and their musculature more developed than that of ordinary night demons. Yet this fearsome assembly, with claws as sharp as blades, now fell like livestock awaiting slaughter under the precise and merciless firepower of Alpha Team. At that moment, one mutated night demon suddenly erupted from the ground, its decayed claws aiming directly for Hank's ankle. Hank's gaze remained unperturbed. His right hand maintained a steady rhythm with the Gauss rifle, bullets piercing accurately through the foreheads of 3 night demons ahead. Simultaneously, his left fist descended like a hammer. With a sickening thud, the moment his fist connected with the demon's grotesque skull, it shattered like a ripe watermelon, the viscous brain matter mingling with black blood, radiating across the rocky wall. Hank withdrew his left fist and continued to fire, the entire motion fluid and effortless, as if he were merely brushing off a speck of dust from his attire. In the next instant, the tactical terminal on Hank's wrist displayed an erratic surge in energy readings, indicating the presence of a formidable foe ahead. Nevertheless, Hank's expression remained unchanged. He simply raised his hand to signal a tactical gesture and advanced onward. Chapter 71. Alpha Team, slaughtering the mutant night demons under the relentless barrage of fire. Hank led Alpha Team to successfully breach the blockade of the night demons, ultimately arriving at their designated location, a labyrinthine network of subterranean drainage systems. This vast underground conduit lay adjacent to a school, long abandoned, with the damp air permeated by a putrid stench. The moment they stepped into this forsaken area, chaos erupted. Murky sewage suddenly exploded forth, and dozens of night demons surged from the depths like phantoms, evidently having lain in wait for this lethal strike. Exterminate. Hank's voice was as frigid as ice, his finger already squeezing the trigger. The sharp, piercing sound of the electromagnetic acceleration from the Gauss rifle sliced through the air, as the projectiles rent the atmosphere, obliterating the foremost night demon into a mist of blood. Yet, these mutant night demons proved to be more cunning than anticipated. They had learned from the preceding carnage, no longer charging blindly, but rather executing their assault with near-tactical precision. Several large mutant night demons specifically targeted the firearms in the team's hands, colliding violently with their bodies. Their tactics were astonishingly accurate, not bites nor scratches, but pure brute force aimed at disarming the weapons. Amidst the dull thuds, Gauss rifles flew from the hands of several members, skimming directly into the tainted water. The firepower suppression crumbled instantaneously. In the eerie green glow of the night demon's eyes, a cruel excitement flickered, as if proclaiming, "Now, you are unarmed. What will you do?" However, they had gravely miscalculated. Hank remained silent, swiftly drawing two specially crafted short blades from his tactical belt. The moment the blades were unsheathed, ethereal blue energy patterns ignited. With a swift motion, the first night demon was cleaved in two as if butter under a hot knife. Alarmingly, the wounds inflicted by the energy blades began to widen, the blue light spreading and corroding the flesh as if it were a living entity. This was the plasma oscillation blade, independently developed by Umbrella, capable of not only inflicting physical cuts, but also of continuously dismantling cellular structures through high-frequency oscillation. The air filled with the sickening sounds of flesh being rent apart. Hank pivoted, crossing his blades in a devastating arc, eviscerating 3 night demons simultaneously. 30 seconds. That was the duration of the entire engagement. When the last night demon's head rolled to the ground, the entire sewer fell into an eerie silence. Hank raised his hand to wipe the splattered blood from his gas mask and smoothly sheathed his blades, retrieving his equipment to advance further. His voice was chillingly calm, as if the preceding slaughter had merely been a routine task. The 8 members of Alpha Team silently reclaimed their Gauss rifles, their movements brisk and decisive. There were no cheers, no labored breaths, not even a change in their respiratory rhythm. In this confined underground space, they resembled finely tuned machines of death. Heavy weaponry rendered ineffective, no support available. It mattered not. Close quarters combat aligns perfectly with their intentions. Just as they finished counting their dwindling ammunition and prepared to advance once more, a sudden commotion erupted deep within the lair of the night demons. Hank cast his gaze upon the tactical terminal, which indicated that the troublesome creature was not far ahead. His finger brushed across the data panel, revealing that within less than an hour of entering the night demon underground lair, they had already slaughtered over 600 of these fiends. Were it not for the constraints of their surroundings, the Royal Guard Tyrant might indeed have been overwhelmed by this horde of night demons. In the operations laboratory, Qin Feng rested his chin on one hand, silently observing the battlefield scenes transmitted in real time across the 9 split screens before him. It was simply perfect. A flicker of admiration shone in Qin Feng's eyes as he let out a series of praises. The operations of this Alpha Team transcended mere tactical execution. They were an almost artistic rendition of violent aesthetics, precise, ruthless, and impeccable. Contemplating this, Qin Feng curiously inquired, Red Queen, if this Alpha Team were to face a decayed knight, which side would emerge victorious? Current data insufficient for accurate simulation, based on existing equipment analysis. The Alpha Team would struggle to defeat a decayed knight in conventional combat. Note, if equipped with targeted weaponry exploiting its weaknesses, the probability of victory would significantly increase, with a slight chance of killing the decayed knight. Qin Feng nodded thoughtfully. In truth, within the conflict between humanity and mutated creatures, the traditional hierarchical classification system often appears overly idealistic. The actual combat prowess of gene-enhanced individuals frequently reveals a stark disparity compared to their mutated counterparts of the same tier. This chasm usually necessitates the assistance of external forces to bridge it. Take the Alpha Team as an example. Captain Hank is a level 5 T-virus super bioweapon, while all 8 team members are level 4. According to conventional theory, such a configuration would be utterly incapable of confronting a level 6 or even level 7 decayed knight. However, when armed with specialized weapons that exploit the creature's vulnerabilities, combined with their well-honed tactical cooperation, achieving a victory against a higher tier becomes conceivable. This understanding has long been grasped by military forces across the Huaxia Federation. They comprehend that the pace of human gene enhancement will never keep up with the brutal evolution of mutated beings. This hard-earned lesson has led the military to shift its strategic focus entirely towards the development of technological weaponry in recent years. Faced with the objective reality of the limitations of flesh and blood, Technological armament emerges as the most effective means to compensate for humanity's inherent disadvantages. This principle equally applies to the Umbrella Corporation. Despite the corporation currently presenting its bioweapon troops as its visible main force, this is merely due to their core research permissions being yet to be unlocked. In fact, the true trump card of the Umbrella Corporation lies in its almost epic-defining technological weaponry. As for biological weapons, they are merely their cleanup squad, employed to handle the unsavory tasks that the official entities cannot address directly. Meanwhile, on the other side, Hank has led his team of 8 members through numerous obstacles, arriving at the heart of the underground lair. It must be said that these mutated night demons have perfectly inherited the traits of their rodent ancestors, relishing in constructing labyrinthine nests within the dark, damp depths. As the group stepped into the expansive lair before them, swarms of mutated night demons suddenly surged from all directions, their piercing howls echoing within the confined cavern. A flash of red light flickered across the goggles of the gas masks, and all members of Alpha Squad instantly fell into combat mode. Despite their dwindling ammunition, not a single member faltered. With blades drawn, this silent Reaper squad charged headlong into the oncoming tide of night demons. Meanwhile, in the depths of the lair, beneath the shrouded shadows, several massive, giant night demons slowly revealed their forms. Their crimson pupils glimmered like a blood moon, fixating intently on the uninvited intruders. They could scarcely fathom that humans would dare to penetrate so deeply into their domain, not in flight, but in pursuit of the hunt. Chapter 72, T-Virus Enhancement Serum. Death God Hank, as the leader-like monsters lurked in the shadows. Observing the Alpha team, Hank continued to slaughter the night demons beside him. Beneath his gas mask, his indifferent gaze scrutinized these creatures in the distance. Crushing the skull of a night demon in his grip, he retrieved a tube of ethereal blue serum from his waist pouch. In a swift motion, he plunged the needle into his neck, injecting the concoction along with the minute scorpion-like organisms into his body. In the next instant, Hank inhaled sharply, his body momentarily stiffening. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, several night demons lunged at him but were seamlessly dispatched by his 2 teammates. Almost instantly, Hank regained his composure. At that moment, the vital signs data on his tactical terminal indicated a dramatic spike in his heart rate from 80 to 180, while his blood pressure soared to unprecedented levels. Correspondingly, his combat power index surged at an astonishing pace, breaking through thresholds. Huffing out a breath, Hank gripped his dual blades, his gaze fixed intently on the monstrous figures ahead. With a powerful push of his knees, the ground cracked beneath him as he shot forth like a cannonball, targeting the menacing beasts nearby. Behind him, 8 teammates synchronously fanned out in a formation. A glint of cold light flashed as they wielded their blades, effectively isolating the relentless waves of mutated night demons from the grotesque monsters. T-Virus Enhancement Serum. In the operations laboratory, Qin Feng observed the ethereal blue vial in Hank's hand, murmuring softly. This specially crafted blue serum was an extreme amplifier developed by the Umbrella Corporation for elite operatives. It could temporarily unleash the latent potential of the human body to its theoretical limits, serving as a formidable tool in dire situations. However, given Hank's original Tier 5 strength, he should have been capable of vanquishing those monsters without such external aid. Yet, he still opted for the injection, clearly for the perfectionist Hank. The mission rating was of paramount importance. Qin Feng accessed the mission assessment interface, watching the 3 metrics of the extermination task refresh in real time. Mission duration, 47 minutes, 42 seconds. Threat level, mission difficulty, fluctuating. Vital signs, all personnel in the green. The Umbrella mission rating system encompassed completion time, threat level, and casualty figures. If all proceeded as expected, those creatures lurking deep within their lair should not withstand more than 10 minutes against Hank, now augmented by the T-Virus serum. In the next moment, as predicted by Qin Feng, Hank executed a charged flying kick, shattering the arm of one monster that had just extended towards him. Following this, he swiftly drew a Gauss rifle from behind, leveraging his downward momentum to pull the trigger. unleashing a barrage of specially designed armor-piercing rounds at the creature's eye. A series of electromagnetic bullets tore through the air with a resounding bang. Each projectile pierced precisely through the holes left by its predecessor. The monster's crimson, multifaceted eyes first cracked and then erupted in a viscous spray. As Hank's feet reconnected with the ground, a dull thud reverberated behind him as the towering night demon, standing over 4 meters tall, collapsed with a thunderous crash. From the shattered eye socket to the back of its skull, a perfectly circular hole, edged with signs of molten burning from the electromagnetic projectile, was starkly evident. Within the combat laboratory, as Qin Feng gazed at the holographic screen displaying the real-time battle footage, he could not help but exclaim in his heart, "Truly, the Grim Reaper Hank." Even with the complete combat memories of the U.S.S. Alpha team implanted in his brain, witnessing Hank's fluid tactical maneuvers firsthand felt surreal. In the footage, Hank's figure moved like a wraith, seamlessly dodging the monster's claws by mere inches. Each bullet he fired followed the most lethal trajectory, precisely targeting the weaknesses of these beasts. The rhythm of his merciless slaughter exuded an eerie beauty that captivated Qin Feng. Meanwhile, the 8 team members exhibited astonishing combat prowess, wielding dual plasma shock blades as they navigated through the throng of night demons as if traversing an uninhabited realm. With each flash of their blades, a night demon fell in response. The night demon nest, once a source of considerable trouble for the military, was now crumbling at a visibly rapid pace under the onslaught of the Alpha team. In a fleeting 5 minutes, Hank executed a splendid spinning strike, his blade carving a silver arc that accurately severed the throat of the last giant night demon. As he landed gracefully, the colossal creature collapsed with a resounding crash, sending a spray of purple blood into the air. Simultaneously, the distant battle neared its conclusion. The 8 team members, arranged in a tactical formation, were completely drenched in the purple liquid, surrounded by hundreds of fallen night demon corpses, some still twitching in their death throes. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from the underground pipeline. A few night demons, having cautiously peered out, witnessed the massacre of their comrades, and a rare glimmer of fear flashed in their crimson eyes. Without a moment's hesitation, they retreated into the depths of the pipeline, scrambling away in a frenzied escape. Underground Nest Purge Operation Report. Mission status. Preliminary cleansing completed. Calculating. Operation duration. 58 minutes 46 seconds. Threat assessment update. The risk level of this area has dropped from A to D. Causalities report. None. All team members are within green vital sign thresholds. Mission rating. S-. Observing the final rating, Hank furrowed his brow, a rare expression of concern crossing his face. He then lifted his gaze, listening to the rustling sounds from within the underground pipeline, and quietly commanded, "Eliminate them all." Understood. The remaining 8 individuals merely responded with a single word before parting ways and entering the various underground passages. Meanwhile, in the reporting hall, the tactical terminal at the entrance of the subterranean cave suddenly illuminated with a mission prompt, causing Yu to sit up straight in astonishment. He stared incredulously at the screen. Was he imagining things? Rubbing his eyes, he looked again. In the next moment, his voice shifted in tone. The extermination mission. It's already complete? Beside him, Su Yifan paused, his actions stilled, a peculiar expression crossing his face. As a former researcher at the refuge, no one understood the formidable nature of the night demon lair better than he did. The creatures lurking underground not only possessed astonishing reproductive capabilities, but had also evolved terrifying adaptability through numerous purging attempts. Consequently, the military across various regions had invested considerable resources into extermination efforts. From neurotoxic gas to incendiary bombs, from thermobaric weapons to underground explosives, all manner of specialized armaments had been deployed in succession. Yet, the results were disheartening. The toxins gave rise to even more resilient variants, while the flames forged heat-resistant subspecies. Even the shock waves from the underground bombs could only momentarily halt their spread. Each failed extermination only served to strengthen these monsters. And now, 9 individuals. Su Yifan murmured softly. A mere squad of 9 had managed to cleanse the night demon lair in less than an hour? Perhaps it was time he reassessed the true prowess of the newly emerged U.S. Alpha team from the Umbrella Corporation, as well as the enigmatic figure known as Death Hank. Chapter 73. The first signal relay station of Umbrella. Approximately 10 minutes later, 8 team members returned one after another, each carrying the lifeless body of a mutated night demon. Hank raised his wrist to glance at the tactical terminal, nodding in satisfaction. On the screen, the threat level, initially marked as class, was swiftly declining, ultimately stabilizing at a low-risk green indicator. The area had been secured. Hank's voice echoed through his mask. Concurrently, the task evaluation panel reflected a rise in rating from the initial A- to a conspicuous A. This elevation in rating was not without merit. Although only a handful of solitary night demons had been eradicated, the reduction in threat level signified that the entire block had regained its safety. In broad terms, should any survivors have been hiding in the vicinity, they could now emerge from their shelters without the dread of these bloodthirsty creatures breaching their refuge in the dead of night. Meanwhile, in the operations lab, Qin Feng successfully received the unlocking of the Umbrella's underground buffer passage in that area. The first Umbrella relay station had been preliminarily established, situated beneath the cafeteria area, precisely beneath the mutated Ivy's core. Signal connection in progress. Please hold on. A cold electronic female voice emanated from below. The tactical team, engaged in cleaning the battlefield, paused in astonishment, turning their gazes toward the source of the sound. The ground began to tremble, and long-settled dust cascaded from the ceiling. Retreat. All personnel, stay alert. Hellhound barked, sensing the sudden disturbance. In the next moment, the floor at the center of the cafeteria abruptly cracked open, revealing a gleaming alloy hatch. Following this, a silver cylindrical device, emblazoned with the Umbrella logo, slowly ascended, resembling a signal relay tower. What is this? Hellhound stared, astonished. He had not anticipated the presence of Umbrella facilities in this location, seemingly buried underground for ages. When the device fully emerged, the transmission antenna at its apex suddenly unfolded with a resounding snap, piercing through the ceiling and extending outward. Simultaneously, a faint apparition of a little girl clad in a white dress appeared before everyone. It was White Queen. She wore a smile. System notification. All tactical team members have completed the construction task of this signal relay station. Rewards have been promptly dispensed to each member's tactical terminal. Please confirm at your earliest convenience. Eagerly, Hellhound accessed the terminal interface. Upon viewing the promotion information, a surge of joy filled his heart. His employee rank had finally ascended from official employee E-class to Umbrella D-class. Although it may seem like a mere single-tier difference, the disparity between the two was monumental, encompassing benefits, genetic enhancement serums, and weaponry. He had even learned from Red Queen that promotion to C-class would grant him personal aerial strike support on his tactical terminal. This revelation left him utterly astounded. A mere C-level employee within the Umbrella Corporation wielded such considerable power. Of course, if Qin Feng were to hear this statement, he could only shake his head and smile wryly. The art of grandiloquence displayed by Hong Ho was, in fact, more adept than that of the helmsperson himself. At present, the Umbrella Corporation had yet to lay eyes on even the shadow of an armed helicopter, let alone any aerial strike support. Nevertheless, regarding the designation of employee authority, Hong Ho was unequivocally accurate. Take Hank, for instance. This individual, adorned with A-level authority as the Deputy Director of the Biochemical Warfare Department, commanded a level of power that could instill fear in the hearts of ordinary individuals. He had the liberty to requisition any weaponry under the Umbrella Corporation's aegis and to command biochemical troops at will. Furthermore, he wielded an invisible sword of Damocles. This meant that should there be any insurrection within the Umbrella Corporation's subbases or any treachery among the higher echelons, Hank could act unilaterally, bypassing the need for consultation. He was empowered to initiate purification protocols, which could lead to the indiscriminate slaughter of the entire management or, in the gravest scenarios, erase the entire subbase from existence. Such is the terrifying nature of A-level authority. Occupying a high position, one holds the power of life and death. The Umbrella Corporation demands unwavering loyalty from its employees, intolerant of any form of betrayal. The corporation's advanced artificial intelligence security systems, Hongho and B.O.W, employ sophisticated neural scanning technologies. Upon detecting any potential inclination towards treachery, the intelligent security system would promptly activate emergency protocols, executing the highest level of security clearance procedures. This meticulous surveillance mechanism ensures that corporate secrets and core interests remain impervious to any internal threats. Meanwhile, Qin Feng swiftly commenced his operations. He directly requisitioned a fleet of heavy machinery and specialized vehicles from the Umbrella Corporation's headquarters to proceed to the location of the signal relay station. Although this abandoned campus retained intact signal relay facilities, transforming it into a fully supportive forward operating base for the Umbrella's forces would necessitate extensive renovations and upgrades. From the construction of defensive fortifications to the establishment of logistical support systems, each endeavor required meticulous planning, all of which would demand considerable time. On another front, Hank, leading the Alpha team, entered the cafeteria alongside Yu. The personnel engaged in tidying up the battlefield lifted their heads, their gazes imbued with curiosity and a hint of scrutiny. "Is this the team dispatched from headquarters?" murmured a young team member under his breath. Gao Haodong noticed the Alpha insignia on their chests, furrowing his brow as he retrieved his tactical terminal. Odd. Weren't they supposed to before he could finish his thought? The task status bar on the terminal screen suddenly refreshed, prominently displaying the completed red high-risk mission in 3 striking green letters. Gao Haodong's pupils constricted sharply. "Hello, I am Xiang Hui, the team leader of Alpha Tactical Group." Xiang Hui stepped forward, extending a greeting to the unfamiliar colleague. Yet, Hank merely tilted his head slightly. The air solidified for 2 seconds before he managed to squeeze out a brief syllable from his throat. Subsequently, he strode past the crowd, leading his team members toward the entrance of the underground buffer corridor. Just moments ago, Hank had accepted several A-level threat missions on the tactical terminal, even taking on some B-level tasks. Presently, they were preparing to return to headquarters to replenish their weaponry and ammunition. Although their first operation had been completed successfully, it was their inaugural battle since awakening, and it had been somewhat hasty, leaving them less acquainted with the monsters of this world. Thus, Hank felt somewhat dissatisfied with the efficiency of this extermination mission. He intended to review detailed information about the creatures in this realm and equip some targeted weaponry. As Hank and his team vanished into the depths of the corridor, the onlookers momentarily stood frozen in place. "Isn't he a bit too aloof?" someone murmured softly. Beside them, Yu shook his head in resignation. "Please don't take offense. Minister Hank's demeanor is rather cold." "Minister?" Gao Haodong looked perplexed. "This Hank is the head of the biochemical combat department under Umbrella," Yu whispered, "and he holds A-level clearance. Just now, they completely eradicated the night demon nest beneath the report hall, and it took them less than an hour with a team of 9. This statement struck like a thunderbolt, causing everyone to involuntarily gasp in astonishment. So powerful. Meanwhile, at the coastal base's expeditionary force camp, Qin Feng commanded the Decayed Knights to head to the steel graveyard for energy replenishment before making his way to the temporary command center alone. At this moment, the command center was in complete disarray. "Chief of Staff, we must order a retreat. My 3rd Armored Division has already lost nearly 20% of its combat strength. If we continue like this, the entire mechanized corps will perish in this cursed place." "Retreat? Do you think that if we withdraw now, our brothers on the other side of the blockade will be fine? Are we to abandon them outright? Now is not the time for rash decisions. Sacrificing the small for the greater good is the correct course of action." Upon hearing these words, Qin Feng stepped inside, instantly drawing the gaze of numerous eyes. Halting their quarrels, Mr. Qin, an officer, approached, his tone somewhat melancholic. "We appreciate your assistance in slaying a mother worm during this extermination operation. Rest assured, we will compensate you as usual, so you need not worry." Despite the reassurances, the officer sighed deeply. While eliminating a mother worm held some significance, it clearly did not alleviate the military's pressing crisis. Even with their vast armored forces, they found themselves powerless to tackle the troubles posed by the swarm of worms. Noticing their solemn expressions, Qin Feng spoke in a measured tone, "Perhaps I have another solution." Chapter 74. The second purge operation upon hearing the words of Qin Feng. Those present were momentarily taken aback. The officer standing by the command table was the first to regain his composure. He swiftly approached and inquired, "Mr. Qin, are you suggesting that there is a solution?" Qin Feng did not hold back, moving to the command table and gazing at the military sand table. He spoke, "There's indeed a plan, but it requires the full cooperation of the military. I recommend we immediately organize a second purge operation, maintaining the same operational standards as this one, particularly concerning the assault teams penetrating the underground regions. The equipment and personnel configuration must remain intact." In his mind, Qin Feng had already devised a meticulous strategy for this specialized operation. First and foremost, he intended to dispatch Hellhounds for subterranean reconnaissance while simultaneously executing a decoy tactic. To ensure the operation's stealth, it was imperative to avoid alerting the swarm. For this reason, collaboration with the military's purge units was essential. Even if this entailed incurring certain casualties, it was an unavoidable cost. Secondly, through reconnaissance, Qin Feng had discovered that the swarm entrenched in the mountains was alarmingly vast. Even if 5 decaying knights were deployed simultaneously for the purge, confronting such a massive quantity would be time-consuming. Therefore, after accurately pinpointing the coordinates of the Insect King, Qin Feng planned to implement a decapitation strike. He intended for the 5 decaying knights to carry tactical, small nuclear devices into the target area to deliver a devastating blow to the Insect Command Center. Although this plan bore significant risk, it undeniably represented the optimal choice for neutralizing the threat posed by the swarm. At that moment, Cheng Shai strode in from outside the command center. His dark expression revealed the considerable trouble the military had faced due to the sudden uprising of the swarm. Upon raising his eyes to meet Qin Feng's, a complex look flickered in his gaze. Taking a deep breath, Cheng Shai stated, "Mr. Qin, the General Staff has issued a retreat order. This time we shall not trouble you further." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng stepped forward, sharing his thoughts with him. However, when mentioning the method of obtaining the Insect King's coordinates, he skillfully omitted any reference to the mutated Spider Queen, only subtly indicating the existence of a special intelligence channel. After all, the mutated Spider Queen was a taboo creature resurrected by the Umbrella Corporation. Such a terrifying entity capable of mental domination should remain concealed from the military's purview. Sighing, Cheng Shai's expression shifted, and he seemed to reconsider. His tone grew resolute. "Very well. We shall proceed according to your method, Mr. Qin. If we retreat now, like a headless chicken, how will our armored divisions maintain their dignity on the battlefield against the beasts in the future?" With that, in his capacity as the commander of the expeditionary force, conferred upon Qin Feng the special authority to deploy the purge units. At this, everyone present held their breath, captivated by the unfolding developments. Even the officers who had previously proposed a voluntary retreat found themselves unconsciously clenching their fists, a flicker of uncontainable trepidation flashing in their eyes. In this current predicament, retreat would entail relinquishing the coastal base, rendering all the bloodshed and sacrifices made thus far utterly futile. Should Qin Feng's plan prove effective, it would be a monumental achievement for the entire expeditionary force, even for Shelter 72. The timing for the second extermination operation was set for noon on the third day, coinciding with the period when the worm's swarm lay dormant. The combat units maintained an identical configuration to the previous engagement, with aerial support meticulously replicated. Qin Feng stood atop a mountain, his gaze sweeping the surroundings. If everything proceeded without incident, the worm king below, perceiving the same deployment as before, would likely lower its guard, providing Qin Feng with an opportunity. Qin Feng exhaled a slow breath, a sense of urgency gripping him. Failure this time would leave him with no alternatives. For him, assisting Shelter 72 was merely a means to an end. His true intention lay in not only exterminating the worm swarm to fulfill the Umbrella Corporation's mandate, but also in acquiring the unique mutated genes of the Worm King. This invaluable genetic sample could significantly enhance the quality of the bioweapons under Umbrella's command. In the afternoon, as the last worm burrowed into its subterranean lair to enter a state of dormancy, the second extermination operation officially commenced. According to the operational plan, Fully armed extermination squads sequentially entered the dim underground nest. However, unlike previous missions, approximately 10 minutes after their departure, a pack of Hellhounds also descended into the lair. These Hellhounds, genetically modified, bore an outward resemblance to ordinary Hellhounds, yet harbored segments of parasitic dominator genes and enhanced T-virus within their systems, leading to fundamental changes in their cellular structure. When these Hellhounds perished in battle, the marked cellular tissues within them would adhere like miniature beacons to the worms that consumed them. Moreover, these unique cellular structures exhibited remarkable resistance to digestion, remaining intact even in gastric acid, thus providing Qin Feng with precise real-time location data. "Let us hope nothing goes awry this time," Qin Feng murmured, turning his gaze forward. Before him stood not only 5 decayed knights bearing strategic small nuclear warheads, but also the mutated Spider Queen and 4 parasitic dominators. The mutated Spider Queen caressed its scythe-like forelimbs, emitting a low hiss, its 3 pairs of purple compound eyes scrutinizing Qin Feng and the 5 decayed knights. Evidently, its memory retained the details of its former demise. It was astonishing that once a prey, it had now become an ally in battle. A wry smile curled at the corners of Qin Feng's lips as he fearlessly met the mesmerizing gaze of the mutated Spider Queen. Those eyes, capable of driving an ordinary person to the brink of madness, appeared as mere trifles before him, whether it was for the decaying knight or for himself. This terrifying psychological pollution was essentially immune. At that moment, the communicator near Qin Feng buzzed to life. "Mr. Qin, the extermination squad has fully entered the underground lair. Please provide instructions." As the commander of this operation, each of his decisions bore the weight of life and death for hundreds of soldiers. Should he choose to achieve his objectives by any means necessary, he could even instruct the extermination squad to create a greater commotion, convincing the mother worms and the Worm King that this extermination effort was merely a futile struggle by the military. However, the cost would be substantial. The extermination squad, delving deep underground, would face significant casualties. Qin Feng had no intention of pursuing such a course of action. He wished for the military structure of the 72 shelters to remain intact. After a moment of contemplation, Qin Feng solemnly commanded, "Maintain the established operational tempo. The rest is of no concern to you. Remember, do not be frugal with the special explosives allocated for this mission. Deploy them liberally in areas densely populated by the worms. If the special explosives run out, resupply immediately. Do you understand? Additionally, inform everyone not to engage in a desperate struggle over a single mother worm. Our objective is not its extermination." The communicator on the other end promptly responded, "Understood." With this, Qin Feng sat upon a rock, awaiting favorable news. There was no rush for this extermination operation. To ensure the accuracy of the coordinates for those mother worms, a sufficient number of Hellhounds must be sacrificed. Time gradually slipped away. It was not until dusk that the parasitic dominator and the mutated Spider Queen beside him signaled simultaneously. Clearly, the plan seemed to be unfolding successfully. Qin Feng rose with agility, waved his hand, and declared, "Let us give these creatures a grand surprise." Chapter 75, Titan Behemoth, Strategic Miniature Nuclear Bombs. As a tactical modification of nuclear weaponry, these devices possess formidable power. Even when confronted with powerful, mutated creatures, they ensure a lethal strike within a 10-meter radius. At this moment, Qin Feng stood surrounded by 5 decayed knights, each bearing one of these strategic miniature nuclear warheads, seemingly aware of their designated targets as they surged deeper into the earth. The swarming worms that attacked them were repelled by the knights wielding the nuclear warheads. To an ordinary person, witnessing such a horrifying spectacle would likely cause an adrenaline surge. After all, using nuclear warheads as close combat weapons could lead to mutual destruction in the event of an explosion. However, Qin Feng remained unfazed. These warheads were specially developed by the military to combat giant mutated creatures, and their outer alloy was far more resilient than one might imagine. Moreover, the decayed knights possessed the ability to manipulate metals, allowing them to precisely control the unstable energy within the warheads. This meant that as long as Qin Feng issued the command to detonate, the warheads in the knight's hands could be ignited instantly, without the need for an activation sequence. The scene around them was hurled backward as Qin Feng stood on the shoulder of a decayed knight, his gaze composed. The knights had a significant drawback that he had yet to resolve. To control their actions, he must be in close proximity. Beyond a certain distance, the knights would go out of control. Otherwise, he would not be accompanying them, armed with nuclear warheads, deeper into the subterranean lair. Are you truly willing to sacrifice this body to eradicate those motherworms and the Worm King? At that moment, the voice of his original self echoed in his mind. Upon hearing this, Qin Feng slightly curled his lips in a smirk. His eyes were fixed on the surging tide of worms. His tone as casual as if discussing an inconsequential game. Sacrifice? Qin Feng 1, don't speak so tragically. This body is merely a clone. If it perishes, so be it. He chuckled softly, raising his hand to lightly tap his temple, his tone nonchalant. As long as you can retrieve my black box memory chip afterward, I can still live on. Therefore, Qin Feng's voice carried a near arrogant ease. This is not a march to death. It can merely be considered a brief disconnection. His original self remained silent for a long while before finally releasing a heavy sigh. Very well, do as you wish. In 5 days, I will ensure your genetic sequence is reloaded into the clone's genetic repository. Take care. As for why the retrieval would occur 5 days later, there was a deeper significance. When the 5 nuclear bombs detonate simultaneously underground, Qin Feng's physical form would undoubtedly be reduced to ashes. At that time, the 5 decayed knights under his command would break free from their constraints. These special life forms, having absorbed the energy from the nuclear explosion, would gain a terrifying enhancement in combat prowess, transforming into true killing machines. Thus, the term Qin Feng signifies a strategic maneuver, allowing the uncontrollable decaying knight to harness its chaotic state to sweep through the entire underground lair. Once the swarm of worms has been annihilated and energy levels stabilize, the main body will dispatch a recovery team to retrieve the memory chip contained within the black box. In this manner, the mission can be completed effectively while maximizing benefits. As for concerns regarding the safety of the black box amidst a nuclear explosion, there is no cause for alarm. At the very moment the nuclear warhead is detonated, Qin Feng will concentrate all mental energy into a singular point, constructing an indomitable mental barrier that envelopes the black box entirely. Thus, even if Qin Feng's corporeal form endures the most intense shock at the epicenter of the explosion, the black box will remain entirely unharmed. This has already been meticulously analyzed and simulated by Ho's team through data. At that instant, Qin Feng keenly detected numerous signaling cells within the scattered remains of Hellhounds ahead. Although these signals were dispersed, there was no doubt that the lair of the mother worms lay concealed beneath this area. Suddenly, Qin Feng raised his head and surveyed his surroundings, realizing the anomalies that had gone unnoticed during his communication with the main consciousness. The terrain of this area did not correspond to any location in his memory. Even more bizarrely, the seemingly ordinary brownish-gray rocks on the surrounding walls were rhythmically pulsating, akin to the breathing of a living organ. In that moment, the passageway he had just traversed silently sealed itself behind him, the rock walls merging seamlessly as if no route had ever existed. Qin Feng felt his pupils constrict sharply. Could the rocks actually open and close like living creatures? An absurd yet plausible hypothesis exploded in his mind. This was no underground lair at all. It was evidently the digestive cavity of some colossal entity. Reflecting on the initial encirclement operation, he realized such peculiar circumstances had never arisen before. Qin Feng's gaze sharpened slightly, as it became evident that he had inadvertently ventured inside the body of this titan. Now he understood why neither the military nor himself had been able to locate the mother worms despite extensive searches underground. Clearly, they had taken refuge in a location he had not anticipated. Even the lone mother worm, which had been slain by its kin, had encountered an unexpected situation by being discovered by the Hellhound pack. Without further hesitation, Qin Feng commanded the decaying knights to accelerate towards the regions marked by the signaling cells. As they delved deeper, the seemingly rock-like flesh walls began to writhe violently, The once open cavity contracted rapidly, akin to a startled clam, while the viscous organ membranes adhered to one another, producing a disconcerting squelching sound. Evidently, the owner of this massive body had sensed the unwelcome intrusion. In an earnest attempt to obstruct Qin Feng and the 5 decaying knights from further descending, he surged forward. Qin Feng's gaze was as sharp as a blade. Ahead, the undulating passage was rapidly constricting. He promptly issued a command, and the decaying knights responded by hurling 2 massive gray swords. Clang! Clang! The colossal swords embedded deeply into the flesh wall, forcefully prying open an aperture in the imminently closing passage. After breaking through dozens of such corridors, the vista before them suddenly expanded. Qin Feng commanded the decaying knights to halt abruptly. At that moment, they stood at the edge of a grotesque, fleshy precipice. Below them lay a chilling sight. Within a vast stomach, exceeding a kilometer in diameter, surged a dark green acidic liquid, its surface erupting with corrosive bubbles. Meanwhile, at the edges of other fleshy cliffs, grotesque worms emerged from various passages, brandishing their fearsome mandibles as they cast their captured prey into the acidic abyss. Chapter 76. The detonation of a nuclear warhead, 10th tier life forms? No, the existence of such titanic beasts has long transcended the conventional framework of classification. Initially, the so-called hierarchical system did not exist. It was only when the military sought to effectively distinguish between various types of aberrant creatures and their threat levels that this standardized assessment system was established. The Umbrella Corporation also adopted this framework during the development of biochemical weaponry to quantify the combat efficacy of diverse biochemical entities. In truth, beyond the 10th tier, there exist beings whose combat power remains unfathomable to the military, such as the Titan giant worm before him. The Titan monstrosity that pollutes the skies of Blue Star, known as the Sky Polluter, is also a representative of this category. Creatures of this caliber are beyond the reach of conventional heavy weaponry employed by the military. To his astonishment, hidden beneath this mountain lies a Titan beast, gazing at the viscous sea of acid below the precipice. Qin Feng rarely displayed a semblance of shock upon his visage. Almost immediately, a bold plan began to crystallize in his mind. If he could neutralize this Titan beast, he murmured softly, turning his gaze towards the nuclear warhead carried by the decayed knight. If he could indeed eliminate this Titan beast, it would undoubtedly lead to a groundbreaking advancement in the Umbrella Corporation's extermination mission. However, he soon sighed and shook his head. The quantity of nuclear warheads was indeed a significant limitation. The yield carried during this operation was far from sufficient. Yet, Qin Feng's eyes suddenly narrowed as a unique method sprang to mind. If he could compel the 5 decayed knights to ingest the nuclear warheads, utilizing the special abilities of the steel-eating bacteria to forcibly catalyze the nuclear reaction process, the resultant explosion would yield power exponentially greater than what is currently conceivable. However, the cost would be the potential obliteration of these decayed knights, who had accompanied him since their awakening, in this magnificent nuclear detonation. Drawing a deep breath, Qin Feng raised his gaze to the pulsating flesh walls surrounding him. Loss is but loss. At this moment, having penetrated deep within the Titan beast's body, the path of retreat had already been severed. Should he waver now, not only would all previous efforts be in vain, but he would also risk alerting the Titan beast. Once it became aware, the hope of finding such an opportunity again would be utterly extinguished. With this in mind, he no longer hesitated and decisively gestured with his hand. The decayed knights sprang into action without delay. 5 of them separated the steel-eating bacteria from their chests and proceeded to directly embed the nuclear warheads into their bodies. Subsequently, the bacteria within them connected with the surfaces of the warheads, and a surge of intense energy began to flow into the warheads. The catalytic reaction had officially commenced. At this moment, Qin Feng required precious time for these 5 nuclear warheads to unleash their utmost potential. Yet, it was evident that the Titan beast had no intention of granting him such an opportunity. Accompanied by a deafening roar, colossal armored beetles suddenly surged forth from the depths of the passage. Simultaneously, a cacophony of flapping wings resonated from other passages, as a dense swarm of flying insects descended like a dark cloud. Humanity, a murky and hoarse hum reverberated through this abyss. Choose to join us, or perish. The sound was akin to countless insect legs crawling upon bones, inducing a wave of discomfort within Qin Feng. Yet in a bid to buy time, Qin Feng maintained an impassive demeanor and inquired, "What benefits lie in joining you?" Evolution, transformation, dominion. The Titan beast appeared oblivious to the several catalytic warheads nearby. Break free from the shackles of flesh. Share in eternal evolution. Humanity? The Titan's chest emitted a deep, resonant rumble, reminiscent of an ancient echo. Just mere ants, curled within a steel cage, destined to perish beneath our feet. As these words were spoken, Qin Feng distinctly sensed that the beast was employing a form of mental manipulation to influence his consciousness. However, it was manifestly unaware that Qin Feng was impervious to such mental control. He scoffed. The Titan's seduction was nothing more than a clumsy trick to him. Eternal evolution? He deliberately elongated his tone, a glimmer of derision flashing in his eyes. It certainly sounded enticing. No sooner had the words left his lips than the flesh wall above began to writhe, dozens of crimson tendrils descending like venomous serpents. The mucus-coated surface was adorned with a myriad of compound eyes, each reflecting a nauseating, ethereal glow, greedily surveying his form. "Do not resist." The Titan's voice echoed within the chamber. "Soon, you shall shed this fragile shell." Upon hearing this, Qin Feng suddenly curled his lips into a smile, a cold glint appearing in his eyes. "Thank you for this rare opportunity. Alas, I abhor your repulsive kind, and I detest becoming one of you." With that, he immediately issued a command. The decayed knights around him surged forth, swinging their colossal swords to sever the writhing tendrils at their roots. A foolish act. The Titan's icy voice reverberated across the area, soon descending into silence. In the next moment, a swarm of insects poured in like an unstoppable tide. The ground trembled beneath the charge of the massive beetles, while the sky was shrouded in a darkened hue by the flying swarm. "Kill!" Qin Feng's command was succinct and resolute. The precipice transformed into a battlefield, a veritable meat grinder. The decayed knights found themselves besieged from all sides, struggling to maintain the energy supply of the nuclear warheads within while fending off the relentless onslaught of the insect horde. Clearly, they were at a disadvantage. Hiss! A sharp flash coursed through the air. Qin Feng's combat suit was torn by the claws of a flying insect, blood gushing from a wound the size of a bowl. The decayed knight beneath him retaliated, cleaving the assailant in two. Gasp! Qin Feng knelt on one knee, his left hand pressed firmly against the spurting wound. It appeared that the clone could indeed feel pain. Swarming like a relentless tide, the insect horde surrounded the decayed knights. The armor of the 5 decrepit knights lay in tatters, with a grayish-brown substance continuously shedding from their surfaces. However, under the command of Qin Feng, they remained oblivious to any notion of pain. Even with a severed limb and their bodies marred, they fought valiantly against the encroaching swarm. At that moment, through Qin Feng's bloodied vision, the tactical helmet finally illuminated with blinding crimson text, "Tactical nuclear warhead charging complete." It was accomplished. Observing this, a faint smile of relief creased his damaged lips. Without a moment's hesitation, Qin Feng issued the command to detonate the warhead. His body was already a canvas of scars. If he did not detonate it now, he might never have the chance again. As the command was given, the entire world seemed to be muted. The first to manifest were 5 miniature black holes, greedily consuming the surrounding light. Following closely, these black holes entwined and merged, erupting in a blinding white light 1,000,000 times more radiant than the midday sun. Qin Feng watched as his combat suit disintegrated in the brilliance, feeling his skin turn to dust inch by inch. In the last moment before consciousness faded, he distinctly heard the roar of the Titan beast. Damn the ants! Huh! This Titan beast had breached its defenses. Chapter 77. The resolution of the worm crisis, a nuclear explosion, swept through the entire underground lair. Following the catalysis of the steel-eating bacteria by the decayed knights, the power of 5 nuclear warheads exhibited a terrifying geometric increase. The aftermath of the explosion reverberated. affecting the surrounding mountains. A multitude of mountains writhed violently, resembling boiling liquid, as shock waves erupted from various openings. The recently evacuated extermination squad, still catching their breath, was lifted into the air by this cataclysmic force. Soldiers were scattered like fallen leaves, suffering tremendous casualties. In the distance, even a dozen armed helicopters were overturned by the nuclear blast's residual waves, crashing onto various mountain peaks. Had Qin Feng survived to witness this devastation, he could only shake his head in resignation. The situation had been dire. Inside the belly of that Titan beast, the communication signals were severed by the biological electromagnetic field. He had no opportunity to issue a retreat command and thus detonated the warheads. Sacrifice was inevitable. Had Qin Feng hesitated at that moment, eradicating the Titan beast thereafter would have proven exceedingly difficult. This horrifying phenomenon was soon detected by the command center. Inside the command room, the communications officer abruptly removed his headset and stood up with urgency. Report. The frontline reconnaissance unit has sent an urgent message. The chief of staff, Cheng Shai, swiftly approached and took the communicator. Upon hearing the report, his pupils constricted in shock. What? The warheads successfully detonated underground? Mr. Qin accomplished it. An instant silence enveloped the command room, everyone holding their breath, as if the very air had solidified in that moment. The chief of staff raised his gaze to Cheng Shai, barely able to contain his excitement. General, the front line has observed abnormal activity in the worm swarm. All flying types are darting about like headless flies, completely losing their organization. More critically, the underground worms are frantically burrowing to the surface, their behavior utterly out of control. Taking a deep breath, he decisively concluded. All signs indicated that the central nervous system controlling the entire worm populace, the puppet master behind it all, had likely been annihilated by the nuclear explosion. Cheng Shai's eyes suddenly gleamed with intensity. Excellent. Magnificent. He laughed heartily, his booming laughter echoing within the command tent. Convey my orders. The vanguard must immediately eradicate the worm swarm ahead, and the engineering corps shall advance at full speed to lay the road. Within a week, the vanguard must cross the blockade line. Yes. The communications officer executed a crisp military salute and turned to leave briskly. Wait. Cheng Shai suddenly recalled something and called back the departing officer. Is there any news from Mr. Qin? Has the reconnaissance unit found any trace of him? The communications officer meticulously reviewed the frontline reports, shaking his head in regret. Reporting to the general, there is still no sign of Mr. Qin, nor have the 5 decayed knights appeared on the surface. Continue the search. Cheng Shai drained his cup of tea and solemnly declared, when this great contributor returns, I shall personally host a celebration banquet for him. At the Umbrella headquarters, within the operational laboratory, the following notifications emerged. Special life form, Titan-class terrestrial behemoth, successfully vanquished. Umbrella headquarters basic cloning research personnel unlocked. 100 individuals, clone subject number 1. Vital signs lost. Signal connection severed, status determined. Deceased, authorized access. Umbrella Qiheng Mountain Biological Processing Center. Note, this facility will undertake the subsequent biomass energy recovery operations for the Titan behemoth. Sighing, Qin Feng felt the severed connection with the clone and lamented the mutual destruction with the Titan behemoth. However, there was no need for sorrow. As long as the biological memory chip within the clone's mind remained intact, it could be revived and nurtured into a new body, with memories preserved. Currently, he had dispatched Hank to lead Alpha Team to the Qiheng mountain range to recover the clone's memory chip, as long as no unforeseen circumstances arose, in merely 7 days. The clone Qin Feng would awaken once more from the genetic sequence repository. By the way, noticing a newly unlocked facility, Qin Feng inquired with curiosity, Bai Ho, what is the specific function of this biological processing center? Bai Ho smiled and explained, this facility serves a purpose akin to the biochemical recovery workshop located underground at the Umbrella headquarters, specifically designed to process the organic and inorganic materials left behind by monsters. Especially in the case of the Titan behemoth in this region, its body contains an exceptionally intricate genetic sequence, possessing immense recovery value, even after suffering a nuclear strike. The remains of the Titan behemoth still hold remarkable research value, far surpassing the cumulative worth of all our current biochemical research projects. Qin Feng raised an eyebrow at her words. What level of power does this Titan behemoth, lurking beneath the Qiheng mountain range, actually possess? Baiho continued her explanation. The combat capability of this Titan behemoth has exceeded the upper limits of our current assessment system. Had it not been for the fortunate intrusion of the clone into its interior, our present armed forces would likely struggle to pose a lethal threat. Preliminary combat power benchmarks indicate that this entity occupies the same threat level as the Leviathan-class celestial behemoth recorded in the company's top-secret archives. Leviathan-class celestial behemoth? Qin Feng was momentarily taken aback. Is it truly that formidable? In truth, within this realm, the Umbrella Corporation had long surpassed the scientific standards set by the game, with its biotechnology stretching far beyond common imagination. Not only did it wield biochemical weaponry capable of annihilating civilizations, but it also possessed knowledge and control over certain clandestine biochemical research projects documented in highly classified files. Among these, the projects codenamed Leviathan and Behemoth concerning biological motherships captured Qin Feng's utmost attention. However, given the current technological advancements unlocked by the Umbrella Corporation, alongside the so-called bottleneck of bioenergy, it remains woefully insufficient to create them. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng shifted his gaze towards another unlocked reward, Umbrella's team of cloning researchers. It appeared that a research team had been unlocked all at once. Finally unlocked, Qin Feng murmured to himself, recalling the arduous journey of establishing the Umbrella Corporation. Although the headquarters now boasted thousands of employees, this number was merely a drop in the bucket for the ever-expanding Umbrella landscape, especially considering certain sophisticated research equipment the researchers borrowed from Shelter 72 were utterly incapable of handling them. With a series of actions from Qin Feng, detailed data about this batch of cloned personnel unfolded before him. This group of cloning researchers predominantly comprised C and B level individuals, adequately skilled for foundational teaching and guidance. However, when his gaze fell upon the list of team leaders, his brow instinctively furrowed. James Marcus? Isn't he one of the three founding figures of Umbrella? The discoverer of the T-virus, the scientific madman who extracted devastating biochemical weapons from the progenitor virus? Chapter 78. James Marcus. Moreover, Qin Feng has uncovered a remarkable situation. Dr. Marcus, upon awakening, has successfully achieved a flawless fusion with the Queen Leech. He is now capable of seamlessly transitioning between his human form and that of the Queen Leech. Name: James Marcus. Authority: Level: Affiliation: Umbrella Corporation Headquarters Research Center. Position: Deputy Director of Biochemical Research Department, Chief Virologist. Special ability: Leech Queen Fusion, 5th phase. Exhibiting unstable characteristics. Field of expertise: T-virus genetic engineering, biological weapon development, viral genetics. Unexpectedly, this revived Umbrella clone employee embodies the classic antagonist from the Resident Evil game series. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella headquarters, in the underground research facility, the elevator doors silently glide open, under the curious gazes of individuals, including Yi Yu and Su Yifan. A gaunt man steps forward, his white lab coat swaying gently with his movements. His cheekbones protrude sharply, and his eye sockets are so deeply set that one can almost perceive the contours of his bones. Upon their initial encounter, a disquieting smile spreads across Marcus's pallid visage. I am Marcus, the Deputy Director of the Biochemical Research Department. I look forward to your guidance, esteemed colleagues. His voice is remarkably hoarse, and as he raises his eyelids, all present witness the unsettling clarity of madness that glimmers in his eyes. Qin Feng observes this scene from the surveillance monitor, a smirk gracing his lips. Let us see what surprises this dormant genius can unveil for the Umbrella Corporation. Will it be a more potent T-virus or a biological weapon that could overturn everything? On another front, at the coastal base expeditionary camp's periphery, an unfamiliar armed transport vehicle slowly approaches, its surface cloaked in dark camouflage. The soldiers at the checkpoint immediately become alert, exchanging bewildered glances. This is certainly not a vehicle belonging to any allied forces they recognize. Halt! Identify yourself. With the Sentinel Captain's stern command, the entire checkpoint instantaneously enters a state of combat readiness. Fully armed soldiers swiftly form tactical formations to encircle the vehicle. Two automated sentry guns emit a mechanical hum, their dark muzzles locking onto the approaching transport. The armored doors of the transport vehicle gradually part, revealing the imposing figure of Hank. At this moment, his equipment has been significantly upgraded. In addition to a modified Gauss rifle slung at his waist, he carries a large-caliber shotgun across his back, its exaggerated barrel diameter sufficient to accommodate an infant's fist. Having meticulously studied the monstrous data of this world, Hank has reconfigured specialized weaponry for the entire Alpha team. His current arsenal is precisely tailored for the annihilation of those colossal beasts. With an impassive expression, Hank strides forward, ready to make his announcement. His voice emerged coldly through the mask. Mr. Qin's colleague arrived to collect the remuneration. Mr. Qin? The leading officer visibly hesitated. He scrutinized the weaponry and equipment adorning Hank, and upon noticing the pair of scarlet goggles beneath the gas mask, his breath caught in his throat. A cold sweat began to bead on the officer's back. Years of military experience had honed his instincts to detect danger. Should he choose to refuse the report, this individual before him could incapacitate the entire outpost in a mere breath. One must admit, the officer's intuition was indeed sharp. At that moment, Hank resembled a sharpened blade, eager to swiftly execute the communication task assigned by Qin Feng, so he could rush to the true battlefield where hordes of monsters awaited his hunt. Every second of delay heightened his restless bloodlust, urging him towards violence. Wait a moment, I will report right away. You mean that, Mr. Qin? Always accompanied by 5 giant beasts, right? The officer involuntarily swallowed, his breath quickening. Hank merely nodded in silence. Clearly, even the most junior soldiers had heard of Qin Feng's exploits in the underground lairs against the Titan beasts, sparing him the need for further explanation. Soon, the officer successfully reported the situation to the command center and received a temporary pass. However, there was a small interlude. Long before Qin Feng ventured into the underground lair with a nuclear warhead, he had already informed senior officers, including Cheng Shai, that a companion would come to collect the reward. He specifically noted that any unit bearing the red and white umbrella symbol would be his colleagues. At that time, Cheng Shai had inquired in detail about the specific faction of Qin Feng, but Qin Feng remained silent, offering no response. This time, however, the situation had changed. Hank received direct orders from Qin Feng to proactively disclose the identity of the Umbrella Corporation to this unit. This would mark the first formal appearance of the Umbrella faction before the military. Not for any other reason, but Qin Feng intended to collaborate with the military of Shelter 72. By sending Hank and his Alpha team, he aimed to demonstrate the Umbrella Corporation's genuine sincerity. The journey was quiet. After traversing numerous checkpoints, the armored transport vehicle arrived smoothly at the camp entrance. After disembarking from their weaponry and equipment, Hank instructed the remaining team members to remain on standby, and he proceeded alone towards the command center. At this moment, he retracted his sharp aura. To the other patrolling soldiers, he appeared merely as an ordinary soldier, albeit of taller stature. Yet who could fathom that within this seemingly mundane exterior resided a bioweapon more terrifying than a 5th-tier beast leader? Tension permeated the command center. Beside a somewhat disheveled sand table model, a dozen officers, including Cheng Shai, were engaged in fervent discussions regarding an unexpected situation. Damn it! An officer slammed his hand onto the table, denying us even a moment to catch our breath. Why had the fog suddenly begun to spread with such alarming rapidity? The communications officer approached briskly, presenting the latest intelligence. Another piece of grim news. The most recent reports from the General Staff confirmed that the fog's expansion rate in the northwest had surged to 300, and he paused, his gaze lingering on the contents of the report, his expression grave. The reconnaissance helicopter squadron had detected a significant number of unknown life signs at the edge of the fog, suggesting that an array of unfamiliar creatures might emerge, posing a threat to the forward base situated to the northwest of the refuge. Cheng Shai slowly closed his eyes, gently massaging his temples. Just as one crisis seemed to settle, another arose. He sighed in resignation. Merely 3 hours prior, they had finalized the operational plan to breach the blockade, and the engineering troops had even begun laying down the path for advancement. Now, all of those plans lay in disarray. The unexpected developments beyond the fog had left the general staff in a state of turmoil. It was at that moment that Hank pulled back the tent flap and silently entered from outside. Chapter 79. Alliance. It is noteworthy that at this moment, Hank's appearance epitomizes the quintessential features of a Han Chinese. His hair, as dark as a raven's plume, frames a visage where sunken eyes have regained their vitality, and his once prominent nose has softened slightly. Yet his piercing gray-blue eyes, akin to those of a hawk, still bear faint traces of an exotic lineage. This was, after all, a deliberate choice by Qin Feng. For him, a visage reminiscent of his homeland is far more comforting. However, he would not whimsically alter their names. The members of the command center were captivated by Hank's unfamiliar visage, their gazes converging upon him in unison. The chief of staff was the first to react. He set aside the operational map in hand and approached briskly. "You must be a friend to Mr. Qin?" Hank silently nodded, extending his hand for a brief handshake. "Commander Hank of the Umbrella Biohazard Corporation's Special Forces USS Alpha Team." Upon hearing Hank's introduction, the attending officers were momentarily taken aback. "This is..." Cheng Shai squinted, perplexed. "Umbrella Biohazard Corporation?" It sounds as though this enigmatic force is akin to a technological behemoth. Even amidst the apocalypse, certain large shelters retained vestiges of the old world's structural hierarchy. For instance, within the confines of Shelter Number 3, corporations that had once dominated the bioengineering field maintained private militias that were arguably more advanced than conventional military forces. These enterprises, which had possessed core technologies prior to the catastrophe, carved out their own domains during the Dark Epoch through unique scientific achievements and adept resource consolidation. However, such phenomena were entirely inconceivable within Shelter Number 72. Here, ironclad military regulation was the sole rule of survival, with every inch of authority firmly grasped by the military. Those who dared to challenge the established order had long since become mere skeletal remains beyond the quarantine walls. Thus, the realization that Mr. Qin was affiliated with these technological giants flickered through Cheng Shai's mind, casting a shadow of unease. Indeed, the power capable of controlling the decayed knights, such a peculiar life form, was never derived from an inconsequential faction. Yet, regrettably, he harbored no fondness for these technological enterprises, not merely for their transgressions against humanity or their elevation of bioengineering experiments above the welfare of civilians, but also for their exploitation of supposed authority to brainwash the most vulnerable survivors into willingly participating in human trials. In light of this, Cheng Shai directed a neutral gaze towards Hank, his demeanor markedly indifferent. "The remuneration Mr. Qin mentioned is prepared and can be collected at any time. Our military has always adhered to its word." Hank, undeterred by the coldness of his reception, spoke plainly. "Furthermore, we at Umbrella Corporation wish to initiate a special collaboration with your esteemed party." "Collaboration?" Cheng Shai's brow furrowed deeper. Hank continued, "I overheard your discussion regarding the situation in the fog zone. There is no need for concern. Our Umbrella Corporation plans to dispatch a unit to address this matter within a week. Your military need only focus on reclaiming the coastal base." "Wait a moment." Cheng Shai suddenly realized something, his gaze sharpening as he scrutinized Hank. "The Mr. Qin you mentioned, could he possibly be the same person as Qin Feng?" This thought abruptly linked to his memory of the military committee's mention of General Qin's only son, Qin Feng, who possessed unique methods to delve into that enigmatic mist. Moreover, the ever-helmeted Mr. Qin bore a striking resemblance in height and stature to Qin Feng. Could it be mere coincidence? Hank, seemingly prepared, calmly shook his head. "Not all. Mr. Qin is a member of the board of our organization, while General Qin Feng is the deputy minister of the Biochemical Warfare Department, equivalent to my rank." He deliberately distinguished between the two identities. Strictly speaking, they were indeed two separate entities, albeit one was a clone of the other. "Deputy minister?" Cheng Shai could not help but widen his eyes in disbelief. How is that possible? When did that young man transform into an executive of this biotech giant? Could it be that he always was? Cheng Shai mused silently, realizing the depths of concealment involved. Thus, with a gaze full of doubt, he turned to Hank and inquired, "What kind of collaboration does your Umbrella Corporation seek with our military?" Hank maintained his indifferent demeanor. "We require substantial resources." "Indeed?" Hank elaborated. "The military's operations to reclaim the coastal base will inevitably lead to the extermination of numerous aberrant creatures. We need these experimental materials for biological research." Oh, Cheng Shai's interest was piqued, finding it intriguing. However, he pressed further, "As a biological research entity, doesn't your Umbrella Corporation find it easier to acquire human test subjects? Aren't they of greater research value?" This question struck at the heart of the matter. If Hank were to candidly affirm this, then, as a soldier of Huaxia, Cheng Shai could never ally with such an unknown entity. Hank's tone remained steady. "Our Umbrella Corporation adheres to stringent ethical standards. The chief strictly prohibits any employee within the organization from conducting any form of human experimentation without his explicit approval." Furthermore, he lifted his gaze to meet Cheng Shai's, his expression devoid of emotion. "Our collaboration with your military is inherently a mutually beneficial arrangement. You provide resources, and in return, we can supply your military with, but not limited to, weaponry, equipment, enhanced evolution serums, and the latest findings in biological research, aiding the military in better understanding the characteristics of aberrant creatures." This proposition sounded enticing, and Cheng Shai nodded thoughtfully. Hank stood silently to the side, having completed his assigned task, leaving the decision of collaboration to the military. In truth, Qin Feng's objective was rather straightforward. He sought to establish an alliance with Shelter Number 72. As someone who had once resided in Shelter Number 72, Qin Feng understood that this refuge still maintained a relatively formal official management system, treating the lower-tier citizens with a degree of humanity. This understanding fostered his lasting goodwill towards it. On the other hand, the deeper intention lies in resource complementarity. Qin Feng plans to gradually equip the military forces with standardized high-tech equipment under the Umbrella Corporation through a process of replacement. This progressive method of integration will, in due course, foster reliance on the Umbrella Group by the military. Once the Umbrella Group further develops and expands, it can seamlessly incorporate the military of the No. 72 shelter into its fold. In this manner, the Umbrella will not only attain an official status recognized by the Huaxia government, but will also utilize the coastal city as its base to radiate towards other regional shelters, thus establishing its legitimacy. After a moment of contemplation, Cheng Shai still bore a hint of hesitation in his brow. Noticing this, Hank no longer wavered and directly offered a dose of encouragement, stating, "General, perhaps it would be prudent to converse in a different locale. I shall provide you with an opportunity to witness our Umbrella Group's developed individual combat system and human enhancement serums. I am confident you shall not be disappointed." Chapter 80. The eerie mist of diffusion, beasts and machines' environmental parameters remain stable, devoid of any anomalous fluctuations. To the northwest of Shelter 72, the perimeter of the mist zone is under vigilant surveillance. A fully equipped reconnaissance unit is diligently executing its monitoring mission. Several researchers clad in protective suits and donning gas masks methodically collect environmental data with precision instruments. The rate of diffusion is now visibly alarming. At the forefront, a military officer lowers his binoculars, his expression grim as he gazes intently at the gray barrier not far away. The situation appears dire. Just yesterday, the relatively stable eerie mist underwent a horrifying transformation overnight. The mist wall, originally only 100 meters high, seemed to be stretched by an invisible hand, surging vertically to over 500 meters within a mere 3 hours. Several reconnaissance helicopters, engaged in routine patrols, were unexpectedly engulfed by the expanding fog, losing contact in an instant. Even more unsettling was the fragmented signal transmitted by the last helicopter before its disappearance. There's something in the mist. Not a mechanical failure. They're attacking. How is this possible? It is direct. the communication abruptly ceased. While the ultimate fate of that helicopter remains unclear, it is certain that lurking within the mist, influenced by nuclear radiation, is a terrifying new breed of monster. In response, Shelter 72 mobilized its largest reconnaissance unit in history to ascertain the cause of the mist's sudden acceleration in diffusion. The stakes involve the very survival of Shelter 72. Suddenly, a piercing alarm shattered the tense atmosphere. The research team leader beside the officer spun around, noticing that the quantum detector, towering to half a person's height, was flashing a blinding red light. On the display screen, the previously calm waveform now oscillated violently, akin to a tempestuous sea. What is happening? The officer questioned, perplexed. The research team leader glanced at the display, his complexion draining to an ashen hue. Something is emerging from the mist, and its numbers are rapidly increasing. As the red dots within the detection range proliferated like a plague, his breath hitched in his throat. The initial detection indicated at least 1,000 units. Furthermore, the research team leader raised his gaze towards the mist, his voice trembling. The quantity is still escalating exponentially. Upon hearing this, the officer's face turned ashen. He seized the communicator, his hoarse shout reverberating through the channel. All reconnaissance units, retreat immediately. I repeat, retreat at once. Something is coming from the mist. Before he could finish, the alarm of the detector surged to a higher pitch. The research team leader, in sheer terror, observed that the foremost red dots were breaking away from the group at an astonishing speed, leaving elongated red trails on the radar. There is no time left. The research team leader looked up at the silhouettes emerging from the mist, swallowing hard. The first wave is already about to emerge. In the next moment, the piercing sound of slicing air shattered the stillness of the dense fog. A dozen shadows surged forth with astonishing speed, carving eerie trajectories through the grayish mist. As they fully emerged at the periphery of the fog, the officer's pupils constricted sharply, causing the binoculars in his grasp to clatter violently to the ground. This is impossible. His voice twisted in shock. The creatures bursting forth from the fog were unmistakably armed helicopters, although their appearance was grotesquely altered. The once gleaming metallic surfaces were now overrun with dark, organic tendrils, and pulsating, vein-like structures sprouted between the rotor blades. As the blades whirled, they emitted a strange, sputtering sound. Moreover, from the rear of each helicopter extended several stout tentacles adorned with suction cups. Most chilling of all, the cockpit glass was veiled by a semi-transparent biological membrane, revealing undulating forms within. These hybrid monstrosities emitted a cacophony that blended the roar of engines with the screams of living beings. The armed personnel of the reconnaissance unit attempted to resist. As several soldiers trembled while aiming their rocket launchers skyward, the hovering biological helicopters suddenly displayed an uncanny agility. At the very moment the missiles were about to strike, the entire bodies twisted and contorted as if they were living entities, evading the projectiles in defiance of the laws of physics. Good heavens! These monsters can predict the trajectory. The leader's screams were drowned out by the explosions. In the next instant, dozens of missiles, enveloped in biological matter, struck with pinpoint accuracy. Upon contacting the ground, the warheads detonated, scattering not only shrapnel, but also a viscous organic substance. The soldiers hit by the blasts barely had time to scream. Their bodies began to undergo horrific transformations upon contact with the writhing tissue. Furthermore, these biological helicopters would plunge down rapidly, utilizing their robust tentacles to fling soldiers aside. In less than 5 minutes, the entire reconnaissance unit was obliterated, their meticulously constructed defenses rendered futile. Meanwhile, on the battlefield's edge, amidst the ruins, a voice trembled, "Commander." "Did you see that?" Chung Fuhu's voice quivered, his breath rapid and erratic beneath his protective mask. He fixated on the retreating biological helicopters, disbelief etched in his eyes. He questioned his own wakefulness. It felt like a surreal nightmare. What manner of monster were these living helicopters? How could they annihilate an entire reconnaissance unit in mere minutes? The commander's eyes mirrored his astonishment. He promptly issued the order to retreat, then turned his gaze toward the encroaching fog. This fog is not simple. Even armored vehicles can be eroded and transformed. What we face may be more than just this supernatural phenomenon. The current situation has surpassed the capabilities of their protective reconnaissance unit. An immediate withdrawal is imperative. Should more such monstrous entities emerge from the mist, escape may become a formidable challenge. He decisively signaled for a retreat, leading the reconnaissance team swiftly out of the area. Meanwhile, at the Umbrella headquarters within the operations laboratory, the question loomed: what monstrosities lay concealed within this fog? Even military helicopters and tanks appeared to be compromised. Through the visual sharing system of the Hellhounds, Qin Feng's pupils narrowed slightly. He had strategically positioned several Hellhounds on standby at the mist's edge for reconnaissance. However, the images transmitted back utterly shattered his understanding of biological technology. Biological tanks, a perfect amalgamation of steel and flesh, moved slowly outside the fog. Their cannons transformed into the orifices of some living organism, while the metallic exteriors of the biological armored vehicles were entwined with grotesque organic tissue. Most terrifying of all were the zombie soldiers trailing behind, resembling mere shells of humanity, now wielding fearsome weapons. Marcus stood before the screen, his pale fingers gently stroking his chin, his malevolent gaze fixated on the grotesque assembly, and a sickly smile crept across his lips. "Chief, the characteristics of these creatures seem strikingly similar to those documented in the Umbrella biological research files regarding the Death Knight project." With that, he promptly retrieved a set of encrypted research materials. Chapter 81, Semi-Mechanical Life Forms. A glint of sharpness flickered in Qin Feng's eyes. Suddenly, he recalled the unique entity documented in the Umbrella Corporation's secret archives, the Death Knight. Behind this codename lay Umbrella's most audacious endeavor in the realm of biomechanical fusion. Unlike the Decayed Knight, which evolved by devouring metal, the Death Knight was a product of Umbrella's semi-mechanical life form program, resembling a living metal manipulator. In this dimension, the researchers under Umbrella had conducted a novel transformation on the Tyrant, implanting nanoscale mechanical symbionts within its body, endowing it with the remarkable capability of metal symbiosis. When it merged with the main battle tank, the original alloy steel armor would metamorphose into a biological metal composite layer, significantly enhancing its resilience against impacts. Experimental data indicated that in this state, the main battle tank could withstand the direct hit of 3 armor-piercing rockets without sustaining any damage to its armor. Contemplating these revelations, Qin Feng's taut nerves relaxed, and he exhaled deeply. Since these mechanical life forms emerging from the fog shared the same essence as the Death Knight, the problem became considerably simpler. Standing nearby, Marcus keenly observed the shift in Qin Feng's expression, his lips curving slightly upward. It appeared the chairman had grasped the crux of the matter. The more formidable the creation, the more imperative it was to establish corresponding constraints. Umbrella would not be foolish enough to develop bioweapons that were beyond control or eradication. Indeed, like the Decayed Knight, the Death Knight possessed several fatal weaknesses. The most notable was its extreme sensitivity to specific sonic wave attacks and the significant suppression of its mobility in ultra-low temperature environments. It was worth noting that, unlike the Decayed Knight, the Death Knight did not exhibit vulnerabilities to frequency resonance. Unexpectedly, the specialized weapons initially prepared for the Decayed Knight now found a new purpose. Qin Feng shrugged slightly. With weaknesses at play, there was nothing to fear. If he could intercept this batch of semi-mechanical life forms, he might be able to collect some of their unique samples for further study. If he could unlock the secrets of the Death Knight, it would be even more perfect. The biocopters were out of the question, so he would focus on the ground forces behind them. Rubbing his chin, Qin Feng meticulously contemplated his strategy. First and foremost, he needed to secure authorization from Shelter 72 to utilize that batch of specialized equipment. This task would be a mere formality for him. Secondly, he needed to cultivate a substantial number of biological combat units for attrition warfare. The firepower network of those semi-mechanical life forms was exceptionally dense. Without sufficient cannon fodder to draw their fire, these specialized weapons would likely be obliterated before reaching effective range. Fortunately, the recent restrictions on the number of biological troops had been lifted, although the preparation time was limited. The current capacity of the cultivation pods is entirely sufficient for the mass production of fundamental models, such as Hellhounds and Lickers. As for the special variants like the Sentinel Tyrant and the Giant Licker, due to their prolonged incubation periods and the scarcity of unique genes, they shall not be included in this operational plan for the time being. Once the Biological Processing Center in the Qiheng Mountains commences full operations and the military continuously supplies corpses of exotic beasts, these special bioweapons will also be rendered suitable for mass production. At the temporary encampment of the Coastal Base Expeditionary Force, a deafening boom echoed through the air. A deathly exotic beast trembled violently as countless bullet holes erupted across its hide. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. Each bullet that penetrated its flesh emitted a dull, squelching sound, tearing away chunks of flesh and instantly transforming the once formidable beast into a sieve. Hank set down the weapon known as the Doombringer shotgun and raised his gaze, his expression impassive as he regarded Cheng Shai and the others nearby. Cheng Shai, however, was not fixated on the terrifying power of the weapon, but rather looked at Hank with a mix of astonishment and curiosity. "Mr. Hank, if I may be so bold, what is your power rating?" He had just personally assessed the weight of this weapon. Even a conventional heavy sniper rifle did not weigh as much as this shotgun he had never encountered before. According to the law of conservation of energy, a weapon of such destructive capability, paired with its considerable weight, should logically produce enough recoil to shatter an ordinary person's shoulder blade. Yet, the shooting posture of the man before him resembled that of a child playing with a toy. From the moment he pulled the trigger until the smoke cleared, not a single tremor betrayed the strength of his arms, which were encased in tactical gear, and his entire upper body remained as steady as a rock. This was indeed a source of surprise for him. Hank, without reservation, casually replied, "Fifth tier. As the captain of Alpha Team, that is the minimum requirement." The surrounding officers gasped in astonishment. Fifth tier, in this apocalypse dominated by firearms. Although the extent of personal genetic enhancement is no longer the sole determinant of combat capability, those who have transcended to the fifth tier are undoubtedly exceptional new humans. After all, they epitomize the pinnacle of human physical enhancement. It is worth noting that even within Shelter 72, the most elite genetic enhancers barely reach the fifth tier. Currently, the Huaxia Federation remains unaware of whether a qualitative transformation occurs once genetic enhancers reach the 10th tier. Thus, various biological research institutions are concurrently investigating the mysteries within the human body. "And what are the members of your team, Mr. Hank?" Cheng Shai inquired, glancing at the 8 Alpha Team members beside him. "Fourth tier," Hank replied indifferently. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of insight flickered in Cheng Shai's eyes. Hank's statement made him realize that the Umbrella Corporation's foundation far surpassed his expectations, with a special operations team so effortlessly at hand. The average individual already possesses a formidable power of the 4th tier. After a brief contemplation, he continued to inquire, "What specific models of mass-produced weaponry can you provide? We need to assess the tangible impact of these armaments on the frontline dynamics." Hank set aside the shotgun he held on the table and, furrowing his brow, remarked, "Apart from the barrage shotgun you see before you, the Umbrella Corporation has developed various types of enemy engagement weapons tailored to counter different kinds of aberrations. Surely, there must be one that meets your requirements. Thus, is your military willing to collaborate? I have other duties to attend to, and if you are unwilling, I shall take my leave." The impatience etched on his features had transformed into a hint of coldness. Diplomatic affairs had never been his forte. Were it not for being the sole awakened elite force within the Umbrella Corporation, Qin Feng would not have entrusted this arduous task to him. "Ha ha ha! It seems Mr. Hank find my discourse tedious." Cheng Shai chuckled heartily. After scrutinizing the shotgun on the table thoughtfully, he cleared his throat and declared, "Very well. If your Umbrella Corporation can indeed supply such a quantity of weaponry, I, as the commander of the expeditionary force, am willing to cooperate with your faction for mutual benefit." Chapter 82. Transformation of bioweapons. Hank pondered briefly before ultimately revealing the final transportation location of military supplies to Cheng Shai. The location of the Biological Processing Center was not classified, After all, it was merely a FA-OD created by the Umbrella Corporation to obscure its true intentions. This facility primarily dealt with experimental materials and conventional supplies, while the truly significant core laboratories were concealed deep underground, interconnected with the headquarters through a labyrinthine transportation network. Thus, there is no need to worry about the military tracing the origins. Upon concluding the negotiations, Hank led his Alpha team into the depths of the Qiheng mountain range, entering the underground lair affected by the nuclear explosion. At this moment, the Qiheng Mountains had lost their original visage. 5 decayed knights infused all their internal energy into the nuclear warhead. At the moment of detonation, a devastating shockwave engulfed the mountains. This was no ordinary tactical strike. Its destructive power had undeniably reached the terrifying levels of a large strategic nuclear weapon. Hank approached the entrance of a lair. He raised his hand to check the mission interface on his tactical terminal. Mission description: retrieve memory chip of clone No. 1. Mission difficulties. Mission reward: choose at will. Notes: this task presents a certain level of difficulty. Residual insects may remain in the underground lair. Please proceed with caution. Hank's expression remained calm, without a hint of hesitation. Leading the Alpha team, equipped with descent protection devices, he jumped directly into the underground lair. This time, they also carried a portable ammunition depot, hoisted by 2 Alpha team members following behind. For him, the challenge of a difficult retrieval mission was invigorating. With the memory chip's location pinpointed, he merely needed to eliminate the residual insects obstructing their path. As dusk approached, north of shelter number 72, at the forefront of the outpost base, a towering lookout tower, 50 meters high, pierced the twilight. The searchlights atop the tower cast pale beams of light through the thickening darkness. These creatures were relentless, arriving punctually each day to meet their demise. On the lookout tower, several observers were enjoying their dinner while scanning the area below, engaging in discussions about a topic that never faded. Esteemed Signor, aside from monitoring the movements of the beasts beyond the wall, do we have any other tasks? Inquired a new observer, turning to gaze through the reinforced glass window. He beheld thousands of aberrant creatures climbing atop heaps of their fallen kin at the edge of the steel barrier, attempting to breach the defenses. The scene was nothing short of spectacular, causing the young observer to swallow hard, momentarily forgetting his meal. Just then, atop the steel wall, several massive flame fortresses pivoted their cannons and unleashed torrents of fire that cascaded downwards in fiery serpents. A pungent odor of charred flesh wafted through the ventilation system. Meanwhile, the seasoned observer, unfazed, took a bite of a sausage made from beast meat and sipped tea to moisten his throat. You get used to it. Swallowing the food in his mouth, he wiped the crumbs from his beard. You're just a newcomer, and it's natural to feel a bit anxious upon encountering such a scene for the first time. But once you've spent some time at the forward outpost, you'll realize that these beasts are not as formidable as they seem. They can't even breach the first line of defense at our outpost. As he spoke, he gestured towards the weapon systems mounted on the steel walls. With these contraptions in place, what is there to fear? The young observer nodded, somewhat understanding, and moved to the other side to gaze in the indicated direction. He couldn't help but hold his breath. Before him, the coldly gleaming steel walls bore a dense array of defensive systems, arranged like the scales of a colossal dragon. Every few meters, an automated chain gun turret loomed, its dark muzzle aimed downward. Behind them, a series of anti-aircraft batteries pointed skyward at a 45-degree angle, their rotating barrels searching for airborne targets, alongside various other defensive strike weapons. The sight left the young observer utterly dazzled. Do you see it now? The old observer chuckled, patting him on the shoulder. What do you have to fear now? Ha. Indeed, the young observer scratched the back of his head. After saying this, he picked up his still-warm bowl of food and began to chew leisurely. The furrowed brow that once marked his face now relaxed. Just then, a sudden, piercing alarm startled all the observers present. Warning, high-speed, unidentified target detected in the air, approaching rapidly. What is it? One observer hastily set down his bowl and raced to the monitoring screen. Upon seeing the unfolding situation, his eyes widened in shock. Missiles. In the blurry surveillance footage amidst the ruins, he could vaguely discern several blazing white trails streaking across the sky, hurtling towards them at Mach speed. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, an earth-shattering explosion erupted nearby. The faces of the crowd immediately changed as they hurriedly turned towards the source of the sound, their pupils constricting in disbelief. How is this possible? Before them, flames erupted along the steel walls, with several defensive systems rendered instantly inoperative. Although the close-in defense guns had successfully intercepted the majority of the incoming missiles, a few still managed to breach the line. Burning debris rained down from the sky, crushing the automated turrets into twisted heaps of scrap metal. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, the young observer's startled exclamation was abruptly cut off. "Look at the sky." Suddenly, piercing shrieks filled the air. Strange, pitch-black fighter jets, dragging unknown objects behind their wings, swept ominously over the forward base, heading deeper into the territory. "Are those fighter jets?" The old observer stumbled back in disbelief. Headquarters of the Umbrella Corporation, underground research facility. In this moment, within the frigid, cerulean incubator, several bodies clad in tattered military uniforms floated amidst a specially formulated nutrient solution. Their pallid skin was interlaced with dark crimson veins, incessantly writhing. These were the zombie soldiers that had emerged from the shrouded mist. Fortune favored them. Aside from the contingent equipped with biological tanks and other formidable forces, 2 hours prior, the Hellhounds had detected this solitary target at the periphery of the fog. Coincidentally, they also required experimental samples. Consequently, Qin Feng issued a command for the reconnaissance unit to return to the scene and, through unconventional methods, successfully captured several zombie soldiers. Indeed, their genetic sequences exhibited a striking resemblance to that of the Death Knights. Marcus fixated on the experimental report, his body trembling with excitement. Abruptly, he lifted his gaze to meet Qin Feng's, a spark of fervor igniting in his eyes. "These experimental subjects are the breakthrough we need. We can develop or modify biochemical weapons specifically designed to counter them. What is the specific plan?" Qin Feng inquired. Suddenly, Marcus tugged at his disheveled hair, pacing anxiously within the laboratory. Abruptly, he halted, the hem of his lab coat sweeping through the air as he turned sharply. "Eureka!" he exclaimed, slamming his hand down onto the experimental table. "We will enhance the Guardian Tyrant if we equip them with targeted weapon systems." "The Guardian Tyrant?" Qin Feng interjected, furrowing his brow. "But our current stock of Guardian Tyrants is limited. Mass production in a short time frame is simply unfeasible. Not many are required." Marcus hastily approached the control panel, simulating a series of experimental modification data. "As long as we can breach the enemy lines with the Guardian Tyrants, we can employ a substantial number of biochemical troops as bait to shield their advance." Upon observing the projected modifications, Qin Feng paused, momentarily taken aback. "Is this the Pursuer?" Chapter 83. The Enhanced Pursuer Neurometallic Toxin Weapon. "Isn't this the visage of the Pursuer, Dr. Marcus?" Qin Feng exclaimed, his gaze fixated on the transformed visage of the Imperial Tyrant. "The Pursuer?" Marcus paused his work, intrigued, as he surveyed his creation. At first glance, there was indeed a semblance. He turned around, magnifying the projected model of the Imperial Tyrant's modifications, and with excitement, he proclaimed, "However, the Pursuer relies on crude ballistic weaponry, while my masterpiece—" Marcus extended his arms wide. "It is equipped with a neurometallic toxin dissemination device, preserved by Umbrella." Upon finishing, he adjusted the projection. The holographic image rapidly expanded, revealing the Imperial Tyrant's back armor, which unfolded like layers of a beehive to unveil toxin injection ports. The Imperial Tyrant will carry specialized neurometallic toxin weaponry. Just imagine, as it charges into a horde of monsters. A fervent glint sparkled in Marcus's eyes. Those filthy life forms adhering to the mechanical apparatus would experience a total neurological shutdown within mere seconds, rendering them helpless targets for slaughter. As for why the Imperial Tyrant was chosen for this role, Qin Feng inquired slightly. The reasoning was quite straightforward. Beyond the Imperial Tyrant's inherent resilience, the primary factor was that this neurometallic toxin must remain within a living biochemical weapon to retain its efficacy. Thus, to ensure the toxin's potency, the carrier must satisfy two crucial conditions. an extraordinarily robust physique, and the capability to endure the sustained damage inflicted by the toxin storage. In light of these considerations, the Imperial Tyrant perfectly met these stringent requirements. One cannot help but admire Dr. Marcus's execution. His efficiency was indeed commendable. As soon as the project proposal was finalized, he hurried to the biochemical testing grounds, eager to translate theory into practice. Watching the Doctor's retreating figure, Qin Feng redirected his focus to his own tasks. The pressing matter at hand was to expedite the refinement of the biochemical troop production sequence. To breach the enemy's dense firepower net, a vast vanguard force must be established. Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, Qin Feng mused that perhaps he could confer with the Red Queen regarding tactical deployments. If they could set a clever trap, they might catch the enemy off guard. Meanwhile, on the 3rd and 6th subterranean levels of Umbrella headquarters, within 2 expansive biochemical cultivation chamber zones spanning tens of thousands of square meters, hundreds of cylindrical incubators illuminated with piercing red production indicators, suffusing the dim underground space in a sanguine hue. Inside each biochemical cultivation chamber, murky green nutrient solution began to churn violently. Hundreds of purple embryos proliferated, differentiated, and grew at a visibly rapid pace, akin to a life evolution tape accelerated to fast forward. The mass production of biochemical weapons under Umbrella was never merely talk. Take the most rudimentary Hellhound as an example. Through gene editing technology and controlled cultivation techniques, the cultivation cycle has astonishingly been shortened to mere hours. Deep within the Qihang mountain range, a resounding splatter of viscous fluid echoed as Hank decisively pulled the trigger, ending the life of the massive, thrashing worm before him. He wiped the slime from his visor and glanced down at the subterranean passageway blocked by debris. The aftermath of a nuclear explosion exceeded expectations. The once intricate network of tunnels was now obstructed in many areas. Fortunately, their preparations had been thorough. Hank waved his hand, and soon 2 Alpha Team members approached, carrying a portable weapons cache, which they placed on the ground. This obsidian metal box stood over 2 meters tall, emblazoned with conspicuous biohazard warnings. Though it contained more than a ton of weaponry for the 2 4th-tier bio-warriors, lifting it was as effortless as carrying 2 sacks of rice. With a hiss of steam, the vault door of the weapons cache slowly opened, revealing an array of diverse armaments, with ammunition neatly stacked. Hank strode forward, his gaze fixed on a menacingly designed corded impact drill, which he promptly retrieved. He then approached the collapsed heap of rocks, knelt on one knee, and steadied the mechanical beast against the rocky surface. Pressing the activation button, the impact drill emitted a piercing roar as the drill bit spun at an astonishing rate. In less than a few minutes, the last stubborn rock was penetrated. Simultaneously, Hank plummeted along with the drill. As he descended, he calmly activated the rapid descent device at his waist and surveyed the unfamiliar underground space. A frown creased his brow as he spotted, not far from a pile of rubble, a female worm, no larger than an elephant, languishing in the shadows of the rock wall. Surrounding it were a dozen mutilated worms, writhing as they smeared a viscous substance from their mandibles onto the ovipositor of the ailing female. Remarkably, a female worm still survived, an unexpected boon. Hank landed steadily on the ground, casually tossing the impact drill aside, before charging toward the group of worms like a cannonball. With 5th-tier strength and fully equipped with high-tech weaponry, dispatching them was child's play. After the last worm fell beneath the spray of his shotgun, Hank advanced toward the dying female worm and activated his tactical terminal. Target vital signs, fading, threat level, extremely low, research value, high at that moment. The remaining 8 Alpha Team members arrived on the scene, also carrying portable weapons caches. U4, use grappling devices to transport this female worm, Hank commanded decisively. Remember to inject the life-active serum at regular intervals. On the way to the biological processing center, ensure it remains alive. A living specimen holds the utmost value. Understood. The 4 team members swiftly stepped forward, hastily retrieving grappling devices from the armory. However, at that moment, a thunderous roar echoed as the nearby rock face suddenly erupted. Several grotesque, distorted masses of flesh surged forth from the passage. They were entirely black, their surfaces teeming with writhing black tendrils, and at their center, a gaping maw continuously spewed forth dark mist. What on earth are these abominations? Hank furrowed his brow. How could such well-preserved mutants survive in the epicenter of a nuclear explosion? Even more puzzling was the absence of any visible signs of radiation burns on the surface of these flesh masses. Open fire. Hank immediately issued the combat order. A barrage of bullets tore through the air, fanning out towards the leading grotesque mass. Yet, just as the bullets were about to strike their target, the undulating mass suddenly rippled with black waves, instantly liquefying into a viscous black sludge. The bullets sank into it, vanishing silently as if swallowed by an abyss. There were no ricochets, no penetrating wounds, not even a ripple disturbed the surface. Witnessing this bizarre spectacle, Hank raised an eyebrow. How intriguing. Chapter 84. The withering titan creature, several writhing, malformed masses of flesh suddenly accelerated towards Alpha Team with alarming speed. In the blink of an eye, the members of Alpha swiftly dispersed their formation. Hank's gaze sharpened as he dashed toward the armory, selecting a specialized weapon, a tunable sonic emitter. Given that these grotesque masses seemed impervious to conventional firepower, he decided to test the efficacy of a directed weapon. At that moment, the mass on the far right twisted its body in a bizarre manner, unleashing dozens of barbed tendrils like venomous serpents. One unfortunate Alpha member was caught off guard, ensnared in an instant. The creature then opened its gaping maw, swallowing both the soldier and his equipment hole. Observing this, Hank decisively activated the sonic emitter. The piercing microwaves sliced through the air, targeting the writhing aberration. Unfortunately, the impact seemed negligible. The grotesque mass merely paused for half a second, rippling unnaturally before lunging at the remaining Alpha members with renewed fervor. Hank remained composed, discarding the sonic emitter and swiftly retrieving a second specialized weapon from the armory, aiming it at one of the aberrant masses. A brilliant energy beam erupted from the barrel, yet, regrettably, upon contact with the mass, the viscous surface absorbed the light entirely. A second Alpha member was consumed by one of the grotesque entities. These fourth-tier bio-warriors appeared somewhat feeble against the assault of these bizarre masses. Their once proud strength and speed rendered useless. The strange tendrils seemed to possess infinite extensibility, thwarting any attempts to sever them, leaving the Alpha team to evade in disarray. After dodging an attack, Hank seized another weapon, emanating an icy aura, and finally, a breakthrough occurred. The frigid freeze ray struck the mass, causing its frenzied, writhing to slow. As fine ice crystals began to form on its surface, as if the play button had been pressed. It was working. Witnessing this, Hank methodically targeted the remaining aberrant masses,